Cody was dead. He took out the last two warlocks with him. It was a final act of defiance and sacrifice. Thaddeus stood frozen, eyes wide in disbelief. A bitter guilt gnawed at him. They had followed the plan, executing their part of the attack with precision. But in the end, Cody and his team had done the real heavy lifting, pushing through the enemy lines, eliminating the enemy magicians, and sealing the victory. And Thaddeus? He'd fought. He'd killed. He'd held the line. Objectively, he had done his part, neutralizing thugs, buying time, creating openings. But compared to Cody's valor, it fell hollow. What was I even doing? He asked himself. He wanted to charge in like Cody, to lay down his life if that meant taking more enemies with him. He wanted to burn away the shame smoldering inside him with blood and fury. But reason prevailed. Clenching his jaw, Thaddeus ordered a retreat. There were still 5 soldiers with him, enough to form 2 strike teams. As the forward squads assaulted, his men had blocked the enemy's escape route. He stared at the fleeing enemies, a cold rage burning in his chest. I'll make sure none of you leave here alive. Gu Heng learned of Cody's final act from Asuna. When he had first restructured the POWs into military units, he'd drawn inspiration from the armed forces in his past life. The soldier card system allowed him to boost training efficiency, but loyalty still took time. Now, with Cody's death, Gu Heng was left both grieving and vindicated. His early efforts to rebuild the military were bearing fruit, but at a cost. Cody's sacrifice wasn't in vain. Of the 6 ambushed grain routes, 4 had been saved. Some supplies were lost, but the damage was manageable. The other 2 routes had gone dark. After Asuna's request for support, Gu Heng had dispatched the Phoenix forces, zealots who matched the cultists in fanaticism, if not exceeded them. 6 space warriors were split into 2 fire teams. Gu Heng had little doubt they would handle whatever resistance remained. His forces were small but elite. The victory at the Norris factory had proven their strength. He estimated the cultists had committed around 800 fighters across all 6 ambushes, with roughly 20 magicians among them. This was significantly less than the manpower they had thrown at the Norris factory. Their numbers weren't endless. Over 60 core cultists had been killed in the past few days alone. Those capable of wielding powerful magic weren't easily replaceable. Even if they had more troops, they couldn't sustain this level of attack for long. Gu Heng suspected they were nearing exhaustion. Had they committed twice the force, things would have been catastrophic. At least 4 out of 6 convoys might have been lost. But the real threat wasn't brute force. It was subtlety. These cultists operated in the shadows of a massive city, blending into a population of over 1 million. Rooting them out with such weak grassroots control was almost impossible. Their failure at the Norris factory had likely taught them a painful lesson. Direct confrontation was no longer viable. Now, they'd move in secret, incite riots, sabotage food lines. Gu Heng couldn't afford to keep playing defense. He ordered a drastic reorganization. Every food distribution point would be paired with a company from the POW camp, each with a political commissar for stability and oversight. Let's see you ambush an entire company. Try it. See if you can destroy them before reinforcements arrive. He wasn't delusional. Not every unit would perform like Cody's. According to Yin Fengxiu, the officer overseeing prisoner training, only 7 companies were up to that standard. Cody and Thaddeus had been standouts. The rest? Many were former captives, recently disarmed, some barely trusted. If things went wrong, they might panic, even flee. But Gu Heng had no choice. Manpower was tight. As long as they could follow orders and hold the line until backup arrived, it would suffice. Elite or not, they just had to buy time. Reinforcements, including space fighters, would not be far behind. This should ensure food security. But Gu Heng wasn't satisfied with merely reacting. Passive coping isn't enough. Defense alone wouldn't win the war. It was time to strike back. Fortunately, the Sisters of Holy Mercy Lily brought word of an opportunity, one that would allow Gu Heng to go on the offensive. The tides of war were beginning to shift. Figured out what the cult traders are trying to do, she said bluntly. Gu Heng tried to lighten the mood with a wry joke. Let me guess, Destroy the city and sacrifice it to some twisted god. Yes, she replied without a trace of humor. That's exactly it. These cult scum worship abominations that thrive on death and corruption. This is what they do. So, do we have any leads? Not on their exact plan yet, Garrett said. Two of his sisters are still investigating. But we believe we've uncovered the location of their leader's hideout. Gu Hang's eyes lit up with interest. How solid is the intel? It's not definitive, but good enough to act on. At the very least, it's worth the risk. Then let's do it. Gu Hang didn't hesitate. What do you need from me? I'll deploy it right now. The sooner we act, the less chance they have to run. I need you, she said. What? A high-level psyker can make all the difference. You can do things even we can't. Gu Hang paused, mentally weighing his schedule. He was already stretched thin, overseeing the reconstruction of the city, managing supply lines, organizing troops. But this was a matter of life and death. If he ignored paperwork, the system might grind to a halt. If he ignored the cult, people would die. His decision came swiftly. Fine, I'll go. He made preparations immediately. He didn't distrust Garrett or her sisters, but more firepower would always help. He requested 4 Phoenix warriors to join the operation and assigned 3 to remain in the outer districts for rapid deployment. Adding Garrett's team and the 2 station sisters, they'd have 9 Sisters of Mercy in the field, including Gu Hang himself. The task force was formidable. Still, he reinforced the team further with his personal guard, the elite Marine unit that now served as his closest protection detail. After the liberation of Fushing City, he had promoted every member to Tier 3. Though their equipment and battle experience weren't yet enough to reach Tier 2, they were still the sharpest edge in his arsenal. 28 T3 soldiers, fully loyal and well-trained. And Gu Hang himself, a psyker of growing power, would soon become stronger. After recent battles, he had earned enough experience to reach level 4 in psychic classification. The cost: 200 gift points. It was time. Before upgrading, he reviewed the latest battle report. Result: narrow victory, gift points earned, 65. Total losses: 427 enemies eliminated, 742 captured, 121. Governor's Infantry 3rd Battalion, 89 losses, 266 kills. POW units, 338 losses, 337 kills. Phoenix Forces, 0 losses, 139 kills. It was their first true bloody battle, a costly fight where both sides had suffered. The Phoenix Forces had clearly outperformed, while the captive battalion had fought fiercely, but with heavy casualties. The captives were still under-equipped and barely trained. While the political commissars kept them from breaking, their skills paled in comparison to the cultists' fanatical, magic-infused ranks. Gu Hang frowned. The exchange ratio wasn't favorable, nearly 1-to-1. He had hoped the Alliance's former soldiers would be stronger. Not Tier 5 maybe, but at least more effective. Raising 7,000 men to Tier 5 would cost 70 gift points. The thought made his heart ache. He sighed and turned to the next task, his own advancement. Upgrade successful, 200 gift points consumed. A warm surge of energy swept through him as his stats increased. The interface appeared. Talent gained. Mind manipulation. Allows infiltration into a target's mind, creation of illusions, memory tampering, and force control. Also enhances resistance to psychic influence. Spirituality +1. It was a talent he had long desired, a true psyker's weapon. Terrifying in combat, invaluable in interrogation, and potentially devastating on the battlefield. But Gu Hang reminded himself sternly, this power is not to be abused. He wasn't building a regime founded on mental domination. He would never use it on his own people. But against cultists and monsters? He'd make no apologies. His updated stats now read: Hero, Gu Hang, Faction Leader. Level 4. Class, Psychic Spellcaster, Governor of Furious Owlstar. Physique, 9. Spirituality, 18. Talents, Body Protection Aura, Mind Control, Mind Manipulation. There were no major physical gains this time, just small improvements in raw capability. Still, he felt the surge of strength beneath the surface. As he closed the interface, Gu Hang's eyes turned steely. This cult threat wasn't going to resolve itself. The enemy hid in shadows, but now he had the power to drag them into the light. And this time, he would lead from the front.
Hey, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy our audiobooks, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your review in the comments section below.
The upgrade is complete. Feeling the suddenly surging spiritual power, Gu Hang's self-confidence exploded. He even wanted to find a phoenix to gesticulate, not for anything else, but to test his current strength. Of course, it's not feasible. He and the phoenix are allies now, but the relationship is not that close. Gu Hang could only regret it. Speaking of the Phoenix chapter, Gu Hang got along well with the Martin's chapter leader, but he was not very familiar with the rest. The main reason is that those space warriors all look like strangers who should not get close to each other, so they can't talk to each other. Only that Pastor Rizzo. Gu Hang has a good impression of him. He is a kind-hearted old bald man with a white beard, although it is a little bit of a kind-hearted description of an old soldier who has served for 400 years and does not know how much blood is on his hands. Strangeness. Although Gu Hang didn't meet him many times, every time he saw him, he would smile to himself. I always feel that there is some kind of deep meaning in the old pastor's smile. Martin's always felt that there was something wrong with Reverend Rizzo's eyes on the governor. After receiving Governor Gu's mission request, he accepted it without any hesitation. Regardless of Schneider's request to fight, he let the bald man stay in the outer city and continue to support the security work of the food distribution points in the entire outer city area. Of course, Schneider was dissatisfied, but obeying orders was instinctive, so he could only keep his dissatisfaction in his stomach. Then, Martins rushed to the inner city with his two brothers and Pastor Rizzo. When meeting and making preparations for departure, he saw the eye contact between Pastor Rizzo and Governor Gu, and couldn't help but become curious. The closest combat brother, there's nothing to be ashamed of, Martins directly asked the question in his heart. Rizzo just smiled at him, and then said, "We came to this world. Didn't we just seek help from the governor? We must have a better attitude." Hearing what Rizzo said, Martins was a little speechless. I asked the question so sincerely, and the old pastor actually perfunctory me? Is there any secret here that you can't tell me? I wanted to ask again, but Rizzo took the lead. You didn't let Schneider come this time. Why did you have to come here in person? Because, while speaking, the old bald man with a white beard winked at Sister Garrett, who was not far away. Martins couldn't care about other things, and became embarrassed. What do you mean? Ha ha! Rizzo laughed, patting Martins on the shoulder. He successfully changed the subject. The slippery old man. He didn't have time to ask any more questions. The action was about to begin. 4 Space Marines, 9 Battle Sisters, 28 Elite Marines, the 2nd Battalion led by Prabhav. Although the number of such an organization is not particularly large, it is the most elite, small organized action team that Gu Hang can produce at the moment. They sat in many military vehicles and drove to the outer city. These military vehicles were also seized from the Alliance Legion. The IR Iron Bull series produced by the Waste Hole Society has just entered the mass production stage, and there is not much output. At most, it will organize a convoy to transport the synthetic starch from Weishing City, and use it directly in Fuxing City, by the way. This so-called Weishing City is the initial camp. G. Yu Hang recently named it exactly that upon. It can be said to be a satellite city of Fuxing City, and it can also be interpreted as defending the achievements of rejuvenation. However, although the IR Iron Bull series is not yet used, the original military vehicles are enough. Fighting nuns are okay. The huge size of the 4 Space Warriors makes it a bit difficult to get into the caravan, and it is also a challenge to the vehicle's carrying capacity. It is necessary to suffer this crime. Their action this time was to behead them. What I want is a fast, quick, and unresponsive enemy. The movement of several giants wearing blood-red battle armor running on the street toward the target is really too big as long as such a posture is shown. The target may get the news directly and escape. I can only hide in the car. As for the transfer of the military vehicles themselves, will it attract attention? There is indeed such a possibility. However, fortunately, the frequency of military mobilization in Fuxing City has been very high recently, and military vehicles running around in the narrow passages of the outer city have almost become the norm. In short, taking a vehicle will never be more concealed than their direct appearance. As for Martin's thinking, not at all. As for the Battle Sisters, Martin's noticed that they were not in the car. He remembered the action plan he had agreed earlier, that the nuns would directly enter the battlefield by airborne. Why can't the Space Marines? Because they are too heavy for the plane to carry. The power armor of the Battle Sisters is much lighter than theirs. The thought of this statement made Martins very angry. What kind of garbage planet? Even a plane that can carry them can't be found. They were still wearing standard tactical power armor, not a Vanguard type, let alone a Terminator type. Can't even do this. Bad review. Slightly depressed, he sat in the military vehicle that was much narrower than his body for a long time, and the car stopped. They seemed to have reached their destination. At this moment, a message came from the helmet connected to the radio message, saying that they were in place. Martins ordered the team to get out of the car, spread out, and surround the target location. He quickly took over the command. This is a very natural thing, and Martins has long been used to it in his past experience. Space Marines always have the most central tactical position on any battlefield. Especially when cooperating with other Imperial troops, they always put themselves in the most important position very naturally, and then took over the command. Gu Heng has an opinion on this. Let Martin's command, of course, is very good tactically that he has at least 200 years of combat experience, and he is still the commander of the regiment. Commanding such a small-scale team battle must be easy and comprehensive, which is not comparable to someone like Gu Heng who has not experienced special military command training. But this will allow the Space Marines to establish prestige among the Army without saying a word. When the soldiers are used to taking orders directly from the Space Marines, where should the authority of the governor be placed? Although Martins himself may not intend to build influence intentionally, it is just a normal behavior. But Gu Heng is not happy to see this situation. Sometimes, many planetary worlds that are not home planets have been stationed by space fighters for a long time, and the governor has gradually become the nanny of the battle group. And this is often how it evolves step by step. It is still far away from that kind of situation, but it does not hinder Gu Heng and prevents it from happening in advance. He has ghosts in his heart, but he doesn't want the Phoenix, especially the Phoenix that he hasn't finished yet, to have too much say over his direct subordinates. Gu Heng conveyed a new order. Martin's chapter commander, please launch an attack directly. We can't wait for the encirclement to unfold. The enemy may take advantage of this time to escape. Martins froze for a moment, a little unaccustomed to it. He thought of Pastor Rizzo's smile again, and in the end he didn't say anything, just responded, greeted the other three brothers, and started to act. After getting out of the car, Martins looked up at the sky. The overcast sky has begun to rain, and the wind is getting stronger. At the same time as the space fighters started to attack, 2 transport helicopters, carrying a total of 2 combat nuns, and Gu Heng himself, also came to the sky above the target location. There are 6 windmills at the target location. After Garrett and the others determined the possible hiding place of the leader of the cult through various information, Gu Heng also urgently asked people to check the situation of this place, and he was surprised to find that it was actually a small wind power plant. And there are a total of 8 such wind farms in Fuxing City. Since last year, the Union Parliament has approved the construction of these power plants. An enterprise from the north named Polar Industry Group won the project through bidding and started construction. According to the project time estimate, the 8 wind farms located in different parts of the city should have been completed some time ago. There is no problem in the approval and construction process of the entire project from the documents. But in fact, Gu Heng could feel the strangeness from other aspects. Does Renaissance City need wind power? Isn't it more stable and better to use power generation means to build a thermal power plant with thermal limestone? Can wind power be used, which is uneconomical, unaffordable, and unstable? Not to mention environmental protection, clean energy, and so on. Not to mention on the waste planet of Nuaxiao, in most worlds of the Empire, this is not a problem. Even if this problem can be explained by the abundance of wind energy resources, why build 8 in one go? Still 8 little ones. That wouldn't it be good to choose a location with particularly good wind energy resources and build a large fleet? The locations of these 8 wind farms are located in almost 8 directions of Fuxing City, enclosing the entire city, including the outer city, from which Gu Hang faintly felt that something was wrong. Then, he noticed the person who signed the approval document. Norris, Mondak, Vaughn. These 3 ex-members of the Alliance are all people who Gu Hang has relatively clear evidence and knows that they have a deep connection with the cult. Thinking about the next step, what is the sorcery ability of the original Angry Owl sect? It's a storm. All these factors were superimposed, and Gu Hang really felt a chill deeply. He wanted to convince himself that he was thinking too much, and there was no clear evidence to show what. However, as long as his mind was at least a little sane, he couldn't bring himself to ignore the way these highly correlated clues came together. But no matter what, it is the first priority to win here and capture the leader of the cult. The strong winds that have been blowing since the cultists launched an attack on the grain transportation route are now intensifying. Not to mention, it has been raining since just now. Between the wobbles, the transport helicopter was very unstable and turbulent. Gu Hang grabbed the handle on the edge of the helicopter with one hand while looking down. His blue eyes clearly showed that he had fully opened his spiritual vision. Under his vision, in the power field under the wind and rain, there are obvious, even somewhat ostentatious energy fluctuations. That seemed provocative. We're ready for everything, and it's too late for you. Gu Hang looked stern. He turned his gaze outward and saw 4 conspicuous and powerful figures stepping into the power field. The one in the center of the 6 windmills is surrounded by buildings that, in terms of function, Gu Hang is not sure what the specific meaning of the building that makes the wind turbine look like a windmill tower is, but the most important enemy should be there. The space warriors came to the main entrance of the windmill tower, and one of them kicked open the gate and broke into it. Soon, the roar of the bolter reached Gu Hang's ears, even though it was separated by a considerable height. The sound of wind and rain, and the sound of the helicopter's propeller. There are enemies entrenched in the windmill tower, and they are already being wiped out quickly. The attack of the space fighters was ruthless and fierce. The nuns led by Garrett have also completed the descent. Their rappelling was different from what Gu Hang had imagined. Before the helicopter landed at a safe enough height, they had already lowered the rope. Pulling the rope and slipping down, halfway through, they still swayed slightly, borrowed some strength, and let go, and then one by one, they crashed in through the windows of the windmill tower. Immediately afterwards, the sound of the bolter also came from inside, and the battle blade might have cut through the storm shield in the human body, but it was a pity that Gu Hang couldn't hear it. Your Excellency, we may have to return early. The wind and rain are too strong. The voice of the pilot came from the front. Gu Hang replied, "You guys go back." After saying that, he also jumped down. Seeing the governor's body falling freely from midair, the pilot's eyes widened, and he was terrified. But it was all right soon. He saw that the speed of the governor's descent slowed down visible to the naked eye, and then he stood up in the air, floating towards the position where the fighting nuns broke through the window. His long golden robe was fluttering in the strong wind, but not a single drop of rain could fall on him. "They're all evil people," the pilot muttered, maneuvering the helicopter to increase altitude and heading towards the inner city. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and he was a little worried. Fuxing City is often windy, but the rainfall is okay. The current season, logically speaking, is not a time for storms. The stronger the wind, the heavier the rain, which is not a good sign. Is the angry owl god angry? His body trembled a little, and he had to hurry back. When Gu Hang entered the interior through the broken window, the battle almost came to an end. There are some cultists entrenched here, not many in number, but all of them are quite strong. Among the leaders were 3 guys in off-white robes. Based on his dealings with the original Angry Owl sect several times, Gu Hang can probably feel the difference in their levels. Those who can use storm magic are undoubtedly the core members, and the blue robe is an ordinary member among them. Gu Hang has seen a few gray robes, and they are generally a level higher than the blue robe, which is almost equal to his strength at LV2. Among them in the gray robe, Gu Hang has met two with special postures so far. The one who ambushed him back then, and the fat lady I met in the Norris factory, all belong to this category, and their strength is about the same as that of Gu Hang at LV3. Right now, just 3 ordinary gray robes can't turn the sky around. The blue robe on the field was being attacked from both sides. The nuns from the broken window were beating them. Space Marines were killing them up the stairs below, and the 3 gray robes kept releasing powerful sorcery, trying to hurt the nuns, but they couldn't do it at all. His spells were easily countered, and their power was greatly reduced. There was no way to shake the power armor on the nuns. This time, it was Garrett who completed the final kill. Her holy golden halberd, which is an extraordinary weapon, seems to have special magic-breaking properties. As a psyker, Gu Hang could instinctively feel the threat from it. Moreover, Gu Hang could also see with his own eyes that when Garrett rushed to the front of the 3 gray robes, the holy golden halberd that was raised high cut through the storm shield like a hot knife cutting butter. Even the person inside was cut open. The other 2 quickly released their spells to resist, but the effect was very small. The head nun did the same, and they were beheaded twice, and then they were all beheaded. The damage caused by the holy golden halberd was terrifying. The flat wound and the completely split body made the scene bloody. Gu Hang looked at this scene and complained in his heart. Hey, does this head nun have some special hobbies? Why does she act like this every time? Chapter 105, Otherwise How to Crack It. Under the 3-dimensional attack of the Battle Sisters and the Space Marines, those cultists who were entrenched in the windmill tower were killed before they even survived for 2 minutes. Gu Hang didn't even get a chance to do it. He pursed his lips. Don't you just snatch all the heads? Even if the scale is small and the number of people is small, the rewards for such a fight are not much. But no matter how small the mosquito is, it is still meat. After all the heads are taken, I won't be able to get even a dime of gift points. Sighing, Gu Hang stepped forward. The Space Marines and Battle Sisters stepped aside a bit, revealing the area they surrounded. There is a door with some kind of pattern engraved on it. This door should lead to the closed uppermost floor of the windmill tower. Further up, it should be the blades of the windmill. Under Gu Hang's spiritual vision, one can clearly see the evil storm energy contained in it. He had some guesses in his mind, but he still didn't speak first, but cast a questioning look at Garrett. Garrett frowned and said, this should be some kind of spell that solidifies the ban, and I could try to break it. Martins glanced at the wall next to him. Don't think about it. There are also bans. Can't try to open it violently? Martins asked. He has no psychic talent, and the gene seed of the Phoenix seems to be incompatible with this thing, and the probability of awakening psychers is not high. Even in its heyday, the think tank responsible for the psionic affairs of the warband is only a symbol set up that he still remembered that the favorite thing for a think tank director in the warband was to smash people with a sledgehammer. This kind of nagging psychic decryption method is what he is most impatient with, and he is good at using force to break cleverness and violent destruction. So he asked such a question. In the end, what he didn't expect was that Garrett asked back when he heard his words. Otherwise, how do you think the cracking I said is cracking? Row. Garrett didn't say any more. She raised the holy golden halberd in her hand and pointed at the door with the seal rune in front of her. This thing is still a bit strong, even if Garrett's holy golden halberd has the property of destroying demons. And when she is performing a slash, she is still reciting and calling the name of the Emperor, hoping it can attract blessings, but it still hasn't been cut. But it was still punched out a big hole. The evil energy of the storm leaked out crazily from this big hole that if there were ordinary people standing in this room, they would be blown away by the strong wind. Of course, there is nothing wrong with the people standing here at the moment. Such a wind, of course, can't blow them. Garrett didn't break the block with a knife. She still felt a little shameless. She gritted her teeth, roared angrily, and struck again. This time it's really broken. The wind became more violent. so that those ordinary nuns needed to call on the grace of God to stand still. Even Gu Heng needed to deliberately invest in spirituality and use the way of mind control to eliminate the blowing force of the strong wind. The Space Marines have a way too. Oh, they don't have to do anything else, and the weight won't blow away. On the contrary, they could still take a step, hold their guns, and charge inside. They took on the most dangerous job without hesitation. Wearing the heaviest armor, the most vicious beating must be consciously endured. Then it was really beaten. A wind bomb exploded on the body of the Phoenix rushing forward. The power of this attack cannot be underestimated. The Space Marine was blown sideways, and Martins, who followed closely behind, continued to top. He charged forward, firing heavily with his bolter in hand. This time, there are no new wind bombs. After he broke through the first fire blockade, the follow-up people followed closely. The previous space warrior who was knocked down by the wind bomb also struggled to stand up now. He seemed to be fine, but he was a little embarrassed. Gu Heng was the last one to go in. Raising his head, he saw the specific appearance of the enemy. Inside, there were actually only two people. One of them, wearing a gray robe, has an exaggeratedly strong body. He is already over 2 meters tall, which is slightly shorter than the space fighters. This is a magician with a special body type, and Gu Heng judged its strength in an instant, which is roughly equivalent to him at LV3. But with such strength, he could barely knock down an interstellar soldier with a single blast. But that was the most. When Gu Heng and the others broke through the door, the people behind the door must have been accumulating strength and preparing for IT this moment. His all-out blow could only make Phoenix a little embarrassed, and he got up again as a hero. In the event of a real fight, even if it was plotted against, the Phoenix that had stood up would explode with bombs, and the people in the storm shield would definitely be smashed to pieces. However, there was more than one bolter firing at this moment. But what Gu Heng saw was a wall of wind in front of the Battle Sisters and the Space Marines. When the explosive bomb hits, it explodes on the wind wall. The flames and gunpowder smoke were blown everywhere by the wind wall, and even lifted the ceiling above, but they couldn't hurt the people inside the wind wall. Through the lights and shadows of these scenes, Gu Heng saw the righteous master behind the strong man in the gray robe. It was an old man, wearing a white linen over a black robe with gold trim. His gorgeous belt buckle is inlaid with broken diamonds that emit a little bit of blue light. He wears a huge amulet covered with broken blue diamonds, which is attached to the front of his chest. On a black high hat, there are also gem inlays. Among the fine gemstones of many accessories on his body, there is a strong, evil energy of the storm, and it itself, under Gu Heng's spiritual vision, is as bright and dazzling as the lightning itself in the depths of the storm. Gu Heng immediately realized that this opponent must not be underestimated. Even though he has been promoted to LV5, this old man in black robe is a psychic user far stronger than himself. Behind him stood a local god of Fury Alstar, although many times the so-called god is just some kind of powerful creature. But since being able to be dubbed such a name means that it has the characteristics of some kind of evil god to accept faith and give gifts. Indigenous gods, no matter how you pull them, they are still gods. But the old man in black robe right now is the direct recipient of a god and the representative of a god. The psychic light on his body was about to blind Gu Heng's vision. The wind wall he summoned could perfectly withstand the onslaught of 13 bolters, which also truly proved this point. Gu Heng remembered the name of the leader of the cult mentioned in the information obtained by the Battle Sisters. The original high priest, Trikeo. Chuikao looked at the aliens who came before him and smiled crazily. Ha ha, you found this place, but what's the point? It's too late. The will of the gods is about to come, and our preparations have been completed. Fuxing City, all people, will become the cornerstone of God's revival. The revival of the Fury Star will never rely on the false emperor, and absolutely no need to rely on people from outside the sky. The Fury Star will be revived under the will of God. He made fanatical remarks that undoubtedly angered the Space Marines and Battle Sisters, especially the word false emperor, which is the most inaudible blasphemy. "Shut up, traitor! You will pay for your blasphemy. Both you and the evil god you believe in will atone for your sin with death." The enraged warriors and nuns began to further attack the wind wall that blocked them. After discovering that the bolt gun is not very effective, some people have come up with more powerful skills. Garrett, Martins, and Pastor Rizzo rushed straight up. The holy golden halberd in Garrett's hand, as a powerful demon-breaking weapon, is not as effective as before at this time. When a knife cuts down, when the golden blade hits the wind wall, it will burst into a violent flash, which symbolizes the confrontation of spiritual energy. A wound will be drawn on the wind wall, but this wound will be refilled by the rapidly moving wind in the next moment. The precision chainsaw sword in Martin's hands may be more powerful than the holy golden halberd, but is not as good as the holy golden halberd when dealing with this kind of defensive measure constructed with some kind of spiritual energy. The roaring chainsaw, sword slashed up, but will be bounced back instead if it weren't for Martin's superb martial arts and extraordinary swordsmanship. He himself might be injured by the feedback force. Reverend Rizzo, on the other hand, was more reliable than his chapter master. The priest's scepter in his hand, like a war hammer, smashed towards the wind wall. After the gravity generator in the head of the mace is activated, the onslaught of the mace will be more ferocious than a real war hammer. Every hammer that Rizzo swung with his scepter would cause the wind wall to vibrate in a large area. The full attack of the three masters made the wind wall's defense less impeccable. Coupled with other people who are still projecting firepower uninterruptedly, the entire wind wall appears to be in turmoil. Seeing this scene, the original high priest restrained his smile. He took out a small magic weapon from his waist and pointed it at the gray-robed strong man serving in front of him. "Gaifeng, it's time for you to consecrate." The Gale God envoy humbled his head and said reverently, "This is my honor." Chui Cao nodded in relief, and then activated the magic weapon in his hand. A golden bolt of lightning was released from the tip of the magic weapon, hitting the god envoy of Gale Wind. Gale screamed, and the golden electric current began to move around his body, forming a golden grid pattern completely covering his body. The lines of the power grid became more and more dense, more and more grand, and finally, his whole body was twitching, transforming into a pure golden humanoid lightning. He stopped trembling, stood up slowly, and turned his head. He no longer has a human appearance, and his whole body has been transformed into a pure but unstable energy form. The next moment, he really turned into a bolt of lightning and merged into the wind wall. Among all the people who launched an attack on the wind wall, Garrett and Priest Rizzo were the most threatening. The target of Gale God Envoy was placed on Garrett. Priest Rizzo, on the other side, obviously wears power armor that has stronger protection and is not easy to mess with. When Garrett slashed at the wind wall again, the lightning man who merged into the wind wall came to her in an instant, and at the moment she attacked, a golden lightning bolt extended from the wind wall. It was like a spear stabbing at Garrett. The head nun reacted very quickly. She didn't have time to dodge, but she was able to pull back the holy golden halberd that hadn't hit the wind wall and slashed at the golden lightning spear, smashing it to pieces. The arc exploded, and the strong energy shocked Garrett back. Seeing that the head nun didn't rush up immediately, it was obvious that she was a little uncomfortable. On the contrary, Gale God Envoy, who turned into a golden lightning, seemed to have no effect and continued to swim the dragon in the wind wall. In the distance, he can't threaten the people who shoot with bolt guns, but the three people in the vicinity will be harassed by him as long as they attack. That golden lightning is not weak. There's a risk of injury if there is a slight mishandling. On the contrary, they have nothing to threaten Gale God Envoy. Direct attacks are effective, but only if they can be hit. That guy can move freely in the wind wall. He just needs to run away without hitting a hit. If you can't tear the wind wall, you can't hurt the gale. A group of interstellar warriors and battle nuns were stopped by a wind wall, and there was no good solution for a while. As for Gu Heng, he never made a move during this process. It's not that he has any bad intentions. In fact, Chui Cao's previous speech made Gu Heng very angry. Calling the false emperor, he felt okay. saying that he wanted to sacrifice all the 10 people in Fushing City. That really made Gu Heng angry. In order to save such a small population as the seeds of future development, I endured the humiliation and ran outside to farm to accumulate strength. It turned out that you were lucky, and if you disagreed, you would all be sacrificed, right? He kept saying that he was going to revive the new Xiaoxing. All the people were sacrificed, and they were all sent to see your new Xiao god. What do you use to revive the new Xiaoxing? Just rely on your crazy evil god? Empire is not a good thing. Are you cultists? However, despite the fire, Gu Heng was still able to remain calm. He doesn't do it because it doesn't make sense. The head nun's holy golden halberd and the priest's gravity scepter are both more powerful than Gu Heng's full use of psionic power. Even if Gu Heng joins it, it is nothing more than adding an extra bolter to his side, and the help is not that great. On the contrary, as a psychic, what Gu Heng should do is to think and find a way to break the situation. It's not like when you just ran into that band at the door that time. If one's own power is completely crushed, then naturally one can care about whether his design is exquisite or not, and if it can't be broken with one knife, then 2 swords will be enough. Right now, I can only think of a clever way. I didn't think of a way to break the wind wall, but Gu Heng had some other gains during his observation for a while. These gains not only made him feel frightened, but also made him see the dawn of hope. Jiu Heng knew that the original high priest did not put all his energy on dealing with the space fighters and battle nuns. Of course, it wasn't that he looked down on his opponent. Although Chui Cao is strong enough, he is not strong enough to have such capital. In fact, that guy probably has more important things to do. That matter was even more important than this battle in his life. He seemed to be performing some sort of ritual. In Gu Heng's field of vision, he could faintly see spiritual threads extending from Chui Cao's body. One of them continues to the top of the tower, on the blades of the wind turbine. The other 5 are scattered on the other 5 generator blades of this power station. There are many, many roots scattered into groups and groups, extending to the horizon. Although Gu Heng couldn't see the end, he could guess that these psychic connections probably continued to the other 7 power plants. After discovering this, Gu Heng had a thought, and through the power of psionic energy, he sent a command to Prabhav, who was stationed outside. Destroy all wind turbines, including the one we are in, immediately. Inform Yin Fangshu to send additional troops to the other 7 wind farms. Eliminate everyone there and destroy the farms. After sending this message, Gu Heng saw that Chui Cao was staring at him. Obviously, although the psychic communication he sent was not intercepted, the old man may have heard it. Gu Heng objected to him and showed a smile, quite provocative. Of course, at this time, Gu Heng has also raised his vigilance. As long as this crazy-looking old man is about to attack him, he will react immediately, trying to control his body through his mind, move his body quickly, and resist the attack. This pressure is still quite high. This old man is a much stronger psyker than him. However, Chui Cao was not as restless as he had shown in his previous crazy appearance. He ignored Gu Heng, but focused on doing his own thing. Gu Heng was rather disappointed. If the old man shot at him angrily, it might also mean that Gu Heng's punch was aimed at Chitsuan. But if not, aren't those power plants the key? Who cares? The value of the wind farm itself to Fushing City is not high. Let's talk about blowing up first. Prabhav resolutely carried out Gu Heng's order. He selected the blaster and began to install explosives on the windmills outside. Gu Heng also saw this scene. That being the case, he was relieved. Afterwards, Gu Heng began to study the wind wall in front of everyone. In fact, he stared at the wind wall for a long time, but he really didn't find any clear way to break it. But now, after the gray-robed envoy was transformed into a lightning man in a pure energy state and entered the wind wall. This move, of course, strengthens the wind wall. With this lightning man making trouble, the main 3 attacking the wind wall will be harassed and distracted when they launch an attack, which in turn makes the wind wall more unbreakable. But in Gu Heng's eyes, this is actually a weakness. After that guy merged into the fire of the wind wall, Gu Heng was already making some small moves. It's just that he is working hard and carefully controlling the strength, so he can't be blatant. He has tried to use the newly acquired ability, mind manipulation, to influence the guy who is active in the wind wall. That if Chui Cao finds out and causes that guy to interfere, Gu Heng's plan may go bankrupt. Therefore, he would rather slow down and be careful. Now, success is not far away. But at this moment, Chui Cao slowly put his hand down. With white hair, he looked at the enemies in front of the wind wall and said, "False emperor's lackeys, the harder you work, the more pathetic you will appear. This city is already destined to sublimate in the storm under the watchful eyes of the gods. Those little actions of yours are meaningless at all." When he said this, Chui Cao's smile went crazy. It's as if he's done his biggest, most important job, and now he can finally let himself go and show off. Gu Heng's expression was stern. The ceremony is complete? Can't stop anymore. What exactly is this ceremony? According to what Garrett said before, the entire city was to be sacrificed, but in what way? Is it stormy outside? Will it turn into a devastating and catastrophic storm later? Gu Heng was thinking wildly. His expression was not good-looking. While thinking of ways, he continued to carefully and subtly use the means of manipulating his mind. Then he tried to open his mouth to see if he could get more words out of Trikeo's mouth through ridicule and talk. The villain always seems to like talking too much. However, at this moment, there was an explosion outside that could not be suppressed by the wind and rain. Immediately afterwards, there was violent turbulence under their feet, and the entire tower was collapsing. The 6 wind turbines here, including the tower they are currently in, which is built on one of the generators, were blasted by the Prabhav outside at the same time. Prabhav was hesitant when he heard the blasting order. The other 5 are okay, but the one where the governor and the others are located is also bombed. The governor himself is still inside. However, since the governor specifically said in the order to include the tower where the governor is located, let's do it. Your Excellency, the governor is always right. The governor spoke in a hurry, and they're not professional building blasters in order to ensure that it can be blown up, enough explosives are loaded, which is to strive for a guaranteed destruction. At this moment, Gu Heng couldn't care less about talking nonsense. He invested his spiritual power immediately to protect the space warriors and battle nuns. With a height of 4 or 5 floors, they may not suffer any casualties when they collapse, but even if they are temporarily buried under the ruins, it will be very troublesome. When they crawl out of the ruins by themselves, they don't know when it will be. Of course, their battle armors all have certain anti-psychic effects. They have a strong will, and it is not easy for Gu Heng to directly act on them. However, is Gu Heng such a pedantic person? He controlled the floor and debris to fly during the explosion, forming a temporary, floating ground, supporting everyone on his side, and controlled it to land slowly. On the other hand, as a more powerful psychic, Chui Cao can certainly do what Gu Heng can do. He and his 365-degree wind wall also landed safely together. Gu Heng opened his mouth slightly, just about to try to make a verbal test with the fact that the 6 wind turbines were blown up. But at this moment, when he raised his head, what he saw left him dumbfounded. The wind turbines were indeed blown up, but in the midair where the generators were originally located, each had a round of huge blades made of white mist, still rotating. At the same time, even more terrifying changes also appeared. The white wind blowing from the leaves made of white mist gradually formed the image of a monster in midair. It looked like an owl beast with a height of more than 10 meters. This is the first time for Gu Heng to actually see the appearance of a wildkin beast. Although it is only an illusory body formed by a white storm, it does resemble the extinct ancient creatures in the album. It has an extremely majestic body, like a giant bear. Its head looks like an eagle, its first antlers. It may have a silly and cute feeling when it is static, but the moment it roars and angers the sky, the way the storm gathers and sways in its hands can make people feel full of terror. And just as this illusory owl beast incarnation was swaying its power wantonly, the violent wind and rain became more and more violent. In this short period of time, the ground is not just as simple as the water flow, but almost covered the insteps, The strong wind brought raindrops to the face and even hurt. The collapsed building debris was carried everywhere by the strong wind. Yes, small pieces can even fly far away. Branches of trees are torn off, and even slightly thinner trees can be blown off. This can no longer be simply described by just using squalls and torrential rains. It can be called a natural disaster if it is separated from the severe weather. Guhang is fine here, and the space fighters and battle nuns are fine, but the soldiers farther away are not having a good time. It will not be blown up by the wind, but the flying construction waste has injured several people. Obviously, Chui Cao, the enemy, was still in front of him, as well as the stormy owl, but Guhang's thoughts drifted inexplicably to Fuxing City. After going through the twists and turns of the transportation line being ambushed by the enemy, the food distribution work should have returned to normal with the efforts of Asana a few hours ago. There are only tens of thousands of people who want to distribute food. Even if they're distributed to 10 distribution points, each of them will still have tens of thousands or even tens of thousands of people queuing up to receive rations. With so many people queuing up to receive food, it took a lot of time. So far, today's food distribution over there has only lasted for a little half. But now, the storm is coming. What's going on over there? Guhang would indeed be worried about this. It's just that now he's at his wit's end. There was nothing he could do to worry about the situation over there. What's more, the root of the matter is still here. Guhang forced himself to focus on the moment. His mind manipulation of the envoy who had turned into a golden flash was about to bear fruit. But before that, Chui Cao's offensive arrived first. My biggest mission has been completed. Now, let me teach you a lesson, you false emperor's lackeys. After saying that, he stretched out his hand, and a bolt of lightning shot out from his hand, hitting the space fighters. This bolt of lightning hit a battle nun. Her body twitched violently and fell to the ground without moving. On closer inspection, her breastplate was pierced by lightning. Although he didn't check it up close, in Guhang's field of vision, he could clearly feel that the nun's vital signs had disappeared. Guhang's face was extremely ugly. One hit, killing a combat nun who is an expert anti-heretic. The high priest's strength is a bit outrageous. The sisters died in battle, and Garrett was furious. Her attack frequency increased to another level, but she still couldn't break through the wind wall quickly, and she was also sneak attacked by the Golden Lightning Man and suffered some injuries. And the attack from the enemy is not over yet. When Chui Cao seemed to be condensing the second lightning bolt, the illusory angry owl also slapped a space warrior. A space warrior with a man and an armor that probably weighed 2 tons was sent flying by a slap. His body was brought to a height of 3 to 5 meters by Wu's big hand, and then fell down hard. Of course it wouldn't be fatal, but the Phoenix was definitely not uncomfortable either. Under the protection of the wind wall, Chui Cao can attack unscrupulously without interference. But now it seemed that his psychic strength had reached the level where he could definitely injure or even kill nuns protected by power armor, and even space warriors. Then let alone Guhang. The lightning bolt just now could instantly kill a nun with divine grace and power armor. But if it hit him with a spiritual body, it might be life-saving at best. It is easy to drain spirituality in an instant, and it depends on fate whether you can live or not. The reason why he was not hit immediately was probably because Chui Cao didn't think that his spiritual strength could pose any threat to him. Relatively speaking, killing the nuns or space fighters first would relieve the pressure he was under. However, Guhang can't sit back and relax forever, let alone put his hope of survival on others not beating him. Therefore, it cannot be regarded as a fully prepared mind interference. Guhang decided to directly activate the effect of mind control. He has been doing this quietly for a long time. In order to avoid being discovered, he has been cautious and moved slowly. He only used a relatively slow method to infect the soul of the angel who turned into a lightning man with the power of psionic energy. What he hopes is to be able to complete the infection without anyone noticing, and when he is %% sure, it will directly cause the effect of reversing the situation. But now, I had to take a risk and try. He changed the original manipulation effect into interference. To be honest, he wasn't completely sure, but the effect after activation was unexpectedly good. This pure energy magician is almost about to lose his rationality as a human being. He is burning himself in a certain way, and with the blessing of Chui Cao, he can achieve his current performance. It is difficult to directly control such a mindless target. The irritable part of his thinking is very difficult to tame. But if it is just interference, the already not fully rational side of him will completely collapse, but relatively much simpler. This is what Gu Heng did, and by the way, he implanted a more irritable and aggressive thought in his soul. In an instant, the guy was out of control. He no longer kept his body inside the wind wall, accepted the protection of the wind wall, and played guerrilla tactics, but jumped out directly from the wind wall. The crackling electric sound seemed to be his howling, and he rushed straight to the leader of the Phoenix. Martins was not surprised, but delighted. "You are finally willing to come out to die." He didn't know exactly what happened, but his 200-year fighting instinct made him subconsciously raise the chainsaw sword and slash it down. When the chainsaw sword hit his arm and then cut his head again, a huge electric light exploded from the contact surface between the two. The flying electric sparks flew outwards. In an instant, after the energy state was destroyed by the chainsaw sword, all the power in that guy's body exploded almost instantly, surging out of control. In it, Martin's body remains motionless. He could feel the huge force acting on himself, and he could also feel the severe electric pain transmitted through the power armor. But he endured all this with a firm will, and instead pushed the chainsaw sword forward even harder, completely chopping up the exploding ball of light. But in fact, after interfering with the thinking of the person who turned into light energy and letting him escape from the wind wall, Gu Heng stopped paying attention to the situation here. Although that guy was fierce, but he got out of the cover of the wind wall, his ability would not be the opponent of any of the three masters within the melee range. And Gu Heng's goal is not just to kill an energid bear man. Letting one less existence in the wind wall that would interfere with their attack and break the wind wall is only the first step. That, if only this step can be achieved, it may be considered a little gain, but it is obviously not enough to achieve the reversal effect that Gu Heng wants. The moment Gale God Envoy rushed out, Gu Heng seized the opportunity to use up almost all of his spiritual power, and controlled by his mind, he filled the hole where Gale God Envoy was originally. This action is very fast. Gu Heng, even if he slows down a little bit, the extremely fast wind wall will immediately fill up this hole. His chance was only for a moment. Fortunately, Gu Heng did it. He felt tremendous pressure. The storm divine power inside the wind wall extremely rejected the spiritual power he filled in, regarded it as an outsider, and squeezed it out crazily. He needs to do his best to maintain this hole. Take your chance. Gu Heng's voice rang in the ears of every soldier and nun. They did not disappoint Gu Heng. Pastor Rizzo strode forward, and the scepter in his hand, with all his strength, smashed hard beside the big hole created by Gu Heng. The huge force caused the incomplete and flawed wind wall to shake greatly. Immediately afterwards, Garrett also came up, and the holy golden halberd caused damage to the wind wall again. Of course their attacks were effective, and Gu Heng could already clearly feel that the pressure he was under had suddenly decreased. At the same time, the wind wall became more unstable. As long as this situation continues and we continue to work hard, breaking the wind wall is already a matter of time. Chui Cao, who was protected within the surrounding wind wall, had a very gloomy face, and the original ostentatious and crazy smile had all disappeared. He raised his finger and turned to Gu Heng. "Damn you! The power of the storm and lightning is accumulating and condensing." Gu Heng's hair stood on end. He felt the threat of death. At this moment, he was already considering whether to remove the power to maintain the loopholes in the wind wall in this case. With all his strength to control and push his body to move, he could be sure to avoid Trikeo's attack. Even in the worst case, if he is really hit and has more spirituality, his body protection spiritual energy might save his life. However, in this case, more than half of the hard work just now will be lost. But at this moment, there was a whistling sound in midair. This is the sound of large-caliber shells blasting from not far away. Guhang seemed to have heard that fellow Prabhav roaring. Fire! Fire! Give me a hard blast! Give me a hard blast! I will take responsibility for it. What the hell are you afraid of accidentally injuring? The governor's ability will be accidentally injured by you guys. Such a big wind wall. So big, I don't know if it's a bear or a big man. What kind of thing is there? Can you all blow it up? Boom it. Bomb it for me. Really, just as Guhang thought, Prabhav was indeed jumping and cursing at the moment. The reason why he jumped was because a piece of construction debris the size of fist had just hit his calf bone that IT didn't break, but I couldn't exert any strength. But he was still angry, still irritable. Not being able to help, not being able to exert energy, this is what annoys him the most. Ever since the ambush in the heterogeneous woodland, Prabhav has always regarded it as a shame that the governor wants to go to the battlefield in person and face the enemy in person. The governor came from outside, bringing steel, machinery, and weapons, and these fighters and soldiers are supposed to solve all threats for the governor, instead of letting the governor be a father and a mother at the same time. If we have to manage both development and war, that's fine. The governor must go to battle to kill the enemy. So what are we going to eat? Right now, he must do something. He was angry, he was fierce, maybe even a little reckless, but he also has the unique cunning and cleverness of wastelanders. Even if he makes a reckless decision, when he actually does it, he will not cover his head regardless of everything. How could Prabhav understand what psionic powers, sorcery, and sacrificial rituals are? But he had an idea that there was nothing in this world that couldn't be blown up, that, if there is, it must be that the caliber is not enough. In the past, Lousie's battalion only had 60mm mortars, but now it has 155mm howitzers. Regardless of whether he is useful or not, let's talk about the fucking round first. This is the source of the whistling sound of shells that Guhang heard. In fact, the heavy artillery in Prabhav's hand was only 5 in total, and he used mortars to make up the rest. But it did work wonders. The bolters of the interstellar warriors, what kind of special diamond warheads, what kind of secondary acceleration, and what kind of proximity explosion function. The power is beyond the table. But no matter how it explodes, the caliber is here. What is the 155 howitzer? The cannonball alone stands 0.8 meters on the ground and weighs about 50 kilograms. Such a big guy, feeling his explosion up close is definitely an extremely shocking thing. 2 shells exploded high above Nu Zhao's avatar. He had just shot an interstellar soldier flying and was about to continue to ravage the Phoenix monster. 2 huge holes were blown out of his body. The body, which was essentially composed of solid spiritual energy, was half dissipated in an instant. Although there's a lot of energy being regathered to repair its body, this also significantly affects its strength. And there were 3 other shells that fell on the 360-degree wind wall. The wind wall, which had already been stabbed by the gravity scepter and the holy golden halberd because of Guhang's hole from the inside, couldn't bear the blow at all, and suddenly shattered. The killing radius of the 155 howitzer may have to be tens of meters. If it hits the ground, a large crater with a diameter of 5 meters can be blasted out. As for Guhang and his group, they are obviously within the scope of this killing. From this point of view, Prabhav's so-called not worrying about accidental injury is pure nonsense. In fact, Guhang, the other 2 phoenixes, and the 7 living nuns may all be better off because they are farther apart. Martins, Rizzo, and Garrett were attacking the wind wall with more powerful melee weapons, so they were of course closer to the core of the bombing. But the wind wall provided them with protection at this time. The destroyed wind wall absorbed most of the power of the shockwave, and some of the scattered shrapnel were also weakened a lot. The 3 people nearby were all protected by power armor, so they were fine. Lying on the ground in a plank-like manner also allowed them to escape a lot of shrapnel and shockwaves. At least, after the bombing, the 3 of them were able to stand up without being greatly affected. Since they don't have much trouble, there won't be Trikeo inside. For a psyker of his strength, the storm shield surrounding his body would be no worse than power armor before his psychic power decayed. It's just that he couldn't avoid being disheartened. But for him, the fatal problem was that the wind wall was broken. Obviously, although the wind wall was written by Chui Cao, he must have spent a long time in advance to prepare it, and borrowed many other powers that did not belong to him. Otherwise, even if he was a fierce psyker, the defensive measures built purely by his own energy would not be able to withstand such a terrible blow for so long. This also means that after the wind wall is destroyed, even if he wants to build another one himself, it is impossible unless he has half a month to slowly build it. And after finally there is no obstacle, the Phoenix and the Battle Nuns can go up to take revenge. Trikeo is still struggling. He shot a bolt of lightning, hitting Martins, who was the fastest. But this time, the chapter leader, who was well prepared and experienced in combat, would not be hit as easily as the previous nuns that eye in the smoke. In the hazy field of vision, he still judged Trikeo's intentions accurately and evaded the moment before the lightning spell was launched. The lightning flew away, and Martins also rushed close, and the chainsaw slashed fiercely on the storm shield. The storm shield was not broken in the first time, but the chainsaw sword has a very powerful characteristic. Its power is beyond the first slash. Force, and the chainsaw will continue to make terrible cuts when it turns. This is the power to cut through heavy armor. In just 1 second, the storm shield on his body was flickering frantically, showing signs of breaking. In desperation, Trikeo fired another bolt of lightning. He knew that it was meaningless to strengthen the shield with pure psionic energy. As long as Martins doesn't die, he has no chance of surviving at close range. However, although this lightning spell successfully hit, it did not interrupt Martin's actions at all. Martin still observed in advance and judged the intention of the high priest. He was not easy to dodge, but he could slightly adjust his figure so that the lightning that was fired could hit his huge shoulder armor perfectly. Among the armor of a space marine, the strongest part is definitely the shoulder plate. Using shoulder armor to take excess damage is optional in their combat techniques. Many times, they will use the shoulders on both sides as shields. The lightning that can penetrate and kill the battle sister cannot penetrate Martin's thick shoulder armor. At this moment, Rizzo arrived. The priest's scepter swung down with all his strength, and the storm shield, which was already on the verge of being finished, shattered directly, and the scepter that turned on the gravity generator fell on Trikeo's body unabated. The physical strength of a psyker is far behind. Under the effect of the gravity generator, Trikeo's body was almost completely smashed. Garrett, who arrived later, pierced the old guy's head with the holy golden halberd. Based on her many years of experience in fighting against such enemies, destroying the body does not always kill the psyker. Some guys, the brain is the core, that what's more can transcend the body and survive in a certain energy state, just like the lightning man before. At the same time as the holy golden halberd pierced through the head, a holy fire also burned at the same time, completely incinerating Trikeo's sinful face. Garrett sniffed with her nose twitching. This psychic, who could already be called a powerful one, was indeed dead. However, things are not resolved. Guheng first sent a message to Prabhav in the rear. "No need to bomb the second round. Almost killed me." Hearing this, Prabhav's expression froze. However, the second half of Guheng's sentence made him relax again. "But well done." The smile returned to Prabhav's face. Lao Tzu said to kill decisively. No. The governor said that he did a good job. Wouldn't it be ironic? Nearly blew me up. You did a great job. What do you mean? Guheng didn't have the energy to manage Prabhav's mentality at this time. He raised his head and looked at the slowly reorganizing incarnation of Storm Fury and the storm that never stopped. This is in line with his previous conjecture. Killing Chui Cao is not the key. In other words, they killed it too late. When they arrived here, the entire ceremony had already entered the stage of completion. Even, in a sense, what Chui Cao did later was that he didn't take his own life seriously. For a fanatical believer like him, he has completed his mission, and the rest is purely crazy before he dies, and he can do whatever he can. However, the big mess he left behind was the biggest headache for Guheng. The storm cannot last. A typhoon that lasts for a long time, heavy rain with exaggerated rainfall, frequent lightning strikes. This will destroy Fuxing City. Just the intensity of the current storm is already a natural disaster. Not to mention, the wind and rain are getting bigger and bigger, and the thunder and lightning are getting more and more frequent. Just at this moment, Gu Heng has already observed that several surrounding trees have been struck by lightning. I can't imagine what it will be like in the city. He didn't know how far the limit of this storm would continue to intensify, but he didn't want to see it at all. Right now, this reorganized monster needs to be dealt with, as well as the completed ritual of sacrificing the city with a storm. The governor, with a calm expression, carefully observed all the psychic movements around him, hoping to find a solution. At the same time, he also hopes to get the help of Garrett and Rizzo to see if these two people with more experience can do anything in this regard. Stopping this storm, which is meant to sacrifice the entire city, is what the space warriors and nuns must do, and it is their duty. Even if they don't treat the civilians in Fuxing City as human beings, the leader of the cult who talked about false emperors, lackeys, and low maids just now has completely aroused their anger. Under these titles, that guy has undisguisedly expressed his hostility to the Empire, and he is the most abominable traitor. How humiliating is it that a city with members of the Order of the Sisters and a Space Marine chapter can make the plans of these traitors come true? When Gu Heng proposed to find a way to solve this problem and prevent this disaster, the two of them also agreed and began to think of a way. Garrett is the main force. As the head nun, apart from her combat ability and years of divine blessings, her other major job is to study various psychic and cult materials and arm her brain so that she will encounter similar monsters in the future. When there is a problem, it can quickly find a targeted solution. Rizzo is also of the same nature, except that he is not as specialized as the Battle Sisters. After all, he is a space warrior, and he has been in the redemption expedition for a long time in the past. Combat missions and training will be more frequent. The emotions and morale of the brothers, dealing with the confession of the fighting brothers. But in any case, he has lived for so long and has seen a lot. Maybe some things he has experienced in the past can be inferred by analogy. While the head nun and the war group priest were seeking a solution to this evil ceremony from a religious perspective, Gu Heng was considering a solution from a spiritual perspective. Right now, the gigantic avatar of Storm Fury Owl is about to be reassembled, but it looks bluffing, but it's not a big problem. It is a bit too extravagant to bombard directly with a 155 howitzer. This round of shells is also very expensive, and the key inventory is not too much. But much cheaper mortars can be used. Prabhav had dispatched a number of mortar teams to surround the gigantic monster avatar, as long as it has the momentum to reorganize its body. A few cannonballs will directly blow up, and the body that has just been reorganized a little bit will be blown to pieces again, and then enter the stage of reorganization again. It's also pretty miserable. However, it looks miserable, but if it does stand up, it is quite ferocious. With a single slap, even a space warrior would be blown away and would be injured through the power armor. When facing ordinary people, I am afraid that with one move, an infantry squad will be gone. Don't look at the two howitzers to send it away, but if there is no Phoenix and Mercy Lily in the front to attract aggro and have a fairly high survivability under the bombardment, it is also quite difficult to solve it only by relying on ordinary troops. Might need to go to Expendables to get the attention of the Storm Rage avatar. But the Death Squadron would definitely suffer heavy casualties under the attack of the Storm Rage Owl's incarnation, and when the heavy artillery arrived, the ordinary soldiers who were closer to each other would probably be wiped out. Not to mention that organizing a mortal death squad to die is a difficult task in itself. Even if it is successful, it is actually difficult for the soldiers to withstand it. With almost no ability to resist, the incarnation of the Storm Furious Owl would easily rampage in the army formation, unable to restrict its actions, and the artillery's hit rate was worrying. If you miss, you'll have to join a new death squad. Are there enough people to die? The death squad cannot be counted on the company that has just been developed from the captives. It is useless to force them, and they cannot do this job. However, send the space fighters and battle nuns to go to the wind farms one by one to solve the problem. Can you make it? Under this problem, Gu Heng thought of a solution. Quintet number in the sky. However, even if the threat of the incarnation of the storm can be solved, what should we do about the problem of the storm itself? Guheng originally thought that those generator sets and those big blades were the core of this storm. In the end, after the bombing, it no longer existed physically, but left behind a number of leaves made of white mist, and a huge incarnation of Storm Fury Owl was blown out. And what if the core of this storm lies in the leaves of the white mist, the incarnation of the Storm Owl? That's the fact. Guheng could clearly see that the power of the Storm Rage Owl's incarnation was projected into the sky, forming a strong psychic reaction. But the problem is that this connection is constant. Guheng has already tried to use the soul-cutting ability to block it, but it doesn't work. Perhaps Guheng is not strong enough to be effective. And the avatar of the angry owl was blown to pieces. The windmill blades made of white mist were also blown to pieces. But it didn't affect the spiritual connection at all, and the lightning storm and heavy rain continued to intensify. Floods caused by rapid rainfall, wind damage from the hurricane itself, and more frequent lightning strikes. According to this trend, this growing storm will destroy Fuxing City in about 3 hours. Standing in the wind and rain, Guheng thought about all this, while observing the incarnation of Storm Rage Owl, which was constantly being blown up and kept small enough. Through his spiritual vision, he was thinking about the many countermeasures to come. He opened his mouth, and he issued instructions one after another. Tell Asuna, in addition to distributing food, do her best to evacuate people. In the worst case, she has 2 hours and must evacuate from Fuxing City. During this time, I need her to do her best, remove as many people as possible from the city. Sue Lambert, I want him to mobilize all the forces he can use in the revived city to cooperate with Asuna's evacuation. Tell Yin Fengshu that he needs to mobilize the entire former Alliance army to fully cooperate with Asuna, and the troops will also need to withdraw from Fuxing City in 2 hours. Tell Yin Fengshu the second rule. All the teams dispatched to various wind farms must give the specific coordinates of the 7 wind farms after 10 minutes and notify me. After the orbital bombing, all troops must quickly get close to the bombing site and destroy everything that is still alive there. If there is something that can be continuously reorganized and revived, then continue to destroy it. This task requires 2.5 hours. If there is no new order when the time is up, the troops must evacuate immediately. Connect me to the quintet and convey my request to Brigadier General Yalisha. Please prepare for the orbital strike immediately. We will provide the coordinates of the strike in 10 minutes, and we must conduct 3 rounds of the coordinates with small firepower and the highest degree of accuracy. Repeated precision orbital bombing. Emphasize, do not use large-caliber naval guns. I am not trying to destroy Fuxing City. Purbov could not help but shudder when he heard the orders from the governor. He didn't feel cold when he was drenched all over by the heavy rain, but now he felt that the strong wind and heavy rain were biting. Seize the time and follow the governor's request, and send the orders one by one to the corresponding people through the communications soldiers of the battalion headquarters. Among them, connecting to the quintet was a little troublesome, but fortunately, this operation was equipped with a special orbital communication device. It took a while, and it was finally done. After finishing the work at hand, Prabhav had nothing else to do. While he was in a daze, he vaguely wanted to understand the information behind these orders from the governor. This is double-handed preparation. If, in the end, the problem of the storm disaster is not resolved, then plan for the worst. Abandon Fuxing City, evacuate as many people as possible from the city, and evacuate as many people as possible within 2 hours. This is undoubtedly an extremely painful decision. The governor spent so much time, planned so many things, and even took personal risks. He finally took down the whole city. Then bring it to Fuxing City, so that the city will undergo earth-shaking changes, and thus become an opportunity to change the entire world. But now, you say you want to give up? Of course, as long as people are there, there is still hope for everything. But in 2 hours, how many people can be evacuated under the already not weak storm? There is no way to withdraw much. Not to mention those production equipment, those grains. But if it really comes to the worst situation, the governor's choice is extremely rational. Preserve as much of the results as possible until it's all over. How many people can live? How many materials can be brought out? It's better than everything being destroyed together with Fuxing City. Part of the work of Asuna, Lambert, and Yin Fangxiu is to strive for this. But obviously, the Governor-General did not give up so easily. He is still doing his best to save the city. The second order to Yin Fangxiu and the orbital strike request to Yalisha were all for this purpose. 3 rounds of orbital strikes with time intervals. Even with the minimum firepower that the starship can project, the first strike is enough to destroy the wind farm. And then the remaining 2 strikes with a slight interval can also destroy after the power plant was destroyed. The avatar of Storm Rage Al manifested was blown up. Of course, there's no way to completely solve the problem. Even if the incarnation of Storm Fury is eliminated, its body will reorganize over time, just like it is now. But the troops sent to the other 7 places can solve follow-up problems. They just need to send out troops like themselves and surround the wreckage of the storm. They don't even need heavy artillery. As long as there are enough shells, that thing can't do evil. Then, there's only one question left. The monster can be contained, but how to stop the storm? Seeing the governor still frowning, and seeing the helpless look of the Mercy Lily and the Phoenix, Purbov's heart was very worried. He couldn't help praying silently. My lord, please let them figure out a way, and please don't let the governor's hard work go to waste. He wasn't a devout believer of the God Emperor in the past, but after hearing and thinking too much, he would say the same thing. Asuna was soaked through. She has been running for a long time in the wind and rain. Even though she was wearing a rain cover, her thin body seemed to be blown away by the wind at any time. More than once, her subordinates wanted her to return to the house, but she refused. You have time to persuade me here. Why don't you do more things? That's what she said, and that's what she did. It stands to reason that after all the work arrangements for the food distribution points have been completed and the attack on the food convoy has been resolved, all you need to do is follow the plan and implement step by step, and there will be no major problems up. At most, you need to worry about law and order. Residents of the outer city of Fuxing City, in the past few days, because of the war and turmoil, many people have fallen into hunger. And they don't say they are thugs or mobs, but they can't be expected to obey the rules of these people who basically have wandering experience in the wasteland. Many of them had blood on their hands. During the long process of queuing up to receive food, it is completely normal for security issues to arise. She anticipated this and made some rules. The soldiers with live ammunition will strictly warn the people in line and ask them to obey the rules. Those who do not obey the rules will not only be suppressed by the soldiers, but will also lose their qualifications to receive food. Coupled with her tireless publicity, the food supply is sufficient, and the probability of scrambles and security problems will be greatly reduced. Everything from the very beginning was indeed going as she had imagined, until the storm hits. The storm had already made Asuna feel bad when it just arrived. Queuing in the wind and rain is a test for the bodies of the people, a test for their mentality, a test for Osina's people, and for the soldiers to maintain law and order. When is it bad for wind and rain? Don't pick this time. I had no choice but to grit my teeth and continue. This storm messed up a lot of things, which suddenly increased the workload of her subordinates a lot, and there were also many emergencies, which were reported to her one by one, and she needed to take one after another. Make an idea, or even take care of it yourself. Many things cannot be settled by sitting in the office, listening to reports, and making the next decision. She ran through many food distribution points in the rain, facing one thing after another on the front line. Very busy, very tired, very hard, but her will is firm enough. This is the first and most important day of building a bridge of mutual trust between the governor and the people of Fuxing City. She must do her best in her position. No matter how big the storm is, it can't hinder her determination to carry out everything smoothly. Until the order to evacuate in 2 hours was conveyed to her. It made her feel disillusioned. With so much hard work, she never cried out. But this news made her body tremble. She couldn't help feeling a little dazed. What was the point of all those previous efforts, even the sacrifices of the soldiers guarding the transport corridors? She stood where she was, staring blankly at the people who were also lining up in the wind and rain. There are parents with young children, and the husband and wife arch their bodies, holding up a small piece of space for the child, sheltering from the wind and rain. But the little boy, who looked only 4 or 5 years old, was still drenched. There was a cripple who came alone. When walking forward, his foot slipped and fell into the water that could cover his feet. He couldn't get up for a long time and had to rely on the help of others to get up again. Everyone in the storm looked so hard and so helpless. They're only 2 hours at most, so give them up? Asana felt that she couldn't do it. But after a while, she said to herself again, "You must do it." She can't see everything, but she's not an idiot. She could guess that the key reason why she had to evacuate was because of the storm that was getting bigger and bigger. It didn't even occur to her that this storm might kill everyone. If there's a choice, the governor will definitely not make this kind of decision. It is only because there is no choice it will be like this. Then what she has to do is to keep as many people alive as possible. This has the same meaning as the distribution of food before, but it is more difficult. Whether it is a specific thing to do or a resolution that should be made. She wiped the rain off her face, but to no avail. More cold rain slapped her face. She beckoned and asked her subordinates to come over. Facing the sound of heavy wind and heavy rain, she said loudly in her ear, "Notify all the food distribution points. Ask each point to set aside a team and arrange for all the people who have received the food to gather outside the city. Tell them that this storm is a plot by a cult. It's for their safety to leave the city. Use all available speakers. Select volunteers from those who have received food and notify everyone they know as soon as possible. Leave the city. Leave some reliable refugees behind to help us maintain law and order. Go and mobilize a team of soldiers right now. Set up a temporary camp outside the city and go to a place where there is no wind and rain. Drive all the cars that can be driven and bring the food from the distribution center." Later, she connected to Lambert's signal and asked him to try his best to transport the food from the inner city to the temporary camp. After doing this, she heard a rumbling sound. At first she thought it was thunder, but then the ground trembled and it didn't look like thunder. When I came out, I saw an orange light in 7 directions around the city, passing through the sky and hitting the ground. Immediately afterwards, the same muffled thunder sounded again. After a while, 7 orange-red rays of light descended from the sky. Is this orbital bombing? What is the problem? It needs to use orbital bombing. Asana shuddered. Although it is only located on the 7 fringes of the city, with a distance of more than 10 to 20 kilometers from the city center, but with such terrifying power, if there are people and residential buildings around, I am afraid. She shook her head. She shouldn't think about those things by herself. The things in front of you are more important. The food distribution point here is already in chaos. The order to evacuate has been issued. Asana clearly knew that with the power she controlled now, it was impossible to guarantee the order of evacuation under such a storm. She also wanted to organize teams of poor people completely and have at least one team of soldiers beside each evacuation team to maintain order and guide them to leave to the evacuation point outside the city. But that didn't happen at all. Give her time, give her a stable environment, she might be able to do it. But now it is too difficult to arrange as many people as possible to leave the city in stormy conditions in 2 hours. The sound of the wind, the sound of the rain, and the thunderstorm, even if she shouted with all her strength, her voice would not be able to travel very far. Since the goal is to evacuate as many people as possible, she would rather abandon some order, rather there will be a lot of chaos in the middle, and she should spread the news as far as possible. Let the people find a way to go out on their own. These locals may be faster than trying to organize their own people. And her higher priority job is to ensure the smooth flow of evacuation channels as much as possible during this process, so that a large number of people will not be blocked on the way out of the city, so that no one can get out in the end. The reception point, to ensure the supply of supplies, a large number of people who could not appear did not die in the storm after leaving the city, but starved to death in the wilderness. I have to do one thing after another, and I am afraid that I have not thought of something or missed something. Everything is very important, but it is very difficult under the constraints of the environment and conditions. The time is very urgent. 2 hours. How much can you do if you work hard? but still the same sentence, only desperately. The wind farm, Gu Heng and the others are still here. After sending out many orders, Gu Heng put all his thoughts on the problem at hand. Abandoning Fuxing City and the achievements that have been achieved with great difficulty for a long time is the last resort. Although he had made this decision and had his subordinates begin to implement it, he was still working hard to save the city until the last moment. And he is not standing here stupidly. There is no way out of determination. In fact, with the full force of the spiritual vision, Gu Heng collected every bit of information about the flow of spiritual energy as much as possible and analyzed it in his mind. Gradually, Gu Heng observed a situation. He has an idea. After 2 times of mortar blasting the body of Storm Fury Zhao's avatar that had just been reassembled and shattered, Gu Heng gave an order. Speed up. As soon as there is a slight sign, it will explode. It is difficult to convey orders in the wind and rain, but this obstacle is nothing to Gu Heng. His voice, through the power of psionic energy, rang accurately and clearly in the ears of every mortar team soldier. The soldiers in the rain carried out the governor's order. I didn't do this before because I took into account the stock of shells and one knows how long it will last if it goes on like this, and 1 round of shells will be less than 1 round. Anyway, it will take a certain amount of time for the monster to reorganize its body as long as it is reorganized to a certain extent and then bombarded. The effect is similar, and it can prevent it from forming, and the consumption of shells can be much less. But since the governor has an order now, let's follow the order. And Gu Heng, also in the process, observed the spiritual power flow of Nu Zhao's avatar when it was reorganized for the first time after it was blown to pieces more frequently and more times. Finally, in the process, he settled on an idea. Stop it. He repeated the order. The soldier stopped as he was told. Gu Heng walked forward. His eyes were shining. He observed carefully and stood in one place according to the information analyzed before. Here is a crater. In fact, the area where Nu Zhao's avatar will recover is only that big. After being blasted back and forth by heavy artillery and mortar shells many times, it is a bit difficult to find a good place. With a wave of Gu Heng's hand, the spiritual power penetrated forward slightly. Under his intention, the psychic energy revealed had a slight blue tint, coloring a small area in front of him. After a while, when Gu Heng no longer continued to invest energy, his blue psionic energy was quickly dissipated by the wind and rain, but there was only an oval psionic core with a diameter of about 10 centimeters. Floating in midair, this thing was not created by Gu Heng. The blue psionic energy he released just now actually has no function. It's just taken out to diet, and it's just reflected in it. Garrett, Rizzo, and Martins also noticed the situation here, and they all leaned over. Without them asking, Gu Heng took the initiative to say, "During the previous observations, I found that every time the avatar of the Angry Owl was reconstructed, it started from the most original point. This point, in the previous during the bombing, it was never affected. I think that this thing may not have the nature of physical existence, and the shells cannot hit it." Having said that, he stretched out his hand again. His psychic power, controlled by his mind, tried to influence this elliptical sphere that could only be marked with psionic dyeing, but it remained motionless. The control of mind power is invalid, which probably verifies my statement. Immediately afterwards, he tried to influence it by way of mind manipulation and soul cutting respectively. Mind manipulation is invalid. It should not be a living body, or there is no thinking ability. Soul cutting has an effect, but it is not obvious. I can't cut off the influence of the core left after the ceremony is completed. This thing is not so much a ball. It's more like a hole in the real world. Gretel walked forward while listening. Gu Heng saw that the head nun stretched out her hand, looking like she wanted to touch it, and couldn't help but want to stop it. Then, seeing a golden light on the opponent's hand, Sai returned the words to stop him. The head nun who has the Emperor's blessing may have some special means. Although the lady acted recklessly, she has rich experience. Since she dared to touch it, she probably wouldn't give it in vain. Then Gu Heng watched as she touched the dyed hollow. Then, just for a moment, she seemed to have endured some kind of huge force, and was bounced away. He took several steps back before he stabilized his body. She reached out to take off the helmet, and during this process, Gu Hang could see that her hands were shaking violently. After taking off the helmet, everyone could see that blood was dripping from her nose. The short white hair was quickly wet by the wind and rain, and even the blood was smeared everywhere, looking very embarrassed. I don't think you would give it for nothing, but did you really give it for nothing? Fortunately, nothing major happened. She reached out to wipe the water, but found it was useless, so she ignored it, but turned to the others and said, I think I know the solution. What is it? Gu Hang asked immediately. Challenge it, and then overcome it. Garrett gave a somewhat confusing answer, and then immediately gave an explanation. As Governor Gu said, this is an empty space, and there is a connection behind it. Crazy and powerful existence. That should be the original angry owl believed by these cultists. No matter what its past source is, it is probably a terrible psionic creature now. I just faced it directly. That is not what I can deal with. Garrett frankly admitted that she was not strong enough. Just now, even if it was just a glimpse at the spiritual level, she suffered a huge shock and suffered serious mental trauma. Of course, if they met in the real world, it wouldn't be as miserable as it is now. Spiritual gaze without protection is inherently risky. But in fact, she is already very admirable. Even if it is a battle nun at the spiritual level, facing a powerful psionic creature that has become a god and may have gone mad, the result is just a nosebleed, and it can be regarded as retreating, which is already quite remarkable. Although she is reckless, she obviously has the capital to be reckless. Garrett continued to talk about the precious information she just obtained. Its power, through this hole, is projected into the real world. We need to defeat it before we can close the passage, prevent the regeneration of the Avatar of Fury, and stop this storm. And this thing, maybe 8 times. Except here, every wind farm needs to be closed. After Garrett finished speaking, Gu Hang asked a key question. How to defeat it? We want to defeat a primitive psionic creature that has become a god. No, not to that point. Garrett continued to explain. I noticed that it is still some distance away from tearing the curtain of reality and truly recovering. If nearly 1 million people in Fuxing City really died in the storm, so many spiritual reactions will reverberate in the ritual field, it is really possible to pull out of hell. But at the level close to the real universe, it still needs an anchor point. Its 8 spiritual incarnations are here. What we need to eliminate is these spiritual incarnations in a soul-to-soul way. A strong spirit is the key to beating it. Gu Hang probably understood what Garrett meant. Although I said some very awkward things, it has something to do with the underlying logic of the whole world. He found some answers from past memories. During the learning process of legal psychers, it can be learned that under the entire real universe, psychers believe that there's another layer of illusory universe, filled with pure energy without matter. Where the real universe is considered to be born, the place is the bottom layer of the universe, also known as the real universe. According to speculation, humans in the Golden Age tens of thousands of years ago mastered advanced technology and properly used the energy of the real universe. Inexhaustible energy has given birth to a brilliant civilization. It all ended with the birth of hell. The so-called hell is the place where all waste energy that cannot be utilized or discharged after utilization gathers. There's madness, destruction, chaos. Today's psionic scholars generally believe that the current real universe is roughly divided into 2 layers. The astral world is the surface layer, a sea of psychic energy that can be used. The spiritual network built by the Emperor supports the entire spiritual world, so that safe psychics can be born among human beings, and psychic energy can also be used as high-level energy. Of course, the Theological Society of the State Church does not think so. In their theory, the so-called spiritual net is the kingdom of God established after the Emperor ascended. In his kingdom, the Emperor blesses mankind in this world. People should believe in the Emperor completely devoutly, and after death, their soul should return to the kingdom of God and be detached. The Mechanic sect also has their own theories, which will not be listed for the time being. But no matter how controversial it is, in conclusion, Psionic energy comes from the spirit world, and the Ascended Emperor protects human beings. But hell still exists, filled with disordered, chaotic, crazy, and destructive energies. According to Garrett, the original Raging Owl was identified as some kind of powerful psychic creature, and it fell into hell for unknown reasons. Now, it is about to tear off the curtain of the real universe due to the rituals of the cultists and complete its arrival. And in the 8 wind farms, there are 8 incarnations of the Angry Owl, which are essentially the 8 spiritual projections cast by the original Angry Owl, tearing open a small opening in the real universe, allowing the crazy spiritual energy storm to sweep through it. Come out, as long as in the spiritual realm. Killing these 8 Nu Shao projections is equivalent to completely terminating the reorganization of Nu Zhao's incarnation, preventing the original Nu Shao from descending, and completely solving the problem of the storm. How to kill these Angry Owl projections? Just touch the hole. Garrett gave a very specific solution, and further explained, I just wanted to see the source, so if I just challenge the projection, it won't be like this. Oh, so you still went to Mang. Then the projection avatar here, is it solved? No. Garrett was a little embarrassed. After I was injured, I don't have enough mental strength to destroy the projection. Oh, I have no energy to do business after being reckless. Isn't it still equal to free? Gu Hang took a deep breath and decided, let me do it. Pastor Rizzo stepped forward. Just touch it. Yes, Garrett replied. As long as you don't go deep, just kill that monster. It is good. Pastor Rizzo reached out and touched the hollow. After a while, he took his hand down. He looked a little depressed and weak, but his voice seemed relaxed. You have fulfilled your mission. As his words fell, Gu Hang could clearly see that the hole began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon disappeared. Gu Hang was overjoyed. The dawn is at hand. We are now rushing to the other 7 wind farms immediately. We have less than 3 hours to spare. Seeing the excited governor, the pastor sighed and poured cold water on him. Your Excellency the Governor, Rizzo said, I'm afraid things are not as simple as expected. How to say? Projecting the soul to the spiritual level to fight is much more difficult than I imagined. Defeating that monster does not consume much for me, but the shuttle back and forth will overwhelm the spirit. In a short time, I have no way to do it again. Otherwise, just projecting the soul is enough to knock me unconscious, and I need at least 2 days of rest to recover. There are 2 days left for everyone to enter the spiritual copy. Gu Hang looked at Garrett. I'm in a similar situation. Rizzo went on to add, being able to withstand the pressure of soul projection requires an extremely strong spirit. Even the nuns and sisters of the Holy Lily will be very dangerous. Only we Phoenix, who are present, have the ability to withstand it. As soon as these words came out, the nuns of the Holy Mercy Lily refused to accept it. Several people stood up. We can. The will of the Holy Mercy Lily is by no means weaker than that of an interstellar soldier. Leave it to us. They were excited and felt humiliated. But Rizzo didn't mean to use the aggressive method at all, and even Garrett beside him fell silent at this time. Gu Hang saw all this in his eyes, and admitted that Rizzo's words were true. The head nun is a fool, and if she's sure, she won't be silent. Apparently, it was precisely because she also believed that ordinary battle nuns would almost die if they did this, so she kept silent. She had already lost a battle sister in previous battles. Gu Hang couldn't help looking at Martins, and straightforwardly made his request. Chapter Commander, I need your help. Martins didn't shirk, fight for the Emperor, destroy the fallen psychic creatures, and save the world of the Empire. The Phoenix is duty-bound. Phoenix is still very reliable. I was still thinking about the plan to vacate the cage and change the bird. It was simply too inhuman. But Phoenix only has 7 people. This is also a problem. Rizzo has already spent his time here. There are still 6 Phoenixes left, but there are 7 wind farms to be settled. Garrett looked a little ashamed. If she still has combat power, she can solve one, and there will be no such problem. Or if she dares to sacrifice herself, one nun might not be able to handle it, but there are 10 of them, and if they take turns, They will always have the ability to fight off a projected ability. But if she really wanted to make this decision, she hesitated. However, Gu Hang did not make things difficult for her. I will deal with one myself. That's too dangerous, Pastor Rizzo advised. Gu Hang waved his hand. His mind was made up. Moreover, he felt that if he went to fight in the purely spiritual realm, as a psyker, he might be stronger than the Phoenix fighters. Afterwards, the personnel divided into many teams and began to rush towards the other 7 wind farms. In addition to Rizzo, the 3 Phoenixes present rushed to 3 places. The nuns also accompanied in teams as a backup. The other 3 Phoenixes in the city, headed by the bald Schneider, also received orders and went to 3 other places. Their actions were not accompanied by ordinary troops. Purbov and his team were ordered by Gu Hang to go to the city to help, and obeyed the deployment of Yin, Fengshu, and Asana. The remaining space fighters and nuns can move forward at full speed. With the help of power armor, they ran in the wind and rain with great strides, not much slower than a car. The direction Gu Hang is going is the farthest one among the 7 power plants. The reason for this allocation is because he can fly and he is the fastest. I don't know whether it was bad luck or being targeted, but he was struck by lightning twice during the flight. But nothing happened. Before the lightning strike fell, he had detected the abnormal gathering of spiritual energy through spiritual vision early, so he dodged in advance. After he arrived at the destination, the soldiers stationed there were bombing around the ever-growing number of Nu Zhao's avatars in the huge crater left by the orbital bombing. Gu Hang's previous strategy has worked. Originally, according to Yin Fengshu's order, many troops who came here encountered resistance from heretics. The number and quality of the cultists are not particularly large. As long as it takes some time, the soldiers should be able to defeat the enemy. After that, the blasting of the wind farm will not be a big problem. But in the process of fighting, they got new orders, so they broke away from the battle. Those cultists didn't chase them out either. Their mission is to protect the wind farm. Even if they can't keep it, they have to delay it as much as possible. Even if the enemy's retreat seemed strange, they were more happy than confused. Then, happily, they ushered in orbital bombing. The bombing method on the quintet followed the governor's order and carried out 7 by 3 minimum equivalent bombings. Instead of using those huge main macro artillery and light spear arrays, only the secondary artillery was used. The effect of being able to explode on the ground is still terrifying. The direct damage range of the bombing exceeds half a kilometer, and the shock wave still has lethality 1 kilometer away. Even if the army withdraws to a theoretically safe position almost 2 kilometers away from the target location, they can still feel the intense shock. Some houses on the fringes of the city were bombarded and collapsed. Fortunately, people are now going to various food distribution points to queue up to receive food, and there should not be many injuries. When they saw that after the 3 bombings were over, the residual heat was quickly dissipated by the rain and rushed back, the wind farm was long gone. Logically speaking, the incarnation of Nu Zhao, who should appear, is working hard to reorganize. Needless to say, the shelling began. The incarnation of Nu Zhao, who had just been reorganized not long ago, was blown to pieces again. In this way, maintaining the strategy of reorganizing and blowing up, the incarnation of Nu Zhao here has also become very miserable. Until Gu Hang arrived. He praised the troops present, and then got the latest situation through the communication soldiers equipped in their ranks. Good news has come from the other 2 places closest to the wind farm that killed Shui Cao before. 2 space marines, including Chapter Master Martins, have completed the destruction of the original owl projections in the 2 places. That's a good start and means the plan is going well. Gu Hang no longer hesitated, stepped forward, and reached out to touch the hollow. Suddenly, he felt a palpitation, and a large fog appeared in front of his eyes. The fog came and went quickly, and it disappeared within a few breaths. In front of his eyes, there appeared a slanting, deep road with no end in sight, and mist with endless colors rolling. Gu Hang can feel a strong sense of temptation from it, as if calling him to go on. At the same time, There's also a strong sense of fear, telling him that if he goes on, he will face great terror. These two contradictory feelings were intertwined in his heart, and even made him lose his mind for a moment. A roar woke him up from the paradoxical sense of astonishment. Turning around, Gu Heng saw an illusory avatar of a two-person angry owl showing off his might. Just you, right? Gu Heng didn't say a word, and he did it with a soul cut. After the soul projection came to this illusory spiritual realm, of course his psionic energy could be used, even because he was closer to the spirit world, and even hell, his spirituality became more sensitive, and the psychic spells he could release became stronger. The monster had one foot cut off, so it couldn't be arrogant all of a sudden. Strongwill? Perhaps the Battle Sisters and Space Marines really need this as they enter the spiritual realm to fight. If they want to fight fiercely with the terrifying incarnation of the Angry Owl here, the strength of their will determines the strength of their body. But a psychic like Gu Heng doesn't need it. He came here and relied on spiritual attributes to fight. All his psychic spells can work normally, and they're even stronger. Gu Heng's psychic power cuts the projection of the undead Nuo Shao, but it doesn't matter. It comes with one knife. Less spiritual consumption, stronger spiritual power. According to this posture, he can shoot 100 knives. In other words, he could project this angry owl to Ling Qi for execution. In fact, that guy didn't even hold back 15 knives, and he didn't even touch the corner of Gu Heng's clothes before he was cut into countless pieces. There was another thick fog in front of him, and when the fog cleared, Gu Heng saw the scene of the real world in front of him. And it was at this time that he felt a strong sense of fatigue. When leaving the spiritual realm, his soul was torn apart. Injuries don't count, but if you enter that place again in a short period of time, you may really get hurt when you leave again. He has a clear understanding in his heart. This should be what Garrett said, the price of projecting the soul into the pure spiritual realm. Fortunately, this price is paid when it comes out. If you pay when you enter, you will have a weakness debuff, and you have to project an angry owl, so the difficulty will increase a lot. While dizzy, Gu Heng refused the support of the soldiers who came forward and walked towards the group of communication soldiers by himself. While resting beside him, he said, "In other places, if there is any news, please let me know as soon as possible." Yes. After saying that, Gu Heng closed his eyes and sat in the rain to refresh himself. It's not that the governor is reluctant to set up a canopy, but mainly because under the current environment, the canopy is really impossible to support and will be blown away. Fortunately, Gu Heng doesn't care about these things either. In the next 10 minutes, news from various places came one by one after another. The projections of the angry owls and the 3 wind farms were resolved. Counting the previous 4, this adds up to 7. With his eyes closed, Gu Heng already had a smile on his face. It seems that the problem is not big. But after another few minutes, the news of the last wind farm that he had been waiting for never came. The smile on Gu Heng's face disappeared. "Go call and ask what's going on over there. What's the situation now?" The communications soldier followed his word and got a reply soon. 5 minutes ago, a space marine and 2 nuns arrived, and they... Speaking of this, the communications soldier was a little hesitant, and Gu Heng already had a bad feeling. "Say it." "Yes." The communications soldier couldn't care less about organizing words, and hurriedly opened his mouth, telling the situation in the order of what happened. There was a space soldier who touched the hole first. Then after a while, the void didn't disappear, but the space warrior fell down. Then the 2 nuns checked the situation and said that the space warrior was dead. One of them went up to touch the void and fell down too. The rest, the nun below, has seized the communication signal and is asking for help. Gu Heng's face completely darkened. Although it wasn't a complete failure, he was able to realize that he was in big trouble now. Except for him, a high-level psyker, the only ones who are relatively sure that they can solve the remaining projections of the angry owls in the original wind farms everywhere are the space warriors. These Phoenix veterans who have experienced the redemption expedition, at least one of them has more than 100 years of combat experience, are all extremely determined. But there are only 7 of them, plus Gu Heng himself, it stands to reason that they can solve all the projections of New Shao. Although it was very extreme, Gu Heng really never thought about the situation where they would miss. However, even if the Phoenixes have %, to %, chance of winning against the incarnation of the Angry Owl with their own will in the spiritual realm, it is not inconceivable that they have to meet 7 times in a row. What's more, Gu Heng remembered that there was an unlucky guy among the Phoenixes. In the previous battle, he was first bombarded by a wind bomb, and then when the avatar of the Angry Owl appeared, the same guy took a hard slap. Although there is no definite evidence, Gu Heng suspects that the person who died in an accident was still this person. Maybe the soldier in front has already suffered serious injuries and is not in a good condition, so he will go to the spiritual realm and use pure will when fighting against the projection of New Shao. He accidentally lost the battle. Losing a space marine hurts. Although the Phoenix can only be regarded as his ally now, the relationship between them is not the kind of friends are in trouble. They can't move like a mountain. On the contrary, since this period of time, the cooperation between the two sides has been relatively good. Even if they existed, Gu Heng invested a lot of manpower to build a monastery for them, and Wu Jiarong's research institute had to find time to rub explosive bombs for them. But these space marines, something is real. The little price Gu Heng paid was not as much as the money paid by the mercenaries. In turn, these Phoenix fighters helped him a lot. If one person is lost, Gu Heng feels that he has lost at least -gift points. This is the price of a standard space fighter, and the veteran's experience is not counted. In addition to its own loss, the death of a Phoenix directly declared that there was a major mistake in the action to terminate this cult ceremony. 7 space fighters correspond to 7 wind farms. There is no fault tolerance. It's really wrong, and it's even more difficult to make up for it. The battle nun who died right after the dead Phoenix is an example. In the entire Fuxing city, how can we find an existence whose spiritual will is as strong as the space warriors? The only person Gu Heng could think of asking for help was Garrett. Would this head nun be willing to let the 9 living nuns under her command try to fight against the projection of the Angry Owl one by one? Gu Heng felt that he couldn't open his mouth. The head nun's subordinates had already sacrificed 2 people. But if it was just a sacrifice, it would be okay. The key point is that no one knows how much chance the nuns have in the spiritual realm to challenge the projection of the Angry Owl. 9 nuns are all dead, and it didn't solve the problem? Grattel would hesitate, but Gu Heng seemed to have no other choice. He took a deep breath and said to the communications soldier standing beside him, "Go and see where Sister Garrett is now. I want to talk to her." Yes. The messenger left in a hurry and went to carry out the order. However, at this moment, Gu Heng heard an extremely unwilling roar, which came from the sky and the void. All of a sudden, he felt that the dark clouds that had been hanging over the city tended to drift away. The storm and heavy rain that were intensifying seemed to be much smaller all of a sudden. Gu Heng was a little stunned. The ceremony was terminated? Has that Angry Owl projection been resolved? But why? Who made the move? Could it be that the last remaining nun mentioned in the previous information broke out and defeated the projection of the Angry Owl? Gu Heng's heart was enveloped by a huge surprise. Whatever it is, this is great news. Although the final result is good, this roller coaster of mood changes is not very kind to the heart. If possible, Gu Heng really didn't want to experience a similar experience again. Immediately afterwards, another messenger came to report the news. "Governor, there is new information from the wind farm where a space soldier and a battle nun were lost earlier. They solved the problem." "I see." Gu Heng smiled. "Who solved the problem in the end? Is it the battle nun?" "No." "Okay." Hearing this answer, Gu Heng was stunned. "Who is that?" "It's Thaddeus." Thaddeus? The name Gu Heng was somewhat familiar. He immediately remembered the series of battles in which the previous food convoy was attacked. He had read the battle report, and in that battle, the post of political commissar he set up played a huge role. At that time, the most eye-catching person he paid attention to was naturally Cody, who turned a defeat into victory by sacrificing himself. As for Thaddeus, it seems that in Cody's story, it is just a background board. However, it is such a character who looks like the background board, but has become the key to saving the entire city. Now Gu Hang is very curious. How did Thaddeus do it? Thaddeus didn't know how he did it either. He led his company, according to Yin Fangshu's order, to the wind farm here to carry out the task. After the orbital bombardment, he and his troops weren't even the main force, just working with teams from the governor's infantry on blockade missions. Then the Space Marines and the Battle Sisters arrived, and he didn't even figure out what to do at first, until a Space Marine and a nun died in the core after the previous orbital bombardment. It was only when the living nun reported the situation to their senior nun through the communication channel in a panic that Thaddeus understood what was going on. Then he strode towards a hollow. Everyone looked at his behavior and was a little dazed. They didn't know what he was going to do at first, but soon some colleagues reacted and came up to try to stop him. In the heavy rain, his colleague hugged his waist from behind and shouted in his ear, "Are you crazy? Do you want to die? Let go." Thaddeus struggled hard. "Don't die. That's something even a space warrior can't handle. You're just dying for nothing." "Who said that?" Thaddeus broke free, turned his head, and said to his colleague who fell to the ground, "What this battle needs most is a firm will, and I definitely don't lack this." When he said this, he thought of his good friend Cody, the way he rang the grenade and jumped into the enemy's line, and remembered what he failed to do at that time. These not only did not hit him, but made him more determined. This world has nothing to do with those space fighters and battle nuns, and they are still able to fight with their lives. In order to save our own homeland, to complete the governor and our everyone's ambition, why don't we dare to sacrifice? I'm not afraid of death. I was afraid once, but this time I won't be afraid. I will fight. I know that I may be dying, but when I die, I hope more warriors will stand up. We will win. He raised his arms and shouted, turned around resolutely, supported his red hat in the wind and rain, and walked to the hole. He couldn't see where the hole was, but he could roughly determine that it was within a certain range through the previous information, and then he could reach out and explore. After a few minutes, he touched it. A white mist floated in front of his eyes, and when he came back to his senses, he came to that spiritual realm. A roar from the projection of the angry owl pointed out to him where the enemy was. Thaddeus didn't hesitate at all and immediately threw himself into the battle. When he came to the spiritual realm by means of soul projection, he was barehanded, but when he had a strong desire to attack, a rifle appeared in his hand unconsciously. He let out a roar no less than the projection of the angry owl and pulled the trigger towards a monster. The bullet shot at the monster that was at least 2 as tall as him, and it took 3 or 4 of him to encircle it to hug it, knocking it staggeringly. In essence, this gun and the bullets fired are all the power projected from Thaddeus' own spiritual will. He is fighting with his own will, and the specific performance is irrelevant. The scenes in the spiritual realm are just the ones he is best at and most familiar with. The bullets fired had quite a significant effect, but it was not realistic to kill Nu Zhao's projection just by relying on this. Against his firepower, Nu Zhao projected a roar at him. From its wide beak, a white storm grenade sprayed out, hitting his chest. This storm grenade looked far more terrifying than the spells unleashed by those blue robes he had fought alongside Cody, and he should have been dead. But he didn't care about that at all. He just wanted to hit that angry owl as many times as possible before he was hit. Then the storm bomb hit his chest and knocked him out. He fell hard a little far away. His whole body was in pain, and he felt like he was going to fall apart. But it's a good thing to feel pain. If a storm bounces down and kills you, you won't even feel the pain. Unlike now, he can still endure the pain and struggle to get up from the ground. But in the process, the projection of the angry owl had rushed to his face. He waved his left arm to resist, and an explosion-proof shield appeared on his arm, blocking Nu Zhao's heavy blow. Nu Zhao frantically raised a pair of Li's forelimbs, raised them high, and smashed them down again. 1, 2, 3. Thaddeus held on tightly. His mouth and nose were bleeding. If there are bystanders, they can even see that the spiritual body that symbolizes his entire soul has become unstable and tends to collapse. In the distraction, Thaddeus thought of his friend Cody again in his mind. They grew up together in the abandoned cave club, shivered together in the dark cave when the bandits of the dead prisoners attacked the abandoned cave club, saw the light brought to them by the governor, joined the army together, and became political commissars together. Then, he couldn't help thinking of the last scene before Cody's death. His friend, wearing a red hat, jumped down from the ruins with 2 hand grenades and killed the enemy. Thaddeus, who was carrying the explosion-proof shield to resist the attack of the angry owl, was in a trance, and the scene in his memory overlapped with the scene he saw in front of him. He really saw a Cody jumping down from mid-air, with grenades in his hands and waist emitting smoke. Boom! The explosion happened, raising a pair of forelimbs again. The projection of Nu Shao, who was about to gather strength to give him a final blow, was blown to pieces. In a daze, Thaddeus' eyes were shrouded in a white mist, and then he felt the strong wind and cold rain hitting his face hard. He fell down and fell into the puddle. His ears were full of roaring. He felt the warmth in his mouth and nose. It was blood flowing out uncontrollably, but was immediately washed by the rain from his face down. Looking out with his confused eyes, he saw many figures in robes rushing towards him. He stretched out his hand hard and gave them a thumbs up, and then his eyes were completely dark, and he didn't know anything. Schneider couldn't believe it, what he saw. After he solved the troubles of the wind farm he was in charge of, he was worried about the condition of the injured combat brother, so he rushed here. On the way, he heard the bad news. A brother who survived the 100 Years expedition actually died here. The incomparable anger in his heart, and even more complaints about Martins. It's not that he can't accept the sacrifice of his fighting brother. Even in the past experience, he has long been used to sacrifice. But he couldn't accept that his battle brother died worthless. That's right, at the moment, he just thinks it's worthless. They should have died for the chapter's revival, not on a planet that couldn't support the chapter's rebuilding. He had always felt that Martins and Rizzo were wasting their time. But if it's just a waste of time, so be it. Perhaps time will make his 2 brothers understand that it is ridiculous to pin their hopes on that thin psyker governor. But now what they wasted was not just time, but the lives of their fighting brothers. This is unacceptable. He's going to come here, take his brother's body, and go to Martins and Rizzo and ask them, is their decision right? If they really wanted to follow the governor all the way to the dark, would the remaining 6 of them be dead enough? A brother has already died, but the dawn of the battle group's reconstruction has not been seen at all. On the contrary, the city that the ridiculous governor had planned for a long time and won was about to be destroyed in a storm. With anger, Schneider came here. Then he saw a mortal man taking out an enemy his battle brother had failed to defeat to the death. How can this be? How could a mere mortal do this? He had also personally experienced a battle against Nu Zhao's projection just now, and he won it easily. He is a phoenix warrior who has fought for 300 years. His spirit and will are much harder than steel. He agrees with the previous judgments from Garrett and Priest Rizzo that this kind of tenacious spirit can only be possessed by them, the death angels of the Emperor. Not even the Battle Sisters can reach this level. But right now, a mortal? Why? He admitted that, in his long combat career, there were many mortals who had fought by his side, and indeed a space marine had to admire. But those heroes, even among the most elite Star Militia troops, are rare. How can the native officer in front of him be compared? He instinctively refused to believe it was true. But the last hole did shrink rapidly and finally disappeared. The cloud that shrouded the city and made the entire city dark is also quickly dissipating. An ray of sunlight shines down. The wind is dying, the rain is fading. No matter how hard Schneider couldn't believe it, everything he saw was real. Available hero, Thaddeus. I am very curious about how Thaddeus did it Guhang. Try to find the answer from his system interface. So, he saw a new message in the hero interface. Thaddeus can already be activated as a hero. He clicked tentatively. The cost required for activation is 50 gift points. He didn't spend this gift, but he could see some clues from the price. 50 points, that's the price I need to upgrade from LV2 to LV3. This means that once Thaddeus is activated, he is a hero starting from LV3. The corner of Guhang's mouth was filled with a gratified smile. Among mortals, there are heroes. This story is over. I have been scolded a lot recently, and I will sum up my own lessons and apologize later. I hope everyone can give me more confidence. I know I am wrong. Faced with Thaddeus's activation options, Guheng hesitated for a while and finally chose to activate it for him. This is not specifically to reward this hero who has made great achievements, nor is it just that Guheng is curious about what is so special about a person who can accomplish feats that space fighters would fail with a mortal body. Although there are some factors in these aspects, the activation of Thaddeus as a hero is indeed helpful for some of his next work. Next, there are thousands of soldiers from the original Alliance Legion who need to be reorganized for the unit that Guheng is directly under. There's only a small infantry regiment of more than 1,000 people. He has absolutely no way to mix and integrate in the army as he did in the past. Since the measure of the military political commissar seems to be effective now, it should continue to be strengthened, and Thaddeus is a good candidate. Guheng plans to fully implement this policy in his army in the future and implement a dual chief system. Combat command, training arrangements, and these military affairs are dominated by the military chief, supplemented by the political commissar. In terms of life, army building, and ideological discipline, the political commissar is in charge and the chief officer cooperates. At present, the person in charge of the overall highest military officer is Yin Fengshu for the time being, and the person in charge of the political commissar, Guheng, plans to quickly promote Thaddeus to the top. Under the current circumstances, Thaddeus's task may be heavier than Yin Fengshu's. After throwing down 50 gift points, Guheng immediately saw Thaddeus' attributes after completing the activation. Activated Hero, Thaddeus SR. Level, LV3. Physical 10, Spirituality 6, Commander 10, Politics 13. Characteristic, Storm Calmer. After experiencing the baptism of the storm, the baptism in the spiritual field will be fed back to the physique after returning. Physique +1, Spirituality +1. The enlightened political leader. Simple political and ideological education enlightened him. He was shocked by witnessing the sacrifice of his friends. He became a hero with the idea of sacrifice in the action of saving the city. He has awakened, has strengthened his mind, and knows what his goal is. Politics +2, Commander +1 talent. Strong will. This person has a tenacious willpower. It is difficult for him to be defeated by any difficulty. Physique +1, Special effect. Unbreakable. Increasing morale. This person has a strong, contagious power, which can boost the morale of all friends around him. The effect depends on his own determination. Looking at Thaddeus' attributes, the first thing Guheng paid attention to was that level. SR, this must be 2 grades higher than the N level of the 2 characters he activated before, that is, Asuna and Wu Jiarong. But in fact, from the perspective of attributes, he has nothing particularly outstanding. When Guheng was at LV3, his spirituality had reached 17. Of course, he can't compare with Guheng. Before Guheng got the system, at LV1, thanks to the legacy of his predecessor, his spirituality was already as high as 14 points, and Thaddeus and the others, before they were activated, could only be regarded as ordinary people. As a third-level character, Thaddeus's highest political attribute is only 13 points. The advantage is that he has no shortcomings except spirituality. IT means that he is more like an all-rounder who can carry a gun and mount a horse, go to the front line to fight in person, and can also engage in political work in the rear. What's more precious about his SR is that he has 2 more talents and 1 more characteristic than those 2 girls. Those 2 girls have only 1 characteristic. Excellent government officials, former technical geniuses. These 2 characteristics are roughly similar to the enlightened political leader in Thaddeus, but they are not equal. His political worker leader is obviously more advanced. What's more, there are 3 more. The advantage of SR is probably here. In addition to the quality level, Guheng is also very curious. How did Thaddeus' attributes increase? Leaving aside the 2 ability attributes of politics and command, maybe Thaddeus was a buried military/political talent before, but was only stimulated by the system. This physical attribute can never be faked. In the past, Thaddeus, Guheng clearly knew, was just an ordinary person. After being selected into the army, even if he's gone through the training of the soldier card system and became a T5 soldier, he has mastered some military skills, and his physical fitness will not undergo earth-shaking changes. This also means that even if his physique attribute is better than that of ordinary people, it will only reach 7 or 6 points if he is exhausted. In fact, Gu Hang has never heard of anyone in his troops who has special physical characteristics, such as natural supernatural power. Then, the case can basically be solved. Thaddeus' attribute growth was given by the system. The mechanism of this hero panel is roughly that when someone with potential and talent appears under Gu Hang's command, he can use his gift to manifest his talent that IT is equivalent to the level that the person may need to exercise for a long time to reach. The system uses some magical means to pull the state to this level one step in advance. Activating the hero's ability is quite conducive to Gu Hang's rapid cultivation of talents. Thinking of this, Gu Hang took another look at Asana's condition. What surprised him happened. That girl has been promoted to LV2. Gu Hang didn't find it unusual that she could upgrade. That IT is only natural that a political talent like her will grow after going through such a baptism under super pressure. But what surprised him was that this upgrade didn't require him to invest in gifts. Could it be that heroes don't need to upgrade except for the cost when they are activated? As long as they grow to a certain level, can they be upgraded? From this point of view, the function of activating heroes is more important than Gu Hang imagined. Then he thought of Yin Fangxiu again. Old Yin, I missed it. However, even now, he didn't intend to activate Yin Fangxiu. That guy hasn't made a decision yet. Is he going to give up his title of captain of the Navy? Then keep working. Withdrawing his attention, Gu Hang continued to glance at Asana's character card. Hero, Asana, level, LV2, physical 4, spirituality 5, commander 8, politics 11. Characteristic, excellent political officer. Talent, handling government affairs under pressure. When affairs are urgent, she rarely makes mistakes. Politics +1. Osina's political points increased by 2 points, and her commander points increased by 1 point. And more talent. Handling government affairs under pressure. The effect is just like its name, not particularly powerful, but very practical. As a government official, what I am afraid of is making mistakes under heavy pressure. It may cost more than usual to make a mistake, and it is even more irreparable. The benefits that Gu Hang got from the system interface and after the event of the storm is over are not just that. The battle settlement he was waiting for did not appear. It seemed that the system did not treat this action as a battle. However, it manifested itself in another place. His event interface flickered slightly. With a thought, Gu Hang clicked on it. A new incident appeared before his eyes. Extinguishing the storm. The event has been completed. The original Angry Owl sect, which believed in the evil god, carried out a conspiracy to sacrifice the entire city in Fuxing City. But it was destroyed by you. You and your allies wiped out the projection of the primordial owl, prevented his recovery, extinguished the storm, and saved your city. But obviously, you also caused the resentment of the original god who fell into hell, that he will watch you in hell and his followers will target you. Event reward. Gift point plus 500. Acquiring the characteristic enemy of the storm. You are the enemy of the storm. You can force the storm to work for you. When there is a target using storm psionic spells around you, he needs your permission, otherwise he will be suppressed, and the power of the psionic power and the success rate of casting will decrease. This enemy of the storm is a very targeted feature. The versatility is not very good, but if Gu Hang is likely to encounter people from the original Angry Owl sect in the future, this feature will bring great benefits. As mentioned in the event description, the local primitive god who fell into hell will be extremely hostile to him from now on. His believers will target themselves. Gu Hang wasn't worried about this at all. It seems that there is no such thing, and the two sides are not in a state of hostility. In Gu Hang's view, there is no difference between 90% hatred and 100% hatred. On the contrary, they may not need to make trouble in the future, But Gu Hang will have to make trouble with them instead. In addition to this feature, the 500 points gift rewarded by the event is another great supplement. This once again refreshed the highest value of Gu Hang's single gift income. From the moment he entered Fuxing City, he has never stopped harvesting gifts. From the first battle, to the victory in the ambush of the food convoy, and now to the harvest of the 500 gifts. During this process, Gu Hang spent 28 gift points to upgrade the remaining 17 out of the 17 Marines who were actually useless. For boons, activating Thaddeus costs 200 boons. This adds up to a total of 267 gift consumption. But even so, the remaining gift points in his hand still reached 654 points. He had never been so rich. In the entire system, there are only a few places where money can be spent. The character system is a big one, but if no talent is detected, it doesn't have to be activated. Gu Hang's own upgrade is quite expensive, but if you don't have enough experience, you can't upgrade with money. The soldier card system can also cost money, but if it is only trained to the T5 level, even if the more than 7,000 people of the former Alliance Legion have been fully trained, it will only cost 70 gift points, drizzle, unless the future army reaches tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. Even if the training cost is only at T5 level, it may cost hundreds of gift points, and it may be relatively stressful at that time. But at least at the current level, there is little pressure on the cost of troop training. The event interface can cost money, and the repeatable event of changing the Phoenix Seed for dash points is placed there, and Gu Hang can click it if he wants 8T that time. There will be a gene seed in his hand that the Phoenix chapter dreams of, combined with a boy with outstanding talent, a set of power armor, and several years of training. A new Phoenix was born. If everything goes well. But this kind of thing belongs to the kind of death if you try it, so it will not be considered for the time being. The only place where money can be spent is the technology panel. This is a real bottomless pit. He now roughly understands how the technology system works. For this thing, there are grades for investing gifts. 10 points, 100 points, 1,000 points, and so on. The 10-point gift can only be exchanged for basic level technology, and the first hit must be hit. The probability of 30% is reduced once hit. He has been in this class 3 times. The alloy plastic steel production line, the G9 gun family production line, and the whetstone engine production line are the results of these 3 times. But now, the probability of winning the 10-point gift file is only 10%. Once again, I don't know whether it will directly attenuate the light or what I in short. The price/performance ratio is already very low. As for the 100-point file, the current first charge discount is still there. As long as you charge once, you will win. There's a 50% probability of basic technology, and the other 50% probability can even produce an advanced technology. I don't know what the winning decay mechanism of the 100-point level is like. It may take a few times to find out. But from the current point of view, if you spend money at 10 o'clock to gamble with the 10% probability, the expectation of winning a prize will also cost 100 gift points. Although there's a chance that you'll get it right, but it is also possible that you will not be able to ship the goods if you spend more than dash points. And the same price of 100 points, the first 100 stalls must be released. Then what reason does Gu Hang have to invest in gifts until the 10 o'clock position? Anyway, there are quite a lot of gift points in hand now. Why don't you take a look? Gu Hang thought about it, and then clicked on the technology interface. Advanced technology, controllable reactor. In most middle and high-level worlds of the Empire, the main source of energy. Seeing this stuff, Gu Hang's first reaction was, I won the jackpot. Simple description represents infinite possibilities. Indeed, as the technology description says, in most intermediate and advanced worlds, controllable reactors are the main source of energy. Using the simplest water and air as raw materials, it can extract nuclear fuel for electrical energy output. In many resource-abundant worlds, just relying on controllable reactors to generate electricity, combined with the production capacity of concentrated energy batteries, to produce batches of fully loaded concentrated energy batteries is enough to pay a large tax. As for Fury Alstar, it can be regarded as a world rich in resources in this respect. In many worlds with long development times, water is scarce. In those hive worlds where hundreds of billions of people live, water must be used in a planned and repeated manner. Even a large amount of energy will be consumed in the regeneration of water resources. But on Fury Alstar, water resources are still plentiful and cheap, that a storm just now almost flooded Fuxing City. Gu Heng knew that with this technology in hand, he would not be able to pull out the production line of the mother machine and explode the reactor's production capacity. But that's not critical. Just use the finished black box to build 3 reactors, put them in Fuxing City and Weixing City. Then he won't need to worry about energy issues for a long, long time in the future. After obtaining the technology of the controllable reactor, Gu Heng was very satisfied and was very interested in the Dash Point Technology Lottery. He still has more than 500 points, and he can draw 5 more times. However, he first took a look at the probability decay. The probability of basic level shipments has become 70%. Advanced level has become 30%. Still dash percent winning rate. So what else? Pump again. Basic level technology. Pharmaceutical production. Provide the production capacity of more than 140 kinds of basic medicines, covering most common diseases and injuries. After this is obtained, the shipping probability of the basic level becomes 50%, the advanced level is still 30%, and there is a 20% probability of not shipping. But in general, there is still an 80% chance of gaining something. Gu Heng ordered it again without hesitation. Basic level technology. The 5th generation Walker series armored vehicles. The most common armor vehicle of the Imperial Star Army can be extended to a variety of models to produce the Forward Armored Personnel Carrier, the Wander Infantry Combat Vehicle, the Defender Anti-Aircraft Combat Vehicle, the Listener Armored Communication and Command Vehicles weight. Again, the shipping probability of Tier 100 has been reduced, becoming 30% for basic technology, 30% for advanced technology, and 40% for Air Force. At this point, Gu Heng began to hesitate a bit. He still has 354 gift points, and he could draw 3 more times. But once in the 100th gear, that would be too painful. On the contrary, at 10 o'clock, the probability of producing a basic level technology in 10 consecutive draws with the expected value began to become more attractive. After thinking about it, Gu Heng decided to go to 100 gears first. Empty. It is indeed painful, but the probability is placed here, and it can be regarded as expected by Gu Heng. Without hesitation, he invested another dash points. Advanced level, bolt gun. In the Empire, it is a high-level individual combat weapon, and only space fighters, battle nuns, and a small number of extremely elite troops can control it. It's right in the middle, but it's a little crooked. The bolt gun is of little use now that Gu Heng has it. Ordinary soldiers took up their bolt guns and fired them, fearing that their hands would be broken. However, it can be built into a fixed machine gun position, which is definitely much more powerful than the G9 machine gun, but it is not convenient. If the troops want to use it, they can't just lay down and shoot. I am afraid that the accuracy will not be controlled to use it. It takes time to set up the gun and use it as a fixed firepower point. But even so, its tactical value is enough. What's more, after this thing comes out, Gu Heng's technical experts, that is, Wu Jiarong and her technical team, don't have to spend time rubbing bullets for the space fighters every day, and the black box can be produced. However, there's another problem with getting the bolt gun technology. That is, Gu Heng does not have the ability to expand production now. The black box of the mother machine can be pulled out of the production line directly, but the production line and the finished black box are 2 different things. The latter can be turned into a bolter by stuffing it directly into garbage, but the former requires the most basic accessories and raw materials. Alloy plastic steel is not enough for the production of bolt guns. Even the best plastic steel cannot meet the requirements of some firearm parts. Alloy ceramic steel, which is a more advanced alloy material. Obviously, Gu Heng's subordinates currently don't have this kind of production capacity. It seems that for the time being, only the finished black box can be used for small-scale production. Some regrets. Although bolt gun technology can indeed be regarded as an advanced level, it is of little value to Gu Heng at the moment. However, he soon regained his composure. In the future, After the production capacity can keep up, this thing will always be able to bloom the brilliance it should have. The right is to reserve technology for the future. There's still 154 gift points left, and you can make another rush. However, Guheng finally chose to stop this time. He has to save some gifts for backup. Controllable reactor, 5th generation Walker series armored vehicles, basic medicine production, bolter gun. In this wave, 2 advanced levels, 2 basic levels, and a total of 4 technologies have been obtained, which is already a huge harvest. Now that the technology is just in hand, if Guheng wants to display their value, it'll take a long time for the territory to slowly digest the scientific and technological achievements until it can truly be transformed into production capacity. If too much technology is pumped out, the production capacity will have to be converted slowly. Not in a hurry either. However, even though he stopped smoking, he did not forget to take a last look at what the probability of level 100 has become. Basic level, 50%, advanced level, 10%. The probability of falling to the advanced level, it turns out that it has fallen to the basic level, right? Then if you win the lottery at the basic level, if you drop the probability again, it will fall to the Air Force. He felt that he had figured out the mechanism of a technology system lottery again. It is always a pleasure to count and harvest such things. It's just that Guheng can't keep his cat happy in the house for a long time. The storm and natural disaster are over, and the things he has to do have become more. Post-disaster relief, personnel resettlement, resumption of production and work, follow-up production planning, urban development, investigation, and mopping up of the remaining cult members in the city. This series of work is complex and heavy. He received a communication request from Asana and chatted with the girl for a while about what to do next. Guheng roughly shared his thoughts with Asana, and the little girl continued to work. Then, Guheng went to meet some people nonstop. The first to meet are the Space Marines and Battle Sisters. This is diplomatic work. These two are now Guheng's most important allies, and their previous actions can be regarded as paying a very painful price for Guheng's career. Of the 7 space warriors, 1 died. Of the 12 nuns, 2 died. Guheng had to say something about it. Not to mention any practical benefits. In fact, there are not many things he can produce now that others can value. But it was also in this situation that he wanted to be more satisfactory in his attitude. No matter how busy he was, Guheng still went to attend the Phoenix's funeral. Martins and the others brought the body of their combat brother back to their monastery that was still under construction for burial, and under the statue of the emperor, Rizzo held a small-scale funeral. Then, Martins found Guheng and made his request. He wanted to select 200 teenagers between the ages of 12 and 19 from within the entire Fuxing city as apprentices of the battle group. The battle group will personally train these teenagers and select one of them to inherit the gene seed and equipment of the dead Phoenix. Although someone died in battle, making the remaining 6 Phoenixes very sad, isn't this a brand new beginning? No problem, leave it to me. Faced with the request of the Martins chapter commander, Guheng patted his chest and assured, "You are in Fuxing City? No, it can even be farther away. In short, you are in the entire New Shao within the scope of the star. No matter who you like, just tell me, and I can promise to send it to you." There are only 200 teenagers. Guheng opened the door of convenience. This should be regarded as the reward that the Phoenix should pay for helping him fight the war. According to the tradition of the battle group, they will seriously train the 200 boys, and after a period of training, they will choose a lucky boy who looks the best among them and is still under the age of 19 and accepts the gene seed implantation surgery. No problem, leave it to me. Faced with the request of the Martins chapter commander, Guheng patted his chest and assured, "You are in Fuxing City? No, it can even be farther away. In short, you are in the entire New Shao within the scope of the star. No matter who you like, just tell me, and I can promise to send it to you." There are only 200 teenagers. Guheng opened the door of convenience. This should be regarded as the reward that the Phoenix should pay for helping him fight the war. According to the tradition of the battle group, they will seriously train the 200 boys, and After a period of training, they will choose a lucky boy who looks the best among them and is still under the age of 19 and accepts the gene seed implantation surgery. The rest will continue to stay in the training camp. Those who are over 19 years old and not selected will not be released, but will be transferred to the support staff of the battle group, that in different battle groups. These people are treated and called differently. According to the tradition of Phoenix, they will be called Feather, and they will fight together with the space fighters. The maintenance techniques of power armor, bolt guns, and chainsaw swords they have learned, as well as the combat tactical literacy that they have learned during training, will not be wasted. However, Martins always had a melancholy look on his face. This matter made him worry too much. If the seed is planted successfully, that is of course a good thing. The battle group will have new blood, and this new blood will produce a new gene seed after 5 years, which is another new blood. No matter how successful it is, there will be another one after 5 years. But if it fails, then there are only 6 veterans left in the entire universe of Phoenix seeds. This cannot be ignored by Martins. He said to Gu Hang, "I hope everything will go well. The battle group really can't afford to fail. I hope you can help when the time comes, and then find a way to support a batch of professional equipment for implant surgery. Although it can be done now, but Pastor Rizzo is not a professional pharmacist, and with the help of high-quality equipment, the success rate will increase. I want to help you guys very much, but it depends on whether there are similar goods when the interstellar traveler arrives at Star Fury next time. If there is, I will help you get it. Thank you very much then. Yes, I promise to support you in rebuilding the battle group." After the simple communication after the funeral, Gu Hang also left. Before leaving, he saw a bald warrior approaching Martins. That person kept looking at him until he boarded the helicopter and flew far away. After attending the funeral at the monastery of the Space Warriors, Gu Hang went to the battle nuns again. They didn't hold any funerals or mourning, but just properly preserved the bodies of the 2 sisters. The headquarters of the Holy Lily Sisters is on the planet Kaloga 3 in the Pegasus sector. They will take their sister's body with them on the return journey, and the funeral will be held in the church at the headquarters. As the planetary governor, Gu Hang expressed his gratitude and condolences to the head nun, and in the follow-up conversation, he also roughly understood what they were going to do next. With 2 people dead, Garrett will definitely not let it go. She and her sisters planned to follow the line of the original Angry Owl sect and bite down to death. Gu Hang expressed some concerns. Judging from their previous performance, those cultists cannot be underestimated. To the level of Chui Cao, he can actually threaten the safety of the head nun. Especially after they finish the investigation of the cult in Fuxing City, they will turn to other places to find the lair of the cult members, which is even more dangerous, and Gu Hang may not be able to support them at any time. However, Garrett herself is optimistic about this. According to some information obtained before, Chui Cao has a very high status in the entire primordial Raging Owl sect. The highest power structure in the entire sect is the so-called High Priest Council. There are only 6 people who are called High Priests, and only 2 of them can be crowned with the title of Original. One has already died in Fuxing City, and the only one left is not impossible to deal with. In fact, if it was a fair contest, Garrett would not think that a Psyker or Trikeo's level was his opponent. The reason why the previous battle was so fierce was mainly because Chui Cao was fighting at home. The wind farm is equivalent to a ceremony field, where they have been preparing for more than a year, including that disgusting wind wall, including the incarnation of the Angry Owl, are all products of the ritual field. If it's just Chui Cao himself, Garrett feels that the other party can't beat him 3 times. Sister's blood debt. I want these cultists to pay back 100-fold. It should be 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Gu Hang echoed. Hearing this, Garrett was quite satisfied. She said to Gu Hang with a rather serious face, "Your Excellency, in the name of the National Church of the Holy Religion and the Sisters of the Holy Lily, I formally request your assistance. I need you and your power to do everything possible for you. We search for the cultists, eliminate the cultists, and provide necessary help." After saying that, she took out a piece of yellowed paper. Gu Hang took it and glanced at it. The content written on it was roughly similar to what Garrett said, but the words were more formal and written. This is a letter of investigation assistance. signed on the lower right corner with Garrett's name, position in the state church, and seal of seal. Gu Heng's expression also became serious. I accept the request, and I will provide you with the help you need. I will set up a corresponding contact person, and the Thaddeus Political Committee will be responsible for the docking work. He will be the next, one of the military chiefs under my command. Once you need it, contact him directly, and I will authorize him to provide you with the materials, investigation assistance, and military strike support you need. Thank you, Your Excellency Governor. I have already sent a request to the headquarters of the congregation. 1 month later, another team of fighting sisters will come to support us. We will definitely eradicate those cultists. Yes, I should thank you. To be honest, Gu Heng was a little surprised by Garrett's decision. He thought that these nuns would return to the starship after the war. But the cult crisis that broke out in Fuxing City was bigger than imagined, and it was the duty of the Battle Sisters to eliminate the cult members. They also lost 2 Battle Sisters, which was also a great stimulus, which made Garrett ignite a raging fire of revenge and wanted to fight the original Raging Owl sect to the end. Of course, Gu Heng supported this decision. Those cultists are also the targets he wants to attack with all his strength, and the 2 sides have become endless enemies. Now, with the help of another team of professional anti-heretic experts, it is too late for Gu Heng to welcome him. As for the support she asked for, give it all. As long as the ashes of those cultists can be collected, you can give me whatever you want. Asuna did not relax because the disaster was over. Instead, she was busier. In the process of arranging the evacuation of the people from Fuxing City, due to the urgency of time, the whole incident inevitably appeared particularly chaotic during the storm. But fortunately, the problem was finally solved. Halfway through the evacuation, the wind and rain subsided and the sky cleared. Even though the governor hadn't issued any new orders at that time, Asuna could tell that the disaster that could destroy the entire Fuxing City seemed to have passed. Although the houses blown down by the storm are soaking in the waterlogging caused by the heavy rainfall, everything looks extremely messy. Many people were electrocuted to death due to lightning strikes. But in general, the casualty situation is still within the acceptable range for the time being. At that time, she was already requesting to assist her troops to carry out more orderly control. And after receiving the governor's order, after the disaster was over, she directly stopped the evacuation of the city. At this time, Asuna's work focus has changed to rescue and disaster relief. The people who have been organized, if she doesn't have it, she will send them back directly. She took the stage with a loudspeaker and told the audience about the whole process in person, that a terrible cultist who wanted to summon a storm to destroy the city, but this conspiracy was thwarted by the wise and mighty governor himself. Now, the city has turned the corner. People who have not received food can go to the food distribution point to continue to receive food. Those who have received food must participate in urban emergency and disaster relief operations under the arrangement of the army. As for the tens of thousands of people who had already gone to the evacuation point outside the city, Asuna did not push them back into the city. According to the governor's request, they will preach and educate the 3 people and let them move to Weixing City. This is the established population strategy. There is actually no need for Fuxing City to maintain such a large population. In Fuxing City in the past, apart from the exploitation of the poor and refugees in the outer city by the inner city people, it was very difficult to feed so many people just from the industrial structure. The foundation of light industry in Fuxing City is good, but it cannot absorb millions of employed people. The service industry is mainly for the inner city. So many people serve them. To put it bluntly, the production capacity cannot support so many people, and exploitation is really not the most important reason. Fuxing City can't support it, but Weixing City can. There is a severe shortage of people there, and the expansion of production is hindered by the population. In the original plan, Gu Heng planned to transfer a large number of people from Fuxing City to Weixing City to form a heavy industry base. Right now, those who went out of the city had their belongings wiped out by the flood, and they also went out, and even the food for the road was prepared. The march of the mass troops may be a bit slow, but after 2 days of walking on the road, they should be able to reach Weixing City. Of course, they won't really be allowed to go on the road like this. The wasteland is not safe. Battalion Commander Prabhav has been ordered to lead his troops to cooperate with the 3rd Battalion as an escort to bring the team back. At that time, Patel, the person in charge of the Waste Cave Society, will probably be so happy that he can't laugh from ear to ear. As for the rescue and relief in the area outside Fushing City, it was actually very rough and simple. Originally, the area outside the city had no plans at all. When people come, find a place and build a shed, which is home. There are all kinds of materials for building sheds. These houses have no fire or disaster prevention performance at all, and if they cannot leak wind or rain, they're considered to be well built. I didn't even think about whether the traffic is convenient or inconvenient. In a particularly dense place, it would be good to leave a small path for people to come out. That is to say, the inner city people really couldn't stand it, mainly because they couldn't let these mud legs block the way out of the city and into the city. They planned several avenues and strictly prohibited them from occupying the avenues, so they kept the basic supplies. This was originally in Asana's plan. She will gradually clean up the outer city, build a more reasonable road network based on the main roads, and establish administrative districts one by one according to the industrial structure. And this storm and the flood caused by the storm, although it is a disaster, but thinking about the good, it might as well help demolish the house. Although the ruins of this place are messy, they have to clean them up. Then clean it up. The so-called emergency rescue and disaster relief is just such a thing. Search the ruins one by one, save people first, and then empty out an area and pile up the garbage in one place. In the vacated space, first build some simple and large houses that can live in people, even if you sleep in Datong first. Immediately afterwards, the construction team will intervene at the same time, and in the cleared places, new houses must be built according to the plan. Seeing many people who simply ate their stomachs, waded in the water, rolled up their sleeves, and began to work hard, Asana showed a long-lost smile on her face. She likes this dynamic picture the most. However, after laughing, she immediately turned around and returned to her temporary office. Since the work of emergency rescue and disaster relief is to be made into urban reconstruction by the way, the necessary planning must be done quickly. This made Asana a little unprepared. Originally, she thought that she still had enough time to think about it. How to demolish, how to build, including how to resettle and compensate civilians who were demolished. Now, many problems need not be thought about, but some new problems have also arisen. She is full of energy. What are you doing? They're the ones who say they want to evacuate, and they're the ones who say they want to come back. There's so many things to move. What ruins to clean up? What can I say to clean up? When the water is gone, can't all these things be used? Boss Ricky, can you say something too? Listening to the complaints in his ear, Ricky probably felt similar. However, when someone asked him about it, he just waved his hand and said, that means talking less and doing more. TC. The man got bored, waved his hand, but didn't dare to say anything more. Boss Ricky is quite famous in this place. After all, he had brought hundreds of people across the wilderness, struggling to survive, and came to Fushing City. Then, with bravery and ruthlessness, he created a small world so that his own people could eat. At the same time, with loyalty, rules, and reason, he did not bully others, but was willing to come out to uphold justice for others. As a result, a lot of prestige has been established, so that people in a large block respect him very much, and even the gangsters don't come here. But the most he can do is this. But now, this block has been destroyed, and people have scattered everywhere, and there are very few people around. But Ricky didn't care. He just quietly picked up the waste boards on the ground, then sent them to the cart next to him, and then repeated the action. In his opinion, what is the use of saying so much and doing so much? When did the people above regard them as superiors? In fact, it is already very good for the new governor to be able to distribute food and give food to eat that he is willing to toss and play. So let him toss. As long as he is in charge, he can toss as much as he wants. Whoever feeds is the boss. As for the storm that would destroy the city, it was said that it was stopped by the governor. Anyway, I didn't see it, so whatever you say is what it is. Can I still object? Of course, it doesn't mean that he didn't believe it at all. After all, The wind and rain were really abnormal. He also saw a red light falling from 8 points around the city and rumbling explosions, which seemed to be a fierce battle. At the back, the wind and rain did stop. Maybe the governor really did it? But this has nothing to do with a little shrimp like myself. Can I influence anything? Nothing will be affected. Even if it is such a thing that will destroy a city and kill people, it is meaningless for a poor man like himself, even a poor man with a little prestige, to do anything. Even if storms, lightning, and floods really kill him, they can only be given. Otherwise, what else can they do? In contrast, all he can do is try to fight for a ration for himself. Even if you want to die, you have to eat something before you die, right? In his wandering life in the past, he really almost starved to death, and he also saw people who died of starvation. He felt that it was the most terrible way to die in this world. However, when it came to eating, he felt that it would be better for the governor to win. After all, the governor really gave a meal. As for working now, those who are full of food and always have to do things are as it should be. Is there any place in this wasteland where you can eat for nothing? Just when I was working, there was always a man in a black leather jacket and a red hat yelling around with a loudspeaker, which was a bit annoying. But he dared not say a word. People carry guns and soldiers. There are tens of thousands of people working on their construction site, and there are nearly 100 soldiers guarding it. These soldiers are not just construction workers, but are also doing things under the leadership of the Red Hat. But when you do things, don't always quarrel. What are you talking about? This is cleaning up our own homes. In the future, better houses will be rebuilt here. These houses will be our own in the future. Hell, is there such a good thing in the wasteland? I, Ricky, haven't heard of it in most of my life. But saying so, he couldn't help but yearn for it. Can you really live in a solid house and live in a well-organized neighborhood? Forget it. Don't have too much hope, or you'll be more disappointed when you get it. As the work at hand continued, the exhaustion and fatigue of his body gradually made him lose the time to think about it. But at this moment, the sound of gongs and drums sounded. It's time for dinner. He raised his head, only to realize that it was getting dark, and it was almost time to call it a day. Following the flow of people, I went to the place to eat and took my share. It's not delicious. It's just a hard piece similar to a donut. But Ricky was still happy. Whether the food is delicious or not is never in his consideration. All he knew was that this lump of dough, which was extremely hard, was very strong, and his stomach would be very full after eating it. Not to mention, it is also delicious with a bowl of thick soup to soak the noodles in. After a hard day's work, he was drooling because of the meal, and his stomach let out a growl. Taking the food, he couldn't wait to go away and go to the side to enjoy it, but he was stopped by someone. I still haven't got this one. Huh? Turning his head to look, it was a pair of gloves. The materials that have just been deployed can be used tomorrow. Be careful not to cut your hands. The girl in charge of distributing food and gloves said so. Ricky took the gloves hesitantly and couldn't help but look around and found that almost everyone got a pair. He kind of wanted to take back his previous thoughts. The food and gloves in his hands seemed to be telling him that the new adults seemed to be willing to treat them as human beings. Otherwise, if you just have to work, you just need to eat, and you're thinking about whether you will scratch your hands and give you gloves. Withdrawing his thoughts, he nodded slightly and left with food and gloves. After eating and drinking, he lay down on the chase bunk, ready to fall asleep. There was a bit of noise in my ears. It was the construction team building houses overnight. The materials used were the broken materials they had collected before, and the simple board houses they built were also used. In fact, some of them have already been built today. According to the Red Hat, this is to build a temporary residence for them, and then they can all live in it first, and when more houses are built in the future, they will distribute houses to everyone according to their contributions. Ricky still doesn't quite believe the second half of the sentence, but there is no doubt about the first half. Although he didn't live in it himself, it was because the simple prefabricated houses picked up now are too few and not enough, so he can only accommodate some people, especially the young and old and women. The place where he sleeps now is in the open air. He just piled up a pile of waste material pads randomly to raise the height by tens of centimeters. He tried to surround the place with a shed as much as possible to avoid sleeping directly on the ground with watermarks and to cover it from the wind. But tomorrow, more resettlement houses will be built, and he should be able to sleep in it, not like today. Although the conditions are difficult, in fact, everyone can bear this kind of suffering, and it's nothing. He lay down, ready to go to sleep. There was still a lot of work to do tomorrow. And at this moment, he heard a loudspeaker shouting outside. "Ricky! Ricky! Who's Ricky? Who knows Ricky?" He sat up, looking stern. He doesn't know what's going on, but with Wastelander's instincts, whenever something happens, it's assumed to be bad. He was already thinking about how to hide his name and how to sneak away. However, others did not give him this opportunity. Being famous is not necessarily a bad thing, and he was quickly identified. There's more than one person out there saying Ricky's right here. He could only walk out helplessly, staring hard at the guys who exposed himself. A young man was stared at and said rather embarrassingly, "Boss Ricky, these people don't seem to have something bad to do with you. Otherwise, I wouldn't tell them. I'm not betraying you. Come on, you." After cursing, he had no choice but to leave with the red hat holding the trumpet in front of him. He got into the car for the first time in his life and arrived at a place that looked like their temporary residence. However, it is still brightly lit at night, and many people come and go, making it very busy. He waited for a while, and someone took him in to a girl in a blue shirt. She didn't notice anyone coming, and she was still buried in the papers. Her shoulders were quite thin, as if they would fall if the wind blows. Her face also looked haggard, as if she had been tired for a long time. But Ricky is familiar with this person. He couldn't believe it. "Oh, Sina?" Hearing his voice, the girl who was working with her head down raised her head and showed a surprised smile. "Uncle Ricky? Finally found you. How are you?" Ricky was surprised. "What are you doing now?" He is not blind. He can tell that Asana's status here is not low. He's a little steward." That's all Asana could say. The clerk next to him, who was about to go out to deliver the materials, accidentally laughed out loud. "Little in charge. Your eldest lady is now the head of the production department, directly appointed by the governor. When all other civil affairs departments have not been set up and have no actual appointments, you can be regarded as the de facto chief executive of the entire Fushing city. This is also called a little steward." Hearing the laughter, Asana gave the clerk a fierce look. The clerk smiled at her, rubbed the soles of his feet with oil, and hurriedly yo-yoed. Looking away, she smiled awkwardly at Ricky. "My colleague is not very sensible. It doesn't need much explanation." Even if Ricky is not a human being, at least he has been in the wasteland for a long time, and he would be too stupid if he couldn't see something. His attitude became a little stiff. The two were acquainted in the past, that on the way Asana fled to Fushing City, she was actually walking with Ricky's team. In the process of escaping, and during the period of time in Fushing City, she received a lot of help from Ricky. Ricky is not helping her specifically, but he is a rare person who is fair and loyal. On the way to escape, including settling in a small block of Fushing City. Having this is already a great help to Asana, a little girl who brought a younger brother to survive. Of course, if it's not relative, the help goes so far. In the back. It was Asana who left Fushing City with her younger brother. Ricky said, "Before, someone said that they heard your speech and said that you became a clerk under the governor, and I was happy for you. But I didn't expect that it was not just a clerk. The governor, I was happy for you. But I didn't expect that it was not just a clerk. At that time, I heard that you brought your younger brother, drank a bowl of porridge, and was taken to the governor's camp. I thought you were deceived. After all, how can there be such a good thing in this world? But I didn't expect it's my short experience. You are living a good life now, so that's fine." Asana smiled. "It's not too good. I haven't closed my eyes for almost 2 days. Besides, I have a serious business to find Uncle Ricky this time." "What's the business you're talking about?" Ricky looked very cautious, and he was a little afraid of falling into the pit. But Asana has already hurriedly pulled out a sketch plan from the pile of papers under the table. "Look at this. This is—" Ricky glanced at it for a while. Although he didn't quite understand many detailed parameters on the plan, he quickly got the impression, just looking at the plan above, this is our block? But What a big change. But how much would it cost to do so? Don't just come and go. Asana said, Uncle Ricky, in my impression, is not the kind of indecisive person. I'm going to be frank. I didn't bring you here just to reminisce about the old days. You have also seen it. I am very busy with a lot of work now. I came to you because I hope you can help me. What can I help you with? Ricky instinctively wanted to refuse. Everything was too unknown. He didn't want to be confused, so he just stepped in. Asana, however, waved her hand. She is no longer the little girl who was tough on the inside and soft on the outside. In other words, her inner tenacity has not changed, but she has understood that sometimes in order to achieve her goals, she needs to show this tenacity outside. She said quite unquestionably, Uncle Ricky, don't reject me. Your prestige in the neighborhood and your good reputation all the time can provide me with great help. I am too short people to do things now. I need helpers who are reliable enough in character and ability to help me accelerate my work. This matter is not only my business, not only the governor's order, but also for the benefit of the whole city. Even if you don't look at other aspects, just look at the block where we stayed. Do you want to go back to your previous life? Or do you want to live in the house I drew in the drawings? Ricky said helplessly, Then I definitely want to live in the house you painted. Then come and help me. I guarantee that you can live in it. Just working for me and working in the new government is enough for your work points to live in the house. And your work will also help more people live in it. And I promise you will become a more respectable person in the future. I don't seem to have a choice. Yes, you have no choice. Asana smiled and stretched out her hand and continued to the man in front of her, but I promise you will not regret it, never. Okay. Ricky sighed and continued. What exactly do I need to do? Find out more reliable manpower, organize the team, and do things more efficiently according to our plan. Let everyone understand and believe that what we are doing now is for ourselves tomorrow a better life. In this regard, our political commissars, those red hats, will help you. But our people don't know enough about the situation in Fushing City, and we need locals like you to organize teams, distribute food, and monitor work progress. She began to talk about specific affairs with Ricky in detail. Ricky is also listening very carefully. In fact, Asana recruited not only Ricky. In the process of cleaning up the ruins and rebuilding the city, Asana encountered too many problems. She has already counted the manpower needed by the factories and commercial firms in the city that need to resume work. She hopes that the corresponding workers and employees will go back to work when they need to go back to work. And a large number of people who did not have a job or whose work was lost because of the disaster temporarily changed jobs to construction workers in place. Through the way of work for relief, the urban infrastructure was built by the way. But when it came to the need for further refined management, Asana found that her control was not enough. She doesn't have enough manpower to send her ideas and plans to every construction team in every area. When she was making a series of plans, there was also a shortage of manpower to help her. Now, this problem is not particularly prominent. I am in the process of rescue and relief. The Army, which still maintains its organization, is helping her. But this situation is obviously impossible to continue for a long time. She has to build an executive team. Among the poor in the outer city, there are people with good reputation, famous people, and people with professional ability. Asana is working hard to get these people out and then fill them into her administrative structure. But this is not enough. Among the poor in the outer city, people with a relatively good educational background like myself are really a minority, but there are many more in the inner city. And in this regard, she had already gone to Lambert. The inner city was of course affected by that terrible storm. However, compared with the outer city, the inner city with a much more reasonable construction plan and much more modern life is not too difficult. Strong houses will not be easily blown down or collapsed. Waterlogging still keeps the city soaked in water for a while, but reliable drainage channels and sewers quickly let the water flow away after the weather clears. Even people in the inner city will not be hungry after a few days of suspension. They generally have food and savings at home. But their life was not comfortable at all. It's just in an uncomfortable way, not the same. If it is said that the person in charge of revitalizing the outer city at the moment is Asana, the head of civil affairs, The tone of the entire outer city is post-disaster reconstruction, which is in full swing. Then the most powerful person in the inner city is Lambert, the grandson of the former council president. And the tone he brought to the inner city was the politics of terror. Lambert, whose family is almost dead, has turned into a vengeful ghost, at least in the eyes of the inner city people. This politics of terror started long before the storm. After Norris was arrested, according to the confessions of him and Bradford, the two former members of the Union Parliament, people were taken away by soldiers every day. The person who was taken away made no sound at all. The person in charge of arresting people was not even a team familiar to anyone in Fushing City. The troops directly under the governor, who came from Weishing City, were completely selfless, and they had no way to inquire about the situation of the arrested people in private. The inner city is like playing a killing game. Every day, when you close your eyes or open them, someone you know may be invited to drink tea and never come back. Panic is not enough to describe this. A saying began to spread in the inner city. The vengeful evil spirit wanted to drag the entire Fushing City into hell to be buried with his family. The storm that was about to destroy the city turned out to be a time to calm the mind. At least for many people with ghosts in their hearts, this is the case. At least in a storm, they don't have to worry about soldiers coming to take people away. However, after the storm subsided, the atmosphere of terror swept over again, and the people in the inner city began to tremble again. Lambert has become a name that can stop children crying at night in the inner city. It's so scary. Listening to Asana's teasing in the communication signal, Lambert was a little bit dumbfounded. Isn't that the case? I've heard it all. Don't quibble. Don't talk nonsense. Lambert continued to defend. I acted according to the orders of the governor. I don't need to use my power to avenge my personal revenge. Those who are related to death are all the enemies of this city. It is official business to attack them. As for the extra ones, it's not that I want to blame them, but they have done a lot of bad things. According to the governor's standards, they all want to atone for their sins. How do I make amends? Asana asked curiously. There is nothing wrong with this. Lambert gave the answer. Some heinous criminals will be declared guilty and executed in public at the public trial 3 days later. Others will be punished with hard labor for varying periods of time. These prisoners sentenced to hard labor will be escorted back to the mines of the abandoned village to do unpaid labor, where they will work on sewing machines in government-run textile factories, where prisoners are the only productivity. How many people are there? Well, it looks like 2,000 people in total. 2,000 people. Asana couldn't help biting her tongue. There are only 10 people in the inner city, right? You have arrested 2% of the population. No wonder the inner city has spread the word about you. That's what they asked for. Lambert snorted coldly and didn't want to talk more about this. He did this not just out of his own will. The governor asked him to do it for the purpose of thoroughly cleaning up the inner city, that if almost all the means of production are to be confiscated and used as official assets, how can it be done by peaceful means? The so-called heinous people who need to be executed, as well as many people who have been sentenced to long-term hard labor, actually determine their specific punishments. In addition to the crimes they committed, it also depends on their influence. Those who vote not fast enough, thorough enough, or decisive enough, the greater the influence, the greater the sin. However, there is no need to tell Asana these words. He changed the subject and said, "You want my help? I already know it. I will help you pick a group of people with very small crimes. They were about to be put back, and they were frightened to death people. Suddenly have the opportunity to work for the governor, get a more important position and opportunity than in the past. Presumably, they will cry with joy." Oh, Asana imagined that scene for a while. It was quite crying. Lambert paused and then continued. However, you should also pay attention. The words of these people have abilities, and there's no big problem with their composition. However, after all, they're the targets of iron fists. Whether there will be resentment against the governor, against the new government, this is something I cannot guarantee. When you use it, you must pay close attention to this. I will. After finishing the call with Asana, Lambert sorted out the information and went to find Governor Gu. When the time came, Gu Hang's secretary Zhang Chao asked him to wait a little longer The last meeting was a bit delayed. Lambert waited patiently. After a while, he saw Yin Fengshu and Thaddeus walking out. He stood up and greeted the two, and the two quickly returned the salute, passing by each other. They didn't talk about anything. The two military chiefs, under the current governor's influence, seemed to be in a hurry. Obviously, they had a lot of things to go back to work on, and Lambert himself was in a hurry to see the governor to report the situation, so naturally he didn't have time to exchange pleasantries. After entering the governor's office, he was about to salute, but was stopped by Gu Hang. "Don't be too polite. Hurry up and talk about business." "Okay." Lambert didn't dare to neglect, stepped forward, and placed a stack of materials in front of the governor. Then, while the governor watched, he began to tell the story. The main content is which people he has arrested recently, which of them need to be focused on, which are a little uncertain and need to be decided by the governor. While listening, Gu Hang marked and corrected some words on his document, and then asked Lambert to take it. "Follow this." "Yes." After a reply, Lambert said, "I've finished my business, so I won't bother the governor anymore." In the middle of saying goodbye, Gu Hang interrupted him. "Wait a minute, there's something else. Your public trial meeting will be brought forward, and it will start tomorrow. After your public trial meeting is over, I will use the same place to hold an award ceremony for our army." Lambert froze for a moment, then hurriedly said, "Yes, I understand what to do. That being said, it's actually a bit of a hassle to do. The time has been moved forward by 2 days, and many preparations have not been made yet. It seems that he and his subordinates will have to work overtime tonight." Gu Hang obviously knew this too. He said in relief, "Well, thank you for your hard work. Go get ready." The public trial meeting was brought forward to coincide with the award ceremony, which is a good opportunity for publicity. The awarding ceremony is for the subsequent restructuring of the army. During this period of time, Asuna was very busy, Lambert was very busy, and Gu Hang was also very busy. Not to mention that although those two people are officials in charge of one aspect of government, in fact the highest power is still with Gu Hang as long as it involves a slightly larger scope or requires cross-departmental coordination or requests for help. It must be handled through Gu Hang. Decision-making on important matters must also be made from Gu Hang. There are already many of these things. What's more, Gu Hang personally took charge of the military issues. Internal affairs are important, as is military affairs. Gu Hang decided to implement the military rank system and organize the team according to the standard of the Empire's regular planetary defense force. The officer association is divided into 10 ranks, including general, colonel, and lieutenant. There are 4 levels of generals which currently do not exist, 3 levels of school officers, the highest being colonel, 3 levels of lieutenants, the highest being captains. And Yin Fengshu jumped 3 ranks in a row and became the highest rank under Gu Hang's command. He will take on the rank of colonel, followed by Thaddeus, who will be in charge of the military and political department with the rank of lieutenant colonel. The entire army will also be restructured into 2 large establishments. One is to use the infantry regiment that Gu Hang brought from Weishing City as the core and expand it into a heavy armored brigade. This brigade will be equipped with 5 combined battalions, 1 artillery battalion, 1 engineer battalion, 1 air defense battalion, and 1 logistics battalion, with a total of 9 battalions, guard company, engineering company, communications company, brigade reconnaissance company, and an army aviation squadron. Equipment, let alone light equipment. At the stage of the combined brigade, the other 4 battalions, together with the brigade headquarters, will have a scale of more than 7,000 people. From the current situation where the 1,500 people are still downsizing due to the battle, the number of people is reduced to 7,000. It is obvious that Gu Hang has to absorb a lot of blood from the former Alliance army. At the same time, more importantly, the production of weapons and equipment must keep up. For the tanks, the active ones left over from the former Alliance Legion were used, which were barely enough. Although they were relatively backward, they had no choice. As for the production of other equipment, Gu Hang will soon fly back to Weishing City to find Wu Jiarong to solve the problem. It's okay to say other things, the troop trucks and fast motorcycles needed for motorized infantry, Just use the iron bull and puller. However, the heavy artillery used by the artillery was not enough captured from the Union Legion. Yu Hang had to ask Wu Jiarong how the self-developed 155 howitzer was doing. On the other hand, Gu Hang had to use the few things extracted from this technology. In order to mass-produce the Walker series of armored vehicles, Gu Hang planned to start the production line of the Wanderer infantry fighting vehicles first. This demand is large, and the effect is great. In this wasteland world with underdeveloped technology, the power of the Wanderer is probably stronger and more reliable than the domestic tanks. As for the Listener Communication Armored Vehicle, the Defender Air Defense Vehicle, and the Navigator Command Armored Vehicle, which are in relatively small demand, they can be produced directly with finished black boxes, and there is no rush to pull the production line. After Gu Hang brought out the idea of this heavy synthetic brigade, both Yin Fangxiu and Thaddeus were a little dumbfounded. The number of people is okay, but the equipment requirements are too luxurious. Earth, luxurious brigade? Such a heavy-duty synthetic brigade has really come out. Isn't it walking sideways on the wasteland? Even if Yin Fangxiu looked at it for the perspective of an imperial officer, such an army would be considered a relatively luxurious configuration in many ordinary Astral Army regiments, replacing the tanks with high-level Astral Army tank words. In fact, the Star Militia Army is unlikely to organize an elite synthetic brigade in this way. In many cases, the battlefield that the Star Militia Army has to face is larger and broader, and it is common for hundreds of thousands or millions of troops to be invested, that a larger division structure will be more commonly used. Dozens or even hundreds of divisions form a group army to deal with a certain aspect of war. A plurality of group armies form an army group to deal with the Continental War. The Star Militia is called the Hammer of the Empire, not for nothing that it has to be like a hammer, smashing the enemy to death with unparalleled strength. But that doesn't mean the Astra Militarum don't need knives if they have hammers. Some elite synthetic brigade units will be used as assault knives. The synthetic brigade, compiled by the governor, is a little bit interesting. If this troop is reorganized and all the equipment is in place, if there's a way to send it to the Starship Quintet in the sky, it is estimated that the troops on the Starship will also have to drink a big pot. If the defense is not enough, it is not impossible to be stabbed in the face of Brigadier General Yalisha in one breath. It is true that there are 10 people on the Starship, but most of them are staff and slave labor. The armed forces may only be dash to dash, and they lack heavy equipment. In addition to this main synthetic brigade, what remains to be formed is a conventional infantry division consisting of 3 infantry regiments, each with an artillery battalion that is a division. But with the division headquarters, there are only 7,000 to 8,000 people in total, which is similar to the strength of the main synthetic brigade, but the equipment is more hip. Yin Fangxiu didn't like this army very much. Even if the troops' training is good, but the equipment is far from enough, the Lost Star Militia Army is just an ordinary filler. Of course, in the wasteland environment, it's not bad. With these 2 troops, a total of about 5,000 people is deployed, which is Gu Hang's current idea. With a scale of 100 million people, raising a well-equipped army of more than 1 people should not be a big problem for the time being. And he wants to support so many troops. Of course it is useful. It is very important to cultivate internal skills. The production potential of millions of people must be tapped as much as possible, but the outward expansion cannot be stopped. Gu Hang did not forget that he only had 2 years. It has been more than 2 months now, and it is not impossible to rely on 100 million people to pay taxes, and it is not impossible to explode productivity at full capacity, but it also locks up all his resources to serve this purpose. That definitely won't work. He has to incorporate more territory and more population into his order. Leaving Fuxing City and starting a new stove is for a seed. Now, this seed has taken root in Fuxing City. This city will also become a fulcrum, and he will use this to leverage the entire planet. Even the expansion operations that should be done have to be prepared to start before all the logistical equipment is in place. When Gu Hang placed several new black boxes on Wu Jiarong's face, her mouth opened wide to an extent that she had never seen in her life. Where did these things come from? In the past, she thought about whether it was given by the Gu family, but when she thought about it, the Gu family didn't have the ability. Later, she had some bold ideas whether the governor is the son of a great sage of the mechanic cult, but thinking about it, in the heart of any great sage, the black box must be more important than his own son. Those guys who have already used mechanical transformation to replace their whole body except their brains, whether they still have the feeling of family affection is uncertain. After that, Wu Jiarong couldn't think of any other reason. Even if you think about the worst situation, it is impossible for the governor to vote for chaos and become a traitor to the empire. Where there is chaos, he is willing to hand out so many black box manufacturing machines to a planetary governor, just to corrupt the angry All-Star. From a broken world? The input and output are not proportional at all. If you can't think clearly about these things, you don't want to. Wu Jiarong listened carefully to the governor's arrangement, and from time to time manipulated the mechanical arms stretched out from behind her to write and draw on the paper beside her. Instead of thinking about things that can't come up with any results, it's better to think about how to fulfill the governor's request. The governor is like a party A with complex ideas and strict requirements, but the price offered is something she simply cannot refuse. There are so many black boxes of different types, which have great research value. Although most of Wu Jiarong's time is spent on the various tasks assigned to the Research Institute by the governor, just taking time out to study the products of the black box and the operation of the black box itself during the rest time is already valuable. Harvested. Of course, she doesn't understand how the black box works. That's a problem that even the great sages of the Mechanicus can't figure out, let alone her little bastard that's just watching and emulating has already gained something. And the bigger harvest is the research on the standard products output by the black box, which is more suitable for her current rank. It didn't take long before she felt that she had made great progress compared to the past. She has a clear understanding of her technical level. Although the title on her head was just a technical specialist, she was already preparing to be promoted to a mechanic 10 years ago, and she had actually reached that level. However, in the last 10 years of wasting, she has neither the ambition nor the time nor the opportunity to study further. And now, she felt the old feeling of rapid progress coming back. I'm afraid that it won't be long before she can advance herself to the next level of technical priest. In addition to helping the governor to cover up the existence of the black box, she also has to work hard to reflect her own value. Although the former is important, it is actually not particularly irreplaceable. She wants to work harder on the latter. However, the request made by the governor is still a bit too difficult. Producing 50 155 millimeters heavy guns per month. This is a bit difficult. However, I also looked at the 155 millimeters guns produced by the local Aborigines, and I found that my design can be simplified. If I work hard, I should be able to achieve it this month. The monthly production of 50 Wanderer V and the follow-up needs to be gradually improved. This is much more difficult than the production of artillery. The finished black box cannot completely solve the problem, and it can only produce 15 vehicles after a month of nonstop work. Vehicles. To further expand production, it is still necessary to build a special production workshop. Just pulling out the production line requires black boxes to be produced slowly, and the assembly of the production line requires the participation of technicians throughout the entire process. There are many parts for the edifier. The engine can use an improved version of the whetstone engine, but the chassis, body, internal instruments, the production of the weapon system must be taken out separately. When it comes to the assembly part, it is also a problem. We have to train more advanced industrial workers to be competent for this job. I estimate that it will take 2 or 3 months to reach the output of 50 vehicles per month. However, as long as this level can be reached, the follow-up improvement should be relatively fast. And the good news is that you can use the black box first to directly the finished products produced will stand up, at least to meet the needs of the troops as much as possible. The production line of the G9 gun family is relatively mature, and it is not difficult to increase production. The production process of plastic steel bulletproof inserts that match textile clothing is also the same. Bolters can only be produced in black boxes. Even if a production line is set up, there are no corresponding raw material parts for production. However, the demand is not large, so it doesn't matter. The main reason is that it is much more convenient to supply the space fighters. The extra production capacity can be made into a bomber machine gun model, mounted on the Rambler, replacing the original side-by-side machine gun. At that time, the infantry fighting vehicle will have a double-barreled 40mm machine gun and a bomber machine gun, plus an anti-tank missile launcher. The entire weapon station, the power, is quite impressive. We don't have the production capacity for the reactor, so we can only rely on the black box. But this thing doesn't need to be mass-produced for the time being, right? With the finished black box, I can deploy a controllable reactor generator set on the outskirts of Weishing City within a month. Fuxing City and Weishing City now have ready-made power grids, and if they are integrated into it, we will not have to worry about energy problems for a long, long time. This will provide huge power for all of our production lines. Our production capacity is in the there will be leapfrog growth ahead. Basic medical technology is relatively simple, and a chemical plant can be built quickly. As long as the imported raw materials are in place, it can be put into production quickly. There are more than 100 common medicines here. By then, the medicines needed by military hospitals and urban hospitals, then everything will be settled. These medicines can also be traded abroad and even hoarded to deal with future imperial taxes. Wu Jiarong told Governor Gu about the results and evaluation of her own thinking in detail. In some places, Gu Hang was a little disappointed. For example, the explosive production of armored vehicles was slower than he expected. But what Wu Jiarong talked about was some practical factors, especially the shortage of qualified auto workers. If it weren't for the fact that the Tainyo series trucks and the Patrol series motorcycles have already been put into production, and a little bit of experience has been cultivated, the gap in this area will definitely be even greater. The demand for qualified industrial workers will only increase in the future. Gu Hang calculated that after returning this time, he would start the education industry. Compulsory education for children and teenagers. Technical colleges for rapid training of teenagers and adults. Management colleges for training new administrative officers. Military schools for training qualified officers and re-educating officers, especially ideological education and training political commissars, were called Faithful Academy. Thinking of this, he began to feel helpless. The education industry is another thing that requires a lot of time and effort. Moreover, he didn't have the right person to set up the stall. Asuna, she is capable, but she is too busy with work right now. Rebuilding the city, resuming production, and insufficient administrative personnel have already made the girl burn out, and I am afraid that she will not be able to carry out another equally arduous job in the short term. Gu Hang can only consider other candidates after fully communicating with Wu Jiarong about the production situation of the subsequent technology industry lines. Gu Hang inspected the situation of the Waste Cave Club. Patel, the former leader of the Waste Cave Society and now the head of the heavy industry base, didn't even have time to meet him. Of course, this is an exaggerated description. Really, what job is more important than meeting the governor? It's just that Gu Hang didn't let Patel come to see him. Instead, he wanted to take the initiative to accompany Patel and see their work situation. Really busy. Prabhav also changed into a military uniform and accompanied him. The day before, this guy followed the order, brought his battalion, escorted tens of thousands of people, and came to the Waste Cave Society. These tens of thousands of people were the first to be evacuated from the city during the previous storm disaster in Fuxing City, leaving them homeless. They were not reassigned by Asuna to rebuild the city, but they simply brought part of the food and supplies that had been transported out of the city, escorted by troops, and came to Weishing City. A small number of people were placed in the former governor's camp, which is the main city of Weishing City, and filled into the light industry factory there. Textile factories, building construction teams, appliance assembly factories, cement factories, electrical appliances factories, and other places in Weishing City have welcomed many new laborers as if they had been nectar for a long time. Under the comprehensive overall planning, there is no shortage of business at all. The arrival of so many people requires more houses, more raw materials for construction, more clothes, and more basic appliances such as water heaters, electric lights. And these things are even more scarce in the outer city that is being rebuilt in Fushing City, and the orders can't be filled. The improvement of productivity requires more labor to fill it in, and when they earn work points, or even the advanced treatment obtained by loaning before earning work points, they need to produce it themselves to meet their own needs. But even so, it is not possible to keep everyone in Weishing City. Also under the administrative division of Weishing City, the more important heavy industry base here in the Waste Tunch can eat more people. The core alloy smelting industry has always been a big food eater. The black box of the alloy plastic steel master machine has never stopped, but many of the production lines that have been produced can only stay at the stage of establishment or even put them in the warehouse to eat dust because there is not enough manpower to operate these production machines. Further derived metal processing factories, bulletproof panel production lines, automobile industry, military industry. The number of employed people that can be eaten seems to be endless. Most of the people who moved from Fushing City were resettled in Weishing City's abandoned cave area, a residential area near the center of heavy industry. Some empty houses built here before have become temporary resettlement places. Originally, the house was only allocated to one family, and 20 people may live in it at once. Even so, it is still not enough. After all, the population that came here is even several times larger than the entire population of the original abandoned cave area. In the end, we can only use temporary tents and sheds for resettlement, waiting for multiple construction teams to work hard to start building houses. Moreover, not all of these people are immediately available. There are indeed some low-end industries in the Wudongsh industrial zone. If people are sent in for a short period of prenatal training, they can barely be competent for their jobs. However, short-term training is not enough when it comes to fine machining, vehicle assembly, and a series of jobs that have relatively high demands on industrial workers. Fortunately, Guhang had implemented the night school policy in the Waste Cave Club before, and it continued to play a role. Population literacy and basic skills training are on the right track. Now that there are so many more people, let's go in and sweep them together. Driving a sheep is also driving, and driving a bunch is also driving, although this pile is a bit too much. However, the population on the wasteland has many problems, but there is one thing that should not be underestimated. There are many illiterates, but many illiterates are not really without skills. After all, the wasteland society is not a primitive society. Most of them have seen guns, used guns, and maintained guns. In the past, these people just didn't have the chance. Now that they have the opportunity, the cost of training is actually not too high. It won't be long before these people will no longer be burdensome, but the freshest blood for the continued development of our industry. Patel proudly said this to Guhang. Guhang is still satisfied with the development of the waste hole industrial area. After all, we are on the right track, and as time goes by, the overall production capacity will increase exponentially. The seeds planted at the beginning are now at the stage of taking root and sprouting. With a satisfied attitude, Guhang spent the night at the Waste Cave Club that night, and early in the morning of the next day, he hurriedly boarded the helicopter again and returned to Fushing City. Along with him was Prabhav. He will participate in today's honor ceremony. Prabhav is not the most important event, but after all, he commanded the 2nd Battalion. In the previous series of battles in Fushing City, his performance was quite outstanding. His troops are still performing missions here in the abandoned cave area, and they will not be able to catch up for a while. Go back, but he, the chief officer, always wants to go back and bring back the medals his brothers deserve. And when he was on the same plane as the governor, Prabhav was still a little nervous, although he's quite familiar with it. However, he really doesn't have the kind of governor-general whom he is grateful for and admires to stay relatively privately in a space for a relatively long time. It made him a little uncomfortable. He has always been relatively open-minded, usually full of words, but at this moment, there was no task in front of him, and he didn't know what to say. But if you keep your mouth shut, it doesn't feel good. However, he soon couldn't care less about the embarrassing atmosphere. Guhang opened his mouth and brought up a serious matter with him. It is about some arrangements for his own work in the future. Now, The 1st Synthetic Brigade to be formed should be headed by Yin Fangxiu. The 2nd Infantry Division should be headed by Thaddeus, and he will also serve as the political commissar of the two units. The situation is definitely only temporary, and it cannot be maintained like this for a long time. Follow up, when the army building comes to an end, when it comes to regular training, including combat, the two of them will still be pulled out to do unified scheduling. The specific command and management of the army must be handed over to others. The brigade commander of the 1st Synthetic Brigade, I prefer you to take the role. The current appearance of Prabhav seems to be scratching his head. It's impossible to say that he didn't think about it usually. After hearing about this round of army expansion, he thought about it. Except for that guy Yin Fangxiu, there should be no other person in the whole army who is more qualified and capable than him to take up this position. To put it bluntly, the only ones who are competitive are the battalion commanders of the 5 battalions that the governor brought into Fuxing City, that he is the oldest, the most experienced, and the most impressive record among them. However, who knows if there will be any surprises? After all, if we really want to talk about qualifications, there is not much difference between them, and it only takes more than a month before and after. What qualifications are there to talk about? I am also lucky, and I have taken the lead. What's more, who knows if there will be any special circumstances? After all, there was this example of Thaddeus earlier. That kid also walked out of the abandoned company. From a squad leader, he became a hero after fighting a battle, and he was about to become a division commander and the head of the political department of the entire army. This speed of promotion is unmatched by anyone. In fact, many people would be a little jealous in private. To be honest, Thaddeus just popped his head and touched the hole at that time. Even though the void in front had killed a space marine and a battle sister, the obvious mortal touch had let him win. But some people don't think so. What you Thaddeus can do, I can do too. It's just that I wasn't there at the time, or I couldn't run fast enough. Otherwise, I will be the teacher now. And whenever Prabhav heard such rumors among his team, he would curse. What's the use of saying these farts? At that time, most people would not dare to take a step forward for fear of being ordered to die by the superiors. Not to mention, I really have the ability to get out of there. Hasn't anyone else seen? Hasn't he seen how fierce the space fighters and battle nuns are? People didn't get it done, and it cost their lives. If Thaddeus managed it, that's a great skill, and everyone should be convinced. Those who are Yin and Yang should be whipped. And now, what the governor just said is true. It must be true. Otherwise, can he be deceived? I will officially become, under Yin Fangxiu and Thaddeus, the actual number 3 in the entire army. Even in terms of real power, it is number 1. After all, the largest and strongest armed forces are directly in their own hands. Can I take this responsibility? Even if Thaddeus has made remarkable achievements, people will be secretly eccentric. He went to be the brigade commander. What would the other 4 battalion commanders think about this former colleague who became the boss? Banging and shaking his head on the helicopter, many thoughts appeared in Prabhav's mind because of Governor Gu's words. But these thoughts were taken back because of Governor Gu's words. However, our situation has always been quite special. It's hard to say about the qualifications. In fact, they have just come out of the struggle. We can only talk about ability and contribution. Is the most convincing. Therefore, I want to arrange you, but I can't directly appoint you, so that your future work will not be easy to carry out. Prabhav hurriedly listened carefully, feeling the point. After the awarding ceremony is over, you will return to Weixing City immediately. At that time, Thaddeus will send people from the conscription department to come back with you. I temporarily authorize you to recruit a group of people in Weixing City. Soldiers, fill up your battalion first, including a large amount of weapons and equipment. Even if there is no mass production, it will be deployed from the Research Institute for you to use. At that time, your battalion will be reorganized into the 1st Battalion of the 1st Synthetic Brigade. It will be the first to complete the overall reorganization. I want you to prepare the troops within half a month, and then center around the Wastehole Industrial Area, start to act. At that time, Yin Fangxiu will give you a clear battle goal. With the abandoned cave area as the core, within 100 kilometers of the surrounding area, There should be about 7 to 10 survivor settlements of various sizes. I will give you another half in a month's time. I want to see these camps actually plant the flag of the new alliance and surrender to the new order. It was difficult for Prabhav to stand up, but he puffed up his chest in excitement and gave a military salute. I understand. I promise to complete the task. He is a little excited. He knew that this was the governor, who specially accumulated meritorious service for him, paving the way for the next step in advance and facilitating his future work. Given this opportunity, he felt that if he couldn't do what the governor told him to do well, he should really find a latrine and drown himself. Marinus Flanagan, guilty of murder, subverting the government, enslaving others, imprisoning others. In the name of the emperor, sentenced to death. Jesse Dutra, guilty of murder, fraud. In the name of the emperor, sentenced to death. Lloyd Euchre, guilty of... Many people who were wearing delicate clothes that had been soiled during detention and interrogation were tied up and knelt on the ground one by one. They looked at Lambert, who was sitting on the trial seat, reciting his crimes, but silently argued. They were also unable to speak, and their tongues were all cut out just to prevent them from speaking indiscriminately on such an important occasion. They just need to show their face here, and then meet their own destiny. In fact, they weren't the first batch in front of them. There was another platform under the high platform of judgment, which was stained with blood. Just now, at the rhythm of each batch of 10, after the sentence was pronounced, they were dragged to the high platform below, and then each of them pointed a gun at the back of their head. Following the order of the procurator, the gunshots rang out at the same time, and the kneeling people immediately fell forward. Blood splashed all over the ground. Immediately afterwards, someone came up to drag the corpse away. When the crimes of the next group of people were read out, the workers poured water on the execution platform with buckets and then mopped it quickly. It must not be cleaned all at once. When the next group of people were dragged over, the ground was still wet, and the smell of blood rushed to their noses. Peeing your pants in fright, wriggling, and wanting to resist. These are all routine operations, but they are meaningless. Immediately afterwards, orders were issued, another burst of gunfire, and the next batch of people were sentenced. The prisoners prepared by Lambert had to kill more than 20 batches in this way to kill them all. During this period of time, more than 2,000 people were arrested in the political terror that shrouded the revived inner city. Of course, these people will not all be dragged here to be executed. On the one hand, not everyone has been sentenced to death. On the other hand, 2,000 people have been sentenced to be killed one by one, which is a bit too time-consuming. A total of 200 or so, it makes sense at once. There are still 400 or 500 death row prisoners who will be dealt with later. Among the prisoners who were arrested, there are also some who were really fine, so they were released about 500 or so. The remaining thousands of people who came here were all sentenced to hard labor, and they were going to dig in a mine at the former site of the abandoned Tunch. Judging from the environment of the wasteland, this group of people seems to have delicate skin and tender flesh, and I am afraid that they have never performed too high-intensity physical labor. After working in the dark mine for 5 years, I don't know how many people will come out alive when the sentence ends. And further down from the execution platform is the execution square. This place is located in the square in front of the Union Congress Hall. The place is quite big, and it is not a big problem to stand 2 people. Now, there are about half of them standing here. That is, about 1 people. These people watching the sentence are basically the top 10% of the inner city residents. They were invited to watch the trial and were very moved when they received the invitation. The scene that happened at this moment made their scalps tingle as expected. Among the executed, there were many people they knew and were familiar with. In the past, these are their leaders, their superiors, their bosses. Whenever we meet, I'm afraid I have to bow my head and say hello, hoping that if I miss a little, I can let them have a good meal. With a little support, maybe there will be greater opportunities in my future life. But now, these once high-ranking people are executed in front of them in batches like dead dogs. During the process of watching the execution, people were silent like cicadas. Your Excellency, Governor, it is true. This made many of them have to deeply recall the second-generation governor 6 years ago? No, it's even more outrageous than the second governor. The original second-generation governor, in order to implement his reign of terror and extortionate tyranny, also needed to rely on the administrative power and military power of the alliance itself to end that era. Although terrible disasters were caused, since the administrative means were carried out by the alliance system, many of them were originally in this system, and the people who carried out the terror were themselves. In many cases, the terror does not come on my own head. But now the new governor is not like this. He built his own power out of thin air, and that power carried out his will. The new governor really doesn't need them. More than 2,000 people were arrested, and 200 people were shot on the high platform, which was simpler than killing pigs. This means that the ruling class under the alliance system and the leaders of almost all interest groups have been swept away. Isn't this enough to reflect the determination and ruthlessness of the governor? Now, they have truly felt that Fushing City, the Alliance, and even the entire Star of Fury have really changed. Gu Hang was on the highest platform, silently looking down at everything. The blood on the execution platform and the silent and terrified people below did not change his expression in the slightest. Destroy the existing order. He is indeed doing it. The purpose of doing this is to clean the house and make it easier for him to rebuild the order he wants. For the people in the inner city, his method is different from that for the people in the outer city. People in the outer city are poor, and can't fill their stomachs, so they should use gentle means to show kindness, give hope, and build prestige. Let them have enough food and clothing, let them live and work in peace and contentment, and they will naturally become their own strength. People in the inner city live a good life. If you want to buy them with more benefits, the price/performance ratio is too low, then use decisive means to implant terror into their minds so that they dare not become their own obstacles. Gu Hang must not let these inner city people become vampires again. Not only that, but he also wanted the people in the inner city to bleed heavily. Otherwise, who would pay for the resource price of buying people from the outer city? Contrary to what he imagined, Gu Hang did not gain much real value after sweeping away the dignitaries in the city. Money is meaningless. The so-called alliance currency is a kind of currency issued by the alliance government and not widely circulated. Those things are like waste paper to Gu Hang. He hasn't completely abolished the use of Federation coins yet, but that's only a matter of time. Gu Hang didn't have the patience to engage in the financial industry here. Can the financial industry help pay taxes? Can I talk to the imperial tax officer with Union coin? Obviously not. Money is only a means of regulating the economy. The devastating storm caused by the original Angry Owl sect helped Gu Hang a lot to some extent. With almost nothing in the outer city, Gu Hang realized that he didn't need to maintain Fushing City's original financial system. And the most important thing he got from those so-called dignitaries was the property they originally controlled. Next, Gu Hang will largely abolish and not recognize the use of alliance coins, which will directly make all inner-city residents impoverished. The wealth they accumulated in the past will all become waste paper piled up at home under this decision. They won't become penniless. After all, they still have their own houses and some material savings, which is much better than the outsiders who start from scratch. But the life of the past is bound to be gone forever. But in fact, under the new system designed by Gu Hang, if these people do their jobs well, their chances are still much greater than those from outside the city. More sufficient education level and richer work experience are their advantages. But this cannot be believed by mere publicity. Gu Hang also doesn't need to use empty words to maintain stability for the time being. His army can do it in a short time. As for the future, these inner-city people will feel this through actual experience. In fact, he already has some preliminary ideas about the entire political and economic structure of the future, and he has communicated with Asuna. The entire people's livelihood system will be built on 45 ranks, AE stratification, each with 9 ranks. Each level will be equipped with corresponding welfare benefits, including food rations, housing benefits, medical benefits, and determines the purchase authority of a small number of scarce commodities. Every regular employee will receive at least E6 level treatment after entering the workplace. And below E6, it is the relief for apprentices, trainees, some assisted students, criminal workers, and the unemployed for no reason. The specific level is determined according to the position and personal work contribution. Although there's a certain link between the rank and the position, it is not exactly the same. Early stage and low-level employees will be promoted year by year according to their seniority and work contribution. That is, their basic salary will be improved. After a higher rank, the promotion speed will slow down. Those who have significant performance will be promoted by skipping grades. The treatment of soldiers in the Army does not follow this line, but it will correspond. Private soldiers and upper-class soldiers have allowances similar to E-level. Depending on the unit, there are specific differences. After retiring, they will try to arrange work at the corresponding level. Non-commissioned officers, senior non-commissioned officers, and some lower-level officers correspond to D-level. Middle and high-level officers have C-level for retirement remuneration. High-level military officers and generals are retired. Depending on the situation, there are B or A grades. Ranks and positions will also be paid on a monthly basis, but it is no longer an alliance currency. Now it is work points, and some currency reforms may be carried out in the future. Spend work points or currency to buy things in the store. Most civilian goods, as long as they are not scarce, will be placed on the shelves normally. Want to eat better non-staple foods, such as cakes, ice cream, meat and dairy products, in addition to regular food rations? Can buy. Want quality appliances? Can buy. Want to buy a 3-bungee, or even use it in a car? It may not be available in a short period of time, but when the future output increases, the demand for military supplies is met, and there is additional production capacity. It can also be purchased in the early stage. There may be a rank limit. After the production capacity is more abundant, the limit can be lifted. After the materials are more abundant, such as personal hobbies, reading, entertainment, art, you can buy them all. In other words, the 3 mountains of housing, food and clothing, and medical care will be guaranteed as long as they enter this new system. Wages can meet higher level, more individualized, and diversified needs. Want something better? Okay, try to get a promotion and a raise. The only exception is education. For this thing, Gu Hang intends to take the route of public office, free of charge, and all based on grades. And this system will include future civil servants, industrial workers, service industry, farmers, all in it. Of course, looking at it so far, the whole system looks beautiful and somewhat utopian, but there may be quite a lot of problems in its implementation. Ensuring fairness, ensuring reasonable promotion, ensuring adequate supply of materials, meeting individual and diverse needs, anti-corruption, avoiding system rigidity, planning material distribution, and production planning. There are many problems. However, this collectivized and planned system has a fundamental advantage. It is easier to concentrate efforts on major tasks. On Fury, there is one fundamental difference from the modern world. The problem of overproduction did not exist for a long time. The significance of market regulation is not that great. All excess production capacity will be eliminated by the huge pressure of imperial taxation. The only thing Gu Hang has to do is to expand production capacity as much as possible. No matter how many things he makes, it doesn't matter if they can't be sold or used. The huge system of the empire will eat up all of these things. And under this premise, Gu Hang's most important point is how to make this system full of incentives for people in the system. He is not allowed to lie down, eat, and wait to die, and the situation of muddling along with welfare appears on a large scale. These ideas that should be hung as streetlights are what Gu Hang has to do. Rank promotion, salary increase, and vigorous promotion of values are all positive incentives. Performance appraisal, competitive promotion quota, relegation penalty system. This type of relatively encouraging means of competition is also essential. If the people don't work hard, how can Gu Hang prosper? Hurry up and work. The governor will be able to change to a sports car next year. Of course, this is a joke. What Gu Hang wants is not those low-level interests. Expand the army, develop industries, build starships, raise 1 or more battle groups. His ambitions are very big. And speaking of the current reality, once these inner-city people enter his new system, due to their own advantages in education level, professional skills, and previous professional experience, they will naturally be able to do anything better than those in the outer city. The poor who can recognize it are even more powerful. They will easily strive for a higher starting level and a faster upgrade speed. As long as they support the governor, they will feel the benefits. It is not difficult to restore the standard of living in the past. With the improvement of productivity, it is even inevitable, and better class mobility will allow them to have opportunities that were never possible in the past. Good days are yet to come. Gu Heng's divergent thoughts converged with the death of the last batch of executed persons. Next, there is another big event, the awards ceremony and military parade. These two things are put together. In fact, there are only about people standing in the huge square, and the open space is reserved for the upcoming military parade. Accompanied by bugles and majestic music, each unit will set off from the preparation site outside, walk through the main road outside the Parliament Square, and follow the path made by the crowd to come to the rostrum. The chief of the army will come to power, accept the medal, accept the rank, and more importantly, represent the entire army, accept the designation and flag. The military music has already sounded, and the 4 military bands in the 4 directions of the square have made a lot of sound waves, and the speakers are arranged in different directions, which further amplifies the music. Immediately afterwards, a square team came slowly. 4 Walker infantry vehicles leading the charge. Behind them are the tanks that have not yet been painted and captured from the former Union Legion, and then a team of iron bull trucks accompanied by Ranger motorcycles. Some of these trucks are fully loaded with soldiers as troop carriers, and there are also tractor trucks that tow huge 155 howitzers. This is the 3rd Battalion of the former governor's infantry regiment. In the front officer's vehicle sat Prabhav of the 2nd Battalion and the chief officer of the 3rd Battalion. In fact, it stands to reason that the 2nd Battalion should be the first to receive the review, and Prabhav, as the chief officer of the 2nd Battalion, was indeed the first. It's a pity that he is a bit lonely. The main force of his army is still recruiting troops in Weishing City, so he can only rub against the phalanx of the 3rd Battalion. The entire phalanx was under the rostrum, whether it was soldiers in vehicles or on foot. They all shouted slogans. First, the officer in front shouted for the emperor, and all the soldiers behind him shouted together. It was followed by another sentence, for the governor. Gu Heng stood at the front of the viewing platform, watching his army pass by. With a blank expression on his face, he just nodded slightly. Following the guidance, the soldiers entered the open space reserved for them in the square and stood there. Prabhav took the stage with the chief officer of the 3rd Battalion. Gu Heng personally put on the epaulets symbolizing the rank of major for them. Immediately after, he put on medals for them. Gu Heng personally designed 2 styles of medals. At this moment, what they wear are all revival medals. The shape of this medal is roughly circular, and it is an upward movement of holding a hammer tightly, surrounded by ears of wheat. The revival medal, Gu Heng intends to issue it as a basic medal. It is mainly issued to soldiers and officers who have participated in a series of battles in Fushing City and performed outstandingly. Half of the recipients were heroically killed or wounded. Needless to mention the former, the latter will basically retire after winning the medal. These medals are not recognized within the entire empire, not like military ranks. The military rank of the Planetary Defense Force will be recognized by the Imperial Military, although the gold content is hugely different. But Gu Heng still needs to establish this system. Soldiers who fight for themselves deserve honor. Moreover, apart from honors, medals also have real benefits. The Rejuvenation Medal itself is equivalent to an E5 level allowance, although it may not be seen as much, but it is an extra on the basis of the original soldier's allowance. Moreover, this allowance will continue until retirement. Even if there is disability or death, the pension will be more. In fact, awarding medals to those disabled, retired, and dead soldiers is also to give an extra pension to the soldiers who died in battle and send them to their relatives. As for those without relatives, the military political department will arrange for an orphan. There are too many in the wasteland to inherit these, but only if the orphan needs to inherit the hero's surname. They will be brought up by special institutions for war orphans and receive the necessary education. After Gu Heng put the military ranks and medals on the 2 battalion commanders, The awarding ceremony for them was over, and the phalanx of the 4th Battalion had already come behind. The 2 battalion commanders and the few soldiers they brought to the rostrum each received a large box and many rolled-up flags from the governor's entourage and hurried off the stage to hand over to the 4th Battalion behind. Brother to give up the position. Inside the box are multiple revival medals, which the battalion commander will put on the soldiers of his own battalion after they go down. The rolled-up flags are the battalion headquarters red flag and the company red flag, and the team's number will be clearly written on it. After these numbered flags were distributed, they were immediately raised by the flag bearers. Soon, when the next batch of chief officials came to the stage to confer titles and honors, red flags were flying in the 1st Phalanx. Among them, there are 2 special numbers, the 1st Wastehold Company and the 4th Caudy Company. These 2 flags belong to Probov's 1st Synthetic Battalion, 1st Synthetic Brigade. Although he didn't bring anyone over, someone from the friendly army came out to help the flag bearer and raise the flag. The former is to commend Gu Hang for its outstanding performance in many battles of the 1st Company established by the natives of the Fury Star. This company was incorporated into the 1st Synthetic Battalion and became the 4th Company. This is the whole process of conferring honors. To be honest, the military music level of the loop accompaniment is quite average. The phalanx formed by soldiers and vehicles is not particularly neat when walking. From Gu Hang's point of view, especially when compared to the military parade that he watched on TV before traveling, it is almost meaningless. But there is a completely different point in it. It belongs to his army. With his order, the guns in these phalanxes will fire on any enemy for him. The soldiers in the phalanx will die for him. Looking at them on the high platform, Gu Hang felt boundless pride in his heart. The people in the inner city who watched this ceremony together were completely silent. In fact, many of the soldiers who walked over in the form of phalanx were familiar to them. Many of them are indeed soldiers of the original Union Legion. A considerable part of them was absorbed into the 1st Synthetic Brigade. The rest will be filled into the 2nd Infantry Division as a skeleton. However, the people in the inner city felt that these familiar soldiers looked strange at the moment. There has never been any military parade in Fushing City, and they usually only see these soldiers when they're on duty or on missions. People in the inner city are generally indifferent to the army. But looking at it now, the entire army seemed to be different from what they had imagined. The whole spirit is different. Under the leadership of those red caps, the soldiers puffed up their chests one by one, arrogantly. When did the residents of the inner city see their own army and have such a mental outlook? Oh no, it's the governor's army now. No, we seem to be the people of the governor. This is our army. Kind of confusing. The citizens watched these familiar and unfamiliar soldiers pass by in front of them, and then stood neatly on the other side of the square with mixed emotions. The people in the outer city are not in such a complicated mood. Fushing City does not have the ability to broadcast live images, so it is difficult to let everyone see the images of this ceremony. But at least the technology to broadcast over the radio exists. Lambert's previous sentence of death sentences for various people was also broadcast live by radio. Compared to the tranquility of the inner city, the outer city is quite lively. As the people went about their work, they heard the executions of various great men. They don't know who everyone is, but they always hear about someone they know who they find hateful being shot. As a result, there was a sound of jubilation on the construction site from time to time. In the following award ceremony, the broadcast master of ceremonies will also read out the awards of each unit and their meritorious service according to the script. This also made the poor in the outer city understand that there was such a reliable army fighting to protect Fushing City from being destroyed by the evil cult conspiracy. After all the troops had passed by, the last two to take the stage were Yin, Fengshu, and Thaddeus. For the former, Gu Hang gave him the rank of colonel. Accepting this military rank basically meant that he bid farewell to the Imperial Navy sequence and joined the Planetary Defense Force sequence of Furious Owl. The relevant formal procedures are already being completed, and Gu Hang also specially greeted Brigadier General Yalisha for his affairs. That being the case, Gu Hang spent 10 gift points to activate Yin Fengshu. In the system evaluation, his rarity is N, that is, ordinary level, and he is a level 2 military commander. The highest attribute point is Commander, which has reached 12 points. There is only one excellent military commander attribute, no nothing special. Yin Fangxiu not only got the rank of colonel, but also got a rejuvenation medal. Thaddeus, who was next to him, was awarded the rank of lieutenant colonel, and besides that, there was also a extinguishing wind medal. The medal is irregularly tapered, looking like an abstract tornado. This is the second type of medal designed by Gu Heng. Only one was awarded this time, and it was for Thaddeus. Undoubtedly, in the entire Army's medal system, the extinguishing wind medal is 100 times more precious than the revival medal. After completing their personal awards, the two also each received a flag. They saluted Gu Heng, wore military ranks on their shoulders, medals on their chests, and walked down with flags in their hands. Then, they each went to the front of the two large phalanxes and handed over the flags to the already prepared flag bearers. The standard-bearer squad raised the red flag, and two flags were erected at the forefront of the two armies. The flag that Thaddeus brought down was nothing special. After unfolding, it was the banner of the 2nd Infantry Division. The banner that Yin Fangxiu brought down has a bit of explanation. After unfolding, it reads, "The 1st Extinguishing Wind Brigade." Undoubtedly, this is also an honorary designation given to the entire brigade in recognition of the officers and soldiers of the entire brigade, including those recruited from the original Alliance Legion, for their outstanding performance in Operation Ending Wind, including Thaddeus, the company that was led as a political commissar before. After completing the awarding ceremony, the broadcast signal was cut to the microphone in front of Gu Heng. His voice, along with a loudspeaker, resounded throughout the square and then resounded throughout the city. The people became quiet, and they began to listen carefully to the governor's words, hoping to find a little more credible support for their future life. Residents of Fuxing City, my most loyal fighters, hello. I am your governor, Gu Heng. Just now, my warriors who fought bravely to defend this city have been honored with the honor they deserve. I distributed 100 revival medals, and every recipient is a well-deserved hero. They have made outstanding contributions to defending the revival city, and even sacrificed their lives. I awarded the Wind Extinguishing Medal, the highest honor, to Comrade Thaddeus. Many people still remember the storm 10 days ago. With the help of the Phoenix Squad and the Sisters of the Holy Lily, we defeated the conspiracy of the cultists. We extinguished the storm and saved the entire city. And Comrade Thaddeus is undoubtedly the best of them. At the most critical moment, with the most fearless posture, he accomplished the most heroic feat, and he achieved the final blow to extinguish the storm. Extinguishing the storm, this is the origin of the Extinguishing Wind Medal and the honorary title of the Extinguishing Wind Brigade. All the soldiers who fought bravely, and all those who maintained order and saved the city in a disaster, are called heroes. At the beginning of his speech, Gu Heng started with the origin of the Sheafing Medal and the honorary title of Sheafing Brigade. People in the inner city were silent, and they didn't feel deeply about it. People in the outer city recalled the figures of those soldiers. In the grain delivery wars, they fought right under their noses against the cultists who were trying to destroy the grain trucks and starve them. In the storm that intensified and finally stopped abruptly, they may not know what happened in several wind farms, but they clearly saw a large number of soldiers maintaining order, distributing food and supplies against the wind and rain, and arranging personnel evacuate the city. This army does not seem to be the same. During the disaster, they did not smash and loot with the weapons in their hands, and did not oppress the poor. Instead, they stood with the people and withstood the wind and rain. These were all witnessed by them, and the governor's concluding words of praise strengthened the impression in their hearts. Gu Heng's purpose lies in this. He wants to honor the army. Honor keeps the army disciplined, and honor makes the people love the army. After saying this, Gu Heng paused for a while and continued his speech. Hundreds of years ago, before the era of war, Star Nuaxiao was a civilized world, the jewel in the entire Tiamat star area. With the help of advanced industrial technology and the unique enrichment of spiritual energy gas fields for energy mining, Star Nuaxiao paid every time the imperial tax can be ranked among the top 3 in the Tianma Star District, second only to the capital of the Star Region Flying Wing Star and the Hive World Kaloga 3. The living standard of residence can even be ranked second, only higher than the Garden World Flying Wing Star. It's a little worse. At that time, the Angry Owl people lived in the city, and many people had decent jobs. Food and clothing were never a concern for most people. They enjoyed the sunshine, nightlife, and various food products. There's also a well-developed cultural industry. Such a rich world cannot be seen on many planets of the Empire. At that time, the owl stars were the envy of most of the inhabitants of the Empire world. Gu Hang's words made many people look complicated. No one has ever seen it before the war, but they have heard about it from the predecessors, and even the predecessors, through word of mouth from generation to generation. Some things occasionally excavated from the ruins before the war also prove this point. The Angry Owl Star in the past was indeed developed and prosperous. Then why? Our descendants are living in such a miserable life. The governor replied, "The hateful traitor betrayed us. The highest quality energy output on Fury Owl Star, the psionic gas field, was used as the source by the Chaos Traitor and opened the psionic tunnel. This tunnel connects a world corrupted by chaos, evil law under the shroud. Even the demons in hell have been summoned. A tragic war broke out with the Fury Owl Star as the battlefield. The people of Star Fury and the soldiers of the Empire defeated the traitors of chaos with endless sacrifices, closed the psionic tunnels, and blew up the psionic gas fields. But at the same time, this battle lasted for dozens of years. Years of war turned Fury Star into ruins, turning this prosperous world with a population of nearly -billion into a wasteland. The collapsed ecosystem gave rise to terrible waste energy storms and mutated monsters. A large number of the land is no longer suitable for living. Since then, Fury Star has changed from the Pearl of the Star area to a waste planet, abandoned by the Empire and removed from the Star Area plan. This paragraph, many people do not understand. Chaos traders, demons, etc. I don't seem to have seen it. What enriches the psionic gas field, and what psionic tunnel is even more unclear. But it does not prevent them from extracting the key point. Our world was betrayed by traitors and destroyed by traitors of chaos. Those ghosts are the main culprit in destroying the good life we should have. This reminded them of the original Raging Owl sect, which was also a fucking cult, and almost destroyed Fuxing City. Gu Hang's words continued. After 100 years of darkness, an imperial official named Hua Haibin was surprised to find that there were still tens of millions of people living here when he passed by Star Fury. He helped the people here, and through the Star Area government, gradually he applied to the higher level and finally got the permission to rebuild the New Xiaoxing, allowing the New Xiaoxing to return to the embrace of the Empire, and he also became the first governor of the New Xiaoxing Wasteland era. Governor Hua is a respectable person. He has worked hard on Fury Star for 17 years. Relying on the tax holiday of the first 15 years, he worked hard to restore the population of Fury Star, established a unified alliance, and united the entire planet. The forces of all parties have ended the frequent conflicts over limited resources on the wasteland and rebuilt their initial productivity. But he didn't do enough. In the 17th year, when he became the governor, Fu Xiaoxing had to pay taxes to the Empire for the first time, and he needed to pay standard imperial taxes. But Fu Xiaoxing has not recovered. Even the lowest grade, he couldn't even pay his taxes. He was executed by the Revenue Department, and the coalition government at that time was undergoing a major reshuffle. Then, it was the era when Neil Fokkers was the governor, and it was also the period of the second-generation governor who made countless people in the Alliance fear. He absorbed the failure of Governor Hua, and with the help of the Alliance government, he executed many Governor Hua, death rather than implementation policies, levies across the entire planet. Everything is trying to pay taxes to the Empire, and all production and restoration efforts have come to a standstill. He completed 2 tax collection tasks, but for this he emptied Governor Hua's accumulation over the past 10 years. Countless families were torn apart, Innocent people were charged as taxes. Countless food that should have filled the stomachs of the people, countless necessary the industrial products were confiscated and handed over to the empire. Raging Owlstar ushered in a disaster, and his unsustainable behavior sparked a rebellion. He sat in this position for 6 years, and the alliance almost collapsed. Many people left the alliance, and many people followed the law and violated it. Many people violently resisted, and many people were exterminated. The population loss of the planet was huge, and the 17-year recovery was almost destroyed. What he did, in his third term, sent himself to the guillotine. Later, 3 consecutive generations of governors, each of whom only sat for 2 years, were executed when they could not pay their taxes. The remaining forces conspired to control the governor's behavior, tampered with the governor's order, and deceived the superior and the inferior. Once a year, let the governor and the governor's government officials temporarily selected for 2 years be scapegoats. During the whole process, Fury Star spent another 6 years. These 6 years of division and chaos have not become better than during the period of the second-generation governor. Many people still died, and the entire planet still has not seen half of it. The hope of revival. The name of Fushing City seems ridiculous and sad. Gu Hang used a large speech to describe the history of New Xiaoxing in the past few decades. In this period of time, people are very familiar with it. From 1 generation of governors to 5 generations of governors, a total of 29 years. Many younger people grew up during this time. Older people have completely experienced these years. They knew that what Governor Gu said was not false. It was just their personal experience. However, before that, few of them thought deeply about it. Why? And after Gu Hang made these points clear, they would naturally think about these questions. Is it because of the empire? No, before the empire regained Fu Xiaoxing, during the 6 months of Dar post-war time, Fu Xiaoxing was in a state of pills that it was a generation of governors who established the minimum order, supported the structure of the alliance through imperial aid and interstellar trade, and supported many local industries. It is the second-generation governor and subsequent governors who have no real power who are fucked. The brutal but lacking level of rule of the second-generation governor brought huge disasters. The next 3 governors had no real power, no soldiers, and no one, and they were deceived. Almost each of the 3 of them felt that they could pay taxes, and the news they heard was stable and good. As a result, when it was time to pay taxes, the things in the warehouse were not up to standard, and they should have been treated as taxpayers. The campsite was also empty. Those 3 governors could only sit in Fushing City as wax figures, with their eyes and ears covered, completely unaware that the alliance was so loose that it was about to disintegrate. The forces of all parties do not obey the tune or the propaganda. Under the loose and fragmented system, the power of the planet cannot be integrated at all, let alone develop. Then, it seems that the answer is ready to come out. The problem is not all in the empire. The main problem is that there is not a governor who is powerful enough, courageous enough, and capable enough. Of course, there are also many people who can't think of this level, the suffering they have personally experienced in the past. Speaking from a larger and more macro level is like listening to heaven. Their thinking can only passively follow the governor's narration. But next, Gu Hang's words are meant to be heard by these people who are not smart enough, but are the most important and hardcore people. Until I come. More than 2 months ago, when I came to this world, what I saw was devastated. At that time, I used the Alliance's communication to announce my arrival and my ideas to the entire planet. I said that I would rebuild the entire wasteland world so that every Fury Star person can pass their own efforts to live a good life. I am not here purely to collect taxes, and I will not disregard the lives of the people just to collect taxes. When I found out that the officials of the Alliance not only could not help, but hindered them, I left Fushing City. Now I'm back. My statement has never changed. Those who stood in the way of rebuilding, revival, and a better life for you are dead. Since then, no one has stood in the way of us building our city together. Our world. I will establish a welfare system so that everyone who works hard can have enough food and clothing. I will build a school so that every child can learn and grow in bright classrooms instead of stealing, begging on the street, and working as child labor in black factories for a living. I will build factories, produce more goods, create more jobs, and let us live a better life. I will build hospitals so that everyone who is injured and sick can be cared for. I will create a fairer and more efficient government that maintains order and security. I will build a better and more honorable army to fight to defend everything we have created. These are my responsibilities, my mission, the mission of the new alliance government, and the mission of every owl anger. Together, we will win. What Governor Gu said at the end is something that everyone can understand. People cheered, people were excited. Long live the governor. Gu Hang's speech ended in the tsunami of long live the governor. What he said in the last paragraph can be said to be a picture, but it is a clear political commitment when it is said on this occasion, and it really makes people feel that the future can be expected. The residents of the outer city are looking forward to the governor's ability to implement all the promises he said in the future. Thinking back to the propaganda of the clerks who obeyed Miss Asana's orders and those red hats during this period of time, they began to believe that all this would not be too far away. For the first time, the fire of hope was ignited on this land. And even those residents of the inner city are inevitably touched. Not to mention anything else, at least the governor's speech seems to indicate one point. He is not someone who can only extort money like the second-generation governor. They don't seem to have to worry about people working in factories in order to pay taxes. I don't know how many people will be treated as taxes, sent to the Empire's transport spaceship, and fly to an unknown place in the starry sky, never to return forever without hearing from them. If this is the case, it seems that it is not impossible to support the new governor. The bottom line of a person is broken a little bit like this. Give it a hard slap, and then as long as it's a little sweet, it seems that the situation is not unacceptable. Is this public trial, public execution, military parade, and awarding ceremony performance? Of course it is. But who can deny the importance of propaganda in politics? In this matter, the people in the inner city were slapped for watching the public execution of old acquaintances, and then they were fed a little jujube. After being tormented by Lambert for several days, the terrifying atmosphere created should be slightly relieved after this incident. The residents of the outer city simply ate a sweet date. There is no need to give a slap. They have suffered too many beatings in the past. The demoralized people began to really look forward to the things the governor announced and to look forward to a better life in the future, and they even became more energetic in their work. It's just that publicity is publicity, but those things need to be implemented, and it's not just broadcasting them with loudspeakers. Things need to be done one by one. How? Is the school built? Where's the teacher from? How to allocate resources? The same is true for hospitals. The so-called welfare policy is linked to the 45 ranks that Gu Hang conceived before. But what is the specific welfare situation and material allocation of each rank? How long is Fuxing City's current resources enough to last? Where do insufficient resources come from? How to ensure that subsequent production can keep up? Not to mention, the output cannot all be eaten. The imperial tax is 2 years away, but preparations must start now. There is no need to widely publicize each of these specific matters, and even many of the means cannot be said. After the awarding ceremony, Gu Hang held an internal meeting. This meeting is the real dry goods and the key. Such a meeting lasted for 2 full days. When Lambert left the conference room, it was already the morning of the 3rd day. The morning sun was not too harsh, but it still made Lambert's eyes a little uncomfortable. The past 2 days had been dark for him, literally. Board and lodging are all in the conference room, and yesterday there was an all-night meeting. The governor is able to maintain a radiant look at all times, but he, Lambert, is a mortal and cannot bear this kind of suffering. At the moment, he is really tired. But I couldn't contain my excitement. During the 2-day meeting, a very important part was the appointment of personnel. Today, he is the head of the Supreme Legal Council and the highest justice of the Alliance. His next important job is to formulate laws according to the spirit conveyed by the governor during the two-day meeting. To this end, he needs to establish a legislative council to do legislative work and an executive council to do judicial work. In addition, he also needs to establish a disciplinary committee to supervise and audit government officials and enterprise factory managers. At the beginning of the establishment of a new coalition government, there was already vigilance against corruption and institutional rigidity. He needs to grab this part of the work hard. This is also in line with the work he did during the previous period. Legislation, judiciary, supervision, and auditing, many powers in one body. In other words, he, the highest justice of the alliance, is in a sense the same level as the head of the government, the prime minister of the alliance. But now the prime minister of the alliance government is still in charge of the governor himself. This almost means that he is already the highest official in the new alliance. The Hodgson family's early investment in the governor has now paid off, even though the concentration of such great power on him alone is definitely not something that can last long, and it is only a temporary measure when no one is available. After all, when the positions were divided, these positions were reserved, and someone would replace them in the future. But so what? He, Lambert, is in charge of this work. So aren't these people who will come up in the future essentially all of his old subordinates? Even if he doesn't work here in the future, he will still have a huge influence here. However, high officials and rich salary are by no means the reason for his excitement now. From his personal point of view, are these things worth exchanging the lives of the whole family? If given a choice for him, he would never choose it 100 times. But his grandfather chose, and he didn't realize it until something happened. When he just decided to come to the governor's camp to help the governor, he knew that his decision represented the attitude of the Hodgson family being put on the bright side. But at that time, the worst outcome he thought his mind was that his grandfather would be in Fushing City and bear a lot of pressure, and his family would be suppressed. But all of that can be redeemed, and after the governor succeeds, he will get back what he lost. He never thought that the chairman of the alliance's parliament would die in the capital of the alliance. But old Hodgson may have thought of it a long time ago, but he didn't tell him. Is it for him? Is this for the Hodgson family? Lambert thinks not. If it's for these, they don't have to do this step. What is there to say about the Hodgson family now? Everyone is dead, and he is the only one alive. What is that for? He remembered the conversation he had with his grandfather before he left Fushing City and came to the governor. The whole planet is looking forward to revival. The sooner the better. I am willing to contribute to this first, instead of continuing to wait silently. Being a promoter of the times is far more meaningful than waiting for the times to change and then getting on the bus in a hurry-many. This sentence buried a political family in Fushing City, but it also became the fuse, allowing the governor to become the master of Fushing City earlier. No matter how many twists and turns there are in the process, it has now become an established fact. Why do you say that only the governor can save the world? For this question, what exactly did the transformation into an empire bring to Fury Owl Star? History can be used as a lesson. Imperial taxation is indeed a heavy oppression, but in the 100 years after the war and before returning to the empire, how was the situation of the Fury Star? It's bad, even worse than the time of the second governor. When a generation of governors established the alliance, the total population on Fury Owl might have been more than 2,000 million people. After his 17-year rule, this number has doubled to nearly 5,000 million. The birth rate has greatly increased, the death rate has been greatly reduced, and a large number of hidden populations have reappeared due to social development. It's just that in the last 12 years, it has fallen to less than 4,000 million. Returning to the empire did bring heavy taxes, but other than that, it's not without its benefits. To rebuild the world, the empire will allocate financial subsidies, which will be distributed by the Star Region government. This aid, in the hands of a generation of governors, has brought about the great development of Star Fury in 17 years, and it can be called the engine of the revival of the planet. Without these, a generation of governors took the lead to form an alliance and integrate forces from all over the world. In addition to reconstruction assistance, there is one more important benefit of returning to the empire: interstellar trade. After returning to the empire and having its own governor, The Imperial caravan will use the Fury Star as a trading stop. A large number of things that Fury Star itself has no conditions to produce will be obtained with the arrival of interstellar trade. These two items are the biggest benefits after returning to the Empire. Is it true that Fury Star can't develop? No. Although it is difficult, with the aid of the Empire and joining the interstellar trade route, the Fury Star should have flourished. What they need is a reliable governor. Neither can be as incompetent as the first 3 generations, who are controlled as soon as they land, and the government orders do not leave the office. Nor can they be like the second generation of governors, who only use violence and fear to rule the world, regardless of development, and exhaust their resources. Sooner or later, the game will collapse. It can't even be like a generation of governors, maybe capable enough, but too kind, without the majesty of a ruler. The loose political system of the Alliance makes the forces in various places quite independent, and it is impossible to gather the power of the entire planet to concentrate on development and reasonably deal with the Empire's taxation. This is the bane left by a generation of governors. This is the result of Lambert's own thinking. He is betting whether Gu Hang is a governor who meets these requirements. At least so far, he feels he has made the right bet. That being the case, saving the entire world doesn't seem like a vain thing. And this is why he and old Hodgson are willing to give everything for it. After leaving the meeting room, Lambert did not immediately go to the legislative work entrusted to him by the governor, but went to the Union prison and met with someone. Former Union MP, Bradford. This one did not appear on the previous execution list. Normally, he is going to die. The dirty things on his buttocks are much more than many people who have been sentenced to death and executed. But he is not dead. It is said that it is because of his major meritorious service performance. This is mainly reflected in the fact that Bradford has accused quite a few people of crimes and provided incriminating evidence. Of course, Lambert said to Bradford in the prison, being a so-called tainted witness can atone for your crimes, and we actually don't need the accusations and evidence you mentioned. Bradford's current mental outlook is not bad. He nodded. I understand. Now, it's time for you to make your first real contribution. Lambert said, Minister Asana has something to do for you. It's about food. Yes, you are very smart. Lambert said, right now, Ms. Asana is the only minister in charge of finance, civil affairs, production, and commerce. These responsibilities will definitely be separated in the future. The position of Minister of Commerce, I think you must be interested. However, the competition for this position is very high, and you have inherent disadvantages. Bradford listened carefully. Moreover, he was somewhat surprised by Lambert's attitude. Lambert didn't care about this, and just continued. If you really want to join the new government system, the first shot must be fired, and to truly reflect your own value, solving the food problem is a good entry point. I understand. Thank you. Lambert stretched out his hand and stopped the thanks. Someone will let you out in a while and take you to see Minister Asana. Do your job well. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. Wait. Bradford called him back. Lambert stopped but didn't look back. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Lambert knew that Bradford's apology was for their Hodgson family. He waved his hand, turned his back to Bradford and said, Don't make any misunderstandings. I heard your apology, but I will never forgive you. The only reason you can save your life is that you are still useful to the governor. You'd better keep ensuring that this reason exists. Otherwise, no matter how far you flee to the ends of the earth, I will make you pay the price you should pay. Bradford, who saw the sun again, was in a good mood. Although Lambert threatened him verbally before he was released, he didn't take it to heart. In other words, Lambert's attitude is just as it should be. Even if he wasn't the mastermind, he was also the main accomplice in killing the Hodgson family, and the two of them had a sworn feud. Ask yourself, if you're in the same position, you are afraid that you will be punished by the governor and kill your enemy. In fact, by entrusting himself to Lambert, the governor probably meant to entrust Lambert himself with the decision-making power on this matter. If Lambert really wanted his life, the governor might not even say a word of blame. Regardless of why Lambert didn't do it, at least he survived for now. Even there's a chance to continue climbing. After the urban reconstruction work was a little bit on the right track, the second problem Asana had to solve nonstop was the food crisis. Not enough to eat. Fuxing City is a commercial hub and a center of light industry. Now that Weixing City's abandoned cave area is established, heavy industry is also developing at a high speed. But Fuxing City does not produce grain. Although there's a small farm like the Flood River Valley Manor around the city, the output of that farm's crops in a season could be 2,000 tons, which is not bad, and the output for a whole year is enough to feed the entire city for 10 days. From Fuxing City to Weixing City, if considered as one, this is a city with 1 million people. According to the lower-level grain quota, the daily food consumption must reach 500 tons. The food demand for the whole year is at least 18 tons, and it is not an exaggeration to prepare 20 tons. When Gu Hang just captured the city, the food reserves of the entire city could only last for about 15 days. Up to now, 12 days have passed in total, and the remaining grain reserves are only about 9 days. The reason for this is mainly because during this period of time, it was not purely sitting and eating. On the one hand, after the initial end of the war, the blockade of the cities, and the hurricane disaster, the grain trade resumed more or less. Yu Ben, who was on the way to the grain caravan, finally dared to enter the city, unloaded the goods, and left with some industrial products. On the other hand, it was assistance from Weixing. The two synthetic starch production lines in Weixing City are operating at full capacity, and the combined daily output can reach tons under the condition of nonstop day and night. Except for the 2 districts of Weixing City, which are reserved for the local area, the others are all being transported to Fuxing City. However, despite these 2 additions, it is still not enough to make ends meet. This is definitely not possible. The synthetic starch production line is not yet available. The research and development and mass production tasks of Wu Jiarong are a bit heavy, and the localized deployment of the synthetic starch production line is slow in the research and development progress. Even if she devoted all her energy to this aspect, she might not be able to solve the urgent need. Then you can only rely on the old method. Fuxing City didn't produce food at all, and it was able to survive for such a long time in the past. Of course, it relied on foreign trade to survive. Of course, if we only rely on foreign trade, the supply of food will definitely be very unstable. It doesn't matter in the previous Fuxing City. If there is an unstable situation, let it happen anyway. The inner city people will not starve to death, and the outer city will starve to death as soon as a batch. It is no big deal. Anyway, after a while, there will always be many refugees who wander over from nowhere and will make up for the missing population. But the current Fuxing City can't do that. Asuna knew that the high morale of the city residents was based on Governor Gu's political declaration. People are now beginning to believe that the governor can bring them a better life, which makes them start to support the governor's regime and burst out with great enthusiasm for production. But if Gu Hang's political declaration went bankrupt shortly after he was hungry, it would deal a severe blow to the prestige of the new government. Asuna would never allow this to happen. In the long run, finding a way to ensure self-sufficiency in food under the sphere of influence of the new coalition regime is the fundamental way to solve the problem of food security. But before that, the short-term solution to the problem can only rely on foreign trade. This work originally belonged to Vaughn, the first union member to die in the hands of Gu Hang, that he was the largest grain trader in Fuxing City in the past. After his death, his grain trading channels were quickly divided up, and Bradford was none other than Bradford who ate the most share. He was originally a big businessman, but in the past, in order to avoid internal competition with Vaughn, he didn't get involved in the food business very much. After Vaughn's death, that was ignored. At that time, while he was cursing the governor's arrogance in the Alliance Council, he shed tears for Vaughn's death. On the other hand, he hurriedly ate up the property, for fear that if he was too slow, he would lose a bite. With the defeat of the war, after he became a prisoner, he thought that all the food he ate at that time was in vain, but he didn't expect that he could still use it now. Of course, even without him, it doesn't mean that it's impossible to do it at all. After all, the business staff who run the business are not all dead. It's just that if there are many people he knows, and there are people from business channels in various places outside Fuxing City to help, things will be much easier. At this moment, he was telling Asuna about the specific situation of the grain trade in Fushing City. The food import of Fushing City can be summed up as two major arteries and a bunch of capillaries. Bradford was carefully telling Asuna about his experience and understanding. Two main arteries, one west and one south. The south one leads to the Green Valley area. I heard that Ms. Asuna was born there. You should be familiar with that area. Yes. Asuna nodded slightly. She is indeed familiar. She is the daughter of a plantation manor owner with a scale of 10,000 people, and she has been helping her father manage the manor since a few years ago. The Chingu area is more than 400 kilometers south of Fushing City. There is no clear boundary line, but the climate will get better and better as you go south. That is also one of the few places with a good climate on Furial Star. The frequency of waste energy storms is very low, and there's a large area of arable land. The only way to see the scene of thousands of miles in the fertile fields on New Xiaoxing is in the Chingu area. One plantation after another distributed on that piece of land. And the one to the west leads to the desert. You may not be familiar with it. Although the yellow sand is everywhere, there are dots of oases. Many people living in the western desert have found the pre-war desert under the oasis, a planting factory left over from the times. The restored factory can carry out high-density, three-dimensional cultivation and can obtain very high yields without requiring a large area. These two main arteries support Fushing City's main grain consumption. Last year, Wohan mentioned in the work report of the Union Parliament that Fushing City imported a total of 40 tons of grain from these two places throughout the year. The so-called capillaries refer to various small and medium-sized settlements with food production capacity in the area radiating kilometers from Fushing City as the center. There is some land that can be planted within this range, although it is not as large and concentrated as Chingu. But there is still some, such as the floodplain Valley Manor. There are also some caves with special environments where some fungi can be densely planted. Some places have farms. There are many types, and the output not one. They mainly feed almost all the agglomerations within this range, and the production of fuyu will be brought to Fushing City for sale. Still taking last year as an example, through these capillaries, Fushing City purchased a total of tons of various foods. The total estimated quantity is 50 tons. In fact, Fushing City does not consume so much. 70% of the food is distributed to places outside Fushing City. After all, Fushing City is the largest trading hub on the entire planet. Asuna's expression was solemn. That is to say, what we have to do is not only to ensure our own food security, but also to allow food to circulate throughout the wasteland as much as possible, using Fushing City as a hub. Yes, Bradford sighed. If it can't be done, maybe people in Renaissance City won't starve to death, but many settlements in the entire wasteland that don't have food production capacity may suffer catastrophe. Asuna said, moreover, something happened in the Green Valley area this year. The wave of monsters was much larger than in previous years, destroying many plantations. There were many displaced people, and many of them became looters. Let the situation become chaotic. Yes, Bradford said, the chaos in the Green Valley area has caused our food import from there to drop by more than 30% this year, and if the situation is not alleviated, this import volume may decrease. The reduction in collapse. The discussion about the Green Valley region was all experienced by Asuna. It has been several months since they escaped from the Chingu area, but according to the latest information, the situation there has not improved. There is still a steady stream of refugees from the Chingu area who have traveled hundreds of kilometers to Fushing City. Behind every refugee who managed to walk to Fushing City alive, maybe 2 or 3 people fell on the road. Thinking of this, Asuna almost felt that she couldn't stand it anymore. But she can only bear it. She knew that they didn't have the ability to travel hundreds of kilometers south, saving the suffering people along the way. She can only take care of Fushing City first. Gathering her thoughts, she said, "We must resume grain trade imports as soon as possible. I will establish a grain trade bureau under the structure of the Ministry of Commerce and Trade. I have sent people to take stock of all the people who worked in the grain trade business in the past. They will be immediately transferred to the Grain Trade Bureau. They will perform their duties, divide them into 3 working groups according to the 3 general directions we talked about today, and try their best to contact those sellers and buyers who have had experience in grain trade with Fushing City and recover as much as possible. The scale of the grain trade. Mr. Bradford, I need your help. Bradford was happy in his heart, but kept a serious face. This is exactly what I came for. Well, I can appoint you as a special advisor to the Bureau of Grain Trade. I need you to be responsible for the recovery of the 2 trade routes, capillary and western artery. I hope that within 2 weeks, the capillary blood supply was largely restored. Within a month, our western arteries were able to begin retransfusion. Can be done. Bradford was slightly disappointed to hear that it was only a special counsel. Being a consultant is probably not a formal job. When he heard the term Grain Trade Bureau before, he had hoped that he would have the opportunity to be the director of the Bureau, even if it was only a temporary agent. Having a formal position seems to mean that he can initially integrate into the new government system. The rest is nothing more than speaking with ability and performance. Grain trade is, of course, the most important part of the many trade categories in Fushing City. That if he does this well and solves the food crisis, will he really have a chance to be the Minister of Commerce in the future? After all, it is impossible for Ms. Asana to take on the work of multiple departments all the time. But now it's just that the consultant is such a dispensable position that can be canceled whenever he says, which still makes him feel a little disappointed. But he quickly picked himself up again. Wearing the body of sin, if you have the opportunity to serve and wash away your sins, you should cherish it hard and go all out. Putting aside these thoughts, he began to calculate carefully and did not speak for a while. Asana also waited patiently. Bradford finally spoke. I will do my best to fulfill your request. I will try my best to restore the relevant trade routes. However, this whole thing cannot be achieved only by relying on my efforts. Completed. After the trade channel is established, we need to eat such a large amount of food, and we also need enough commodities to trade. He paused. There was a topic he didn't really want to bring up, but in the end he decided not to mention it. Union currency. Asana raised her hand to stop him from continuing. That's nothing to talk about. But in fact, you can also rest assured that we are not going to completely abolish the union currency. In terms of foreign trade, we will recognize the value of the union currency for a long time in the future. In terms of foreign trade, we can still accept it. Trade settlements will be made with alliance currency. With your words, I feel a lot more at ease. It's normal for him to have such worries. If the alliance currency is completely abolished, then the objects of looting will not only be the residents of the inner city, but all the external forces that have traded with Fushing City in the past. For the convenience of trade, many forces have reserved a certain amount of alliance currency. To abolish it all at once means that all the money they used to sell grain or other commodities in the past will be worthless. This is unacceptable to many forces. If Fushing City can completely achieve internal circulation without relying on the outside, then that's fine. But now, even the basic food demand needs to rely on foreign trade. So, it is obviously impossible to do this. That would destroy the trade credit of Fushing City and offend other settlements with high independence. You can do it with confidence. Asana said, I will do my best to prepare other trading commodities. Asana is not actually worried about the problem Bradford mentioned. Not to mention the currency, just continue to recognize the alliance currency in foreign trade. Of course, it is impossible to buy food purely with Union coin without paying anything else. When people take the alliance currency, they also want to buy things. Regarding the related trading items, Asana has a well-thought-out plan. There are quite a lot of things that Fushing City can sell. Fushing City has a strong industrial production capacity, not to mention textiles, electrical appliances, some metal tools, and even generator sets using hot limestone. In addition, there are a large number of various commodities in the warehouse of Fushing City. The trade center is not just for grain trade. After those dignitaries were wiped out, many channel merchants like Bradford Their goods also fell into the hands of the current government. These are items that can be traded. What's more, Fuxing City now has two particularly valuable items that can be used for sale: arms and medicines. Medicines are hard currency in the wasteland, and there are very few places with corresponding production capacity. At present, Wei Xingqing's Alliance No. 100 pharmaceutical factory has successfully put into operation that it is said that more than kinds of medicines and medical supplies can be produced there. However, at present, it is not necessary to put all the production processes of so many types of drugs into production. Some medicines, such as those for stomach problems, skin diseases, osteoporosis. Of course, these things cannot be said to be useless, but at least they are not important at the moment. Quick-acting hemostatic agents, antibiotics, pain-relieving and analgesic drugs, trauma medicines. These are much more important, and the demand in the wasteland is much greater. As for arms, the munitions to be sold are certainly not newly produced ones. Gu Hang's local tyrants brigade hasn't finished reorganizing yet, where is there any spare ordnance that could be sold to others. However, it was precisely because he wanted to build a heavy synthetic brigade that many of the weapons and equipment left over from the previous Alliance Legion became goods that were stored in the warehouse. Asuna is going to sell these things in batches, but you can't sell blindly. The sale of arms is a sensitive matter. In her conception, apart from getting sufficient food supply for Fuxing City, this trade also has a very important point, which is to achieve reasonable political goals. Asuna now attaches great importance to the stability of the Green Valley area. This is not only because of her personal feelings, but also for the food security of Fuxing City. The Qinggu area has always been an important trading partner of Fuxing City, and it is the thicker of the two grain arteries. There has been a long-term chaos there, and the impact on Fuxing City will also be great. It is the best choice to choose a suitable trading partner, find the Green Valley Manor owners of the lawful camp, sell them the ammunition, and arm them. Asuna hopes that the armed plantations can maintain the order of food production and continue to provide food for the revived city. They can resist and even fight back against the looting gangs that breed due to turmoil. That it would be best if they could unite and put down a monster wave that has been raging in the Green Valley area for several months. She's determined to do this matter by herself, with Bradford assisting and providing some contacts and channels. It's just that the matter of arms sales is a bit beyond Asuna's authority. She is the head of the civil affairs, business, and production departments, but she has no decision-making power over ordnance. She found Gu Hang. I can't handle it. The big boss will do it. After carefully listening to Asuna's report, Gu Hang approved her plan. Half a month later, the food crisis in Fuxing City has been alleviated to a certain extent. Bradford has shown what he can do. With regard to the restoration of grain imports, the first phase of the task was completed relatively smoothly. Once the capillaries resumed their blood supply, the various food-producing areas around Fuxing City resumed their food trade and transportation. In half a month, a total of tons of grain were imported. The continuous stream of wild bull convoys and automobile convoys can be seen more frequently outside Fuxing City. Of course, this is the reason why many grains were not transported properly due to wars and blockades, and the squeeze stagnated in various places. Now that Fuxing City has resumed the trade route, those grains will definitely not be saved. They must be transported over quickly and replaced with various other necessities of life. In the future, the trade volume may decline, but it can be maintained at about tons per month. Relying solely on the blood supply of capillaries, the food crisis in Fuxing City cannot be completely resolved. The food output in the surrounding areas of Fuxing City cannot fully meet the city's food consumption. However, during the past half-month, Bradford also got in touch with an old relationship who ran to the West Desert. There was already a transport convoy from the West Desert on the way. The current grain stock can still last. 1 month later, the transport convoy carrying more than tons of grain will arrive in Fuxing City. During this period of time, Asuna got in touch with the agent that Gu Hang supported in Garbage Town, Denison Henry, and purchased a huge amount of hot gray stone. West Desert has a great demand for good fuel, such as thermal limestone, and is also their main import commodity after selling grain. The underground plantation factories left over from the pre-war era consume a lot of water and electricity. Water resources are supplied by oases and mined locally. For energy, they have to be imported in large quantities. In this regard, Asana has a new idea. Is it possible to pull the power grid to the West Desert? What they want is essentially just energy. The thermal limestone is pulled back and is also used for power generation. The construction of a high-voltage power grid and direct transmission of electricity is much lower than the transportation cost of pulling hot gray stones one by one with bullock carts and cars. Moreover, the cost of directly exporting electricity is also cheaper. Ms. Wu Jiarong has already deployed a reactor generator set around Weixing City to the opening ceremony. Asana also appeared. After being connected to the grid, almost all thermal limestone generating units stopped. It's no longer needed. The power generated by a set of reactor generators connected to the grid is already enough for the production and life of Fuxing City and Weixing City, with a total of 1 million people. Even there are some rich, abundant, and cheap energy has made a huge difference. Hot limestone has not been eliminated, but it can all be used as fuel for the operation of vehicles. The mass-produced iron bull trucks can run freely, and there is no power plant to compete with them for fuel. The extra energy can be used for things that seem a bit luxurious in the wasteland, such as air conditioning. The air conditioner factory in Fuxing City has expanded its production capacity. Asana is planning to send a batch of air conditioners to the shelves of the Alliance store before the weather is about to turn into summer. People from outside the city may not enjoy it, but they will have hope. Anyway, I don't have to worry about food and clothing. If I really want to buy it, I can buy it by accumulating work points. While those in the inner city who are more actively integrated into the existing system, if they have the ability, will be assigned a relatively high rank, and then they will be awarded for their meritorious service. I received bonuses, for example, the hardworking staff who joined the Grain Trade Bureau this time. Their bonuses are enough for them to buy an air conditioner and live a cool summer comfortably. Even if there's a quota for electricity consumption, it doesn't matter. The part that exceeds the quota of the rank can be used by spending work points because electricity has become cheap. In fact, people throughout the city are the same. Those who can't afford air conditioners, electric lights, or some other electrical appliances can always afford it, and they can all be turned on. These are all visible improvements to the quality of life. After the power generation unit of the reactor was connected to the grid and the price of electricity dropped accordingly, the two cities under Gu Hang's command became a bit like cities that never sleep. In the future, various industrial products using electropower will be mass-produced, and after entering thousands of households, there will be more and more scenes based on energy development. As the power consumption increases, what should I do if some of the latter are not enough? Just build another reactor generator set. Fuyu's electricity can, of course, be sold as a commodity. It is a good idea for Asana to sell electricity to West Desert, and the construction technology for the transmission grid is currently available. However, the construction of a high-voltage transmission network stretching thousands of kilometers away is the second most difficult to construct, and the most important is the difficulty of maintenance. There are many dangers along the way. Monsters may be better. Those things have a very strong desire to attack humans, but they will not move the creations built by humans. However, those looters along the way may not be known. There is no special benefit for them to break and destroy the transmission grid, but they can use this method to engage in blackmail. Asana mentioned this idea to Gu Hang during a certain report. Gu Hang smiled and asked her to record this matter in a long-term plan. In the future, I will clear up all the way, and our high-voltage transmission station will be built all the way. Dangping is thousands of kilometers away from Fuxing City to the west. It seems quite far away, but it is actually not as far as imagined. A battalion of Prabhav has already advanced kilometers with Weixing City as the center in a few days. Before the award ceremony, Prabhav received an order from the governor, asking his troops to do this after finishing preparations. His troops were the first ones in Shifeng Brigade to be fully staffed in half a month. Not only the source of troops was in place, but also all the heavy equipment and all the vehicles were basically stuffed in. But before all the equipment was in place, he couldn't wait to start acting. Some particularly small gathering places with only a few dozen or 100 people hide very deep and are not easy to find. So forget it. Those who only need to reach the scale of 1,000 people, especially those who have registered in the Alliance, yes, settlements belonging to a member of the Alliance, that's easy to handle. At this scale, most monks can run away, but cannot run away from the temple. In fact, most settlements do not need to be fought to recover. They considered themselves part of the League that, in the past, it was because the Alliance had no interest, no ability, or other reasons. Anyway, there was no direct administrative jurisdiction over them. However, these places have different attitudes when faced with the governor who has now mastered Fushing City and demands that they accept orders under direct jurisdiction uniformly. Some accepted it readily. Generally, such places are like the abandoned cave clubs. They are poor and white, struggling to survive in one place. Some are reluctant, but they are helpless. The towed artillery pulled by the truck is lined up, the majestic armored vehicles and tanks are placed on the face, and the soldiers with live ammunition are uniformly dressed, and they look like elite troops. How to resist? A synthetic battalion under Major Prabhav has more than 800 people. In some camps, the entire population may not be much larger than this number, and even a few guns may not be able to make up a few. He could only send out people in cold sweat to negotiate with Prabhav. There is nothing to talk about, just one sentence. Surrender all weapons unconditionally and accept the rule. Immediately afterwards, the civil affairs officials who came with Prabhav's army will enter the captured survivors' camp with the army. Their people will do two things in batches. One is to publicize Fushing City's policies in the camp. The political commissars of each company in the 1st Battalion will mobilize some progressive soldiers to do this with the people from the Ministry of Civil Affairs. The general meaning is that when you come to our Fushing City, you can earn something from your work. According to the ability and nature of the work, the rank can be determined. After the rank is established, there will be a guarantee of basic living quotas from food to medical care to housing improvement. After this wave, many camps with poor living conditions can basically stabilize. Although most people would not easily believe that all of this is true. But since they can't resist, they can only enjoy it. And the second thing they have to do is to analyze the conditions and industries of the camp and assess whether this survivor camp needs to be preserved. There is no need to keep camps that have nothing special and rely on local resources for important outputs. The population collectively migrated to Weishing City to make up for various industrial outputs. Within half a month, there were 4 abandoned camps with a total population of nearly dash. And some places that rely on local resource output, mainly agricultural output, will be preserved. There are 3 such camps, one of which is a cave-dwelling camp. The special environment here can cultivate a kind of fungus in the cave. Relying on this fungus, they not only feed more than 3,000 people, but even a lot of them can be exported. Not all of this troglodyte camp will remain, though it is not necessary to have so many people to maintain and expand the mushroom cultivation industry. 2/3 of the population will be relocated, and the rest will be transferred to become mushroom cultivation workers and managers on the spot. It is transported here from the city, but at the same time, the entire mushroom cultivation industry will become government-run and public-owned. The other 2 plantations with a population of dash people are also treated similarly. In addition to the remaining agricultural workers, mushroom cultivation workers and managers, a batch of weapons will be delivered to the camp in the future. Among the remaining population, weapons will be distributed on the spot, and militia organizations will be established to give them the ability to protect themselves. Prabhav's actions in the past half-month have added more than dash people to Weishing City and conquered 3 village-level strongholds that produce food. Although it was a military operation, there was almost no resistance during the whole process. This is, of course, a good thing. There was no battle, and Prabhav was a little depressed. He remembered what he heard on the plane when he accompanied the governor to Fushing City. This wave, he was chosen by the governor to be the brigade commander of the Extinguishing Wind Brigade in the future, and he came here to make meritorious deeds. Although his actions have been fruitful, it can be said that it comes from the prestige of the governor and the orthodox name of the alliance. It is a bit bragging to insist that it is his own credit. No shot was fired. It depends on the call. What does this have to do with him, Prabhav? But he can't do things like killing good people. The political commissars of the brigade headquarters and the political commissars of each company were all staring at him. The IT is said that Fushing City is still building a military court, so he doesn't want to be the first guest. His own conscience couldn't let him do such a thing. However, it won't always be smooth sailing. A working group from the Ministry of Civil Affairs and the Immigration Bureau sent a request for help, and then lost contact. Before losing contact, they were doing work related to population migration in Sanchi Town. Jason Morgan, with a swollen forehead, felt he was out of luck. He was originally an employee of a small factory in Fushing City, doing some statistical work that I don't have any special skills or power, so I just do my own job and receive the salary I deserve, of course. Life is much better than those refugees in the outer city who can't eat enough, but it is definitely not rich. They can barely share a room in the inner city, and with their wife's job, they can barely support their 3 children. After the war, his wife didn't know what evil she believed in. She felt that the new government created by the new governor was very reliable. Not only did she go in, but she even persuaded him at home for 2 days. We can read and write, we can count, we have work experience, and we can get ahead. It is said that Ms. Asana was promoted to such a high position just because she can read and write. The sooner you enter, the better. The sooner you join us, the sooner we may become big names. He obsessively agreed, and after a preliminary political review and training, he was dispatched to the Immigration Bureau of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. At that time, what he thought was that although the conditions were difficult and he had to go out to work in the city, his preliminary rank was E9, and the basic rank quota with his wife was enough to support a family. Coupled with the salary beyond the quota, their quality of life will not be lower than in the past. In addition, before this business trip came out, their director, who had just taken over, encouraged them by saying that this was a very valuable experience, and that if they did a good job, they could all be regarded as meritorious service. For those with the most outstanding performance, he will apply for the Revival Medal, and when he comes back, he will give priority to promotions and promotions. The pie in this picture fed Morgan well. Plus, the extra perks of the business trip itself are all perks. After returning home, he discussed with his wife, and with his wife's strong support, he signed up that night. Immediately afterwards, a working group was formed the next day, and a car took a group of them to Major Prabhav's army. When dealing with the first gathering place with a population of more than 1,000 people, they were a bit in a hurry, encountered some difficulties, and had some twists and turns, but they finally got things done. They were even the first group to complete the migration work, and they were rewarded by the director when they reported to the leader by telegram. He was very happy, but he didn't have to rest, and was sent to the newly recovered Sanchi Town overnight. Sanchi Town has a population of more than 3,000. According to the original leader of the town, the name Sanchi comes from the fact that there are 3 large pools around the town, from which some aquatic products can be fished out, and they mainly rely on those aquatic products for their livelihood. Some of them are eaten by themselves, and some of them are dried to make dried fish and canned for export. In addition, the location of their town is not bad, and caravans often pass by. After setting up a tavern and providing food, lodging, leisure, and entertainment services for the caravan, the life of the whole town is still SOSO. According to this statement, the first direction of the working group is that this small town can be preserved, that IT can be used as a trade transfer station, 3 lakes with good output, or as an aquaculture place for food output. They started to work in this direction, but after a field trip, they quickly noticed something was wrong. It is true that there are 3 pools, but they are really 3 pools. It can't be called a pond, but it is a very small lake if it is stretched to death. There is some aquatic output, but it is obviously not well managed, and the output is quite limited. As for the bistro, there's indeed one, but the total number of rooms is estimated to be about 10, and there are about 20 tables in the lobby on the first floor, so it is probably not a trading post. If this is a small village with only a few hundred people, the 3 ponds and this tavern may barely allow them to live a decent life. But 3,000 people? Are you starving to death with this? The people in Sanchi Town lied. Morgan didn't understand why he was lying at first, But on the third night after the army left, leaving only their work group, he saw boxes of weapons and equipment being removed from the warehouse when he went out to pee at night. When he came out and the townspeople started to arm, he knew something was wrong. This group of people even acted as if they surrendered unconditionally and loyally when the army came in front, and then began to arm the army after the army left. Later, he saw a large number of looters entering the town, and they got along well with the townspeople. Combined with the serious discrepancy between the industry and the population size that he had investigated before, he finally understood that he had entered a den of thieves. Otherwise, how could those 3 small pools and a dilapidated tavern support people? People don't rely on this at all. Returning to the transfer station of the trade road. They did rely on the trade along the road for food, but the way may be a little different from what they thought before. Opening black shops, robbing roads. It is not a problem to say that their livelihood is related to business travel, coupled with plundering and blackmailing other settlements. Plus being a black center that helps looters handle stolen goods, provide supplies, and serves as a foothold to harbor bandits. Then feeding people like this is not a big problem. Jason Morgan, who was covered in cold sweat, didn't dare to urinate anymore. He was afraid of being discovered. So he slipped back into the house in fear and told the other 6 colleagues what he had discovered. Everyone panicked. Even when the battle was the most intense before Fushing City, they only heard the sound of guns and felt the shock of the orbital bombing hitting the wind farm on the outskirts of the city, and they shivered at home with fear. But if you really want to talk about real personal threats, it is not as clear as it is now. If you continue to stay any longer, you will undoubtedly die. Whatever the raiders were up to, they obviously wouldn't let them go. The 7 discussed it and planned to get away before those guys came to trouble them and restrict their actions. Unfortunately, it's too late. They're not stealth experts, not even soldiers. They have not received training in this area. How can they sneak out of town without being discovered? In fact, they were caught not long after they slipped away. Morgan was hit twice on the head with the butt of the gun and was knocked dizzy by the time he was more or less awake. He had already been tied up in a room with his colleagues. He regrets it in his heart now, very regretful. At that time, I chose to go on a business trip because I was fascinated by the cakes drawn by my boss, and I was blinded by the extra business travel allowance. Just seeing the benefits, forgetting how dangerous this wasteland is. What to do now? No way, wait to die. Those who say this are quite optimistic. A true pessimist would say, is there any way to kill yourself quickly, preferably painlessly? The looters in the wasteland really can eat people, and even some perverts. In order to ensure the freshness of the meat, they will cut it alive, meat grilled to eat. Morgan, who had just recovered from his dizziness, was so frightened that he almost fainted again when he heard their conversation. No, a few days ago, I was at home enjoying a better life with my wife in the future. And today you told me that I might be eaten alive? His mind is broken. Morgan didn't want to die. He shook his head to think of a way, but he couldn't think of anything. The 7 of them were tied so tightly that they were thrown on the ground, and it was difficult for them to twist their bodies like caterpillars, let alone find a way to untie them. It's useless to untie them. They are unarmed, but there are 2 looters with live ammunition guarding outside the door. What about this? I can't think of a way to break my head. And the more desperate situation came. He heard footsteps outside. It seems that a few people came over from the outside and then started talking to the guard at the door and then started arguing. Through the door and wall, I can't hear clearly, but it seems... Order, let me come. Just these few, right? Kill by them outside. Let them go. Hearing these words, Morgan's face turned pale. Done. It's time to execute them. Just thinking about it, the door opened. He watched the 3 armed marauders and walked in. Morgan was terrified. He felt it was all over. At this time, he could only close his eyes, preparing for the arrival of death, and praying that he would die more happily later. But at this moment, he heard the person who came and speak. Leader Terrell ordered me to kill you all. Sure enough, I expected. Morgan thought so. Then, he heard the turning point again, which made him feel hopeful. But I can let you go. But you have to promise me one condition. Before Morgan could speak, his companion spoke first. What conditions? The visitor sighed and said, I don't agree with Chief Terrell's insistence on confronting Fushing City. I would like to take this opportunity to go ashore for nothing and stop looting. Is there anything wrong with being the people of Fushing City in peace?" He paused and was a little frustrated. "It's just that I can't persuade him. So, I took over the task of executing you, but I want to let you go. After Terrell is defeated, you must remember my kindness. If I am captured, you will also rescue me. If I escape, I hope you can report the matter of my rescue to get us a place in the new alliance." Morgan quickly patted his chest and said, "This is what it should be. We will definitely do it." Several other people also talked about various guarantees. The visitor relaxed a lot, and he threw out some clothes. "Then quickly change your clothes. I can find a route and arrange for my brothers to send you out. I also need to find some corpses and burn them, as it's you. Time is running out." Morgan and others acted quickly. As he hurriedly changed his clothes, a thought came to his mind. The previous work of promoting the new alliance policy in Sanchi Town turned out to be really effective. After changing clothes, Morgan and others were arranged to take them out. Before parting, Morgan hesitated but still said, "You might as well go with us. Otherwise, if your behavior of letting us go is exposed, it will be very dangerous. If you go together, you won't be able to leave. I have to cover you with my identity. As for the issue of exposure, I will be prepared." Okay. Now that people said so, Morgan didn't force it, but just asked another question. "What's your name?" "My name is Jetty Ball." "Jetty Ball, are these 7 people really the 7 people in the new alliance?" Facing Chief Terrell's question, no matter how much panic he felt in his heart, Boar at least managed to calm his face. "Of course." Terrell's single green eye stared at him for a while, and then turned his attention to the other men around Boar. "Then tell me, why did you have to burn the body, Captain Boar?" Hole opened his mouth and wanted to speak, but Terrell stopped him by raising his hand. "Shut your mouth. I didn't ask you. Just say one more word, and I'll kill you." Paul could only keep his mouth shut. However, the brothers beside him couldn't do what he did, and they could not change their faces when facing the brutal and cunning leader Terrell. Terrell looked at the nervous and bewildered look of these people and showed a ferocious smile. "Speak. Whoever speaks, I will spare your life." Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore. A tall, thin guy walked quickly to distance himself from the other brothers and said, "It's Bowl. Bowl persuaded us to do this. He let the man go, and he said he had to leave a way out. Can't do anything wrong." As soon as these words came out, Boar and the people beside him all turned pale. Some people are fighting in 2 directions, almost unable to stand. Some open their mouths to scold traitors. Some make sophistry. But Boar's eyes were fixed on Terrell. At this moment, life and death are all in the thought of this great leader. When the voice gradually subsided, Terrell slowly took out his gun and said, "What else do you have to say?" Boar took a deep breath and replied, "I'm doing this for the benefit of my brothers. If I kill everyone, I will have a deadly enmity. From now on, you're going to leave yourself a way out." Boar changed his method and tried to persuade him. "Boss, I have been following you for 10 years. Back then, all the brothers died, some disappeared, and not many survived. We made such a big deal. Thousands of people followed us for a living, and we also unified many surrounding tribes. We have come to an end. What can we do next? We have no way of fighting the previous coalition government, let alone this new coalition government. Don't you see the army that came to us earlier? They have armored vehicles. They have tanks. They have heavy artillery. Are we really going to fight an enemy like this? It is true that we have a lot more people than them, and we can do mental calculations without thinking. But even if we win, they will come with a 2nd or 3rd army. We can't afford to die so many people. Take this opportunity. What's wrong with entering the new alliance system? All the brothers are settled, and you can continue to lead us and be recruited into the army by the alliance. Look, that man named per the Major of Boff. You look so majestic in the armored car. You may not be able to be a general in the future. Isn't this very good? I really don't understand why you must continue to be a gangster. What about being a looter?" What Boar said was true. It's a pity. Terrell was completely unmoved. He whispered, "Are you finished? It's over. For the sake of your father saving my life, and for the 10 years you have been with me, I am giving you a chance to speak. You know, if you beg for mercy, I will give you a way out. But it is a pity that you can say these words." He pulled the trigger. The bullet passed through Pole's head mercilessly. The captain of the looters immediately collapsed powerlessly on his back. Terrell looked at the other Boer's men and waved in disgust. "Kill all these traitors." There was a burst of gunfire, and no one survived. Then Terrell turned his head again, looking at the guy who reported Boer earlier. The man was so scared that he peed his pants. "You said you would spare my life." "Yes." Terrell walked to him, holding his head with both hands. "I said so. I will forgive your betrayal, but you killed my good nephew Pole. This, and I never said I would forgive you." Before that guy had time to say anything, he just felt a huge force coming. Terrell literally broke his neck. After the execution was over, looters came up to drag the body away, and some continued to serve as guards. And Terrell turned his head, looked at the few people who had been watching the show behind him, grinned, and said, "In my life, I hate traitors the most. I made everyone laugh. It's nothing to laugh at. The chief is still kind. I don't know how old Boer gave birth to such a naive and silly boy. We have been rampant in this wilderness for so many years, relying on the guns in our hands, and relying on our being more ruthless than others. Want us to put down our guns and become farmers, workers? I would rather die." Among those behind Terrell were some of the chiefs of his tribe, and some of the marauders he had invited from elsewhere. At this moment, they all clamored and praised Terrell for killing well. At the same time, there are still some words that have not been spoken between them. What Paul said was not entirely unreasonable. Is the life of the looters really so easy? They burned, killed, and looted, but they had to have something to grab at. If you meet a fat sheep, a relatively wealthy business traveler, or a survivor camp with certain savings, you can still have a full meal, but this thing is not available all the time, and people will not be willing to hand over things to you. Give them. Using guns and knives to rob is also to kill people. Even after having a relatively strong force, they dare not really carry out destructive plundering of many camps, and they must learn to develop sustainably. They will ask the weak survivor camps to turn their output, but those camps themselves live like that. How much can they hand in? In this difficult situation for everyone, the looters can't eat meat and drink every day. Even in Sanchi town, when the situation is not good, it is common for people to starve to death. The living will share the food of the dead in order to try to survive the famine. Under such circumstances, if what the clerks from a New Alliance said is true, as long as they work, they can have basic food and clothing security. So what's wrong with being a farmer, a worker, or even a soldier? This is true for the looters at the bottom, but it is different for those here. No matter how tough the normal situation is, can it survive the leaders like them? In any case, they are rulers. They accepted the support, and they commanded thousands of looters, walking freely in this wilderness, roaring past, and living happily. After entering the New Alliance, those mid-lower and lower-level predators can hide their past and live a stable life. But what about their leaders? Can you still point out the country and act recklessly? I'm afraid it won't work anymore. It is almost impossible to expect the leader of a group of looters to take into account the overall situation, think about the overall well-being of all his subordinates, and give up his own privileges. However, their minds are not completely controlled by selfish desires, forgetting the actual situation. Of course, they knew that in their current situation, although they had thousands of guns in their hands, it was still unrealistic to confront the troops led by Prabhav head-on. There are many people and many guns, but there is a serious shortage of heavy firepower. There are only small mountain cannons, and some individual bazookas can threaten those heavy armor vehicles, but the risk is too high. Even if all the staff invest in it, they may not be able to destroy a few vehicles. An anti-armor combat team does have the ability to damage an armored vehicle or tank, but the conditions are too harsh and it is not ruled out that they can quietly lean to a distance of tens of meters, and then 2 or 3 armor-piercing rockets hit the side armor with full force. But the greater possibility is that they will be discovered before they can get close, and then everyone will be stunned when they come over with a shuttle. Because of this, they never thought of confronting the army of the new alliance head-on. Otherwise, when Prabhav led the team, they would not have to pretend to be obedient citizens. In fact, Sanchi town is about to give up. They are not a serious settlement. Mesh can say no to the property, the 3 broken pools, and the broken tavern. Pull people's hands away, where in the wilderness outside can't sleep. What's so great about fighting guerrilla warfare for a group of bandits who live off looting? There are no mountains here. There are some but not many small forests. But the most important thing is that there are quite a number of city ruins with a large battlefield area. That is a place more suitable for guerrilla warfare than any other terrain. Do business if there is no business. Fight if there is an opportunity to ambush. And hide in the city when Dega's powerful troops come down. I don't have a nest, no foundation. So your armored forces came to attack me in the ruins of the city. In the ruins, is there anyone in the armored unit who is flexible and who runs fast? However, before they turned into the ruins and into the woodland, they still had to fight an ambush. After the clerks of a new alliance ran away, Terrell realized that Major Purboof's troops would definitely come. Not only did he not let the team run quickly, but he decided to fight an ambush on the road. After receiving the news sent by telegram that Morgan and others had escaped, Prabhav realized that the road to Sanchi town would definitely not be too peaceful. To be honest, he was a little annoyed. At any rate, his troops also stayed in Sanchi town for more than 2 days, but they didn't realize that it was a den of thieves. Recalling in hindsight, some clues could be seen at that time. But at that time, all his thoughts were planning the next actions, thinking about how many camps could be taken down through deterrence, where some military means might be needed. To put it bluntly, it was not paying enough attention to the settled Sanchi town that led to such a big mess. 7 clerks from the Ministry of Civil Affairs escaped, which is good news, and the information they sent back made him very concerned. In a wasteland, looters have always been a big problem. In his operation this time, why did he want to keep all the agricultural population except the ones that must be kept? In addition to the large manpower shortage in Weishing City, there was another big problem, which Gu Heng had told him a long time ago. There was no energy to run those low-value small camps. It's not true that there is no value at all, and the ratio of input to output is seriously unequal that if it wants to operate, it needs to import a lot of materials and support industries. To put it bluntly, it is to engage in poverty alleviation work. But in addition to poverty alleviation, military forces have to be invested for protection. Otherwise, camps that get a little richer will become fat sheep that are targeted. Marauders, monsters in the wild, these are the big threats in the wasteland. Right now, in the area covered by Prabhav's troops, in addition to gathering many camps, he also shouldered another task, suppressing bandits. The remaining 3 agricultural camps need a stable environment to expand production. This area is also an important commercial route from Weishing City to Garbage Town. Garbage Town is an important source of raw materials for the industrial base of Weishing City. Garbage the town itself also needs to secure this transport route to import grain. According to the governor, he wants every faction in this area to plant the flag of the new alliance, and of course the looters are among them. Originally, Prabhav didn't know that the banditry was so serious here, and he planned to finish the affairs of the survivors' settlements in various places first, and then talk about the banditry. Now, it seems to be done ahead of time. In the same way, Prabhav could also judge that those looters would never have the guts to confront him head-on, otherwise they would have started fighting as early as when he entered Sanchi town unprepared. But since they finally chose to rebel, they must have something to rely on. The environment of urban ruins, guerrilla warfare. Prabhav then thought of these and made a judgment based on this. These gangs of looters can't really escape. Thousands of people, broken up into pieces, ran into the ruins before the war and then attacked at any time to harass the business. Then he really didn't have much to do with the other party. The entire bandit suppression operation has become a protracted counter-guerrilla. He came to a decision almost immediately. The whole army attacks immediately. Go to Sanchi town. In addition to the rapid advance of the headquarters, he also gave orders to several other companies that were released. According to his request, the 2 fastest mechanized infantry companies will go directly behind Sanchi town's buttocks. The Wander V infantry chariot has excellent off-road performance and can maintain a relatively good forward speed without relying on the road. His order to the two company commanders was to let them pinch the back of Sanchi town, that if they have already started to evacuate, attack directly, delay their evacuation, and wait for the main force to come to encircle. The two motorized infantry companies quickly advanced along the roads in two directions, and the trucks carried soldiers from the direction connected by the road to Sanchi town. Prabhav himself took the battalion headquarters and headed towards Sanchi town along the main road. The tank battalion and artillery battalion may run slower, but they are also the strongest troops. And a day later, when the main force led by Prabhav was 2 days away from Sanchi town, they received two messages. There is already a fight ahead. He sent the mechanized infantry company to penetrate behind, and it arrived just in time. They each caught a retreating marauder tribe by the tail and attacked directly. The enemy obviously lacked awareness of the marching speed of the mechanized troops. This group of guys who relied on walking and hauling goods by bullock carts were caught off guard. Wander V played a great role in the wilderness. The 40mm machine guns fired wildly without any scruples. Even if the looters used bullock carts and various goods as temporary shelters, it was difficult to stop them. The bolt machine gun, like a burst of small howitzers, bombarded the enemy crazily. The infantry who got off the vehicle accompanied the infantry fighting vehicle to advance and sweep, mainly doing the work of replenishing the gun. There are guns among the enemy troops. The caliber of the small mountain cannon is not large, but if it is really set up, it can be blasted from the front a few times, and if you're unlucky, it can really blow up a few infantry tanks. It's a pity that before those mountain cannons had time to set up their bombardment formation, they were hit by machine guns and bolt machine guns and were directly destroyed. After these mountain cannons failed to play any role, the only way they could threaten the infantry vehicles was to shoot the bazooka directly. But for this thing, if it exceeds 200 meters, it is difficult to guarantee the accuracy. And even if it hits, the power is not enough that, if you really want to guarantee the hit rate and the power to threaten the side armor of the Wanderer, then you have to get within a range of tens of meters, and it is best to have 2 or 3 groups attack together. How harsh is this condition? There were quite a few warriors who tried to approach with their bazookas, but in this open field with no cover, there was no chance of approaching at all. The Rambler's vehicle crew has integrated a very good battlefield detection system. Most threats can be detected in advance through the observation port, and then a round of machine guns and explosive bombs will be fired over, and those brave warriors who dare to attack will be immediately killed. Take the tube in your hand and smash it together. And even if 1 or 2 bazooka teams popped up in places where the infantry tanks couldn't observe well, that didn't matter. Soldiers who dismount and fight on foot do exactly this job. Soldiers at the T5 level, no matter what level of military skill they have, are strong enough. You have barrels, and so do I, more than you. The gun in my hand is more accurate, farther, and more powerful than yours. A few shots were fired, or a bazooka shot was fired first, and those marauder fire teams who had finally approached were just taken away. When the warriors who had the courage to launch a counterattack were almost dead, the remaining ones who were not courageous enough finally couldn't hold on and collapsed completely. And then they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered in the wilderness, and were used by the soldiers in various ways. Such weapons were destroyed on the way to escape. In fact, even if they are all brave and fearless, so what if they desperately resist? Sudden attack by mechanized troops, no position, no bunker or lack of heavy weapons, and being in the open wilderness, that is a free target. Of course, there were a lot of them, and quite a few of them escaped in a completely disorderly route. However, without luggage and supplies, it is uncertain how many of the looters who fled in the end will survive, and how many of them will return as a team. If it is said that the 2 mechanized infantry companies responsible for the outflanking fought a very beautiful surprise attack, which was a big victory, then the 2 motorized infantry companies that rushed to Sanchi town along the road in 2 directions were stricken. A small loss, it was a tie. These 2 companies are somewhat lacking in heavy weapons and heavy vehicles. For a motorized infantry company, there are only Iron Bull troop trucks and Ranger motorcycles. But the enemies they faced came prepared. Judging from the battle report, those looters obviously expected that Prabhav would lead the army. They placed mines and bombs on the road. They built barricades and positions on the road. They set up ambushes on both sides of the road, ready to kill from both sides when the team passed by. All of their arrangements have worked. However, the only thing they didn't expect was that the soldiers who came to fight would be so elite. During the advance of a company, the patrol motorcycle took the lead and found the enemy soldiers blocking the road early and sent the news back. A troop transport truck put down the soldiers and greeted them on both sides. The bombs and mines along the road destroyed 2 trucks, but they failed to cause more casualties. The engineers who strengthened the company began to clear mines and built positions relying on vehicles. These responses and reactions made the looters who were in the ambush feel a little confused. Not right. It's not like they haven't used similar methods in the past. Those caravans who were ambushed, even if they had relatively strong mercenaries and guards, would be dizzy after suffering such a blow, and it is very possible that they would collapse directly. Even if it is not defeated, it is not bad to be able to barely rely on the defense line of the logistics organization to resist. How can there be room to fight back against the ambush? The key is that the counterattack is particularly fierce. An infantry squad dares to fight against hundreds of people. Their tactical movements are standard and effective. They lower their bodies and rely on the relatively small ups and downs of the terrain, and they can actually cover their bodies. When shooting at each other, their shooting skills are accurate and surprisingly powerful. On the other hand, on my own side, a flurry of bullets shot past. I don't know if they hit or not. Anyway, no one fell down on the opposite side. On the contrary, when they pulled the trigger and fired 3 times, someone on their side would die. It is a bit exaggerated that an infantry squad can block the ambushes in one direction and cannot rush up. But so what? I can't have hundreds of people on my side. Is it true that 10 of them will be beaten away? After a short rest, they began to launch a powerful impact, strengthen the firepower on the front to shoot at each other, and send people to penetrate around the side. Who doesn't know how to intersperse? As a result, the team in charge of interspersed ran into another infantry squad head-on. Then, a small number of heavy firepower from the platoon and company came up. At the convoy, after the mortar positions were urgently set up, they began to show off their power. The bazookas of the squad were also pulled out and replaced with high explosive ammunition. When the looters launched an attack, they exploded and killed several people. Individual. I really can't get in. Then, more soldiers recoiled from the position built on the back of the car and launched a countercharge in the direction of the 2 ambushed soldiers. The ambushed soldiers on both sides of the road, each with 200 men, were really crushed by such a rush. However, these soldiers did not chase too hard. After all, there will still be some casualties in a gun battle between infantry in the wilderness. It's not necessary at all. They retreated to their positions, allowing the marauders who had retreated a bit to come up again. This hits the spot. The efficiency of using guns to kill people on the battlefield is still too low. In fact, as soon as the battle broke out, they had already informed the rear. After receiving the news, in the artillery support company in the main force of the battalion headquarters far behind, the driver in charge of driving stepped on the accelerator to death. In less than half an hour, he ran almost kilometers. This is a somewhat risky decision, and the artillery battalion will have risks if it breaks away from protection. Accompanied by the protection, there are only dozens of soldiers drawn from the guard platoon, engineers and logistics on a Ranger motorcycle for protection. But the looters, who had never seen heavy artillery before, didn't take this factor into consideration. The artillery support company, which had advanced kilometers, stopped the iron ox that was used as a tow truck and then set up the towed artillery pulled behind. Based on the directions sent back by the infantry in front, they set up the shooting positions. Then, the 10 gods of war in front of them began to roar. The 155mm howitzer they put out has a range of nearly 25 kilometers. And there's exactly where the 2 motorized infantry companies in front fought. After nearly an hour of entanglement and fighting with the ambush soldiers on both sides, they finally waited for the artillery support from the friendly side. 12 rounds of heavy artillery fell to a distance of 300 meters from their position, covering a circle and a half. The looters were stunned. The artillery shell, which is half the height of a person and weighs kilograms, hits the ground enough to blow up a 2-meter deep pit, and the damage range is nearly as large as a football field. Those who were near the center of the explosion had no bones left. Those who were a little further away had their internal organs shattered by the shockwave and were killed by shell fragments. Without fortifications and bunkers, this round of shelling caused heavy losses to the ambushing and blocking looters. In addition to the loss of personnel, the more serious blow is the morale. In the previous hour of battle, they tried their best, but they couldn't take down this group of soldiers who were less than half their number. But they even let them recoil a few times, and some of them died. Calculating with the heart, but not the mind, waiting for work with ease, ambushing with the advantage of the location, and defeating the few with the many. All kinds of advantages are in my hands, and in the end, I ended up fighting a deadly battle against each other. This was already frustrating for them, and this round of heavy artillery smashed down, and it directly turned this frustration into a courage-breaking trend. After fighting hard for an hour just now, I am afraid that not as many people died as in this round of shelling. As soon as the time came, the looters whose morale had completely collapsed began to run back, and the few who stayed behind obeyed the orders of the leaders and captains and immediately ushered in the second round of shelling. After the heavy artillery bombardment that was enough to deafen the ears, no one who was still alive finally dared to continue fighting. If you can't win a fight, and staying on the periphery is nothing but bombing, who will do it? However, it is not so easy to escape at this time. In the motorized infantry company, there are really motorcycles. Those hunters who had been taken into the position before came out suddenly. There were two people, one was riding a bicycle, and the other was manipulating the machine gun mounted on the side of the car, and began to chase outward that a large number of infantrymen followed closely behind, killing out with the accompaniment of the charge. How can escaped raiders outperform the patroller, which has excellent off-road performance? A large number of people were swept down by the light machine guns on the motorcycle, and once someone tried to stop and fight back, the Rangers didn't bother much. The following infantry will immediately take out the bazooka to greet them, followed by intensive bullet shooting. The looters who participated in this blocking and ambush battle suffered extremely heavy casualties, and none of them managed to escape from the battlefield in the end. 2 battles and 2 reports, when they came to Prabhav, still made him a little vigilant. This is without a doubt a big win, that on the 2 battlefields, at least 1,000 or more enemies were routed, and there were countless casualties among them. There was no time to count them, but there must have been more than dash of them anyway. On our own side, the combined casualties of the 2 motorized rifle companies did not exceed double digits. The 2 motorized rifle companies were a little bit worse, but the combined casualties were about 30 people. This battle loss ratio has reached 150. What else is there to be dissatisfied with? Still there, Prabhav is summarizing lessons learned. For example, the motorized infantry company should not be too forward, causing the rear artillery support to be in place an hour after the start of the battle. If this time could be raised by another half an hour, the casualties of the motorized rifle company may be further reduced. For example, he has divided his troops more now, and he also has to consider what the follow-up actions will be for the looters in Sanchi town who are still the main force. After all, he still doesn't have a clear idea of how many people, weapons, and equipment, especially heavy weapons, are there and what they are. What if the enemy also has relatively fierce, heavy firepower and takes advantage of his current division of troops to attack one of the troops? But thinking about it the other way around, this problem is unsolvable. If he gathered his troops in one place, he might still be walking halfway. If the enemy took advantage of this time to fight a blocking battle on the road, even if it didn't have much effect, they blocked them layer by layer for a few hours. What should I do if the large group of looters who got the news took advantage of this opportunity to disperse and run away? On the contrary, the current situation is not bad. With the help of artillery, the motorized rifle company smashed through the ambushing enemy, drove to the front of Sanchi town, and was already building a position and besieging it. The machine step company is cruising behind, blocking the retreat. Looking at it separately, The four companies locked the four directions of Sanchi town and actually blocked the gang of looters who gathered together and were about to evacuate in Sanchi town. As long as he can fight another big victory, fight a battle of annihilation. And with the results of the previous battle, at least 5,000 looters will be eliminated. From Weishing City to Garbage Town, the looters and bandits along the way were wiped out. Of course, there will definitely be a small number of fish that slip through the net, but that is no longer a climate change. How did the raiders get here? It is not ruled out that some people are born bad, but that is a very small number. Most of the looters were ordinary people who couldn't survive. In order to survive in this wasteland, they began to rob others. Killing and extorting goods, it sounds hateful, but when you think about it, there is nothing you can do about it. And if in Fuxing City, the 45-level welfare policy that Ms. Asuna is promoting can be successfully extended to all places in this area. Most of the proletarian poor are relocated away, then the looters in this place will have a living environment will be wiped out quickly. Without the source and the poor people who have more potential looters, then these bandits will be beaten one by one, and there will be no situation where the suppression is not clean, and the more they suppress, the more they suppress. Sitting in the command vehicle, Upper Prabhav thought about the whole thing carefully and finally decided to continue to maintain the current combat method of dividing troops to encircle and suppress. The risk is the risk. From purely military considerations, it is not appropriate to fight like this. This is a bit of a political battle, but Prabhav remembered what the governor said when he was chatting with the officers. Military is an extension of politics, and war is the cruelest and most intense special violent political method. He understands this a little bit now. Damn it, this looks down on us too much. They must be taught a harsh lesson. Having armored vehicles and guns is great, isn't it? In Sanchi town, the leaders are having a meeting. From Terrell down, the crowd was excited and everyone clamored. They spoke harsh words, but in fact, everyone panicked. How can you not panic? The original plan was to evacuate as soon as the army left and try to bring as many bottles and cans as possible at home, that in the end, an insider was able to escape and those arrested clerks escaped. Then they made a plan, continued to withdraw, and even decided to take the first step and let some people leave with some luggage. By the way, they set up blocking positions on the way the enemy came and used landmines and roadside bombs. As a result, the blocking position was pierced by others within an hour, and most of the people sent to participate in the blocking battle were killed or injured. The army that first evacuated with part of the luggage was surrounded by others and then stole its butt and was raided by mechanized troops on the plain well. All the luggage and belongings that were escorted were gone. Of the Dash people, less than Dash returned. The successive bad news really stunned people. What is even more dizzying is the combat effectiveness displayed by the army of this new alliance. 40 or so armored vehicles and less than 200 infantrymen crushed 10 times as many of our own troops, with almost no casualties. 200 or so infantry relied on trucks to form a defensive position, sticking to nearly 1,000 people and fought for an hour. Then the artillery fire covered the battle and cleared the light. How to fight this? Indeed, the main force of their group of looters is still missing, and there are still more than 3,000 people in Sanchi town. However, according to the combat strength shown by the new Alliance army before, all 3,000 people rushed up, probably just a matter of several rounds of artillery coverage and a round of armored troops. Telling them to confess, that is not willing, just screaming fiercely. Terrell has already tried to attack, but if one of them really wants to lead his direct troops out to fight, no one will agree. In the commotion, Terrell finally couldn't bear it anymore. He slapped the table several times, and he didn't speak until everyone was quiet. Is the quarrel over? Seeing Terrell, the big leader, with a dark face, no one dared to speak after all. But in fact, there are still many people who have disdain in their hearts, and even those who are not stingy will directly show this emotion on their faces. Among the looters, how can a leader maintain his majesty? Without him, the military exploits. If you can lead your brothers to win battles, lead them to drink and eat meat, then you're the most powerful. No matter whether it is loyalty or brutality, it is nothing more than a matter of style. But if you lose, those who are loyal will be stabbed in the back. Those who rule cruelly will be overthrown. He's not there yet, but there are signs of it. 2 disastrous defeats, plus being blocked in Sanchi Town and being in a desperate situation. This was a huge shake to his prestige. He could even imagine that many people must have been shaken and thinking about what Bohr said before. Is surrender a better option than the previous opportunity to enter the new alliance? Is it not necessary to face the soldiers? Even if there is no privilege, it is better to be an ordinary civilian than to lose your life. There are probably not a few people with this kind of thinking, and these things will all turn into resentment and fall on him, the great leader. But there is still a way out. He had to find a way out for his brothers, so his prestige might still have a chance to be maintained. Seeing that the people below stopped talking because of his slap on the table, he felt a little relieved. Fortunately, the prestige accumulated over the years has not been exhausted. He let out a long breath and began to talk about his plan. Those lackeys of the governor, to put it bluntly, they're only about people, and their weapons and equipment are fierce, but in order to surround us, they divided their troops too much. We concentrated our strength and concentrated all the remaining artillery and all the explosives. In one place, attack with all your strength, and you will definitely be able to rush out. Someone jumped out and sang the opposite tune. The big leader said it lightly. Those who go to die are all our people. Immediately afterwards, another person said, I don't know how many people will die on the way to rush out. Little Bohr is quite right. Why don't we just honestly forget it before? First there were sporadic words, and then the rest of the people looked eager to try, as if the whole meeting was about to turn into a vegetable market. But repeated gunshots interrupted the process of the quarrel. The 3 who spoke just now had bullet holes in their foreheads. They fell on their backs with faces full of disbelief. It was Terrell who shot. The rest of the people were all startled, with disbelief on their faces, as if they never thought that Terrell would dare to directly pull out a gun to kill someone in such a scene. They all came from bandits, and in an instant, someone subconsciously wanted to draw a gun. Don't move, Terrell shouted violently. But at this time, how can roaring alone be useful? Some people were still drawing guns. But at this time, the many looters who were guarding around were already prepared, raised their guns, and pointed at those who had changed. These people are undoubtedly Terrell's confidants. Since Terrell had anticipated the current scene, he would of course be prepared. These guards who had already been prepared were all aiming at the leaders who had changed and fired. But when the bullets came out, they didn't have eyes, and it was common for the bullets to be skewed and shoot innocent people. Many people fell down and died. Those who were not moving at first but suffered accidental injuries, some shouted, some tried to resist, but in the end, they were all swept to the ground, just like the previous people. Soon, all the leaders of the looters on one side of the conference hall were shot. On the other side, there was no movement. Over there are basically Terrell's hardcore supporters, and they even expected the scene at this moment. After the matter subsided, Terrell stood up and scolded angrily, a bunch of shameless things. After cursing, he assigned his supporters to receive and integrate the tribe of the killed man. At the end of the arrangement, he had someone drag in 2 wooden boxes from the outside. After opening, what was wrapped in hay was one after another small green potion bottles. Send these down, and when it's time to break out, arrange for the commando to drink it. The flames of war came even more suddenly than expected. Terrell wiped out the internal opponents, spent almost all the prestige he had accumulated over the years, and barely suppressed the tribes to which the slaughtered leaders belonged, and took over those people. Immediately afterwards, he worked hard to mobilize the troops, hoping to mobilize the remaining 3,000 to nearly 4,000 people in Sanchi Town in one go, and carry out a full-scale breakout operation in the same direction. The heavy artillery possessed by the New Alliance army was the weapon he feared most. Once this thing is shot down, if the personnel stand a little denser, it will be tens of hundreds of casualties. However, the width of the battlefield to go out of the city to break through is not too large. If you want to break through decisively, you must ensure that the strength of the assault troops is sufficient. Then it is impossible to pull the troops too loose. However, this will greatly enhance the lethality of the opponent's artillery. It is indeed a dilemma. But no matter how difficult it is, you have to choose. The method Terrell plans to adopt is to order the troops to make a sudden attack regardless of the cost, rushing to the range of dozens of meters with the enemy, or even fighting with a hand-to-hand sword. In this way, the distance between the enemy and ourselves was pulled to a very close range, and the heavy artillery in the hands of the New Alliance Army did not work so well. Always be wary of accidental injury. The other side is even more unbearable than your own side. However, he somewhat underestimated the difficulty of integrating the troops after he killed himself. Although mutiny and direct internal fire were barely avoided, the speed at which the entire army regrouped and assembled forces was far behind expectations. But before he prepared his troops to break through, it was the New Alliance Army that attacked them first. At the beginning of the attack, the looters who were still in chaos in Sanchi Town were a little stunned. Even Terrell was a little dazed when he ventured onto a high platform to fight outside. The heavy artillery possessed by the New Alliance Army was the weapon he feared most. Once this thing is shot down, if the personnel stand a little denser, it will be tens of hundreds of casualties. However, the width of the battlefield to go out of the city to break through is not too large. If you want to break through decisively, you must ensure that the strength of the assault troops is sufficient. Then it is impossible to pull the troops too loose. However, this will greatly enhance the lethality of the opponent's artillery. It is indeed a dilemma. But no matter how difficult it is, you have to choose. The method Terrell plans to adopt is to order the troops to make a sudden attack regardless of the cost, rushing to the range of dozens of meters with the enemy, or even fighting with a hand-to-hand sword. In this way, the distance between the enemy and ourselves was pulled to a very close range, and the heavy artillery in the hands of the New Alliance Army did not work so well. Always be wary of accidental injury. The other side is even more unbearable than your own side. However, he somewhat underestimated the difficulty of integrating the troops after he killed himself. Although mutiny and direct internal fire were barely avoided, the speed at which the entire army regrouped and assembled forces was far behind expectations. But before he prepared his troops to break through, it was the New Alliance Army that attacked them first. At the beginning of the attack, the looters who were still in chaos in Sanchi Town were a little stunned. Even Terrell was a little dazed when he ventured onto a high platform to fight outside. There is no doubt that the heavy artillery bombarded first. On the edge of Sanchi Town, the buildings that followed the town, and the looters who dug trenches by the way, did not dare to show their heads when they were bombarded. If it weren't for the leaders of the various ministries, no one would dare to run. I'm afraid that this round of shelling would directly smash the outer defense line. The looters hiding in the fortifications, bunkers, and trenches are actually fine in terms of casualties. If you don't get hit by a frontal shot, don't get too close to be shocked to death by the shock wave, and the fierce and terrible fragments will also be destroyed, unable to penetrate cover and do damage. Anyway, it wouldn't be like those unlucky guys who were conducting blocking operations outside before, and they would really die miserably when they were bombed in the wilderness. However, the sound of cannons that can really deafen people's ears and the terrifying power that makes the earth tremble make people frightened. The artillery array of the key people must be more than 20 kilometers away. Even if they want to fight back, they can't even see a shadow. It is possible to find a way to calculate the approximate position of the enemy's artillery array through the trajectory of the shell, but it is useless that I do have cannons at home, but the small caliber miscellaneous mountain cannons can no longer maintain accuracy when they can be fired 10 miles away. There is no way to deal with the heavy artillery positions kilometers away, so they can only shrink their heads and be bombed. But if it's just that, it's still within Terrell's expectations. However, in addition to this round of shelling, he could see that the army of the New Alliance had launched a formal onslaught. Right after the bombardment, at a distance of maybe 200 meters from the explosion point, the infantry of the New Alliance had already emerged. The mortar team also showed their power and fired a round of shelling forward. The soldiers were charging forward quickly. Before the temperature from a mortar and heavy artillery had dissipated, they had already rushed into the position that had just been bombed. The bombed-out looters, the wounded were shot, and those who were lucky enough to have nothing to do had no time to build any effective defense measures and were scattered and clearly wiped out. But of course the position does not have only one floor. Apart from the bomb position, there are of course other looters behind. If they come out to shoot at this moment, they will of course be able to threaten the attacking soldiers. But they didn't, because a new round of artillery fire had already covered their positions. The most frightening thing was that the infantrymen of the New Alliance were only 200 meters away from the explosion point. The killing range of that terrible heavy artillery is almost close to 100. Are they really not afraid of being hit by cannon? And it is a little bit crooked, and it hits their own people. Gunners are not afraid. Commanders are not afraid. And those infantrymen who are on the front line are not afraid of themselves. Terrell has never seen such a posture. A few words that he had only heard but never seen appeared in his mind. Infantry coordination, Sujin barrage. He knew that the fringe position that he had spent a lot of time building was finished. But Terrell immediately realized that he couldn't really let the edge end. Otherwise, the army of the New Alliance will rush in, and without the fortifications and trenches on the edge of the town, the battle will become more difficult. It was originally his starting position when he broke through the encirclement at the back. Terrell gritted his teeth and issued an order to the troops in the rear, in order to let his own artillery fire as well. The mountain artillery with a much smaller caliber, even if it can't reach the artillery positions behind the New Alliance army, at least it will pose a threat to the enemy in front of them, and let them try the taste of artillery fire. In addition, more looters, under his orders, counterattacked in the direction of the Union Army's attack. He didn't want to do this, but the situation was changing rapidly, and it was too late for him to slowly organize his team and find a way to break through. If you really want to fight a breakout battle, then you really need to defeat the enemy in front of you, and they will be able to take advantage of the situation. However, just when he ordered a large number of his own troops to fill the first line and engage in close-range firefights with the soldiers of the New Alliance, two new situations occurred. First of all, they had just fired 2 rounds of artillery, and it was over. He has ordered his own artillery to work hard to change a place with 1 cannon. However, the place in Sanchi Town is narrow, and it is not easy to deploy the artillery, and it is even more difficult to transfer it. But what's more, although their guns are light, they lack traction vehicles, and relying on people to push them, the transfer speed cannot be guaranteed at all. As a result, people caught him right. Their artillery could not hit the artillery formations of the New Alliance army, but their heavy artillery undoubtedly brought them into range. After 2 rounds of shelling, the looters' artillery positions were gone. Not only did the artillery suffer heavy casualties, but a large number of artillery pieces were also destroyed. Of course, after the Union's artillery aimed their fire at the artillery formations in the town, they could no longer cover the soldiers fighting ahead. Although the attacking infantry companies still have some mortars that can be used, the power of this thing is a bit far from that of the 155 howitzer. This also slowed down the speed at which the soldiers broke through the outer defense line, and also allowed the looters who followed the troops to go up to the top, and really succeeded in pulling the engagement range to within 100 meters. At this distance, the role of firearms is greatly enhanced, and it will be difficult for the Alliance's heavy artillery to take care of them here. No matter how accurate the artillery of the Alliance was, and no matter how fearless the soldiers of the Alliance were, the accidental injury of the artillery was not fake. Under the fear of rats, naturally, it is no longer possible to unscrupulously drop heavy artillery on the heads of the 2 sides fighting together. However, just when this kind of thoughts that could only be forcibly comforted came to him, Terrell saw another scene that made his hands and feet cold. The tank company of the New Alliance come up. A total of 12 tanks set off clouds of smoke and dust on the dirt road. The 76mm smoothbore gun began to show off. Knowing that there is no need to deal with any armored targets, the tanks are all equipped with high explosive fragmentation shells. The 12 cannons fired at once, and at a distance of only a few hundred meters to less than 1,000 meters, they began to attack the counter-offensive posture that the looters had just formed. For these steel creations, the looters seemed to have nothing to do. The infantry also took advantage of the cover of tank fire and began to move forward. They focused on marauder fire teams, trying to threaten tanks to AS for the places where the enemy is defending, such as foxholes and temporary positions built by building ruins. There's nothing to talk about. Call the tank soldiers to go down with 2 shots, or even use coaxial machine guns to mop up. Tracks rolled over trenches, and tanks moved into closer range, fighting in tandem with infantry. The momentum of the looters' counterattack was directly destroyed, and those who dared to come close to engage in close firefights all experienced the power of tank guns and coaxial machine guns, resulting in heavy casualties. Seeing this scene, Terrell finally couldn't maintain his composure. Angrily, he picked up the field walkie-talkie and yelled, "Drink me all those medicines. Drink! Fight them! If you can't win, there is no way out." After he finished speaking, he took a few breaths, then shook his whole body. As if he understood something, he hurried off the podium. Immediately afterwards, his closest and most confident team protected him and went out of Sanchi town from another direction. He's going to run. Commander, Prabhav is not far from the first-line battlefield and the command vehicle listener. The enemy doesn't have any long-range firepower, so it's not too scary. The overall progress of the war did not exceed his expectations. The line formed by the looters was quickly destroyed with the coordination of infantry. The troops invested in the follow-up also suffered a head-on blow under the cooperation of infantry and tanks. Although the number of enemies is far more than his subordinates, at this level, the battle is far from manpower, but firepower. In terms of firepower, these looters couldn't compare with his first heavy-armored synthetic battalion. Just 2 motorized infantry companies that dismounted to fight, with the support of the artillery support company and the tank company, defeated the group of looters head-on. The line of defense can be pierced as soon as it is poked, and the counterattack can be broken as soon as it is touched. This is the true portrayal of those looters. There is no suspense in winning this battle. The only thing left to do is to expand the results of the battle. Of course, Prabhav has not forgotten that his mission is not just to defeat this group of enemy troops, that he wants to fight a beautiful war of annihilation and really wipe out these bandits who threaten the business roads and the surrounding settlements. Killing everyone, or taking most of them captive, is optional. Of course, there will be no thieves if they are dead. If they're not dead, pick out some of the evil ones and kill them, and the rest will be sentenced to 5 to 10 years of hard labor and will be thrown under the abandoned cave club as coolies to dig mines, or thrown to the alien forest. It is possible to cut down trees to make building materials and to make synthetic starch raw materials. In order to effectively expand the results of the battle, the 2 mechanized infantry companies cruising in the other direction were also ordered to launch an attack. To say that in his synthetic battalion, these 2 mechanized infantry companies, not tank companies, are actually the fiercest. Those captured Challenger tanks were only local products, imported from a heavy industrial group called Blackbird to the west. At IT is said that the Blackbird heavy industry was also a member of the alliance. It was a heavy industrial center established with the aid of the empire during the period of a generation of governors. It was located further to the west than the West Desert. However, during the period of the second-generation governor, they basically broke away from the alliance, and now they have nothing to do with each other except for business. Sending orders from the alliance is like farting. It is precisely because of this that the 70 tanks in the old Alliance Legion were left a long time ago, and they are probably at least 10 years old. Compared with the Walker V, which is widely equipped in the Empire's main force of the Astral Army, except for the tank gun, it is really useless. Compared with the armor, it is true that the armor of the infantry tank is thinner and the meat is thinner. It is true that the armor plate is much thinner than the armor of the Challenger tank, but it can maintain better defensive performance while being thinner. Go! In terms of mobility, it has excellent off-road performance. It doesn't matter whether the Edifier V climbs hills or runs on muddy ground. It's just a matter of going faster or slower. The Challenger tank has to travel on flat terrain. If the ground is too bad, it will show you every minute. As for the speed, the tank is even more incomparable with the armored vehicle. Even if you really want to talk about firepower, the 40mm double-barrel machine gun is indeed not as fierce as the 76mm smoothbore gun, but it can't stand a much faster rate of fire. Used as infantry support equipment, the performance is even better. When the two mecha companies launched an attack, the looters had even more trouble to turn over. The defensive positions they set up were smashed to pieces by machine guns and bolter machine guns, and the infantry squads that followed them easily took one position after another. Their assault speed was very fast. After piercing Sanchi Town's buttocks, they rushed towards the rear of the frontal battlefield. Logically speaking, the situation should not have gone so smoothly that I have fought a few battles with these looters, and they're not unbearable to this extent. When their buttocks were pulled out, they should take some countermeasures. Although the result was already doomed, it would be decent if they caused some trouble to the two assault mechanized infantry companies. But it didn't. These looters seemed to have lost their command, appearing dull, rigid, and chaotic. It made Prabhav a little confused. I don't have any elite special forces to carry out beheading operations and cut off command communications. Why are these people like this? But soon he figured out the key. I'm afraid the enemy chief has already run away. It's really possible. It may not be realistic to expect the leaders of these looters to fight to the end. Relating to what was said by Morgan and his group before, they pretended to surrender but rebelled again. To a large extent, they were the leaders who coerced the people with their own selfish desires, those low-level looters, if they were really given a chance to live a stable life. How could they die so unwillingly? After figuring this out, he had another idea. Drive the battalion forward, including those communication vehicles. Immediately afterwards, the loudspeakers in the army began to sound. Your leader has fled. Put down your weapons, surrender without killing. Two short sentences were continuously transmitted to the ears of the angsty looters through the loudspeaker, with fierce artillery fire interspersed with them, and what they saw in front of them were dozens of steel behemoths. They really couldn't stand it anymore. What's more, the previous statement of the chief escape may be true. Many middle-level leaders have indeed not received orders from the big leader Terrell in the rear for a long time, and even when they went back to ask, there was no news. The field communication was blocked by the protruding listener, and there was a lot of noise in the walkie-talkie. The person who was sent back for questioning, or simply couldn't come back, didn't know if he died on the way, ran away, or just disappeared. The head fly turned around and found nothing, and came back again in a daze. Under such circumstances, it is natural that a large area among the looters, leaders at all levels, took the lead in surrendering. The war should be almost over by now. However, a piece of news soon stopped Prabha from laughing. He received information from the front line that the soldiers saw dozens of green-skinned orcs on the battlefield. He immediately thought of the raider tribe called Dead Prisoners who had surrounded the whole club and almost killed them. When that battle was fought, he hadn't been a soldier yet, and he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. But the relevant information was compiled, and he had studied it. He also heard about it when communicating with Captain Yen Fongxiu, now a colonel. If there were dozens of green-skinned orcs of that level, it would be a big trouble. For such a monster, the rifles in the hands of ordinary soldiers, even machine guns, are difficult to cause effective damage to. It is said that the one outside the Padong Club was shot and killed by the governor's personal guard team with a more powerful electromagnetic rifle, and the governor himself even contributed. The soldiers under him don't have such fierce individual weapons to use. According to the firepower in the hands of the soldiers, I am afraid that only rocket launchers, machine guns, and bolt guns on armored vehicles can achieve effective killing. But those monsters are very destructive, enough to tear a human body apart. Not to mention, they may have some kind of powerful individual firearms in their hands. Prabhav immediately prepared to order the frontline soldiers not to force themselves when encountering such an enemy, but to look for the Wanderer infantry fighting vehicle nearby and rely on the vehicle's firepower to fight. If there is really no one nearby, you must also rely on the fire team to use individual bazookas to destroy the enemy. At the same time, he was also prepared in his heart that the troops would suffer a lot of casualties. It's a good big victory. You have to encounter such an accident. He cursed in his heart. If there is intelligence and preparation in advance, it may be okay. The army is pursuing the victory, expanding the results of the battle, and even the process of recruiting and surrendering the enemy. When suddenly encounters this kind of enemy, casualties are almost inevitable. However, just when he was worried, a new frontline battle report came over. After listening to the report, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's good news. On the one hand, the enemy's preparations seemed hasty. When those green-skinned orcs appeared, they were mainly in the formation of looters, and they don't seem to have any good ability to control those monsters. After the orcs appeared, they attacked all the surrounding humans indiscriminately. This also allowed the main casualties to be borne by the looters themselves. Another piece of good news is that those green-skinned orcs are far from being as strong as Prabhav imagined. Their ability to withstand damage is indeed very exaggerated, but it is not to the point where ordinary firearms are completely untouchable. After eating dozens of bullets, they can still be killed. The most important thing is that they don't have any brains, and they often rush out recklessly. The thermal weapons they use are also those that the looters themselves have, and their power is average. During this short period of time, there were indeed quite a few reports of casualties, and even groups of teams were wiped out. But at the same time, a large number of green-skinned orcs were also killed, especially after the infantry fighting vehicle entered the field and performed a special cleaning task. The situation stabilized again. The green-skinned orcs were completely killed, and most of the remaining looters surrendered. Only a few sporadic people were fleeing. The Pala motorcycles and some infantry vehicles have been driven out, and the chase and escape work has begun in the plain area. It is estimated that the chasing mission will last for a day or two, and the looters who can escape in the end, it is estimated that they can break through 100. After the basic battle was over, Prabhav came to the front line of the battle and saw the corpses of those green-skinned orcs. No more, no less, a total of 80. Their appearance caused the casualties of about 27 soldiers. Prabhav sighed for a long time. He felt sorry for the casualties of his soldiers, but he also understood the reason why kindness does not control soldiers. In the end, he could only order, burn the bodies of these green-skinned monsters, and they must be burned clean. Slight advantage, get 347 gift points. Loss 154, elimination 2772, captive 2468. The 1st Extinguishing Wine Brigade, 1st Synthetic Battalion, 154 losses, 2,772 eliminated. After the chase and escape were all over, Gu Hang received the long overdue battle result statistics in the system. And before that, Prabhav's battle report arrived one step ahead. The casualties and the number of captives are comparable, but the number of exterminations is slightly different. After all, Prabhav had to clean up the battlefield, and the specific results of the battle were determined by interrogating the prisoners and cleaning the corpses. Some are missing, can't be found, the bodies can't be put together after being bombarded by cannons. And some are buried under the ruins and can't be dug out for a while. Under various circumstances, it is normal for the numbers to differ from those given by the system. The benefits of this wave of gifts are not bad, but relatively speaking, Gu Hang cares more about the green-skinned orcs mentioned in the information. If this group of cosmic cancers were allowed to develop on Fu Xiaoxing, it would really be the end of the calf. This is a race that could seriously set off a war that has swept across multiple galaxies. In fact, Gu Hang had already raised his vigilance when he met a human being who could turn into a greenskin after drinking medicine outside the Waste Cave Club earlier. It's just that, with the hundreds of guns under his command and the fact that the bases were not considered strong, he really didn't have the strength to solve that problem first. But now, he felt that this matter could not be delayed any longer. What's more, judging from the recent situation, this group of greenskins seems to have a tendency to grow further. This is supported by two sources of information. One is what happened to Prabhav. Second, it came from Garbage Town. Gu Hang had already made arrangements in Junk Town, an important source of raw materials, and Dennis and Henry then imported a large amount of good quality arms and body armor from the abandoned area to Junk Town and sold alloy plastic steel to Fuxing City and then from Fuxing City. Buying food to go to the business route of Junk Town, it is true that I have made a lot of money in the past 1 or 2 months. although the latter trade route was suspended for a few days due to war and disaster. It recovered quickly after the war. He himself even took a position as a consultant in the Commerce Department of the new alliance, responsible for the import of raw materials and sales of finished products. And he has been increasing his purchase of arms recently. The armaments left by the old Alliance Legion that are about to be eliminated have not been sent over according to Asana's idea of arms sales to assist the Chingu area, and many of them have been sold to Junktown. Why does Garbage Town suddenly need so many arms and excellent body armor? They even wanted to further strengthen and thicken the plastic steel bulletproof plate that was already very strong and could not be pierced by many ordinary bullets. That was to fight the greenskins. The number of greenskins in the ruins of the tower has increased a lot this year compared to previous years, which has seriously threatened the survival of the Garbage Town that collects waste from the ruins of the tower. This matter cannot be ignored. Tomorrow, Henry Dennison will come to Fushing City, and Gu Heng will meet with him in person to decide what to do with the matters of Trash Town. In fact, it was also the largest settlement in the direction swept by Perbov's battalion headquarters. There are 3 continents in Star Fury, not to mention the other 2 continents that used to have rich psionic gas fields. They were the main battlefield of the Apocalypse-level war 100 years ago, and they were also the places that were most completely destroyed. As a completely uninhabited wasteland, waste energy storms shroud it all day long. As for the main continent where they are currently located, it can be roughly divided into 6 regions. With Fushing City as the center, this area with a total length of kilometers from north to south and from east to west will be designated as the central area by convention, which is the place directly managed by the Alliance government in its heyday. There are about 500 million people living here, of which 100 million are in Fushing City. Nearly kilometers from the eastern border of the central region to the east, it is called the Tower Group area, where the most prosperous urban agglomeration in the pre-war era is located. A large number of super cities are densely populated, and a developed road network links many cities. Of course, there are only huge urban ruins in the Tower Group area now. There must be about 500 million people living in the ruins of those cities, just an imaginary number. In Dennison Henry, there was still some time. Gu Heng did another thing first. It has been a standard Terra month since the last fixed income distribution. The system is about to pay wages again. When he paid his salary last time, he only controlled 2 camps that could not be called Weishing City. He relied on constantly collecting wool from Fushing City and hurriedly rushed to squeeze the population to almost % before the settlement of that month. From to a monthly fixed income of a little over half 100. In contrast, today, he already controls 1 million people. After getting Fushing City, because of various debuffs hanging under the city-state, resulting in a population of 1 million in the entire city, the fixed income provided to him was reduced to just over 60 points. When he saw it in the first day of junior high school, Gu Heng was almost stunned and was very dissatisfied with the status quo. But when he thought about it carefully, those debuffs were not imposed by others, but that he had just won the city, so there were so many problems. For half a month, he instructed Asana and Lambert to do many things in the city. Although there was a storm crisis that almost destroyed the entire city in the middle, until now, at least everything is in order. Back to the normal-up reconstruction. And many debuffs were indeed eliminated under their efforts. Cities shut down, anarchy, post-war chaos, rebels. Not limited to the ones mentioned, there are many similar entries describing how bad the city situation was at that time, and they disappeared. There are also things like hungry city, grassroots loss of control, administrative chaos, trade interruption, etc., which have not been completely resolved, but have also been downgraded to food shortages, grassroots manager shortage, insufficient administrative strength, business roads are not smooth, and so on. IT means that although the problem exists, it has been alleviated. Of course, there are still many, such as extremely low living standards of the people, bad infrastructure, low population quality. There are no less than 10 negative states that have not been resolved. There are even new debuffs like large area damage. But overall, it's still much better than before. This can be seen directly from the numbers. The monthly fixed income of Fuxing City has risen from more than 60 to 211. On the other side, Wei Xingqing's rise was even more fierce. Originally, the number was just over half 100, but now 10 people have been migrated from Fuxing City one after another. Prabhav's actions have also attracted almost 2 people to Weixing City, where 13 people have gathered. Most of them are preparations. Industrial workers, the automobile industry, military industry, and pharmaceuticals are all expanding with sufficient population. Even if a lot of the population has not had time to digest, many people are not yet qualified industrial workers and have to go through sufficient training and learning, but the current monthly gift income has risen to 187. Add up the two sides, a total of 398. The salary can be said to have skyrocketed several times. More importantly, this is obviously not the limit that as the construction plan and production plan of the 2 cities have been gradually completed, the landing of the landing and the advancement of the promotion, whether it is to eliminate the negative state of the city in the future or the monthly gift income brought about by the actual productivity increase, whether it rises or not, it is predictable. The development momentum continues, and this number can still continue to soar at a considerable rate. And just this month's income, plus the battle that Prabhav fought, plus the rest from before, Gu Hang now has 889 gift points in his hand. It has to be spent. There will be no interest in saving gift points, and only by spending them can it really bring improvement to the territory under his command. Where to spend it was originally a problem. Continue to vote on the technology interface. That's really good. So far, almost every technology drawn has brought great benefits to Gu Hang. Either directly became an important industry in the territory or became an important resource. The latter refers to the reactor. Without that reactor power plant, the development of heavy industry does not know how much thermal limestone will be swallowed as energy. However, the training of industrial workers is a big problem. As far as the technological means that have been drawn out now, there's still many that have not been digested. What's more, the more technology interface is shipped, the probability of winning in this level will decrease accordingly, and you can only go up to the next level to extract higher-level mechanisms, which makes Gu Hang a little bit reluctant to use the current ones on hand. The gift points are all thrown in. He first took out 134 gift points for training troops. The newly formed 2 Division Brigade level troops are almost in place. Most of the members of the Extinguishing Wind Brigade come from the Legion of the Old Alliance. Although those soldiers had a certain level of military training, they obviously couldn't reach the level of entering the classroom. Perhaps for a regular military officer like Yin Fangxiu, who eats and drinks enough, does nothing else, trains for 2 or 3 years, and goes through 1 or 2 more intense battles, they can all be counted. There are soldiers and officers at the T5 level, but obviously, Gu Hang couldn't wait for that day. The newly recruited infantry division, with a size of dash people and 3 regiments, is also the same. There are more than 3,000 people in total, and 134 gift points are calculated, and if you spend it, you will spend it. Throwing away this gift point, the 2 division-level units under his command will have quite strong combat effectiveness. This is true no matter in terms of the military skills of soldiers or in terms of weapons and equipment. Even if the infantry division looks shabby, it was compared with the Shifeng Brigade. Speaking of them alone, the individual equipment is all a set of G9, with alloy plastic steel bulletproof inserts, machine guns for the squad, mortars for the platoon, the rapid reconnaissance squad for the rangers of the company, and the artillery battalion for the regiment. Some have all. The benchmark is still based on the main force of the Imperial Army, the Astral Forces. The ordinary 3rd and 4th line troops, the so-called line-filling divisions, are at this level. Putting it on Star Fury, it is very rare for all forces to come up with such an infantry division with well-qualified and well-equipped soldiers. After spending the set gift points, Gu Hang still has 755 in his hand. And this gift also has a new destination, because just when his monthly fixed income reached more than 300, there was an extra interface in the system panel. Architecture. When he opened it, Gu Hang saw a very long drop-down menu densely packed with buildings whose icons were black and the text descriptions behind them were just a question mark. These are obviously not unlocked. On the top, there are 5 unlocked ones. namely Technical College, Comprehensive College, Loyal Academy, Military Factory, and Civilian Factory. The first three are relatively similar, taking technical colleges as an example. Technical College I. When you have built a school for teaching mechanical technology and put it into operation, you can redeem this option and give it to a designated college. Slightly improve students' learning efficiency and slightly increase the probability of activatable technical talents. Exchange value: 500 gifts. Comprehensive colleges have the same effect, but it is nothing more than changing the description of mechanical technology to comprehensive, and the improvement of learning efficiency is also weak, but the consumption of gift points has instead become 1,000 points. The Faithful Academy is quite different. The main difference is that it does not teach knowledge, but only loyalty. The main content is loyalty to the Empire, but Gu Hang can add some private goods to it, forcibly binding the loyalty to the Empire with his personal loyalty. He has done this kind of thing on purpose in the past. In addition, there is one more function in the Academy of Loyalty, which provides a new unit training option. T1, T5, T4. 1-1. This price is 10 times more expensive than the usual T4 level troops, but Gu Hang thinks it is very valuable. He doesn't need to train a large number of company commissars to form an army to fight. Isn't that a problem? This obviously allows him to quickly train enough loyal soldiers and send them to various grassroots units as the backbone of the army that he can accurately control and even ensure discipline, morale, and combat effectiveness in battle. They may not have excellent commanding skills, and perhaps their combat effectiveness is only due to a more determined will to reach the T4 level. However, their most important role is to inspire allies and fight to the death. Now he can't wait to quickly build this Academy of Loyalty and then let more than 100 political commissars at all levels of the entire army go in and receive intensive training for a week before coming out. For these more than 100 people, he is willing to spend more than 100 gift points. Moreover, Gu Hang also used this to generate another idea. In the reconstruction plan of the Phoenix Squad that he had thought about before, one of the difficulties was how to find absolutely loyal teenagers to train from an early age. This Faithful Academy seems to be the way. Adopt orphans or children with innocent backgrounds, cultivate them from an early age, and then spend a little gift on the political commissar of Zhengcheng. Comprehensively reform the ideological education, and then point all the way to T1 level to make them elite, and then exchange gene seeds for surgical implantation. Plan pass. Now there is no way to buy or even make power armor yourself. The former needs to find a forging world with manufacturing capabilities. Generally, this kind of forging world is closely related to the mechanics, and Gu Hang has no contacts in this area, let alone concealing the purchase of power armor. But if you want to talk about the latter, you don't know what level of technology the Space Warrior's power armor is, let alone when it will be able to be drawn out. But problems are always solved one by one. Isn't there a solution to the personnel problem now? There must be a way for the car to reach the mountain. As for the two buildings behind, the Civilian Factory and the Military Factory, it is similar. Civilian Factory I. After you have built a civilian factory and put it into operation, you can redeem this item, and the designated factory will get a moderate increase in production efficiency. The exchange price is 100 gifts. The Military Factory is the same. The price is the same. It just means that it has become exclusively for military use. The mechanism of the building system can be understood by looking at these options with different functions but similar descriptions. It's not that the system builds a building out of thin air. The building, as well as the facilities inside and the supporting personnel, all have to be built by Gu Hang himself. And this building system is nothing more than providing some bonuses. Similar to a bonus card, put in the corresponding factories and schools. Only these two categories are currently unlocked. Moreover, among the current options in the building system, there is an I, so will there be level 2, level 3, or even higher in the future? In addition to the building itself, there may also be something like the Faithful Academy, which can bring some changes to the system function itself. The Academy of Loyalty can provide him with a new unit of arms. So, can other buildings also be used? For example, The first level technical academy only has a bonus effect. After the level is higher, will it be possible to produce some special units? He remembered that in the Mechanic Society, there were special cataracts. They're not the imperial state religion that has been castrated once, but they have their own military power. Among them, the most famous is the Titan Legion. That kind of Gundam and mech-like war machine is extremely fierce. Just one machine can determine the outcome of a war. In the future, even if Gu Hang has the ability to manufacture this top-level war machine, there must be someone who can control it, right? Even if it's just for the moment, Gu Hang is still very interested in this whole building system, especially the Faithful Academy. Unfortunately, the exchange price of dash points is a bit too expensive, and he can't afford it now. As for the military and civilian factories, he can afford to change them, but there's no need to change them. Industrial workers, technological digestion, the means to burst production capacity have not yet been fully completed, and the overall production efficiency still has a large room for improvement. But there is no rush to use the functions of the system and spend gift points to increase production efficiency. Putting the cart before the horse. Under such circumstances, he really saved the 755 gift points in his hand and wanted to keep them first. Don't spend it. Wait for the next gift point to arrive in the account. And save up to dash points? Let's try the whole Loyal Academy first. Not only the company political commissars in the army can be directly trained through the system, but the ideological education function of the Zhongxi Academy itself is also very important. At that time, all affairs officers, government officials, military officers, and even the scale will be expanded. Those factory managers, business owners, businessmen, and even the most ordinary industrial workers can spend some time every year to go to it for further study. But in terms of policy, the experience and duration of further study at Zhongxi College can also be stipulated as bonus points or necessary conditions for promotion to the 45 ranks. Loyalty is the #1 priority. Regarding the construction of the school, Gu Hang explained it to Asuna, but asked her to put up the shelves of the 3 colleges first. Asuna is actually a little strange. According to the previous statement, the first thing they do in terms of education is adult education, including literacy and basic worker training, so that it is convenient for them to work in the factory. 4 to 6 years of compulsory general education for children and teenagers. 4 to 6 years of compulsory general education for children and teenagers. This is very pragmatic behavior. Doesn't education cost money? For the education of adults, it is for short-term training to be qualified for the position as soon as possible. Even if it is sloppy, it is better than having no manpower. The education of children and teenagers is to focus on the future. Child labor with low future potential and low productivity. However, in terms of education, in addition to full-time students, a large number of full-time teachers are also needed. And these people all need government financial supplies, all of which are costs. As for the teaching dormitory, that is an easy thing to do. It's just a few houses. During the construction of Fuxing City, it is not difficult to plan a place for special construction. But according to the governor's current statement, these 3 colleges can all be regarded as the level of higher education. How long has there been no such school on Furiao? The so-called intellectuals in the wasteland, at least the ones Asuna has met, mostly follow the path of private education and small-scale elite training, relying on private teachers, elder education, and wealthy families. She kind of meant it herself. Engage in higher education? Not bad, but isn't it a little too early? Among other things, I couldn't even find a good enough teacher. That's all for the comprehensive college. And the Faithful Academy can also be established by recruiting people from the army, even brazenly inviting Phoenix, or even sending people to Phoenix Monastery for advanced studies. But what about technical colleges? Among the forces under the governor's command, Zheng'er Baiying is considered to be a relatively good technician, and only Wu Jiarong is one. The rest, her students, are nothing more than ordinary junior specialists who cannot take on the duties of teachers. The same is true for comprehensive colleges. Should local intellectuals from the inner city who have received so-called elite education and family education be taught? It's not impossible, but we have to wait for the suitable ones to be identified from among them, and then we have to go through the transformation of the Loyalty Academy. She raised these questions to the governor. Gu Heng did not force her to carry out, but gave an explanation. Of course, the so-called explanation does not mean explaining some system or the like. I don't want to use it now. I know what you said. It's just that we need to set up the shelf first. Even if the content of the teaching is not good enough, it can always be given to teenagers who have completed compulsory education and to those who are willing to study further. It is a place for those with potential. It is true that things must be done step by step, but there is always a beginning. Understand. After receiving the words, Asana left. Regarding education, even if there is no new building interface, Gu Heng still has to do the same. It is nothing more than the premise now, and there's a way to spend gifts to help. The bonus given by the building system is not much, but the most important thing is longevity. Whether it's those colleges or the addition of those two types of factories, as long as the core area under the control can maintain stable production, it can be effective for a long time. Compared with temporary expenses, long-term output is definitely valuable. Of course, if they're faced with wars every 2 days and factories and schools with construction system bonuses are destroyed, then there is nothing to say. After Asana left, Dennison Henry followed in. This one just came over from Trash Town early this morning. It's not that he came here specifically to be a consultant for Gu Heng, but he did have something to do. Need more ordnance? Yes. When he answered, Henry's face was a little embarrassed. The last time he came to ask for ordnance supplies, he seemed to have said that this was the last batch, and it was only a week later, but he asked for it again soon. But he couldn't help it either. He is now not only an advisor to the Commerce Department of the New Alliance, but also a businessman who has served as the governor, but at the same time, in the past 2 months, he has also risen in Trash Town. Up. Now, in addition to doing business for the governor, he also has to think about Garbage Town. Fortunately, in his consideration, the two do not conflict. He organized his words and continued. The main thing is the threat of those green-skinned orcs. The number of those ghosts seems to have increased a lot compared to the previous 2 years. The scavengers in Trash Town have given up several times. A good scavenger site was produced. Adventurers also gathered and fought several battles with those green orcs. But to be honest, the physical strength of those green animals is too high. Even if their weapons are relatively simple, but the ability to fight alone, it's still way too much for armed adventurers. Speaking of this, he paused, then looked up at the governor's face, and then continued. Affected by those green-skinned orcs, the waste recycling industries in Trash Town have lost about 20% of their output. If the situation continues to deteriorate, this number will have to expand. The last batch of ordnance sold to Garbage Town must be useful. We have armed more than 3,000 scavengers, which can be regarded as withstood the infestation of those greenskins. But the loss not only is it too big to take back the original scavenging ground, but I don't even know how long it can withstand it. After listening to Dennison Henry's report, Gu Heng thought about it. Then what do you need? More ordnance, more powerful heavy equipment. The armed adventurers in Garbage Town can no longer use ordinary rifles and take their lives to fight those orcs in the ruins of the tower. Henry said resolutely, the equipment of the former alliance is not enough. You must have the G9 series rifles and artillery in your regular army, and it would be great if you have armored vehicles. Garbage Town can be exchanged for everything, and all of our future output can be supplied to Fushing City, which will be sold by Fushing City. Whether it is the metal raw material is still thermal limestone, and the price could be lowered a bit. A bright smile appeared on Gu Heng's face. Then how about this? I'll give you 20 infantry chariots, a dozen tanks, hundreds of heavy artillery pieces, and complete sets of individual equipment. What do you think? Henry was stunned. He was trying to bargain with the governor. He knew that whether it was infantry vehicles or artillery, the New Alliance Legion itself was still in the process of reorganizing the army, and all the troops were not enough. Officers at all levels urged the General Logistics Department to quickly distribute the corresponding equipment. In place, he didn't expect those two things, that he just wanted to use this way of extortionate prices to get the G9 series rifles that were more reliable than domestic firearms. As long as they have this thing, they will be able to have a certain advantage when confronting the green-skinned orcs with 3 to 5 times the number of people. instead of the current situation where they need to have 10 times the number of people to stabilize the defense and nearly 2 times the number. 10 times the advantage to dare to attack. Dennis and Henry has seen the capabilities of the G9 series of rifles. They are easy to maintain, durable, and adaptable to various environments. They are much more powerful than local firearms, and the key is that they are lighter and more accurate. To put it bluntly, when there is really no other way, the last bayonet can be used as a good long-handled melee weapon, which is more reliable than carrying an extra big knife with you. As a result, I was thinking about 1,000 or 2,000 sets of equipment, and I was even willing to sell various raw materials at a reduced price, but the governor asked for 8,000 sets, plus heavy artillery and infantry combat vehicles. This is a surprise? Just be scared. Henry immediately thought, is this the governor making fun of himself? But as soon as he thought about it, he came up with an even more terrifying thought. Why does the amount of equipment mentioned by the governor sound so much like a complete infantry division? Of course, he didn't know the specifics of the Army's reorganization, but there were rumors to some extent. Thinking of this, when he raised his head again, he was already terrified. But the smile on the corner of the governor's mouth was full of coldness, in his opinion. Suppressing the uneasiness in his heart, he asked, "My Lord Governor, I don't need so many ordnance. Trashtown may not be able to get so many raw materials to buy in a while." But Guheng didn't plan to play charades with him anymore, and the next words were quite straightforward. "I know Garbage Town can't afford the price, but I can barely accept the whole Garbage Town as repayment." The conjecture was confirmed. Henry suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and forced a smile. "Do you want to take all the Garbage Town?" "Of course. Is there anything wrong with that?" Guheng said, Trashtown was originally a member of the Alliance, and it was also an important raw material supply base for the Alliance. Now, it is seriously threatened by green-skinned orcs. Of course, I will not just sit back and watch. By the way, I don't like the production method and power structure of Garbage Town all the time, and it must be aligned with Fushing City. Henry's heart was already in chaos. I have worked so hard for so many years, and now I finally got the position of an agent in Trashtown. But after sitting for half a month, Trashtown is going to disappear. But can you resist? Obviously impossible. His position as an agent was supported by the governor. Even the governor asked him to be that agent. It was obvious that he was preparing for one day to subdue the Garbage Town. Of course, he understood it himself. He just didn't expect that this day would come so quickly that but wasn't even straightened yet. Go back and think about it. I hope my army only needs to deal with those green-skinned orcs. Guheng gave him the last sentence. Dennis and Henry didn't stop in Fushing City and got on the car back to Garbage Town that day. 200 kilometers, depending on the infrastructure from Fushing City to Garbage Town, it will take 7 or 8 hours to drive, and that is still under the condition that the road is smooth. But this is already a smooth trade. On the way back, Henry thought about the whole thing very carefully. It didn't take long for him to figure it out. What's so opaque? In Garbage Town, I am just an agent who has just been supported by the governor's business, and I am not even the biggest agent among all the agents that, on the contrary, taking advantage of his relationship with the governor to take advantage of the opportunity to enter the new alliance system. Isn't that position much more grand than being the leader in Trashtown? What's more, will the future alliance be as bad as it was in the past 10 years? Taking care of the governor's appearance and keeping the shell of the so-called alliance is a matter of centralization. It is foreseeable that the new alliance will expand outward rapidly. There are people under the governor who have guns, money, and righteousness in their hands, and there are starships in the sky to support them. In the future, the authority of the new alliance will become more and more powerful, and the area under direct control will also become larger and larger. Don't rush to rely on it. What are you waiting for? Whether it is to be a high-ranking official under the new alliance system, or to continue the current business and become a big businessman, it is obviously much more promising than hanging around in the Garbage Town. What's more, can this thing be stopped by oneself? As soon as the car drove out of Fushing City, he had already started to regret his unclear appearance in front of the governor just now. Why you have to sit on your ass over there in Trashtown while you talk? What kind of garbage is a Garbage Town agent? I am obviously a consultant of the Ministry of Commerce. Frustrated, he quickly thought of a remedy. He chatted with the driver for a few words, and the car quickly turned to the abandoned cave area of Washing City. Henry met Patel there, and through his old friendship with him, contacted Prabhav, knew the location of his battalion, and then hurried over. In Sanchi town, Henry saw Prabhav, who had completed the task of suppressing bandits. He really didn't know that Sanchi town was a den of bandits. At most, he knew that this place was inseparable from looters, and it was an important place for selling stolen goods and hiding places, but he really didn't know that the whole town was full of bandit den. He first praised for a while, saying that it was a great thing that Prabhav wiped out this place. At least 6,000 gangsters died in the first battle. The kilometer area from Fushing City to Garbage Town is considered clear. Whereas Prabhav been boasted so much, everyone was blown a little embarrassed. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost ready, Dennis and Henry took advantage of the opportunity and offered an invitation. It was to ask Prabhav to go another 50 kilometers to the northeast. That's Trash Town. You want me to fight Garbage Town? Prabhav shook his head like a rattle. That's not okay. I don't have a military order. I won't do such a big move. Major Prabhav, you misunderstood. I don't want her to lead the team to attack Junktown, but I just want you to station the team not far from Junktown. Of course, I also understand that such an important action must require the governor's approval. I came to you because I wanted to contact the governor through your military line. Prabhav thought for a while. You want to borrow my soldiers, pretending to be a tiger? Henry clapped his hands and smiled. Yes. The governor intends to launch an army to take down the Garbage Town. I was thinking if we have to go to that point, wouldn't it be disadvantageous for us people to do things? Job? Prabhav seemed a little confused. Henry is also patiently explaining at this time. He first reached out and nodded to himself. I am the wedge appointed by the governor to Trash Town. If the governor wants to take Trash Town, I have a duty to do it. It is best to get things done before the governor's army arrives. At that time, the army only needs to come to the town and help the new alliance system to be implemented in Garbage Town. If it is necessary to go to the point where the army uses force, isn't it because I am not good at doing things? Prabhav thought for a while, nodded slightly, and recognized Henry's idea. Then, Henry pointed his hand at Prabhav again. As for Mr. Major, you have been ordered by the governor to come to this wilderness to wipe out all the settlements and relocate the population. The settlements that will remain must also change their flags and accept the complete rule of the new coalition government. Opponents, you are qualified but not the best, because within the range of 200 kilometers, there is such a special existence as Junktown. There are permanent residents here, and another rely on Junktown to operate in the small territory that was born. There are armed scavengers and adventurers who have long entered the ruins of the tower to pick up trash. Regardless of the importance of population and raw material extraction, this is the most important place among all the settlements around Fushing City, and it is at an awkward position on the edge of your mission range. The governor really didn't let you just use these soldiers, let's take down Trash Town. But if it can be done, wouldn't it be a perfect score for what was originally just a passing answer sheet? After thinking about it seriously, Prabhav had to admit that he was indeed persuaded by Dennis and Henry. There's another key point here. Henry doesn't know. He himself doesn't know. He came this time with accumulated meritorious service and strives to succeed Yin Fengshu, who will become the commander-in-chief of the whole army in a logical way. Is the brigade commander of the Extinguishing Wind Brigade? Now he has indeed completed his task step by step, and the completion is considered qualified. Not only are nearly 10 settlements within kilometers, all under the rule of the new alliance, but the Battle of Sanchi was almost wiped out at a very small price. In addition to the bandits occupying this area, no one can say that he did not do well enough. But Prabhav himself always felt that it wasn't enough. Now, Henry put the Garbage Town in front of his mouth, and he couldn't help but drool. Garbage Town. He still remembers that when he was just a miner in a whole club and lived a truly dark life. Garbage Town was a prosperous place in the distance. Whether or not the entire abandoned cave club can have a meal depends entirely on whether the merchants in Garbage Town are willing to give some extra rice to buy or produced by their abandoned cave society. For him, the presence of Garbage Town is even heavier than that of Fushing City, which is closer. And now, in the blink of an eye, does he, the leader of the miners' group, have the opportunity to lead the army and take such a place? But despite his hunger for merit, Prabhav was able to maintain his sanity. Even if Garbage Town could barely be regarded as a settlement within kilometers where the governor asked him to act on his own, he still kept in mind that he could not act on his own. It was not a small settlement, as Henry said. There are 30 to 10 people in the sphere of influence of Garbage Town, and because of the unique industrial ecology, almost everyone has a gun, and the armed scavengers and adventurers who lick blood on the tip of their knives all year round add up to there are always people. They are indeed not an army, but their equipment may be better than those of the looters, and their combat experience and willpower are also stronger. If things don't go well and a military conflict occurs, it is impossible for him to win such a battle with 800 men under his command. Not to mention, there is the possibility of getting stuck in the quagmire between Garbage Town and the green-skinned orcs. So he insisted on his previous statement. I need further authorization to act. Henry smiled. Of course, when the signal is connected, let's talk together. His goal has been achieved. Even if Prabhav dared to follow him now, he would not dare to let him follow like this. He is not so bold yet, daring to incite the army to do things beyond his authority without a military order. It's too taboo. I'm afraid that even if it succeeds, it will be killed by the governor after the fact. He will not make such a mistake. Come to Prabhav. He is indeed here to borrow the military comm station. Of course, in addition to this, the bigger idea is to persuade Prabhav himself. Simply executing orders and Prabhav's own subjective initiative are of course two completely different situations. It would be even better if Major Prabhav could lend a helping hand when he reported to the governor later to increase the chances of success. But unexpectedly, this idea fell through in the end, because when the radio was connected to Fushing City, he got a piece of news. The governor is no longer in Fushing City at this moment, but Lieutenant Colonel Thaddeus, and the 2nd Infantry Division are heading towards Garbage Town together. The governor left a word. I hope my army only needs to deal with those green-skinned orcs then. He heard this once before when he met the governor, but this time he heard it again, but he had a different feeling. He turned his head and looked at Prabhav. Do you understand what the governor means? Understood. Prabhav said, I will help you. But again, I hope that my troops will stop 20 kilometers away from Garbage Town. The rest of the matter, I'll leave it to you, and if things don't go well, I'll wait for the 2nd Infantry Division to arrive. That's enough. When Henry was talking with Prabhav, he looked like he was holding the wisdom beads, but in fact he was panicked, because he calculated his time. Most of the time on foot, from Fushing City to Garbage Town, the distance is about 200 kilometers. The normal marching speed is a little 3 to 5 days faster, and will not exceed 10 days at most if it is slower. Combined with the words left by the governor, this is the time for him to deal with the Garbage Town. He has to hurry up. Fortunately, following Prabhav's synthetic battalion operations, the speed is still guaranteed. This synthetic battalion was almost completely motorized. Even the most cumbersome 155 howitzers are mounted on wheels and towed by tractor trucks. All soldiers, including engineering companies and logistics support companies, are also used by troop trucks and supply trucks. Among the troops, it was the armored company that ran the slowest and slowed down the most. 12 old tanks were dragging behind, and they could only run at a speed of kilometers per hour, making people afraid that a few of them would break down on the road. In fact, this did happen. On the way, a tank did break down. But this did not affect the speed of the entire army, that a part of the maintenance personnel and crew members were left behind, and the rest still traveled a distance of kilometers and arrived outside Garbage Town. And Jason Swan was young. He was already hanging out in Garbage Town at the beginning. He was just an ordinary scavenger, daring to work hard, joined a small adventure group, and later became the boss. And then he managed the entire adventure team into a group and robbed some of the business of refining raw materials and later opened up some business avenues. He became the deputy and slowly became the biggest one. It's just a few words to say, but since he was 15 years old, he has gone through countless intrigues and life and death fights to reach his current position in the 35 years since he was -years old. He holds the largest primary raw material processing factory in Trash Town and holds 20% of the business share. His adventurous group, named Clockblade, is one of the best armed forces in Trash Town. The combination of industry and force constitutes the prestige of Mr. Swan today. He has always been unsmiling and shows people a majestic side. Even when the current situation is difficult recently, he has always maintained this attitude, and it has also played a role in stabilizing people's hearts to a certain extent. In fact, no one knows whether he panicked or not. It was not the first time Dennis and Henry had met Swan. Every time we met in the past, he was as humble as an ant. Even after he was nominated as an agent, the relationship between the two parties remained unchanged. Apart from a new industry of alloy and plastic steel that he has mastered, the power actually controlled by Henry himself is incomparable with a real boss in the garbage town. But today, he had to change his thinking and straighten his back. He represents the governor. His mentality has changed. Standing behind me is the master of the entire planet. After the governor takes control of Fushing City, this master is not just a title, but has a real and powerful guarantee. With such a strong backing, why should I kowtow to an armed businessman boss in a junk town? I really got used to kneeling before. As if he felt something, Swan raised his head, his eagle-like and wolf-like gaze swept over Henry's face, and he spoke slowly with a slightly hoarse voice. Are you here to persuade me to surrender to the governor in Fushing City? Henry's calf was still a little weak, and many rumors about Swan's fierceness and determination flashed through his mind. He's not a tough guy at all, but he still tried to maintain a face of decency. Yes, he said. Do you have any other choice? I can kill you. Swan's tone was indifferent. Hearing this, Henry's buttocks tightened, but he immediately relaxed again. It was scary to hear this at first because Jason Swan was really capable of doing it. However, after careful analysis, it could be concluded that Mr. Swan is putting on airs. Because a month ago, if he dared to say something to persuade you to surrender, Mr. Swan would not have said a word to him, and he would have collapsed with a single shot. But now, saying that he can kill him is a sign of guilt. Thinking about this in an instant, Henry felt a little more relaxed. Of course, you can do this. You can be regarded as the master of Trash Town. What's so difficult about killing me? Henry followed Swan's words to compliment him, but when his voice changed, he started again. But it's not a choice. Swan didn't say much, just stare at Henry. But Henry became more and more enthusiastic. Isn't today's garbage town the most troublesome time for external and internal troubles? The growth of those green-skinned orcs caused the smallest impact on production reduction. When those scavengers and adventurers found out, they after the danger of entering the ruins of the tower is greatly increased, but the harvest is greatly reduced. Will they still gather here? Especially now that Fushing City has increased its attractiveness to refugees, and the policies there are too tempting. After these scavengers and adventurers are gone, what about the industries that rely on them? Those taverns, brothels, and cloakrooms will all be closed. All the primary processing industries for garbage will be closed. The plenum cannot continue because of this, and eventually the garbage town will become a real garbage that no one cares about. Destroying Garbage Town doesn't require those green-skinned orcs to break through our line of defense and slaughter our people. They just need to maintain the current pressure and make scavenging a high-risk, low-return business, which is enough to destroy the wasteland. Our town built on picking up trash is being destroyed. Henry tells the story of the crisis at the level of economic fundamentals. Swan just listened in silence. This is not a high opinion. This danger has already been seen by some people, and it is even happening. Most of the adventurers and scavengers in Garbage Town don't have much personal attachment to the agents that a small number are hired, and even quite a few people are independent adventure groups. They entered the ruins of the city, picked up trash and sold it, and obtained basic income. If they could pick up technological products, artworks, and relatively well-preserved psionic crystals that could be used in the pre-war era, they could make a lot of money. But now, Because of the need to fight against the green-skinned orcs, the risk of taking risks has increased and the benefits have decreased, which is visible to the naked eye. They will also be specially recruited to fill the front lines where the confrontation is most fierce. Although commissions and equipment are given, this battle is still too difficult to fight. Many adventure groups will refuse to recruit and even leave the garbage town in groups. There are not many people leaving, and the scale is not large. But this is an extremely dangerous omen, a precursor to the collapse of the levee. Garbage Town is now facing a catastrophe, and this is something that many people know. Swan is waiting for Henry's high opinion. Of course, he could guess that Henry said this in order to pave the way for the governor to obtain the full allegiance of Trash Town. He was waiting for Henry to state the governor's conditions. Henry also understood, but he smiled again and said a sentence that made Swan almost unable to hold back. Governor Goo is coming to Garbage Town, and he is on his way with his army. Swan was silent for a moment, then asked, "Did he come in person?" "Yes." Henry has become very calm at this moment. "Your Excellency must take down Junktown. We can't resist. Even if you don't mention military operations, as long as the governor blocks the trade roads, you will not be able to resist. If you buy the raw materials produced by the garbage town, if you don't sell food to the garbage town will collapse on its own." Swan let out a long breath. His face was already very ugly. That governor, must it be like this? Henry spread his hands. Is this strange? He is the governor of this planet. It is normal for him to devote himself to bringing the whole world under his rule. After a pause, he continued, "And to be honest, Mr. Swan, I don't understand why you are so unwilling." Said Swan. "If given the choice, who would want to be a dog?" "Ha ha ha." Henry laughed loudly. "That's not right. How can you be a dog if you show your loyalty to the governor and the empire?" After laughing, he collected his expression and said seriously, "Mr. Swan, I actually had the same stupid idea at the beginning. When the governor told me that he wanted to completely control the entire garbage town, the idea is that I managed to become an agent and climb to the top of Trash Town, but I've only enjoyed the power of an agent for half a month. Trash Town is about to become the governor, so my agent will be in vain. Is it right? But it only lasted 10 seconds for this stupid idea to be in my head before I realized how ridiculous it was. Who is the governor? He realized that there was nothing to be done in Fushing City, went out to start from scratch, and counterattacked Fushing City in 2 months, completely controlling the entire city. He was the one who thwarted the cult's conspiracy and saved the city. If you go to Fushing City now, you will know that the disaster not only did not destroy people's confidence, but was like a demolition worker. Now the whole city is in rapidly building, recovering, and visibly getting organized. If you can go to the abandoned cave area of Weishing City, there are nearly heavy industry workers gathered there. They can produce a large amount of high-quality alloys every day, 1 armored vehicle, 1 heavy gun, another set of individual equipment has been mass-produced from the factory. If you can see this, you will have no doubts about whether this governor can really extend his rule to the whole world in the end, as long as he is given a certain amount of time. When he integrates enough population, it will not be a big problem to deal with the imperial taxation in the next year. I'm extremely honored that I followed the governor very early. When the governor expands his power to the entire planet in the future, can I also use the planet as a stage to show my ability? Even when an interstellar businessman navigating between universes. To be honest, that was something I never dared to think about in my life. My biggest wish at the time was to be an agent. Now it seems that my vision is still too short-sighted. So what about you? Mr. Swan, you're different from me. You have already stood in the middle of the stage of Trash Town. Over the years, you have spent countless efforts to seek more profits. It's just that you can stand more firmly on the stage of Garbage Town. Now, there is an opportunity in front of you. Don't you feel moved at all? After listening to Henry's words, Swan sneered. You actually used such a ridiculous reason to persuade me? He dismissed it and didn't even bother to give reasons for his rebuttal. It's so good to say, but the threshold of the imperial tax is so easy to pass, and 5 governors will not it is too arrogant to dare to say that it will sweep the world in the future just by mastering a revival city, a shell-called alliance that almost no one listens to. Indeed, as Henry said, it has come to an end for him to sit on the position of the owner of Garbage Town in his life, and there is no room for the sharp-eyed to go further. But so what? In this wasteland full of starvation and death, is it not enough to be a master? Swan felt that he was content enough. However, the attitude he expressed did not make Henry retreat. He responded, "It's a pity that you are not interested in stars and seas. But even now, you have no choice. The governor has the ability to destroy Junktown. As I said before, he doesn't want you to do it again. Continuing to be the master of Garbage Town is just a matter of thought. He can destroy you with a backhand, but from the front, only he has the ability to save you. When Trash Town completely surrenders to the governor, the army that the governor will bring will not be our enemy, but our protector. His army will aim its artillery at the orcs who attacked us, not Trash Town itself. Your most worrying and troublesome problem now will be solved." For Henry's words, Swan still did not fully agree. Only rely on the 800 people outside? Just rely on the 8,000 people brought by the governor on the road? We have a battle that armed adventurers here can't stand. They're just going to be solved. Henry smiled again, didn't speak anymore, just pointed to the sky. Swan understood in seconds, and then fell silent. He was still unwilling, but he had to admit that everything Henry said was right. Life depends on the governor. No one else can save Garbage Town. Death. The governor has too many ways to kill them, even if he doesn't do it himself. In this case, what qualifications does he have to negotiate terms? But don't talk about any conditions? Will everything that has been worked hard in the past 35 years be handed over to others? Henry seemed to see his worry, as the devil's tempting voice sounded in his ears. Even if I don't mention those ideals and futures, I'll just say one thing. His Excellency the Governor suddenly gained control of such a huge area from nothing. After Trash Town is brought under control, the total population will exceed 130 million. But on the contrary, there are not enough talents due to the expansion of the governor's power. A female refugee from the Chingu area can become the civil affairs chief of Fushing City. On behalf of the governor, talk to people like you about the life and death of Garbage Town. So, if someone like you, experienced and capable, is willing to help the governor wholeheartedly, what kind of status will you get? Henry felt that Swan must have been persuaded by himself, although he didn't give himself any clear answer in the end. And even when he wanted to communicate directly with the governor, he was prevaricated on the grounds that he needed to report to the governor. But Henry still felt that Swan would definitely be in the governor's office in the end. When he arrived at Garbage Town, he unconditionally knelt in front of the governor, because he has no choice. Moreover, it is really difficult for him to replace the governor and promise Swan any specific conditions. He also didn't think that what the governor would promise was at most to let Swan use his performance to win what he wanted. This also reminded him of when he wanted to ask the governor for the sole agency right of alloy plastic steel, but he was beaten tremblingly in the end, so he knew the character of the governor. Governor Gu already had a purely superior mentality when he was quite poor, let alone now. Furthermore, he also believes that even if the governor refuses to agree to anything, this Mr. Swan will definitely prostrate himself in front of the governor honestly in the end. Henry lived in the room Mr. Swan prepared for him with peace of mind, waiting for Swan to give him an accurate answer before the deadline, or waiting for the arrival of the governor. On the third day, a servant came and invited him to see M. Swan. Even though he had expected it, Henry still couldn't hide the joy on his face. He was quite sure that Swan should have surrendered. Follow the servant and meet Mr. Swan in the office. You figured it out. Before Henry finished speaking, Swan interrupted. Agreed, and I will make all other agents agree. If there are any who do not agree, I will make it impossible for them not to agree as soon as possible. Henry froze for a moment. It's a 180-degree turn in attitude. But why are you in a hurry than me? He keenly sensed that something serious happened. When will the governor's army arrive? 2 days at the earliest. 5 days at the latest. Could it be faster? Wait a minute. What happened? You have to tell me first. Henry was already very uneasy. Those green-skinned orcs? Oh yes. There's nothing to hide about this either. If the military situation is not smooth, it can easily lead to strategic misjudgments. Afterwards, Swan roughly told Henry about the current situation. In the past, there was no such thing as management in Garbage Town. It was originally a town formed by adventurers picking up garbage, but later there were more adventurers, and there were many industries based on the garbage picked up by adventurers. Towns gradually formed. But now that the town has taken shape and the entire industrial chain has become more complete, a slightly more refined management is essential. The agents roughly divided the garbage town to the ruins of the super city before the war, that is, the area called the ruins of the tower, into 4 levels. No value safe area, valuable safe area, high value dangerous area, unknown area. The worthless safe area is just as its name suggests. After many years of exploration, the number of mutated monsters inside has become very small, but it has also become a place with almost no output due to years of searching. The output here is only the hot gray stone produced after the waste energy storm is over. A valuable safe area refers to a place that has been mopped up many times. There are not many monsters and the danger is not great, but it has only become relatively safe in the past 1 or 2 years. The search time is not long, and there are still many places to produce. This is the area with the most metal scrap production, and occasionally you can see some precious pre-war items. High-value dangerous areas are places where there are many monsters, but the rewards are also great. Unknown areas are places where almost no one sets foot, or very few places that can come out alive after entering. These 4 types of areas, in terms of distance from the garbage town, become farther in turn. In the battle against the orcs, the relevant defense zones were also divided in the same way. Or to put it simply, in recent years when the green-skinned orcs began to move in the ruins of the high tower, and more, and even gradually became the main enemy of adventurers, the division of the 4 types of areas is largely the same as it is related to the activity frequency of orcs. And when the green-skinned orcs began to emerge in large numbers a month ago, they basically didn't dare to go to high-risk areas, and only the big adventure group could gather a lot of people. Dangerous areas have become high-risk areas, and adventurers are gradually unable to scavenge waste easily, but must form corresponding groups and fronts to fight those green-skinned orcs. It's more like a war than a battle between small bands of adventurers and entrenched or wandering monsters. It is also because of this that the adventurers are almost unable to withstand it and are unwilling to withstand it. We're here to risk money, not fight wars. And now the latest news is that in the number 18 area, which is a very important place where adventurers formed a formation, built a fortification, and fought a large-scale battle with the invading green-skinned orcs, it collapsed. There were nearly 3,000 adventurers gathered there, fighting against more than orcs. They have been fighting for a week, and the pressure is very high. And just this morning, 3 adventure groups withdrew from their positions without saying hello to anyone. A total of 6,000 people left directly. Therefore, in an attack on the defense line, launched by the orcs as usual, after nearly 1/3 of the manpower was lost, the defense position collapsed across the board, and the rest of the adventurers could only retreat or even escape. In the morning, those green skins protruded 3 areas forward, and they were about to be blocked in the 5th area. And this is already a traditional valueless security zone. Even, Swan has sent his most precious group of adventurers, the Clock Blade, to the front line. They are well-equipped and well-trained, and they are rare elites. It was their appearance that blocked the opening. However, the casualties were high. The most important thing is that from the gap that was rushed out, green-skinned monsters continued to emerge from the depths of the ruins, and they were under a lot of pressure. If the 5th area is breached again, the defense lines in the other parallel areas will definitely not be able to stretch. I'm afraid that Trash Town will really let those greenskins come to the city. That was why Swan was so anxious. Fuck, Henry didn't hold back and burst into a foul language. Fuck, Henry didn't hold back and burst into a foul language. It was true that Swan surrendered. From his point of view, The retreat of those deserters and the sudden attack of the green-skinned orcs helped a little. However, Henry can't hand over a rubbish town that has turned into ruins to the governor, and then lick his face and say that he has fulfilled his mission, right? With a dark face, Henry said, "How is the situation in the 5th District now? It's too bad. There's no time to build a new position and fortification. Our people can only fight those greenskins in the ruins. No one knows whether those adventurers can hold on. I can only guarantee my people can persevere to the end. I will inform the governor of this news as soon as possible, Mr. Swan. If you don't want to hand over a rubbish town to the governor's hands and completely disappoint the governor, please be sure to think about it in the next few days. Do everything possible to withstand the front line, at least until the governor's troops arrive." Swan said in a deep voice, "You don't need to say that I will do the same, but please urge me. People in Trash Town don't want Trash Town to become ruins, but sometimes it's not a question of whether or not they want to." After saying that, he paused and hesitantly made another request. "Also, can the army stationed outside Garbage Town help?" Henry hesitated. He paced back and forth, confused. Without Swan's request, he had already thought of such a strong army as 4 and 8 outside of Garbage Town. But this is risky. It should be easy to convince Purbov and find the governor's authorization to act. Purbov is willing to fight, and the governor, knowing that Swan bowed his head and Trash Town surrendered, should also be willing to let Purbov join the war first. But that is to let this synthetic battalion fight against the terrifying green-skinned swarms. Is that a good target? Purbov's synthetic battalion was really good, and beating those marauders was like killing pigs, but the greenskins were another matter entirely. In case of heavy casualties, should I bear the responsibility myself? But in the end, he gritted his teeth and told Swan that he was willing to try, on the premise that Garbage Town is willing to surrender completely to the governor. It still has to be guaranteed. Taking down Garbage Town is of great significance to the governor's expansion of power. This is the most important raw material production area around Fushing City, and it is also the most powerful military force among the uncontrolled forces in the surrounding area. This is also the biggest step for oneself. As Henry thought before, it is not difficult to move Purbov to fight. After the governor knows the whole situation here, especially after knowing that Garbage Town is really going to let those green-skinned orcs pierce the line of defense in World War I, was directly destroyed. Of course, Gu Heng didn't want this to happen. He granted Purbov the corresponding authority, allowing him to decide what to do based on the situation. At the same time, the team led by Gu Heng himself also accelerated their progress. On Purbov's side, after getting the authorization, he didn't hesitate much, and soon the whole army attacked. The fully mechanized troops quickly bypassed the Garbage Town and headed for the so-called 5th District. Along the way, all Purbov saw was chaos. Many adventurer groups, temporarily summoned by the heavy money, assembled into a team and rushed to the 5th District. But at the same time, Purbov saw a larger number of adventurers retreating from the front line. Among those who retreated, quite a few seemed to be very embarrassed and terrified. This is obviously a broken soldier who fled back from the front line. In addition, there are still some adventurers who retreated without any traces of fighting. This category is kind of weird. Purbov arranged for people to stop several different groups of adventurers, brought them over, and asked about the situation on the front line. From the mouth of the broken soldier, he got a piece of news that he didn't know whether it was good or bad. The battle ahead is still going on, but in the absence of fortifications, it is easy to be rushed by the orcs to fight at close range. The casualties are very heavy. Team after team of adventurers cannot bear such a terrible casualty situation. Crash down. If it is good news, it is because the front line is still fighting and has not completely collapsed. If it is bad news, it is because it is about to collapse. And the other wave of people who did not fight, but retreated, gave more intriguing news. They received the order to retreat. These orders come from certain businessmen and even agents who pay to hire them. Purbov didn't know much about Garbage Town, but Henry, who followed his command vehicle to the front line, immediately understood what it meant. Those pessimists felt that Garbage Town could no longer be held. They withdrew the teams they had paid for and no longer maintained the front line and engaged in meaningless battles. Instead, they wanted to let them protect themselves and escape from Garbage Town. It is even very possible that the news that Governor Goo is going to take over Trash Town leaked out, which also catalyzed the idea of those businessmen and agents fleeing. Anyway, even if we keep it, Trash Town doesn't belong to us, so why don't we pay for it? So let's run away. Thinking of this, Henry was particularly angry. With these insects, how can we save Garbage Town? This is undoubtedly very likely to lead to a crash across the board. The synthesis battalion led by Prabhav continued to move forward, and Henry borrowed the communication equipment on his command vehicle to get in touch with Swan, who was still in the Garbage Town, and informed him of the situation here. Swan said he would find a solution. It is not limited to only deal with those who want to run away. The route will also find ways to gather and try their best to maintain the front line. Hearing Swan's assurance, Henry was somewhat relieved. If the boss of the Garbage Town really wants to stop this situation from spreading and worsening, he should have a way. But there is only one thing that makes Henry feel unsure. What if Swan wants to run away? He let himself fool Prabhav into going to the front line, just to buy time to transfer material wealth. What should he do? To put it bluntly, he was afraid that Swan would deceive him. For a moment, he felt a little distraught. Seeing that Prabhav was already ordering the artillery support company to deploy, he said to Prabhav, "I'll stay here." After a pause, he continued, "I won't be of much help if I go to the front line, so why not stay here? Leave me a radio station, and I will communicate with the inside of Junktown at any time to ensure that there are no changes inside. If everything goes well, I will find a way to gather some routes and retreating teams here. If there is really a big problem in Trash Town, I will notify you as soon as possible so that you will not be alone." Meyer, "Okay, then do that." Half an hour later, the 5th District was at the forefront. As expected, the battle continued, and many adventurers were still resisting, but they had no advantage at all. The green-skinned orcs who came back from afar killed these adventurers one by one, and from time to time the entire team, the adventurer, collapsed and retreated. Among them, the most resolute combat attitude is a group of people wearing gray combat coats on their arms. There's also a uniform armband, which looks like a spear passing through the orc's head from bottom to top. This armband represents an adventure group that was only established 6 months ago, but has rapidly expanded in 6 months. The Beast Slaughter Group. This is a team formed by a group of people determined to avenge the green-skinned orcs. Its founder and current leader is named Ruji Likoshi. Likoshi used to be the leader of a medium-sized adventure group. He stayed in the Garbage Town all year round. He was generous, enthusiastic, and loyal, and he was well known in the entire adventurer industry. 6 months ago, his regiment encountered a group of green-skinned orcs and was nearly wiped out. That he himself and quite a few comrades in the team were captured by those greenskins. He saw with his own eyes many of his closest comrades in arms. Their heads were split open and their brains eaten by those green skins, and their stomachs were disemboweled as food did them. Even his wife and 2 sons were included. Later, this small orc camp was raided by another group of adventurers, and Likoshi escaped in the chaos. Since then, he has disbanded the past team and established a new adventure group named Slaughtering Beasts for Revenge. Anyone who has hatred against the green-skinned orcs and is determined to eliminate the green-skinned orcs can join the adventure group. In fact, this is no longer an adventure group, and their main goal is no longer to explore the ruins, scavenge, and collect high-value items, but to hunt the green-skinned orcs. In the past few years, there are not a few people who had hatred against the green-skinned orcs. Some people will be frightened by the strength, brutality, and warlikeness of the green-skinned orcs, but of course some people will be aroused to anger and hatred instead. They gathered in the Beast Slaughter Group and started the war with the green orcs. And such a team is of course a good thing for Garbage Town, which is facing an increasingly serious threat of greenskins. Although they do not produce, no longer pick up waste, and rarely accept employment, businessmen and agents in various garbage towns are still willing to donate generously, providing them with weapons and equipment, logistical supplies, and even additional funding. With the support of hatred inside and funding from the outside, The beast slaughter group expanded rapidly in 6 months. At the same time, they are indeed among all the adventure groups in Trash Town, the most resolute against the green-skinned orcs, and the record is the best. Best team. Their original defense zone was not in the 18th district, nor in the 5th district. However, after the outer line of defense in the -DH district was pierced and they went all the way to the -DH district, they also had to retreat to avoid being outflanked. At the same time, they also realized that the breakthrough of those green-skinned orcs was still not over, so they allowed them to continue to rush forward, and the garbage town as the rear might really disappear. Likashi led the beast slaughter squad to the 5th area for reinforcements and tried to plug the loopholes in the defense line. Then, fighting and fighting, his troops became the main force. The other friendly troops retreated one after another, and finally only a small number of people remained to fight side by side with them. Holding a privately modified shotgun with 3 huge barrels tied together, he pulled the trigger. After the dense, large-caliber shotgun smashed a green-skinned head at close range, Likashi spat out. He took out the almost burnt cigarette in his mouth and looked around. There was a sense of sadness in his heart. He knew that this might be his last burial place. Right now, the number of green-skinned orcs rushing forward from the gap in the defense line may have exceeded Dash. On the other hand, apart from his number B slaughter group, the other adventurers who are still fighting at this moment may be there are only 1,000 or 2,000 left. According to past experience, if you want to defend against the impact of the green-skinned orcs, especially when you're already at close range, you must have at least 10 times the number to win, 5 times the number to hold the stalemate. Although his beast slaughter squad has mastered some special skills during the long-term battle with the greenskins, as well as specially targeted weapon modifications, they were still able to do 3 against 1. Now, the difference between the numbers of the two sides has not even doubled. According to experience, it is impossible to hold on, but beyond the 5th district, there is no line of defense. His adjutant has come to ask more than once what to do, and the answer he gave has never changed. Only fight to the death. His own fighting will is sufficient, and he also understands that after these green-skinned orcs are allowed to destroy the garbage town, there will be no chance of revenge. Rout. He has a will to die. But the Beast Slaughter Group was on the verge of collapse. Although the performance of the Beast Slaughter Group is better than any other adventure group, they are also human beings. Hatred and anger can support them to fight more fiercely than others, but they still have fear. When facing a mortal battle, not everyone can really die generously. He already felt that many of his brothers were already wavering. He was a little anxious at first, but soon calmed down. Let's go. It's good to live a few more. In such a desperate situation, I just want to die fighting these green skins, and I don't necessarily want others to do the same. After struggling to load the bomb, he strode forward. Another green-skinned orc rushed towards him with howls, and the 3 brothers beside him opened fire one after another. The green-skinned orc was shot several times but remained standing. He lifted the gun with a rough structure and pulled the trigger to quickly kill the 2 of them. The 3rd person rushed up, holding a long-handled machete, and slashed at the green-skinned head. The skin was torn apart, and the blood was flowing, but the head could not be split open, and it was stuck by the skull. But the green skin took out the handle axe with his backhand and split the head of the heroic Beast Slaughter Squad soldier with one blow. The green skin pulled out the long knife on his head and roared to the sky with blood on his face like crazy. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he came to the green leather with an exaggerated 3-barreled shotgun, only 5 or 6 meters away, and shot it in the head. The green skin that was beaten all over his face fell on his back. Rubbing his aching shoulder from the recoil, he saw 2 orcs approaching again. But at this moment, there was no brother around him for a while, and the 3-barreled shotgun in his hand obviously had no time to reload. He dropped the gun and took out the iconic long-handled broadsword of the Beast Slaughter Group. This should be the last battle before death, and I don't know if we can replace an orc before death. You can't cut off your head, limbs, or torso because you can't kill it in one blow. Only the neck can be cut. Moreover, it is necessary to fully exert force and to grasp the angle of the knife's penetration into the flesh so as to have a chance to cut off the cervical spine. He only had one chance to kill him, and if he didn't succeed, the greenskin's physical strength far surpassed that of a human would tear him apart immediately. He took a deep breath, waiting for the final moment. The two orcs got closer and closer, one behind the other. They seemed to be scrambling for the future, for fear that if they move too slowly, they will lose the chance to kill. But at this moment, a loud noise came from behind, and at the same time, there was a rocket with a tail flame. The rocket exploded right in front of him, hitting the two monsters one behind the other, overturning them. The rear one was already killed, but the front one just landed not far from Likashi. Regardless of the scorched hair, scorched by the tail flames, Likashi walked forward quickly and chopped off the monster's head with 3 knives. Only then did he have the time to turn his head away, only to see a group of strange soldiers coming from behind him. It was just a 3-man combat team, 2 with guns and 1 with a bazooka on his back. The rockets just now were naturally fired from their hand like a T this moment. The bazooka player was taking out new rockets from the big tactical backpack behind him and stuffing them into the barrel. The other 2 kept firing at a green-skinned orc who was still far away and was trying to approach. The guns in their hands also made Likashi feel strange. He had never seen such a gun before. It was pitch black, completely different from the iron-barreled rifles held by many adventurers, and it seemed to be well made. Looking in the direction of the shooting, the orc who was being fired on was obviously shot one after another. There is a distance of about -meters between the two sides. What is the concept of 100 meters distance? From a distance, the orc was not much bigger than the little black spot. At this distance, being able to hit accurately not only means that these strange soldiers are accurate in shooting, but also means that the rifles in their hands have very reliable accuracy. Switching to a rifle commonly used by adventurers, no matter how accurate the aim is, the trajectory of the bullet will fly 100 meters, and it will not know where it is off. In fact, the firearms used by those green-skinned orcs were similar, or even weaker. The guns in the hands of the greenskins are all surprisingly powerful. Within the effective range, a single shot can often smash the entire upper body of a person, but their effective shooting range is only within 50 meters, which is considered reliable. If it exceeds this distance, it will be very biased, which is worse than the iron barrel rifles in the hands of adventurers. Because of this, the regular combat distance between adventurers and those green-skinned orcs in the past was within 100 meters. Between 50 meters and 100 meters, the adventurers have some firepower advantages, but the greenskins can rely on their rough skin and thick flesh to rush to within 50 meters, and then they're completely invincible when they shoot at each other. How can one kill a greenskin with a single shot, while the small water pipe on your side needs 100 bullets to kill a greenskin? What's more, after the greenskins reach 50 meters, they will not stop except for shooting each other. They will rush to a closer distance so that they can take advantage of the advantages of powerful firearms but low accuracy. Or more directly, rush to the melee range and use cold weapons to resolve the battle. And when it comes to knowing the goods, it is the time when the morale of human adventurers completely collapses. Except for the Bee Slaughter Squad who dared to wield big knives and slashed against the greenskins at a ratio of more than 5-to-1, no one dared to fight these monsters in close combat. But the new arrivals of these unfamiliar infantry seem to be different. Not only do they have extremely precious rocket launchers, but the rifles in their hands can still be effective from 100 meters away. It means a lot. The orc rushing towards here received at least 50 shots when he rushed -meters away. But he fired 2 shots, but both missed. Immediately afterwards, it continued to rush forward, and when it was within 50 meters, it finally couldn't bear such frequent blows and fell to the ground dead. It was not only this infantry squad that shot at them, but 2 other infantry squads also apparently spotted it, and 6 guns were firing at it. Likashi couldn't help feeling envious. I envy the rocket launcher, and I also envy the gun. At the same time, he couldn't help being a little puzzled. Where did these strange people come from? He has a wide network of contacts, and he knows most of the adventure groups around Garbage Town, even the slightly famous ones that I have never seen any regiment with such good equipment. He saw someone waving at him. Likashi hesitated, but still walked over. "Which regiment are you from?" he asked. The person who waved at him was also stunned, and then quickly realized, "We are not from the adventure group. We are soldiers from a new alliance. I am Sergeant Luke Duffy." The amount of information was a bit large, and Li Kashi didn't even know what to say for a while. Sergeant Duffy saw the armband on his arm and asked, "Are you also from the Beast Slayer?" "Yes." "Then go to the rear as soon as possible. Many of your comrades in arms are regrouping. We still need your help. We must work together to clean up these dirty green-skinned monsters." Li Kashi was stunned again. His will to die subsided. If there is still hope of winning, then he really doesn't deserve to die. That if he could, he hoped to see more green-skinned monsters die before his eyes. "Sergeant Luke Duffy, I remember you. I am Li Kashi, the head of the Beast Slaughter Group. We have a chance to see you again. You are the leader?" Duffy was taken aback and quickly said, "That's just right. You're going to the rear, and your brothers still need you to lead them." "You're right." Li Kashi retrieved his gun and walked in the direction Luke Duffy pointed. A little farther away, there were intense gunfire and the sound of rocket launchers behind him. He couldn't help turning his head back and saw the 10 soldiers forming 3 combat groups. They didn't move forward, but held on to their current position in front of them. A cluster of about 20 greenskins was coming towards them. Li Kashi's heart sank down a bit, especially when the 2 rockets hit. Only 3 greenskins were killed. 10 soldiers were hit by bullets from a distance. Even with concentrated fire, only 2 were killed at a long distance. 15 more left. They have rushed to a very close distance. At this distance, in a few seconds at most, these monsters would rush to the faces of the soldiers. And in the middle of this, they didn't even have time to change the magazine, and the bazooka didn't even have time to refill new ammunition. Li Kashi was very pessimistic about their fate and hesitated whether to turn around and fight side by side with them. That was certainly not a wise move, but they had just saved his life, but he was going to turn his back on it and drag on his life? Just when he was struggling and hesitating, he heard 2 more rumbling sounds from behind. Turning his head, he saw 2 giant steel beasts driving out from behind a building. One of them was a tank, a Challenger tank he had seen once. The other is a wheeled infantry vehicle that looks a little thinner, but looks stronger. They fired at the green orcs at the same time. Seeing the appearance of the Challenger tank and another war machine that he didn't know, Li Kashi was shocked at first. He really didn't expect to see such a thing here. He once thought about buying a Challenger tank, especially after engaging in the Beast Slaughter Group, that if there is such a tank as the core of the battle, accompanied by a large number of foot troops, and an artillery can provide support at any time, the battle will be much easier. It's a pity that whether you can afford it or not is one aspect. The key is that there's no channel to buy it, not to mention the chariot next to it. Although there are no cannons on it, the double-barreled cannons are not something to be underestimated. And the 2 of them fired together, and the effect was astonishing. A tank gun exploded among the green-skinned orcs, causing at least 3 casualties. What was even more terrifying was the machine gun on the infantry tank, and a side-by-side machine gun that didn't look like a machine gun at all. Hit! The 40mm caliber machine gun can also cause fatal damage when it hits the green skin. The strange side-by-side machine gun that explodes when fired can still explode from the enemy's body after a single shot, ensuring that it can kill an enemy greenskin. Under the crazy shooting, 6 or 7 greenskins were directly killed on the road after 1 round. After this round of firepower projection, plus the elimination of the infantry squad in front, a total of 15 green-skinned orcs were killed. Facts have proved that the orcs are not really brainless. They know how to charge upwards when they encounter a battle. On the contrary, their intelligence or instinct in combat is exceptional. They knew that if they continued to charge upwards with this level of firepower, even if they all died on the road, they would never even think about rushing through the last 30 meters. They dispersed to the surroundings and found a bunker urgently. A guy popped his head out and shot the infantry squad, and he hit it, shattering a soldier's left arm. Someone helped to perform a simple bandage with medical gauze, mainly to press and block the wound to minimize blood loss, and then the other 2 took the wounded and tried to retreat. But the remaining 7 people were not in a hurry to attack. Just wait for the tanks and armored vehicles behind to come up. After clearing this wave of enemies, They will continue to move forward, meet the enemy again, stop again, fight, and try to destroy the enemy. If they cannot be eliminated, they will preserve their vitality, and tanks and armored vehicles will come up again immediately. Infantry-tank coordination is by no means a simple armored team in front, followed by infantry and using tanks or armored vehicles as cover. That is a very low-level approach. In fact, when conducting an assault in an area with wide terrain and few obstacles, it is still possible for the armored troops to be in front and the infantry to follow up and attack within a range of tens of meters behind. But at this moment and here, in the battle in the ruins of the city, it is usually necessary for the infantry to fight in the front line, and the armored troops cover their advance with firepower behind the infantry, and use the infantry's close combat advantages to eliminate the enemy one by one. If the armored troops are in the front, the terrain and the enemy's situation are complicated. Who knows what kind of enemy will appear there, and what weapons will be used to pose a threat to the armored vehicles. For example, there are enemy infantry in ambush and hiding, using weapons such as explosive kits and anti-tank rocket launchers to attack tanks and infantry fighting vehicles. Of course, Li Keqi didn't quite understand these so-called tactics of step tank coordination. He only knew that the seemingly large number of green-skinned orc clusters had no chance of turning the tables and would inevitably end up being wiped out. Compared with this tactical system of coordinated operations of tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, and infantry, Li Keqi is actually more envious of the tanks and armored vehicles themselves. I have a whole slaughter regiment with 6,000 or 7,000 people, and I can't make up a single tank. The offensive tactics of an infantry squad have tanks and armored vehicles to coordinate. They're all human, so why is the gap so big? Tactics and so on can be practiced. Equipment this thing, if you say no, then you really don't have it. There is no way. Prabhav was not in a good mood. He has received several battle damage reports. According to the previous plan, there were a total of about dash assault teams coordinated by Bhutan, and they attacked in waves, only controlling a battlefield area about 3 or 4 kilometers wide. He asked the frontline combat troops to push the battle situation forward 2 kilometers, which could be regarded as a head-on blow to those green-skinned orcs who were still rushing in. The troops under Prabhav's command have indeed successfully achieved their intended goals. Moreover, during the 2-kilometer advance, at least 300 green-skinned orcs were wiped out under the firepower of the infantry and armored troops. In the process, however, his troops were not without damage. 2 tanks were blown up, 3 armored vehicles were reimbursed, and more than 50 soldiers were killed or injured. This was enough to make his heart ache. Moreover, this level of casualties will indeed affect the combat effectiveness of the entire battalion. One of the biggest losses was when an assault team was almost wiped out. Prabhav saw the verbal briefing of the wounded soldiers after they retreated. It is said that they were ambushed by green-skinned orcs while they were marching. Those green skins were very cunning and hid in the ruins of the building and avoided the scope of the infantry hunting the enemy. Immediately afterwards, they launched an impact at the same time, and by the time they were discovered, they were already at a distance of 6 to 70 meters. These orcs were tactically divided into 4 formations and simultaneously attacked the infantry in front and the armored troops in the rear from both sides. Suddenly entering close range, the infantry squad still suffered a big loss in the shooting. They shot 4 or 5 people at close range, but it was also shot at close range by the green-skinned people. The rough firearms in their hand can make a soldier incapable of fighting with one shot. Even if it hits a bulletproof vest, it may not necessarily kill him, but it is not a problem to break ribs and cause internal organ damage to reduce his combat effectiveness. What's more frightening is that those green skins like to use shotguns very much, and the flying marbles sometimes break limbs. In close combat, the soldiers suffered heavy casualties. Afterwards, the greenskins approached it in the field of cold weapon combat. Although the G9 rifle can be regarded as a useful long-handled weapon with a bayonet, it is still not the opponent of those greenskins. More importantly, they did not receive fire support from the armored forces for a while. The armored forces are also hard to protect themselves. More than green-skinned orcs approached the vehicle from the side under the protection of the obstacle cover, and kept moving when the firing angle of the muzzle and the cannon turned, forcing the vehicle to be unable to fully exert its firepower advantage. Although a considerable number of greenskins died on the way of charging, and were killed by the infantry guards accompanying the armored troops, 7 or 8 of them still approached. The shotguns in their hands wiped out the accompanying infantry, and they also installed the explosive packs on the track side of the tank and the armor on the side and rear, and the same treatment was given to the armored vehicles. These explosive packages just destroyed a tank and an armored vehicle. If it wasn't for the fact that the squad leader who was ambushed immediately sent out a distress signal, and there happened to be a team a few hundred meters away from the nearest position and immediately came to support them, they might really be wiped out by the regiment. These explosive packages just destroyed a tank and an armored vehicle. If it wasn't for the fact that the squad leader who was ambushed immediately sent out a distress signal, and there happened to be a team a few hundred meters away from the nearest position and immediately came to support them, they might really be wiped out by the regiment. But despite this, they still suffered heavy losses. Of the more than 20 infantrymen, only 6 survived, the tank was destroyed, and only one of the 2 infantry fighting vehicles remained. An alarm bell was ringing in Purbov's head. The enemy he faced this time was by no means something easy to deal with like a looter. Although these green-skinned orcs only have light weapons, or even cold weapons, they can only use human flesh to install explosives, which is a rather backward and primitive means to destroy armored troops. And it seems that these greenskins also seriously lack long-range fire. But relying on their animal-like physical fitness, their surprisingly strong fighting ability at close range, and their fearless characteristics, even if his troops have a far superior firepower advantage over the opponent, losses in battle are still inevitable. All in all, the self-defense Xingqing was dispatched. So far, Purbov's 1st Battalion has lost a total of 2 tanks. 1 lying on the road has not been repaired, 2 armored vehicles, and nearly 100 casualties. This means that his troops have lost more than 10%. The battle against the greenskins must be arduous and arduous, but it has only just begun, and there are already so many casualties. What will happen next? I dare not even think about it. But soon, he suppressed this apprehensive thought. The battle will always go on. The troops that set out in front had already pushed the line 2 kilometers away as planned, and wiped out a lot of greenskins at the same time. Due to their decisive forward pressure, a large number of greenskins who were already on the offensive had to retreat. I have to say again that these greenskins are wild, warlike, bloodthirsty, and easy to attack, but they are not without wisdom. Instead, they are quite cunning and pragmatic when it comes to combat. Realizing that facing the impact of the armor, fighting on flat ground would be very disadvantageous, and the loss was huge, those greenskins did not continue to fight with flesh and blood again. This also makes Purbov a bit of a pity. Otherwise, the green-skinned head he won might not be just in his early S. The greenskins retracted and began to build simple fortifications, or simply relied on the ruins to defend layer by layer. The difficulty for the armored composite force to continue to advance will become very great later. It is foreseeable that not only the results of the battle will drop sharply, but also the loss of oneself will be huge. If it is not done well, it is possible to make people lose 1-2 or 1-1. Purbov doesn't have that many manpower to deal with these greenskins. Once the predetermined goal is completed, there is no need to continue to rush forward. The frontline combat troops began to defend on the spot, also relying on the ruined terrain, and built firepower points and fortifications at key positions. The advantage over those greenskins is that the defensive positions established by his troops are supported by armored vehicles and tanks at a little distance behind. If those greenskins dare to come out to attack the position, tank guns, machine guns, and bolt machine guns will teach them how to behave. The 2 sides have thus entered a stage of confrontation. If this situation is maintained, Purbov can accept it. He has already discussed the goal of this battle with the political commissar of the battalion, several staff officers and adjutants. It is impossible for them to turn the entire rotten battle into victory with a battalion of troops. What they have to do is to stabilize the front line, become the mainstay, plug the gap, and stop the overall collapse. As long as the battle can be maintained until the governor arrives, it will be considered a success. But those greenskins don't seem to be planning to let it go. They still have the idea of continuing to break through human defenses. But this time, Prabhav was not polite to them. 12 kilometers away from the first-line battlefield, the 155 howitzer positions have been constructed. Not in the advanced stage, a large number of adventurers have retreated from the front line and regrouped. There's no need to worry about accidental injury, and our own troops have also sent back the shooting elements from the front line. Without further ado, 5 rounds of shelling went up first. 60 heavy artillery pieces landed on the green-skinned orcs' attack route in less than 10 minutes, and the nearest shell was even less than 100 meters away from the frontline soldiers. How much damage these 5 rounds of shelling caused, it is difficult to go beyond the front line to investigate. But based on a rough estimate, I'm afraid the green-skinned orcs suffered more casualties than the previous casualties caused by tanks, armored vehicles, and infantry. After losing another 300 or 400 green-skinned orcs, the green-skinned people who attacked the 5th district basically lost 20% of their vitality. After 5 rounds of shelling, the attack that the green-skinned orcs had accumulated to launch was terminated, and they finally died down. A 20% loss, of course, did not exceed the upper limit that the green-skinned orcs could bear, but the casualties must be meaningful. To bite the bullet and use heavy artillery to build a layered defensive position is not a question of bravery or not. It is a question of stupidity. Greenskins are by no means stupid in combat. Moreover, the greenskin doesn't necessarily have to gnaw at this place. The battle surface that the 1st Battalion expanded to withstand was only 5 or 6 kilometers wide. However, the width of the front line attacking Garbage Town and the ruins of the tower is probably more than kilometers, covering the entire tower area and the surrounding suburbs. There's a large amount of front width for interspersing and outflanking. If you can't chew it down, don't chew it, just change the place to hit it. This point Prabhav also understand. The scale of this war was originally a team composed of nearly 800 adventurers and armed scavengers against tens of thousands to green-skinned orcs. The member synthetic battalion, no matter how well equipped it is like a heavy weight that can affect the balance of the balance. But that's at the highest level. You can't expect a battalion to withstand a kilometer front. It's okay to be able to play the current results. A large number of green-skinned living forces were killed, and the line of defense was stabilized, resisting the peak of the green-skinned orc assault force, buying time for rearranging the follow-up troops. Prabhav has done what he can. The rest depends on what people like Dennison Henry and Jason Swan can do. Oh, yes, he also received information that there was a leader of the Bee Slaughter Group who was rescued by them. You can also count on it. Prabhav has an estimate of the time he can withstand. Before the artillery support company is empty of ammunition, it can defend. If the pressure is too high and the 155 howitzer shells are empty, then there is nothing to say, and quickly withdraw. If you don't withdraw, it's tantamount to trapping the troops here for nothing. A 155 howitzer weighs 60 kilograms and has 12 cannons. It has just fired 5 rounds, and the shells alone have fired 3.5 tons. The logistics support company has 3 trucks, which are specially used to transport shells. Remove the shells used in Sanchi Town, and the remaining shells can be used for 30 rounds. This is the limit of persistence. Dennison Henry was also in a rush. He doesn't know that much about military affairs, but he always understands the simplest comparison of numbers. And no matter how powerful Prabhav's army can fight, it can't replace the role of 10 people. He is here in the artillery position, gathering the broken soldiers, and the effect is actually not bad. The main reason is that the 12 cannons lined up in this line are too bluffing. When the rout retreated here, seeing these artillery pieces, they couldn't help but slow down. Then, Henry came forward again with carrots and sticks to keep the man. The so-called carrot is money. Henry is rich, but not that rich that it took only 2 months for him to develop, and he made a lot of money, but he lacks some accumulation. But the point is that he is willing to spend money now, even spend all his money, and even go into debt. that's okay. Anyway, as long as they win and survive, the garbage town is finally brought under the rule of the governor, and the new alliance's system policy is implemented. Money doesn't mean much at all. This information, those ordinary adventurers don't know, is still useful for him to throw out large sums of coins. And another big stick is the desertion policy promulgated by Trash Town. For the adventurers who keep fleeing, Garbage Town must of course come up with some solutions that in fact, during this period of time, many adventurers who left the front line were executed as deserters. This part of the pressure is still transmitted to the front line. During the big crash, everyone was running, the law was not responsible for everyone, and there were no military judges enforcing combat discipline. So of course no one took this thing seriously. At this moment, someone mentioned it, there are heavy artillery here, and they're willing to double the money. Those adventurers naturally have to think carefully about how to choose. Of course, there's another key factor that cannot be ignored. That is, after the adventurers are reorganized, they will not be sent to the front line immediately. They had just been defeated by the green-skinned orcs, and sending them to the front line immediately might not have any effect. But it would be much better just to restore the organization, reorganize on the spot, and stand next to the artillery position without having to fight in person. And with these adventurers, continuing to recruit more adventurers can play an expanding role. In a few hours, Henry gathered about 4,000 or 5,000 adventurers. With these manpower, Henry had the idea of sending them to the front to fight. However, after contacting Prabhav, the answer he got was that there was no need to send people over, and there was no big problem here. Mainly, the bee slaughter group was prepared. Henry also knew the leader Likishi. Under his leadership, half of the bee slaughter regiment finally had time to rebuild their morale behind the line of defense formed by the 1st Synthetic Battalion. They were reformed and put into the front line, which greatly filled the manpower of each firepower point and alleviated the shortage of infantry in the Dashasti Synthetic Battalion. In this way, the defense line of about 6 kilometers in the 5th District can be regarded as impenetrable. What is difficult is the other front, which is about -kilometers long. Those greenskins died down in front of the 1st Battalion, but they might attack other positions at any time. In fact, this is likely already happening. But what's worse is that neither Henry nor Prabhav has a good grasp of the overall situation. These armies composed of free adventure groups, even the lines of defense they are in charge of, are all chosen by themselves. They don't even have a unified, centralized command. There are obviously 10 people, but many people actually think about it. Take risks, pick up trash, and make money. The team that didn't receive the employment task didn't have the idea of fighting those greenskins at all, so that the huge number couldn't exert its strength at all. But at least, Swan should have an overall situation. He got in touch with the Garbage Town boss again. On the one hand, he wanted to know how the battle is going. If there is any need for support, the 5,000 people who have just gathered in his hands can temporarily go up, but don't trust their fighting power too much. On the other hand, he wants to know whether many adventure groups were chosen by themselves or hired by other vacillating businessmen and agents to protect those insects from running away. Has it been curbed? I'm going to fix that right now. After hanging up the communication with Henry, Swan opened the door of the conference room in front of him with a sullen face. Inside, there are already many people sitting. His charisma is still reflected at this time. If it weren't for him, no one would be able to gather so many agents and important businessmen together in such a chaotic time when many people even wanted to abandon everything and run away. But that's all there is to it. The meeting hall was noisy, and many people had obvious expressions of impatience on their faces. The content of their quarrel is also very routine. In fact, they have quarreled many times in the past. There are those who stick to it and those who give up. There are also divisions in the Persistence faction. Some people want to build a unified army in Trash Town, and they can't continue to be so scattered. Some people say that the supervision of those adventure groups should be strengthened, the assignment of tasks should be more reasonable, and the rewards should be increased. Before entering the door, Swan actually listened secretly for a while. The debate at the scene was actually similar to what he had known before. Most people still want to keep guarding. No matter how dangerous the situation is, everyone's property is still in the Garbage Town. In this wasteland, the value of floating wealth is very low. Currency, this thing cannot be eaten or drunk, and it is not in a stable society where money can buy everything, but it's all too common in the wasteland to have currency, but not be able to buy things. Even if it is the Alliance currency issued by the Alliance, it may not be recognized by many places if it goes far, and the purchasing power fluctuates greatly. What is really valuable is the actual material, whether it is food or raw materials or weapons and equipment. These are wealth. And another important wealth is industry. Industry is something that relies on many things: machinery, venues, origins of raw materials, commercial channels, business environment. Many people present, who were mixed into the positions of agents, all have industries. Giving up Fushing City is equivalent to giving up the greatest wealth they have. You don't necessarily cry when you see the coffin, let alone you haven't seen it yet. It's just that the situation is a bit broken now, and those green-skinned orcs haven't rushed into the garbage town yet. Many people really don't want to give up the garbage town. That's tantamount to dissipating wealth and breaking up gangs. But on the contrary, many commercial agents who do not have permanent production and rely on freight and channels, they want to run away instead. Although the loss of breaking up and running away is not small, it is better than continuing to push on and the situation completely collapses and cannot escape. However, the next piece of news that Swan will announce is likely to change this situation. When he stood on the rostrum, the chaotic quarrels gradually subsided. People began to wait for his big brother to speak, preferably some good news. And Swan did not disappoint them. The route from the number 18 district to the 5th district has stopped. An alliance army from Fushing City accepted my request. They not only blocked the loopholes in the defense line, they also pushed back 2 kilometers. At the same time, the teams in other positions retreated in an orderly manner and have re-established a new line of defense with the 5th area as the core. The situation has stabilized for the time being. The news is exciting. Everyone knew that the army belonging to Governor Gu had come to the side of Garbage Town. Those who are not well informed cannot sit in this conference room. Someone couldn't help asking, is the governor coming to help us? Will he help us solve the troubles of those green-skinned beasts? Yes, Swan gave a confirmed answer. In fact, he has not had a chance to communicate with Governor Gu, only chatted with Henry. But it doesn't stop him from talking nonsense now. And this news is really exciting. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that the greenskin crisis has spread to the present, and it is no longer possible to rely on the power of Garbage Town itself to solve it. With the introduction of the power of the governor who has completely controlled Fushing City, there is hope for a solution to this problem. However, some smarter people thought of another key. A man with dirty, blonde hair and knots stood up and asked Swan, "What's the price?" "What's the price?" Swan looked at him. That was his nemesis, Nasser. Unlike him, who is the second-ranked agent in Garbage Town, this Nasser doesn't have much real estate. His biggest industry is the adventure group. There are at least large and small adventure groups that are active around Garbage Town. They are the teams he has pulled together through various methods such as funding, sponsorship, and direct formation. He controls the harvesting and sales channels of these adventure groups and can directly issue tasks to those adventure groups. These adventure groups, thousands of people big, dozens of small people, add up to armed adventurers influenced and controlled by him. Moreover, he also has close ties with many raiders in the wasteland. This is a nasty guy, and it is the person Swan is most wary of during this green skin crisis. He's the typical guy with no estate, his wealth on those people. If Garbage Town is ruined, Nasser will certainly suffer serious losses, but he can lead people to think of a way to open up another ruined mine or simply be a looter for a while. Someone with a gun, there is always a way out. Facing Swan's menacing gaze towards him, Nasser didn't care at all. He opened his mouth, showing his yellow teeth, and said, "Will the governor be so kind as to help us fight this battle for free?" "Our Mr. Swan, what did you promise the governor?" His question silenced the scene again. It is of course a good thing that the governor is willing to help, but the price must be asked clearly. Other agents, large and small, waited for Swan's answer. Swan showed a smile. The price is the whole Garbage Town. As soon as this word came out, the audience was silent. Even his old enemy, Nasser, couldn't be dealt with. He tried to embarrass Swan, but why did you say it all yourself? He was still thinking about how he would press the question again, and then clarify the claim that Swan had sold some specific rights in Trash Town, in order to embarrass Swan even more. But unexpectedly, he heard a speech that made him dumbfounded information. That's not a sale of some rights. It's a wholesale and nothing left. Nasser, who was relieved, laughed. His hoarse and ugly laughter was very sharp. You sold out the entire Trash Town to the governor? What right do you have to do that? Trash Town, is it yours alone? Facing the questioning, Swan showed an indifferent smile. To correct you, it's not a sell, but a price. Is it up to me to decide whether the governor wants to save the garbage town and what price to charge? What do you mean? Let me make my words clearer. Swan said, the governor believes that Trash Town is a member of the Alliance, and he is the ruler of the entire planet. Trash Town should be ruled by him. It should be included in the new Alliance system. It just happened that Trash Town encountered a huge difficulty, and he was here to help his people in the midst of the greenskin crisis. Swan bit the word, helping the people, very hard. Many people understood what he meant and couldn't help but fell into deep thought. And some people don't understand, or understand clearly but don't want to. Nasser is still clamoring. Why does he do this? Do we think that the Dash people and Dash guns here are for nothing? Those factories and industries are all our property. How can he say to take away, just take it away? Just because he is the governor. Some people who don't know why followed suit. Swan looked at them, just let out a cold snort, and didn't say much. Slowly, some people began to recall it, and gradually shut up. Nasser's complexion finally became very ugly. He doesn't have enough supporters anymore. Gritting his rotten teeth, he said to Swan, you can't kill them all? I never said that. I'm going to take my people away. I'm leaving now. Swan finally smiled with a bright smile. That can't be done. It's a state of emergency. The battle outside the city is not over yet, and the threat of greenskins is still serious. In addition, the governor is about to arrive. Since then, a state of emergency has been entered, and the entire town is under martial law. No one is allowed to enter or leave. According to the process, he made a proposal, and it was going to the voting stage. But today, instead of raising hands in favor, he raises the hands of the naysayers. Nasser yelled in opposition, and a small number of people also followed him and roared angrily. But it was of no use, and most people remained strangely silent. With a smile, Swan announced, from this moment on, Trash Town is officially under martial law. Henry has already learned what happened in Trash Town just now. He was also a proxy, and the meeting should have given him a seat that if he is busy outside and has no time, his subordinates should attend instead of him. His men had told him about it, and were among those who kept quiet at the time. Martial law is, of course, a good thing, to prevent the situation from deteriorating, and to prevent those agents and businessmen from fleeing with supplies and a large number of adventurers. It will definitely be uncontrollable after a long time. The garbage town lacks a system of centralized power and does not support the long-term continuation of this strong control policy. But even so, he still felt a little miraculous. When he reconnected to the communication with Swan, he couldn't wait to ask. The martial law was passed so easily? Ed, do you think it's easy? Even though he said so, Swan's voice was calm, but slightly smug. I contacted many agents who are close to me and have properties in Trash Town in advance. Only then can we have such an effect. Henry noticed some subtle changes in this Mr. Swan's attitude towards him. The big man, who was logically far above him, seemed to be trying to make friends with him, and his speech attitude was also trying to become intimate. It's not flattering, but at least it's friendly. That's because I voted for the governor earlier, and this Mr. Swan has to make friends with himself so that he can talk in the future. Thinking of the twists and turns in the middle, Henry couldn't help but feel a little proud of it. Slightly put away this little thought, Henry continued the topic just now. Then, wouldn't Nasser be forced to jump over the wall by doing this? It's not impossible, Swan said, but the situation should be controllable. How do you say that? After hearing that the governor wants to take back the entire garbage town and implement a new alliance system here, those agents who have property should object to it. Their property will be taken back, right? On the contrary, It stands to reason those who do not have fixed property are relatively less opposed to the governor. Swan rarely and patiently described the situation in Garbage Town. It looks like this on the surface, but with your ingenuity, you should think a little deeper. Those of us who have industries are the ones. We really can't run. We ran. What else is there? There is nothing left. We don't have enough supplies or even enough manpower to obey our orders, and it's a small force who wants to be a looter. Even if the Governor General wants to confiscate all properties after he comes, I have also carefully understood your policies. Those properties will not be abandoned after being confiscated, right? They must be restarted. We former masters, at least if you understand these industries, why can't you change your original status as a business owner into a factory manager? As a factory manager, according to the 45-level assessment, it should be higher than ordinary workers and staff, right? Being a factory manager who has to report to the so-called Alliance Production Department and all the things produced don't belong to him is definitely not as enjoyable as being a real master. But your policy can guarantee the lower limit and let people live a stable and decent life. Believe me, this alone is enough to attract many agents who don't want to worry about it every day. What's more, what room do we have for not accepting it? Either the Garbage Town will be destroyed and become nothing, or the agent will become the factory manager and become a manager. Many people will make this choice. On the contrary, those who have no property are the most unacceptable to the arrival of the governor. After the governor comes, will he continue to allow a large number of armed forces to be controlled by them? After the unified deployment of the new coalition government, can they still make profits by buying and selling? While there is still a chance, they run away with enough people. There are guns and people, and they can't make a fortune wherever they go. Even if they are looters, they are also the leaders of the looters. They still enjoy the food and drink, and they're driven by people. They're the last ones to stay in the system of the governor. After listening to Henry, he was thoughtful, and Swan paused and had something to say. For those of us who own property, the only real concern is what happened to those who owned property in Fushing City. What many people fear most is that they hand over their property, but in the end they are still liquidated. It's like the mass execution before the governor's speech in Fushing City. To be honest, it started a very bad start. Yours. Our governor put a ruthless hand in order to seize the city as soon as possible, but it also started a very bad head. Having said that, Swan expressed his position and concerns to Henry, who clearly stood in the governor's camp. Henry also understood that he hoped to ask the governor for a guarantee through himself. But this guarantee, Henry felt that he couldn't give it, and don't need to give. He replied, "If you really understand the situation of those people who were executed at the beginning, you know that they deserve what they did. They killed the old Counselor Hodgson who supported the governor in the past. They tried to stop the governor by force. Entering Fushing City, they linked up with the cult. They deserve to die for committing these crimes. Junktown is different from Fushing City. If you can bring the whole city under the command of the governor and actively help the governor resume production afterward, what are you thinking about? So why do you worry about those who have gained or not?" After hearing these words, Swan on the other side of the phone didn't know whether he got what he wanted or not. It does feel a little more at ease, but not completely at ease. After all, there is no guarantee of seriousness. But reaching this level is considered the limit. After hanging up the phone, Swan stood proudly at the window. The location where his office is located is the highest point in Garbage Town. Looking down, he has mixed feelings. In the past, he has struggled to climb higher and higher. After climbing to the top, he reached out again, wanting to hold some more and some more. He wants to be the master of the entire Garbage Town. Some time ago, those green-skinned orcs brought serious harm to Trash Town. And when Henry said that the governor wanted to completely recover Trash Town, he thought his dream was about to be shattered. But now it seems that I can achieve this goal from another angle. After all, Trash Town is 200 kilometers away from Fushing City. If I do well, can I be the mayor of Trash Town? As the supreme chief executive, to some extent, it seems that he can realize his past wishes. In the past, if he wanted to be the master of Trash Town, he had to fight against the heavens and the earth, trying to find a way to fight against those who were not with him. But this time it might not be an opportunity. The governor will help him clean up those damn things, and he could be the boss in this clean house. He might not be a good thing. After the governor arrives, he has to show enough performance that good job in logistic support, reorganization of adventures, inventory, and handover of the overall industry in Garbage Town. These things must be done beautifully enough. He thought of many specific implementation methods and was a little dazed for a while. A sound of footsteps from behind woke him up. Turning his head, he saw a rather handsome young man in a gray combat uniform. That was Mark Ferry, his confidant, the person he had promoted to help him take charge of his most important armed force, the Clock and Ire Adventure Group. Boss, martial law has been enforced. It is good. Swan's voice returned to the indifference he used to project. He always does this, keeping his distance from people. In his view, the sense of distance is one of the key points to maintain mystery and majesty, especially for opponents. According to the usual practice, after he said, "Okay," Ferry should leave knowingly. But today, it seems that it is not the same as usual. Ferry hesitated for a moment, then continued. Nasser didn't let it go. He is mobilizing the adventurers he can control who are still in the town, and there may be conflicts later. Swan frowned, looked at Ferry, and said, "Didn't I tell you this a long time ago? He really won't let it go, but he has no chance. I sent someone to cut off the communication line with the front line. Now only my place can get in touch with the front line, which prevents him from transferring people back from the front line. The armed forces he can mobilize in the Garbage Town will definitely not exceed 1 people. And my clock blade has returned. You have 3,000 people. All of you are well equipped. Blockade the town. Don't ask to destroy them. As long as you keep it until the governor arrives, we will win." Yes, when the governor came, he won. Ferry added, "What about us?" "Just now." "Boss, are you talking to Dennis and Henry? Did he give any guarantee?" "Yes, I will be the master of Garbage Town in the future." Swan was unwilling to tell the truth, but he felt that what he was telling was the truth. He would be the master of Junktown. He believed it. "What about us?" Ferry asked again. "You?" Swan turned around and looked Ferry up and down, as if he had known him for the first time. "To us." Swan showed a big smile. "You will have a good life." Later, he added, "There is no need to fight. You can put down your guns. Workers are needed in factories, waiters are needed in stores, and scavengers are needed in ruin mines. But at that time, scavengers should not have to worry about it. The governor should clean up those ruin mines. Of course, if you still want to be a soldier, you can do it. The governor's army will continue to expand its recruitment. With past experience, if you enlist in the army, you will definitely be able to get ahead with your skills. In short, it will definitely be a lot easier then. Then life will be easier." Mark Ferry said so, but drew his gun without hesitation. And Swan, who had already noticed something wrong with the young man's state just now, had actually raised his vigilance in his heart. He also quickly drew the pistol he carried with him. However, he was slow. He is no longer the person who was on the front line when he was young, leading his brothers to fight hard. The gun in his hand was well made, with intricate patterns carved on it, more like a handicraft than a weapon. The bullet found him first and hit his neck accurately. His body fell backwards uncontrollably, followed by multiple bullets hitting him, all hitting the head, neck, and heart. It wasn't until the magazine was completely emptied that Mark Ferry slowly put down the weapon in his hand. Facing Swan, who was lying on the ground, his body convulsed occasionally, he said softly, "Boss, you will be the master of Trash Town when the governor is here, but the governor doesn't need someone like me. So I can only be a worker. It's really not fair to be a scavenger and start a soldier from scratch. Even if you lie to me and say that you can give me a good future, I will believe it. But you don't blame me." After saying that, he withdrew his gaze, turned, and left. 10 minutes later, he met Nasser in another part of Garbage Town. Nasser, who was pacing left and right and seemed very anxious, stood upright when he saw Mark Ferry, stared at him for several seconds, and then suddenly smiled and said, "I want to see you, but I'm afraid of seeing you. But now I can be sure that I want to see you. I've got it right." "Yes." "Great. That old ghost Swan, wanting to kill all of us and fulfill his dream of being the lord of the Trash Town, is really hateful. Good death. Mark Ferry didn't want to talk about this issue again. Time is tight. I don't have time, and I don't have the opportunity to clean the clock blade. And according to Swan, many property agents are supporting him if you want to leave. Now is the best chance. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by Swan's death, we must leave as soon as possible. You're right. Nasser laughed and put his arms around Mark Ferry's shoulders. Go. We'll go right away. For now on, we will be free eagles on the yellow sand. We can eat whatever we want, go hunting. Be a dog for some governor? What we eat are those who are willing to be sheep and dogs. Ferry, you will be my best brother and our most important leader from now on. Even if there's only one piece of meat, I would rather give you food first if I am hungry. Trash Town is in chaos. Swan's death has been spread in a small area. Of course, the teams enforcing the martial law are all adventurers, mainly Clock Iron Blade, supplemented by adventurer teams hired by several other agents. However, when Swan died and Mark Ferry, the commander of the Clock Blade, was suspected of mutiny, the Clock Blade fell into a temporary state of brain death. Some of the remaining officers disappeared. They ran away with Ferry. Some are panicked, and only a small number were still determined to enforce the martial law. And among the other real estate agents, there is no one who could temporarily preside over the overall situation. When the tens of thousands to nearly 10,000 troops assembled by Nasser started to move and did not hesitate to open fire on anyone who blocked them from leaving Trash Town, they almost became the only organized large-scale team in Trash Town. They become unstoppable. At the beginning of the breakout operation, Nasser and Mark Ferry were still a little nervous for fear that something might happen again. But as the vanguard had rushed out, and after they stepped out of the gate of Garbage Town with the main force, both of them relaxed at the same time. It is a foregone conclusion to leave the Garbage Town and go to the vast wasteland. But at this moment, they found that the speed of the entire team had slowed down. In front of the vehicle they were riding in, the crowd became dense, and people began to shrink back and dare not move forward. Nasser also felt something was wrong. He picked up the walkie-talkie and asked in a loud voice, "What's the matter? What's the matter? What happened in front?" There was a burst of electric current in the walkie-talkie, but there was no effective information at all. After waiting for a while, when Nasser couldn't help but ask again, news finally came back. "The chief, the governor is here." Nasser felt a bucket of ice water poured down his head. Why is the governor here? Doesn't it mean that there are at least 3 days left? At this time, another voice came from the walkie-talkie in his hand. "Now, what should I do?" Nasser was stunned. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. On the other hand, Mark Ferry looked very decisive. He half grabbed the walkie-talkie from Nasser's hand and shouted, "Fire! Let the vanguard fire! Let everyone get ready to break through. Do not." Nasser, who subconsciously vetoed Ferry's words, glared at Nasser. "What are you thinking? It's all come to this point. Where is there room for hesitation?" Nasser almost crushed his rotten teeth. "I can't fight. I can't fight. You fucking know that you can't fight now." Mark Ferry was furious, half turned around, grabbed Nasser's collar, and yelled almost face to face, "I have been with the boss for so many years. Kill them all. Are you fucking telling me that you can't beat me now?" Nasser was frightened by the governor and also frightened by Mark Ferry's hideous face at the moment. He stretched out his hand and put his hand between himself and Ferry. "Why? Now, we can only disperse the team and flee in all directions. How much? We will start again when we are safe. Gather the team." Hearing this, Ferry seemed to calm down all of a sudden. He let go of his hand and asked, "How many people are estimated to be able to escape? How long will it take to gather the hands together again?" "There must be a lot of escape." Nasser's mind quickly calculated, "The governor is eager to take over Junk Town. As long as we don't cause too much hindrance to him, he won't encircle us with all his strength. He will die people, but there won't be many. After everyone goes out, with my appeal, everyone will gather again soon, and you will still be that big leader." As we spoke, gunshots rang out inside the car. Ferry unknowingly drew his pistol and shot Nasser several times in the stomach. With his other hand, he tightly strangled Nasser's neck. He stared at Nasser's rather ugly face. and said, "At this point, you still want to lie to me? If you really want to disperse and escape, you can gather everyone together with a single call. When the time comes, the wasteland is full of small raider tribes. If you have a gun, how can someone listen to you? I killed it to become a master, not to be the leader of some small tribe. I hate people lying to me the most." He completely forgot what he had said to the dying swan. Taking a long breath, he found that the walkie-talkie next to him was not turned off. But he didn't care about that much. Picked up the walkie phone and shouted at the other side, "Let everyone get ready. We must gather strength. Concentrate on one direction to break through. Only by concentrating on breaking through can we survive. Now, I am the boss. Listen to me." The walkie-talkie was silent, and there was no response. He just joined in Nasser's team, and he has neither direct lineage nor prestige. It's not that you can become the boss by killing the former boss and then saying that you're the boss. Gu Hang is unaware of the current situation of Garbage Town and the love and hatred that happened just now. The latest news he got was from Dennis and Henry. According to intelligence, the most important agent in Garbage Town, Jason Swan, should have confirmed that he would try his best to lead the entire town to surrender. It's true that there are rebels in the town, but they will enforce martial law and lock up those rebels in Junktown until they come and take over. Logically, shouldn't this go well? But when he led the troops to the outside of Garbage Town, he ran into an adventure group of about 1,000 people and was leaving. It was like an advance team. At the beginning, there was no exchange of fire between the two sides, but they were confronting each other at a long distance. At this time, Gu Hang keenly judged that something might have happened in the garbage certificate. When the frontline troops came over to ask what to do, he just thought for a while and gave an order, "Convey my order to those adventurers. Junktown is the territory of the Alliance. At this moment, according to my order, Junktown, it should be in a state of total martial law. Everyone is ordered to stop advancing immediately, return to Junktown, and resolutely enforce the martial law order." Soon, Gu Hang's order was transmitted to the frontline adventurers through the loudspeakers by the frontline soldiers. This statement made the adventurers hesitate. Do you mean to return it? What was going on in front of that? Armed parade. But if you don't retreat, are you going to fight the opposite governor's army? The army that came this time did not have so many bluffing armored troops. At least those who appeared in front of them were ordinary infantry. However, looking at their uniform black and gray military uniforms, combat uniforms, and the firearms that seemed to be much more reliable than the iron barrel rifles in their hands, and the number of rocket launchers and machine guns that are much larger than theirs. In short, much more elite than them. But the soldiers of the 2nd Infantry Division didn't care what the adventurers in front thought. There are 3 companies in the front line confronting the adventurers. Some of the other troops are still marching behind, while others are spreading out to both sides. If the governor wants to enforce the martial law order, he must not only use a loudspeaker to shout, but must have enough power to ensure that those who do not obey the order will have a miserable end. In fact, the entire 2nd Division will follow the order to block the town, and the area outside the town entrance will be blocked. And the 3 companies in charge of the most front, in front of those adventurers, got busy. Many of them took out their engineering shovels and started digging foxholes on the spot. This large area outside of Garbage Town is an unobstructed wasteland. In the case that the distance from each other is not too far, the officers of the 3 companies are quite nervous, and as long as the gun is fired, it will definitely not work without a cover. The situation is urgent, and it is definitely not realistic to dig a temporary trench, but it is better to dig a hole than to be exposed to the wilderness. Even if the pit is shallower, as long as people can lie down there to reduce the exposed area, that's enough. Their actions made the adventurers on the opposite side even more at a loss. If you don't dare to fight, if you quit, you won't be reconciled. More importantly, none of them could even make up their minds. Those subgroup leaders and captains among them, in an embarrassing situation that didn't know what to do, heard Mark Ferry's order from the walkie-talkie, asking them to carry out an armed breakout. But the leaders of these adventures did not immediately start to act. "Who are you? Do you just listen to me? Where's my boss, Nasser? You, a person who doesn't know where you came from, told me to take someone to fight with the governor's elite army. Am I a fool? and I listen to you. Is the life of the brothers not life? Most people are still rational in this state. But when there are too many people, anything can happen. What's more, this group of adventurers is far from being able to do what the regular army does. I don't know if someone is really a fool. No matter who said the order from the walkie-talkie, he just subconsciously obeyed, or it may be that someone really went off fire because the current situation was too tense up. Anyway, in the wilderness, 3 sporadic gunshots came from among the adventurers. As for the governor's soldiers who were 200 meters away, no one was injured. The tattered iron-barreled rifle commonly used by adventurers, it is true that the maximum theoretical range can hit 500 meters, but in reality, it is really not accurate to fly 100 meters. Even if the sharpshooter comes, there is nothing he can do. These 3 bullets were also the same, but in front of the 2 companies that were digging holes, 3 pieces of dust were raised. But this is a matter of nature. When the enemy launched a direct attack with a lethal thermal weapon, fighting back almost became an inevitable option. 3 infantry companies, with nearly dash soldiers, started a counterattack almost at the same time. The most ruthless among them are more than 30 squad machine guns. When digging pits and building temporary simple positions, the soldiers of the 2nd Division, the most important thing to do is to deploy various company-level firepower first. Mortars, bazookas, squad machine guns, they all count. And the first to get angry were the more than 30 squad machine guns. The high rate of fire, large ammunition capacity, and the burst of firepower in an instant, coupled with the shooting of another 300 rifles, caused extremely heavy casualties to the adventurers facing the front in an instant. The iron barrel rifles in the hands of those adventurers were inaccurate at a distance of 200 meters, but the G9 rifles in the hands of the Union soldiers were not. Although at this distance, the person seen through the machine sight is extremely small, but there's always a certain hit probability when pressing the muzzle of the gun and shooting accurately at the approximate position of the enemy. What's more, the nearly dash people stood quite densely, and there was no shelter at all. Some people fell down in pieces, and those who are still alive, it is impossible to remain indifferent at this moment. They immediately fell to the ground and began trying to return fire. The 2 sides just shot at each other at a distance of 200 meters. The adventurers had more people and more guns, but not only did they suffer greater casualties, but they were also completely suppressed in terms of firepower. So what if there are almost 2,000 guns? If you can't hit it right, it's no different from a fire stick that can make a loud noise. That what's more, their 2,000 guns are not only inaccurate, but also seriously lack powerful suppression firepower. In terms of firepower density alone, a G9C general-purpose machine gun can hold 100 iron-barreled rifles. The 3 infantrymen in the front didn't even have any casualties. They didn't dig enough foxholes, and those who had nowhere to hide could only lie down and shoot at each other. But too much less. What's more, they then took out more powerful weapons, bazookas and mortars. The 3 infantry companies added up to nearly a dozen mortars, plus 20 or 30 barrels, and they were blown up with a single round of firepower, which brought heavy casualties to the adventurers. And the bigger blow was on morale. Morale was low at first, and I didn't know whether to fight. It was because a small number of people were not clear-headed or their guns misfired. Most people knew that they couldn't fight. As a result, after being forced to fight, they were unilaterally suppressed and massacred by firepower. As expected, they could not win at all. After another round of bombing, it collapsed immediately. Someone starts running. But running is also afraid of being shot from behind, and most people still lie on their stomachs and dare not move. Then they discovered that the people who turned around and ran were really fine, but where no one ran and where they dared to fight back, they would often be swept by machine guns, and mortars and rocket launchers would be fired here and there from time to time. Then, the adventurers all ran back in a swarm. From the start of the fight to the collapse of the entire line, the whole process may not exceed 10 minutes. About 200 adventurers died at the front line. The 3 infantrymen of the 2nd Division killed 2 and injured 7 or 8. While fighting here, the troops that expanded the blockade in other directions also had conflicts with those adventurers. However, the results are more or less the same. Seeing the situation on the front line, Guheng even felt a little disappointed. 10 kilometers away, the 3 artillery battalions of the 2nd Division, as well as the artillery support company directly under the division headquarters, have all set up their artillery positions that it was originally planned that if there was a disadvantage in the frontline battle, the 155 howitzers with a total of more than 80 guns would fire 3 to 5 rounds to give these adventurers in the garbage town a little shock of firepower. It seems that it is not necessary at all. Even the heavy artillery was not used, but the firepower of the infantry company had already settled the matter. The armed adventurers, who counted as over 10,000, vividly demonstrated what it means to be broken at the touch of a touch. Too bad for Fella. No wonder there are dash people in Garbage Town, but they were beaten up by the green skins in the ruins of the tower. Of course, from the point of view that Gu Hang wants to take over Garbage Town, this is a good thing. Afterwards, Gu Hang thought for a while and called Thaddeus, the rapidly promoted teacher commander, over and issued a new order. The infantry division that completed the blockade of Garbage Town began to gradually move inward, narrowing the encirclement. At the same time, their loudspeakers are constantly conveying the governor's order to those adventurers. Put down your arms. Resistors are considered rebels. Put down your arms. Resistors are considered rebels. Under the continuous playback, those adventurers who had seen the governor's army formidable, lack of organization, and lack of unified command dropped their weapons and surrendered on a large scale. And a small number of those who did not surrender could only run back to Garbage Town with their weapons and hide. They had no courage to fight against the governor's army at all. However, it is difficult to hide even if you want to. Garbage Town is not their territory. Those who are still loyal to Swan's part of the Clock Iron Blade adventure group were the armed forces that enforced the martial law in Junktown before this moment. They have transformed into a line of defense that prevents the return of those adventurers. The boss died and was betrayed by the team leader. They, the rare elite among the adventurers in Trash Town, did fall into chaos for a while, but now they are reorganizing. Those middle-level leaders who are still loyal to Swan, they united and continued to implement the martial law order, blocking the main entrance to Junktown. Revenge. There may be a little meaning in this regard, but the main thing is that after figuring out the status quo, they chose to stand on the side of the winner. It is obviously more promising to hang out with the governor. Besides the Clock and Iron Blade, the other real estate agents who were still in the Garbage Town also united after the initial chaos. They had a part to play in persuading Clock Iron Blade to continue to execute the order. At the same time, they also sent a small part of their own direct forces, and together with the adventurers of Clock Iron Blade, they carried out the task of blocking the city. Those adventurers who tried to escape back were forced to look anxiously and open fire on them. If I can't beat the governor's army, I can't beat you? The result really couldn't beat it. Although Clock Iron Blade is also an adventure group, it is indeed Swan's most direct team. He spent a lot of money to raise this army that, in terms of weaponry and training level, they're stronger than ordinary adventurers. It is not so easy to quickly break through their line of defense. With the advantage of numbers, there may be a chance for a longer time, but these adventurers obviously don't have enough time. As more and more surrendered in the back, several companies in the 2nd Division began to move forward quickly and came to the rear of those adventurers who were unwilling to surrender or lay down their weapons and launch an attack on them. Attack! Under the attack from both sides, these adventurers also collapsed at a very fast speed. At this moment, there is no way to escape. The only options are put down your weapons and surrender or resist to death. Those who are willing to die are, of course, very few. And if there are such people, they don't even need the soldiers of the Alliance to start. They will find a way to solve the problem by themselves. Among the people who were dealt with, some were the leader of the adventure group who planned to continue to resist Nasser's followers, people who had experience as looters, and a somewhat special guy, Mark Ferry. He was shot 3 times in the back of the head and 6 shots in the back of the heart, which were sacrificed by several adventure team leaders when they surrendered, saying that they committed suicide in fear of crime. The problems outside the city are basically settled. An infantry regiment under the 2nd Division stayed behind and was responsible for guarding the disarmed prisoners. They will be held together in the adventurers' camp in Garbage Town. Gu Hang, on the other hand, led the other 2 regiments into the town. What greeted him was the clock blade with its weapons put away and many property agents. Entering the largest council hall in Garbage Town, the moment Gu Hang sat down firmly, those agents couldn't wait, scrambling to come up, offering their loyalty to the governor. They're talking about what industry they have and how much output they can have. They're talking about the production and management methods of the Garbage Town. They're talking about the characteristics of the best person to manage these things. Gu Hang listened absent-mindedly. It wasn't until Thaddeus, who had become a teacher and still wore a bright red hat, pushed open the door and strode in, that his expression became vivid. These agents were indeed the masters of Trash Town in the past, but starting today, they are no longer. Here, what Gu Hang cares most about is not them, but the army, those armed adventurers. The presence of Thaddeus here means that the news he wanted has arrived. Gu Hang stood up, stretched out his hands, and made a downward movement. Those agents quiet down very honestly. I understand the urgency in everyone's hearts, and I also believe that you will make outstanding contributions to the prosperity of Garbage Town in the future. Hearing this speech with the same tone, those agents felt a lot more at ease. With this tone, everything will be fine, which means that the governor will still use them in the future, and he is not too worried about falling into the fate of those powerful people in Fushing City. In fact, Gu Hang did not intend to do that. The situation in the 2 places is different, and these real estate agents in the Garbage Town did not act against him. On the contrary, just now they quickly stood in line. Take action, and it helps. In this case, of course, there is no need for Gu Hang to carry out a big cleanup in Garbage Town, as long as the opponents are dealt with. A lot of people were killed in Fushing City, although it was necessary. It also immediately cleared up the chronic diseases in the city that were not conducive to the rule, but this news spread to the wasteland, and it will indeed make some places that would have been smooth. There are some changes, but Gu Hang himself doesn't really care about that. There is nothing wrong with facing some resistance. If we really take over in an all-round way, in these survivor settlements on the wasteland, I don't know how many crooked cancers and vampires lying on the settlements will be incorporated into the alliance system. You have to find a way to deal with it afterwards. After all, anti-corruption still needs some evidence. It is better to settle the matter in the name of a traitor when the territory is regained. It can only be said that there are gains and losses. Cleaning up is impossible in Garbage Town, and the follow-up governance must be more complicated than almost starting over in Fushing City. The remaining agents have an intricate but firm grip on the industries that belong to them. Corruption, the inability to fully mobilize social productivity, and subsequent policy innovation and promotion will encounter resistance. I am afraid that these situations are inevitable. However, apart from the fact that they bowed their heads and surrendered quickly enough to make it difficult to strike, the first important point is that the situation forced them. Here in Garbage Town, the most important issue facing us at the moment is definitely not an issue of governance, but an issue of war. The threat of the green-skinned orcs is far from over. Now, Gu Hang really doesn't have time to mess around with these agents. In a word, after setting the tone and stabilizing the minds of these people, Gu Hang took advantage of the situation and said the strategy he would implement in Garbage Town next. Junk Town is now undoubtedly in a state of war. The loose and lack of control system in the past cannot win the war. Now, I declare that Junk Town has completely entered the wartime system and implemented military management. Unless the necessities of life, except for production and military production, all other production and business activities will be stopped. All residents of Garbage Town will remain at home, and the city will be under full martial law. All necessities for residents will be in charge of the Military Logistics Department under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Thaddeus Allotment. The agents who heard Gu Hang's announcement looked at each other in blank dismay. This kind of strict management has never been seen in Garbage Town before, and they seem a loss. Some people instinctively feel that this is wrong, but no one dared to speak. Gu Hang paused, then continued. Just now, I have someone record what you said. Each of you owns the property, and those who are attached to those properties, you have to cooperate. You will temporarily work in the Military Logistics Department, help Lieutenant Colonel Thaddeus, and maintain order in the town. Your performance during this period will determine what kind of treatment you can get after the garbage town calms down in the future. I promise, if your ranks can reach C5 or even above B, your personal income and living standards will be better than in the past, and your power will be greater than in the past. This seemed to give them another reassurance. The group of them who planned to vote for the governor before had more or less understood the policies implemented by the new alliance in Fushing City. They know that there is currently no one in Fushing City who can get A-level treatment. There are very few people who can get B-level treatment. If E-level treatment is the food and clothing line, D-level treatment is already a good life that many wastelanders dream of living. Only skilled workers, professionals, and middle and low-level managers can get this level of treatment. The C-level treatment can only be given to senior government officials with meritorious performance, top managers of factories, and senior technical experts in various fields. According to the governor, if they work hard, they may even have a chance to get a B-level rating. It is said that the female castellan of Fushing City, in fact, she is only a minister, Ms. Asana, her current rank is only B3. Of course, they can also clearly realize that the words of the governor are not only a reassurance, but also a painting. The cake is delicious, but it may not be so easy to eat it. But in the end, there is a purpose. Seeing that these agents were aroused, Gu Hang also smiled. With the help of these local snakes, things will indeed be much easier. Wartime system, military management, material rationing. If the 3 magic weapons are thrown away, Gu Hang won't be too worried about the order of Junktown. He almost completely left this job to Thaddeus, the commander of the 2nd Infantry Division, from the beginning of the battle to the present, and in the subsequent battles, I am afraid that he has no chance to directly participate in military command. But his duties are obviously much more important than a mere military commander. And Gu Hang also believed that he could do well. After all, this is the only SR-level talent under him. After confirming that there would be no major problems with the city order, Gu Hang immediately shifted his attention to the military. The threat from the Greenskins is far from over. The 2 regiments of the 2nd Infantry Division just rested in the town for one night, and they are about to set off again. To be honest, they are tired. From Fushing City to Garbage Town, it was originally a 6 to 7 day march, but Gu Hang arrived with his troops in less than 4 days. Traveling hundreds of miles a day, most of the troops came on foot. In fact, when they arrived outside Garbage Town, many troops had reached the limit of their physical strength, and they had to fight another battle to get in. Thanks to the fact that this battle is easy to fight, those adventurers fighting is very weak, and they will be broken at the first touch, otherwise it will be a bit troublesome. Although he only rested for one night and was about to go to the front line of fight, there was no other way. In just one night, bad news has come from Prabhav on the front line many times. Those green-skinned orcs, after knowing that the defense line built by the 1st Brigade and 1st Battalion was not easy to fight, quickly changed the direction of attack and began to attack from other directions. At this moment, there are only more than 5 adventurers who are still fighting on the front line, that a large number of teams that were defeated and retreated before were still reorganizing and did not have time to go up. The line of defense they formed was full of mistakes and omissions. Prabhav had to mobilize 2 mechanized infantry companies to fight the fire continuously on the entire front line of more than kilometers. Among the ruins of the tower, unlike in the wilderness, the road conditions are very complicated. Even if the engineering troops have tried their best to clear out a road that is convenient for support, there are often situations where rescue cannot be reached in time. It even happened that the enemy's defense line had already been penetrated and a large number of greenskins infiltrated in, ambushing the support team. If it weren't for the Rambler V-Step chariot in the company is really powerful enough, something big will happen. In general, it was because Prabhav had too few troops and was unable to directly command all the adventurer teams. As a result, his manpower seemed clumsy on this tens of kilometers front. The 2 SD Regiment and Division headquarters of the 1 ND Division stayed in Garbage Town to suppress the order of the town. The 2nd Regiment and 3rd Regiment, these 2 infantry regiments together numbered almost people, went to the front line. A unified command post has been established in Garbage Town, and all Alliance troops, including those adventurers, will receive orders here and carry out military missions. With these regular troops, the frontline problems will be alleviated to a certain extent. Moreover, more importantly, the 3 artillery battalions, plus the firepower directly under the division headquarters, and counting the artillery of the Prabha battalion, there must be hundreds of cannons in total. The artillery is scattered in many artillery positions, with a range of about kilometers, trying to cover a kilometer-long position as much as possible, so that the artillery can launch an immediate attack if there is a demand on the front line. Moreover, the logistics support this time is also very reliable. 30 supply trucks that followed the 2nd Division came specially to pull shells, a total of 4,500 rounds of heavy artillery shells. This means that all the shell stocks in Fuxing City, plus all the production capacity of Weixing City in the last half month, are almost all pulled over. But in reality, you still have to save some. It's enough to fire dozens of rounds of hundreds of artillery pieces. If these heavy artillery pieces are fired quickly, as if they don't cost money, and they're covered with firepower in a serious manner, they can be fired in 2 hours. However, the vehicles of the logistics department were already driving back, and the military-industrial system in Weixing City was also ordered to start working at full capacity. The production of various shells and bullets will be the top priority next. Moreover, a new military production line is already under construction. With enough population and raw materials, bursting production capacity is not a big problem. But even so, it can only be said to ease the situation on the front line. For 1,000 people, that's not enough to fill a kilometer front. The 2 regiments, together with the assistance of some armed adventurers who are still on the front line, can only be responsible for the front line of about 10 kilometers each. There are also plenty of notches. Not to mention, this is just defense. What if you want to attack? It is true that the artillery can cause terrible damage to the green-skinned orcs who dare to attack. But when one's own side is attacking and the enemy has fortifications to resist, bombing alone is not enough. Especially in the environment of urban ruins. If those green-skins hide in the ruins, bunkers and fortifications are everywhere, the lethality of the shells will be greatly reduced. Even tanks and armored vehicles may not be easy to drive under the ruined terrain. Regardless of what Prabhav reported in previous battles, 2 armored vehicles, 1 tank, and 2 infantry squads killed 30 or 50 greenskins at the cost of 5 to 10 casualties, but that was in the defensive combat. Try to play offense? The whole battle situation is more similar to urban street fighting. In the end, after the bombing is over, we still have to rely on people. Can it be done by relying only on the 2nd Infantry Division? It's a bit difficult. The battle environment of the city ruins can easily be pulled within tens of meters, or even close to the face. Even a regular soldier at the T5 level is completely at a disadvantage against the green-skinned orcs. The total number of green skins on the opposite side may be nearly 10,000. If it is an offensive operation, it may not be enough to wipe out the 2nd Division. In this situation, Gu Heng has 2 plans. Doesn't the problem lie in firepower and numbers? Then start with these 2 problems and solve them. In terms of firepower, the firepower of the 155 howitzer is indeed the strongest firepower that Gu Heng can produce under conventional forces. Defensive combat is more than sufficient, but offensive attack cannot completely annihilate the greenskins hiding in the ruins. But in addition to the firepower he possesses, Gu Heng can also ask for foreign aid. The 155 howitzer is not good, so the macro gun that cannot be described by caliber, what should I say? Orbital strikes from space can provide huge fire support. And the second problem is the problem of military strength. The regular army in Gu Heng's hands is really not enough to cope with this war. At most it can maintain the front line, but it is unable to advance. But those adventurers who are active on the battlefield are a very good pool of troops. They seem to have a lot of hips now, with poor equipment, disciplined hips, poor organization, uneven training levels, and low morale. But under the baptism of the soldier car system, the problems of discipline, organization, and training level can be solved. Morale issues. This one is a bit troublesome. but fortunately, he had prepared before coming. Thaddeus had cultivated some seedlings of the company's political commissars to prepare for the explosion. Before the establishment of Loyalty Academy, the temporary political commissars were not very reliable. Although the training time is longer than when they were assigned to the Old Alliance Army, when they just took Fushing City, the army composed of these adventurers may be worse than the Old Alliance Army in terms of ideological awareness. The former was also from the regular army at any rate, while the latter was too uneven. We can only hope that the training effect of the soldier card panel and the means of configuring political commissars can be pulled up as much as possible. As for the level of equipment, there are preliminary solutions. Of course, Gu Hang had anticipated the situation in Garbage Town. In the truck sent by the logistics department, in addition to pulling enough logistical supplies, including bullets, shells, and rations, it also brought dash sets of individual equipment, as well as supporting company-level weapons, machine guns, mortars, and bazooka or something. Gu Hang plans to recruit 5,000 people from this group of adventurers to form a reinforcement group. Gu Hang already has a set goal for the source of troops for this team. Butcher Group. There are two reasons. One is that among the adventurer teams in Garbage Town, if there is any team that he can look up to, it is only the team called the Bee Slaughter Team. This statement is derived from Prabhav's report. Another reason that made him focus on this group was that he saw a slight flickering of the event interface in the system interface. After Gu Hang clicked on it, he saw an event that could be activated. Event activated, green-skinned threat. The green-skinned orcs that inexplicably appeared on the planet have grown into a threat that cannot be ignored in a few years. Just as they are about to destroy Junktown, your troops arrive on the scene. But the danger has not been lifted, and the greenskins' attack continues. Phase 1 goal: guard Junktown and ensure that Junktown is still under your control before the green-skinned orcs retreat. Event reward: T5 additional arms training option, Slaughter Squad. Beast Slaughter Group, a specially trained infantry unit. For soldiers who have completed T5 level training, they can further conduct special training for green-skinned orcs to become a Beast Slaughter Group. The troops of the Beast Slaughter Regiment have mastered the experience and skills of fighting green-skinned enemies, and under the mysterious blessing, they have a weak physical fitness enhancement when fighting against green-skinned enemies. Training price: every 1 point of gift /100 people. Remarks: there is a special troop in the case of a serious lack of equipment. In a long-term confrontation with the green-skinned orcs, they have comprehended some special skills and possess the potential of a Beast Slaughter Group. When they are trained as troops of T5 level or above, they will automatically acquire the characteristics of the additional unit slaughtering beasts. It was this news that made Gu Hang very interested in that Beast Slaughter Group. First of all, it was the event itself. It was a bit of a surprise that confronting the greenskins would be activated as an event itself, but it was definitely a good thing. It's different from the Phoenix Will Die event. The event chain of the Phoenix War Group probably had nothing to do with him, but it turned out to be related to him. But to activate this kind of thing, you need to spend gift points. But right now, his action activated the event, so there was no need to spend extra gift points. Activation events are, of course, a good thing. The defensive battle in Garbage Town was meant to be fought, and with the addition of events, there would be more rewards. Moreover, the goal of this incident basically coincided with Gu Hang's plan, to defend first and then attack. The preparation for the counterattack is far from ready, and since the defense has an advantage, it must first focus on defense. That it is best for those greenskins to hit the prepared line of defense and break their blood. Gu Hang just wanted to turn this line of defense into a flesh and blood mill. The more vitality the greenskins consumed, the better. As for the event rewards, Gu Hang was a little surprised. Additional units. This is a new mechanic. It means that after the T1, T5 soldier card training in the past, you can also spend extra gift points for special training to achieve the effect of building special soldiers. The characteristics of the Beast Slaughter Group are closely related to the current war. If all the members had the feature of slaughtering beasts, their advantages would be further magnified when facing monsters like green-skinned orcs. Not to mention the things mentioned in the notes of the event. A special team with the potential of the Beast Slaughter Group Is it not the beast slaughter group itself, or what? According to the notes, as long as the team that is still on the front line named the Beast Slaughter Regiment is trained to level T5, they will automatically have the Beast Slaughter feature. That adventure group had about 6,000 people, which was equivalent to directly saving Gu Hang's gift points for extra training. As it happened, Gu Hang only had sets of extra individual equipment in his hand, so it would be good to arm them first, as the first unit to be recruited and reorganized from among the adventurers. Luigi Li Koshi received the order to retreat and rest. It has been 2 days since he was rescued by the Alliance army and brought his brothers to fight side by side with them. These 2 days were also difficult. Those greenskins knew that the 6 to 7 kilometers of the 5th district was not easy to fight, so they turned around and tried to break through from other places, and his Beast Slaughter group also endured the pressure of the greenskin assault in the surrounding direction. If it weren't for the Alliance's artillery support and the fast-moving help of the armored vehicles sent by Battalion Commander Prabhav, even if they could withstand it, the casualties would be heavy. But life is not easy. It is not good. It is better than before. At least, this battle is worth fighting. It was true that the brothers suffered heavy casualties, but seeing those greenskins rushing toward him also died one by one under the gunfire and bullets, he felt that the sacrifice was not worthless. It was precisely because of this that he was actually a little unhappy when he received the order to let his team go back to rest. In his opinion, no one could fight better than those of the Alliance. The 5,000 or 6,000 of them retreated as an organization, and the front line may not be able to withstand it. What happened next shut him up, though. The top ones are still the troops of the Alliance. The designation was the team of the 2 RD Regiment of the 3 Indie Infantry Division, which took over his line of defense. Although the number of the 3rd Regiment was less than half of them, 2,000 people died, and there were no armored vehicles, tanks, etc., but they brought heavy artillery. That's fine. You are indeed stronger. Moreover, he wanted to fight, but his subordinates were a little mentally overwhelmed. He could only lead the team to withdraw angrily. Before leaving, he went to see Prabhav once, mainly to thank him, not only for saving his life, but also for saving his team. If Prabhav's troops hadn't arrived in time, he would have died, and the Beast Slaughter Squad, whose morale had been crushed, would probably have dispersed as well. Prabhav accepted Likoshi's thanks frankly. Afterwards, the two of them exchanged information on the current situation of the battle and made some exchanges on the situation that the Beast Slaughter Group was transferred back this time. You have to be prepared. The governor may want to recruit you. Incorporated, Likoshi frowned and instinctively resisted this matter. Why should it be incorporated? The current situation, isn't it good? We also completely obey the orders of the headquarters established by the governor in Garbage Town of. Not only that, but you will also become a serious alliance army in the future. I don't really want that. There were many agents in the past, even Mr. Swan, who wanted us to fully obey the order, but we refused. This is not in line with the original intention of our regiment. Prabhav shook his head and said, whether to accept the inclusion is your own decision, but I highly recommend that you accept it. Having said that, Prabhav raised 2 fingers and said, I'll just tell you 2 reasons. You should think about it yourself. First, in the future, Garbage will really not be like it used to be. There will be room for adventure groups to live, and everything will definitely be normalized. You have to think about the future for the brothers below you. Don't you all plan to go to hell for revenge? I'll die here. Even after the revenge is over, after killing those green skins, are they all dead? It is best to accept reorganization, eat military rations, have allowances, just train well and execute orders. Nothing else worried. I will have a generous pension after I die, and I will arrange to change careers after I retire in the future, and I will have everything for the rest of my life. Second, even if you only talk about the present and only think about how to fight green skins, it is better to accept reorganization. You're the most powerful adventurers who fight green skins, but if you really encounter it, you will die 3 or 5 people before you can replace one. After accepting the reorganization, you will receive direct support of weapons and equipment, which will be more helpful for you to kill those green skins. After saying this, Prabhav put down 2 fingers and really didn't say anything else. Li Keshi, who was originally somewhat resistant, was unable to refute these two reasons of Prabhav. After bidding farewell to Prabhav, Li Keshi led his team and retreated to the rear. After walking for about half a day, we arrived at the joint military camp. This is the newly established rear barracks, which now houses nearly 4 people. The distribution of the one adventurers in Trash Town is roughly like this. Dash people are locked up in the prisoner of war camp in the west of Trash Town, and they will be pulled down if they starve to death. This group is going to run away with Nasser and Mark Ferry Guy. The 4 people in the joint military camp are basically adventurers who fought on the front line a few days ago and were defeated. After withdrawing, they reorganized, distributed ammunition, and rested on the spot. 5 people are on the front line, maintaining the front line. After 2 days of rest for the troops in the joint military camp, the headquarters began to exchange troops. It is very difficult to expect these adventurers of varying quality to have been fighting on the front line with casualties. Rotating troops may be more reliable than filling all the 10 people into the front line. Of course, the most important thing to maintain their morale is money. They are adventurers, they are mercenaries, and they fight for money. Jiu Hang also gave them union coins without a doubt, Kajiner, and promised that these union coins could be spent in Junktown during the war. He did get a lot of supplies from the garbage town for supplies. Moreover, it further promised that after the war, if the system is restructured, those who remain in the alliance and become members of the alliance can also exchange the alliance currency issued now for work points at that time. It looks like a lot of money, but it's actually not as big as you think. It's just alliance currency, and many of them are empty checks. What is the use of issuing alliance currency? If the adventurer spends it right away, it's spending Gu Hang's savings from various places in the garbage town. If he saves it and doesn't spend it, it's the future payment. It's really disgusting. If you join the alliance system in the future and exchange it for work points, it's okay. Of course, until a certain level, Gu Hang will not do this. It is a bit too damaging to credibility. Gu Hang still hopes that these people can stay in the future. Even if you don't serve as a soldier and become a worker, that's still 10 people. Among these people, Gu Hang's most important thing is naturally the bee slaughter group. After they withdrew back to rest, Gu Hang summoned Luji Li Keshi, the head of the bee slaughter squad. Li Keshi finally chose to accept Gu Hang's suggestion of inclusion. On the way back, he had a good chat with his brothers. From the various captains, mid-level commanders, and lower-level soldiers, he asked many people for their opinions. The words are all different, but the meaning is the same, willing to accept inclusion. What else is there to say? Since the bee slaughter group was formed, they have been fighting for half a year now. The constant death, the constant sacrifice, the living conditions are extremely difficult. Hatred is the driving force behind them, but another point cannot be ignored. They were originally a group of adventurers, and they didn't know what to do other than this. Revenge is the driving force, and if you can only live on this, it might not be a bigger driving force. What's wrong with compiling? Life can be better, the future is guaranteed, and the green skin will not be delayed. As for the so-called maintaining independence, that was indeed one of the purposes of the bee slaughter squad when it was first established. Only accepting sponsorship and not orders, but it was so that he could concentrate on fighting green skins and avoid being assigned by the agents of Garbage Town to do private work. Now, the Garbage Town has changed, the situation is completely different, and there's no need to stick to that set of things. Since the brothers all think so, and Li Keshi himself was almost persuaded in the previous conversation with Prabhav, now he accepts the personal solicitation of the governor, and he has no resistance. However, he made an additional request at the end. I hope to keep our name of Slaughter Squad as a separate number. I heard from Prabhav that the Alliance Army allows this. Ha ha ha. Gu Hang laughed and said, "Of course I can agree to your request, but not now." Then, seeing Prabhav's puzzled expression, Gu Hang also restrained his smile and said seriously, "If you want to keep the name of B Slaughter Squad as your troop number, then you have to come up with it. Act accordingly. Go kill those green-skinned orcs. Kill enough. The title Slaughter Beast is worthy of the name, and I will give you this number." Li Keshi took a deep breath with a firm expression. then it's a deal. The adventure group, called the Beast Slaughter Group, completed the reorganization work in the next few days. 5,000 sets of G9 individual weapons were all equipped for them, and they also got a new designation, the 3rd Independent Regiment. Gu Heng spent 50 gift points on them. After they completed their training and became T5 troops, their accumulated combat experience was activated at the same time, and they became infantrymen with the characteristic of slaughtering beasts. The reborn 3rd Independent Regiment then returned to the battlefield. Although they only brought a lot of individual weapons, no regimental artillery, not even a lot of mortars, at best they gave a lot of rocket launchers. But at least the G9 rifles are much better than their original equipment, and the training that took place under the eyes of the governor in those few days made them feel that they have changed a lot. These changes have been directly manifested on the battlefield. With the support of the artillery firepower concentrated in the rear, it is not a problem for the Independent Regiment to withstand a defense line of more than 10 kilometers by itself, at most with the help of some militia regiments. Those so-called militia groups are the original and other adventure groups. In the past few days, not only the 3rd Independent Regiment has been adapted, the other troops also accepted the reorganization when they came to the joint military camp for a rest. They were also asked about their wishes. Those who wanted to stay as soldiers were reorganized into garrison divisions. Although Gu Heng didn't have enough individual equipment for them at the moment, he didn't plan to train them all to the T5 level in one go. Without enough equipment, the combat effectiveness in training was not enough, so it was not a waste of effort. But the adaptation still needs to be adapted, otherwise the command will be too chaotic. In the end, after seeing the treatment of the Alliance Army, the number of people willing to accept the change reached dash. Just by comparing them, you can see that Union soldiers, even if they just start as private soldiers, are treated better than they used to pick up trash. And among the 7 people, apart from the Beast Slaughter Group, which was reorganized into an independent group of 6,000 people, the other 3,000 people were reorganized into 6 garrison divisions and received numbers from 4 to 9. The weapons and equipment have not changed much. Only the promise of treatment has been given, and the command level has been changed. The commanders at the division and regiment levels have transferred some officers from the 2nd Division and the Prabab Battalion, or promoted the leaders of some large adventure groups, or highly respected adventurers. In addition, there is no way for the political commissars to be delegated to the company. The scale of the reorganization is too large. At present, the political commissars can only be stuffed into the division and regiment levels so that they can develop a soldier committee organization that is loyal to the empire and the governor from within. Training instructors at the company and battalion levels. In addition, there are more than 2 people who are unwilling to transfer to soldiers in the future, but prefer to become ordinary civilians or want to leave the alliance system. Gu Heng did not let them go, but temporarily served as private soldiers. The treatment hired them to fight, and they were organized into 10 militia regiments with no designation, only serial numbers, and the internal structure and command level were also in accordance with the structure of each adventure regiment. When the garrison divisions return to the front line to fight in rotation, they will also be assigned some main tasks, while those militia groups basically do some hard work, building fortifications and the like. There is no need to send people away as cannon fodder. Gu Heng does not do such things. Not to that extent. 6 garrison divisions have been reorganized, and if all of them have completed the configuration of equipment and the training of soldiers, then Gu Heng will have 9 division and brigade units, which is basically enough in terms of military strength. With an army size close to 10, the key is relatively high-standard equipment configuration, and subsequent military expansion should not worry too much about insufficient troops. After all, in addition to fighting, the army also needs to be stationed on the spot, in the places that have just been recovered. Whether it is to retain or migrate the population, it is necessary to retain troops for suppression in order to implement the policy. Of course, that is the follow-up usage. Right now, the battle against the green-skinned orcs is still the priority. Gu Heng intends to stay here for 2 months in a moon pit and fight a defensive battle for 2 months. In 2 months, the reorganization work of the 9 division brigade units, the training work that consumes gift points, and the production and distribution of all light and heavy equipment should be able to be completed. When the time comes, it is time to counterattack. Eero Lacroxa felt that the war seemed to have changed. In other words, this is considered a war, and it used to be a small fight. He came from a tribe of wandering survivors, and staying in the tribe was a bit hard to eat. Under the leadership of a senior, more than a dozen teenagers left the tribe, followed a traveler to Trash Town, and joined an adventure group among. It is said to be an adventure group, but it is actually an armed trash guy done on credit. They got more than a dozen guns from the peddler, and they started their scavenging career. Not daring to take risks, they searched for some metal scraps in the safe area outside the garbage town, picked up some hot limestone, made up a day's supply, brought them back to the garbage town, and exchanged them for food. Every day's harvest. After buying food and repaying a little gun loan owed, there is nothing left. And if there is a battle, such as some mutant monsters that are occasionally encountered in the ruins of the city, you have to save a little on shooting, and the bullets are very expensive. Life during that time had no hope, no future. But he didn't feel so sad. It was good to have something to eat. For a long time in the past, he didn't know what it was like to have a full meal. He and his companions have been in Garbage Town for 2 years. Just when he thought he would hang around like this for the rest of his life until he couldn't do it anymore, he met Greenskin. Of the dozen or so fellow villagers, only 6 survived, and the rest, including his senior who brought them out, were all buried in the hands of the Greenskins. If it's just casualties, that's fine, but those fellow villagers died too badly. Those Greenskins devoured people alive right in front of their faces, smashing their heads open and eating their brains. He wanted to snatch the body back, but he didn't dare and was dragged back. Some of the living people completely gave up their jobs as scavengers and adventurers because of that scene, but he and the other 2 brothers never forgot that scene. After hearing the name of the Beast Slaughter Group, they joined it. It's a shame to say that they obviously want to avenge those Greenskins, but after the 3 of them came in and fought for 4 months, he was the only one who survived, but only one Greenskin was killed by himself. In the past, when they found trouble with Greenskins, they could only find a way to find a small group of targets, 2 or 3 at most. But even so, they would have to gather 50 people before they dare to do anything. There is no advantage for the iron tube rifle to shoot against those Greenskins. It has a similar range, but far worse power. Ordinary people are not like those Greenskins who can take many bullets. Therefore, the people of the Beast Slaughter Group had no choice but to find ideas elsewhere. Modified firearms, increased caliber, increased charge. Although this will seriously reduce the reliability of the firearms, the power of the bullets has indeed increased. Equipped with a big knife and a spear, after those Greenskins get close, at least they have a handy weapon to resist. The Greenskin can tear 3 or 4 people apart, and there will always be 6 or 7 spears piercing its body. Everyone said that the Beast Slaughter Squad had a special way to beat the Greenskins, but in Lacrox's view, what was the special way? Stronger courage, full of hatred hidden in the bottom of my heart. Many to one who is not afraid of death. They often cost 10 lives to kill 2 or 3 Greenskins. Nothing more than that. But it's different now. Earlier, when the team leader talked to him and asked if he wanted to accept the adaptation, he thought very simple. The salary is better than before, and he can get better equipment, and he can continue to play Greenskins. Is there anything wrong with that? But what he didn't expect was that after accepting the adaptation, the whole way of fighting had changed. After a few days of rest in the barracks and a round of training under the governor's gaze, he felt as if he understood a lot all of a sudden. Shooting posture, military skills, building positions, team coordination, armor coordination, artillery coordination. Those few days were miraculous. My mind suddenly became clear, and I could understand any principles and skills once I practiced them. Coming to the front line again, he was captain, and now squad leader. Under the leadership of the squad leader, a total of 10 people built 2 firepower points. They are all built with common building fragments and broken bricks on the ruins. They are located on a small slope and can form a condescending attack point. And there are several such firepower points separated by a short distance, which are built by other soldiers of the same company to ensure that they can form crossfire with each other and can support each other smoothly. This knowledge is just acquired in the past. They could only fool around with experience, and they couldn't build positions so effectively. And these positions immediately had an effect. A team of about a dozen greenskins sneaked up in the dark, and when the sentry found out, they had already arrived not far from a fortification. The sound of gunfire woke everyone up. Several soldiers stationed there began to resist with all their strength. The brothers next door who were able to provide fire support also opened fire immediately, and machine guns and rifles rang out. Immediately, 2 or 3 greenskins were killed by the dense bullets. The team then retreated while fighting, and 3 people died, allowing the greenskins to occupy the fortification, but then there were support staff who went up and fired 2 rounds into it with a rocket launcher. After the fight was over, 7 or 8 people rushed in together, bayonet, and fought with the only remaining greenskins. Lacroxia was one of them, and he stabbed one with his own hands. Humans are, of course, at a disadvantage in close combat. Even if most of the greenskins were injured and killed, the remaining 4 still killed 7 soldiers. But overall, the exchange ratio between the 2 sides was only 1-to-1. In the past, these dozen or so greenskins could kill their entire company. However, the battle is not over yet. Their position was disrupted here, and the greenskins on the opposite side seemed to seize this opportunity, throwing in more manpower and launch an attack on their side. It was dark tonight, but with the help of the searchlights on the position, Lacroxa clearly saw that there were at least 50 greenskins, forming many black shadows, rushing towards their position. At that time, he was extremely nervous and fired wildly with his comrades. Everyone seems to know that there seems to be no way out. They can't even run. They can't outrun these greenskins. At this moment, what they're thinking about is to try their best to take away one by one before they die. But at this moment, whistling sound came from the top of their heads. Lacroxia remembered that before coming to support, the platoon leader seemed to have said that as long as there was a fight here, the company commander would telegraph the Joint Artillery Regiment behind. As long as you stick to it, you can get artillery support. Isn't this coming? At least 3 shells fell to the front. The huge explosion sound almost deafened the ears. But Lacroxia was inexplicably excited. This is called fighting. Orcs have rough skin and thick flesh, but there's still flesh and blood. Under the power of the 155mm howitzer, those within a radius of 5 or 6 meters from the explosion have no bones left. Within 50 meters, shock waves and dense shrapnel are enough to kill lethality. The 3 shells were very accurate. If it wasn't for the fact that those greenskins were scattered and knew how to lie down and dodge when the shells came, these 3 shells would be enough to kill them all. But even so, at least 20 greenskins were finished. The rest, howling, got up and continued to rush up the slope. But at this moment, more firepower points in the surrounding area reacted and fired wildly at this place. At least 10 machine guns were aimed at this place, and countless rifles were aimed at it. The firepower network formed by the G9M light machine gun and the G9A automatic rifle is many times higher than the iron barrel rifle they used to carry. Under the intensive shooting of the firepower net, those greenskins finally fell on the way of charging. From then on, the entire night and the entire line of defense seemed to be lively. It seemed that there were wars everywhere. Gunshots could be faintly heard from as far as 10 kilometers away, and the rumble of cannons continued. Lacroxia and the others suffered several attacks afterwards, and they also suffered a lot of casualties, especially when they were approached by those greenskins at a distance of 50 meters. One person must die on one's own side. But where is the undead in war? Tonight, what Lacroxia can guarantee is that at least in his position, those greenskins will die more than them. After dawn, the greenskins' offensive stopped. Counting the losses and the results of the battle, the greenskins in front lost more than 50 corpses, of which 30 or 40 were killed by artillery and bazookas, 10 were shot dead, and 5 or 6 were dead. They rushed up to fight the bayonet and were killed by them. On Lacroxia's side, they also lost 30 soldiers. A new company, with their breakfast, took their place at 10 o'clock in the morning. Lacroxia and his comrades, after fighting all night and losing 30% of their vitality, were able to retreat and rest first. He himself didn't feel tired. He was even very excited and wanted to fight again. Roast Axe felt very tired and bored, but he still wanted to fight again. Fighting, watching blood splatter. This is the biggest hobby of the green-skinned orcs, and it is the nature engraved in their genes. They are savage, violent, fighting by nature, not afraid of death. The most feared thing in life is not fighting, and not winning will make them unhappy. Today is not very happy. In order not to lose the fight, Roast Axe could only temporarily let his boys back. Several crazy doctors, and then operated on the green boy who lost his limbs and head. For missing hands, cut one from another greenskin and sew it on. The same for missing feet. Some greenskins that have been blasted by cannons really lack a lot of parts, but the head is still not dead, so they cut off the head and replace it with a body that is still intact, but the head is rotten. Roast Axe was a little happier watching his boys being reassembled one by one. I like to fight, and I'm not afraid of death, but it doesn't mean I know if I can't win, I will fight. Live for the next fight, die too many green boys, then it will be hard to fight later. He returned to the barracks built from the ruins, copied a red communicator that looked so rough that it had no structure at all, and operated it a few times casually, wanting to contact the boss behind. However, the communicator made a rattling sound, but failed to connect. Roast Axe got even angrier. He shouted outside, "Katja! Katja! Come in!" A guy who looked much thinner than him, but was actually stronger than the average green-skinned orc walked in with a wrench. "Boss Roast Axe, what do you want me to do? Fix this thing for me. I want to contact Boss Tear." "Is this thing broken again?" Katja took the communicator from Roast Axe, scratched his head, then hit it a few times with a small hammer, and then used a wrench to remove a few parts from it. Then, it handed the communicator to Roast Axe again. "I think it should be fine like this." Roast Axe didn't care. He fiddled with it a few more times, and it was really connected. He kicked Katja's ass and kicked the wrench boy away. After the familiar panting sound came from over there, Roast Axe couldn't wait to shout, "Boss Tearing Meat, I listened to you. I led someone to charge once when those shrimps were changing defenses. Many boys died, but they didn't rush down. Those shrimps' cannons are too fierce. I want to explode. I want a truck. I want a motorcycle." "No." The meat-tearing boss refused. "You stay there first. Boys who want to fight, fight. I heard from the elders that if you wait for a while, you will be able to hold back a big thing and blow it up. You can't be exposed first. When a new kid and the new fart have grown up, and then bring these big fried chickens, we will kill all those shrimps in one wave." "Okay, you are the boss who listens to you," Roast Axe said in a muffled voice. "But you have to promise me that when the time comes, you must give me more points." Give it to you. Podgy, hang up the communication. The big boss of the Iron Tooth clan, Tearflesh, took heavy steps and found the elder. It was an old orc with nearly all his teeth gone. Among the greenskins, old orcs are not common. It is not easy for an orc who can't fight to live for a long time. Greenskins don't have the traditional virtues of respecting the old and loving the young. But then again, if a greenskin can live to a very old age and still have a pivotal position in the clan, it means that it must have something special, and it is by no means unbeatable like its appearance. When facing the elders, as the boss of the entire clan, Tearflesh would also maintain some respect. This is not easy for the greenskins. "When will our big bombs be ready?" Tyru asked. "Those boys keep asking and asking for support. If it doesn't work, I can only let them withdraw." The newcomer, "It's pretty good after eating some dried shrimps. Those boys were beaten to the brim." The elder thought for a while and said, "We still have to continue fighting. More deaths, more whacks, more boys, more deaths, more whacks, more boys, more deaths. Then we will win. We can all become bigger orcs. The boys on the front line need to work harder. If not, send more farts up. There are too many farts. We don't need so many. The new mushrooms are about to grow, but we still need more land to grow more mushrooms. I don't want to listen to so many reasons. I just want to know when the big thing you said will be done." Tyra growled, already a little impatient. The elder held up his tearing hand. "If you want to see those big guys, come with me, and I will show you." Tyr Rowe followed the elders and came to a factory. This place is in the open air, and many wrench boys work here. They kicked the ass of the grid assistant, laughed loudly, and fought with each other from time to time, and some greenskins were even beaten to death on the spot. But this does not hinder their work efficiency, nor does it hinder a lively scene. And here, Rairu saw a lot of good stuff. There's a green pickup truck being assembled. It looks like a bunch of tattered building blocks that have been randomly assembled. It barely has the shape of a car. It can transport the boys to the front line, and it can also be used as an armed vehicle to shoot ferociously. He also saw something like a cannon assembled with tin buckets. 3 or 5 tin buckets were simply entwined with wire, and a few wheels were stuffed under them to complete the work. In addition to these, he also saw several iron cans about 3 meters high with hands and feet, on which a ridiculous and crude orc head was painted with white paint. He turned his head, and the elder was looking at him too. This is a gift for the strongest boss in the clan. When you're done, put it on the rattling chainsaw, the boom boom boom, the rattling revolver. It's sure to put those kill all the shrimps. Tairu couldn't help stroking this big guy, and kicked it a few meters away because he disliked a work fart getting in the way. After a while, he grinned happily. Ha! I want this big guy. When can I wear it? Don't worry, hurry up. A month has passed. Guing didn't stay in Garbage Town all the time. He flew back to Fushing City a few times in the middle. After all, Fushing City and Weishing City's twin districts are fundamental. He inspected the reconstruction of Fushing City. The outer city, which was already a rotten area, is now somewhat decent. Although it is still a large construction site, according to Asana's plan, the entire city has already taken shape. There are almost 60 people still active in the outer city, and nearly 20 of them are carrying out urban reconstruction work. With the efforts of nearly 20 construction workers, the city is being rebuilt rapidly. Now, the total population of Fushing City is about 80. Among the nearly 90 people who originally lived in the outer city of Fushing City, 20 migrated to Weishing City, and another 10 people migrated to the inner city. The population structure and industrial structure of the entire city will become more reasonable in the following time. What Gu Hang paid more attention to was the situation of Weishingqing. The main industrial area under his command is here. The current population of Weishing City has exceeded 30 after receiving a large number of people who migrated from Fushing City and from the major settlements within kilometers to the east. Especially in the military industry, it is particularly important. With the Black Box and the Research Institute working day and night, and with the efforts of Wu Jiarong, the production capacity of various military industries is rapidly increasing. In the most recent month, the military industry in the Waste Hole area produced 55 infantry fighting vehicles, 9 sets of individual equipment with the G100 rifle as the core for various artillery pieces, and 200 rounds of various types of weapons. Shells - army trucks. The equipment of the Extinguishing Wind Brigade has not yet been produced, but at least 2 heavy synthetic battalions have been prepared, and they will be sent to the front line. And following the 1 ND and 2 RD battalions of the 3 SD Sheafing Brigade to the front line, there were also logistics supplies loaded in those trucks, as well as a lot of ammunition and weapons. 200 cars can't even finish pulling these things in one trip, so it takes several trips. And when this batch of equipment and logistical supplies are in place, the 4 garrison divisions from 4 to 7 will be able to completely complete the reorganization. Of course, Guhang had to spend more than 400 gift points on them for training. The training is complete and the equipment is in place. Apart from the lack of artillery, their combat effectiveness is not far behind that of the 2nd Infantry Division. In addition to military construction, the gift points in Gu Hang's hand soared again in this month. Nothing to do with war. Although there is a big battle going on outside Trash Town, and the scale of this war is still the largest since Gu Hang came to Fury Star. But until now, there has never been a battle settlement interface. Obviously, those battles that ended before, regardless of whether it was a counterpush front or a defensive battle, the individual battles were not counted as the end. If you want to see the battle settlement interface, I'm afraid you have to finish the whole battle. But it's not a big problem without the nourishment of gift points for fighting. His monthly gift point income has risen from less than 588 last month to dash points. The substantial increase in monthly income this time is not caused by the population explosion, but the serious increase in productivity. The biggest increase comes from Weisheng City, where nearly 20 people have moved in, and through short-term intensive training and training while working, most of the population has solved the unemployment problem. The most important ones are heavy industry. Military industries are supplemented by population. The substantial increase in productivity has brought about an increase in income of more than 150 gifts. As for Fuxing City, the construction speed of the outer city is very fast. The restoration of various industries, the improvement of management capabilities, and the elimination of debuffs have made the situation of Fuxing City continue to improve. Although 20 people moved out, the monthly gift points provided by Fuxing City increased by dash instead of falling. With the arrival of this monthly income, Gu Hang's consumption of 2 points for training soldiers, plus the cost of activating Thaddeus, and the cost of training the Wind Brigade and the 890 and D Division, reduced to only with dash gift points left, it returned to dash points. Gu Hang will not spend this gift point indiscriminately. The war he is now facing against the Greenskins is the biggest battle he has faced since he came to Furial Star. Those Greenskins are much more difficult than imagined. During this month, Gu Hang soldiers lost about 4,000 soldiers in total that on the 130-kilometer front. An average of more than dash people died every day. The number of Greenskins killed was about dash. The battle loss ratio is 1 minute and 1.6 seconds, which is a bit ugly. Mainly because, recently, those Greenskins have got something new: artillery and armed pickups. These two things put a lot of pressure on the front line. The former is a direct fire attack, and now the infantry on the front line will also be attacked by heavy fire from time to time. Those greenskin cannons are quite powerful, and if they are in the middle, the fortifications built will not be able to withstand it. And the latter is also very troublesome. The armor plates of those armed pickups are very rough, but they are really hard, and the speed of the car is not slow. Black smoke bursts from the rear of the car, and the multi-barrel machine guns on it. Let's not talk about whether they are allowed to fire violently. Anyway, they can take 4 or 5 greenskins and rush to a place very close to the position. Usually, 2 rocket launchers can go up and destroy the car, but a car of greenskins may not necessarily be dead. Anyway, it is enough to lead troops to stick to the face. Immediately afterwards, the greenskins that stick to the face will cause a lot of casualties to the soldiers on the defense line. But if it's just that, it's actually not a big problem. The front line, maintained by the soldiers under the governor's command, did not retreat at all. The greenskin cannons are powerful, but the range is obviously not as far as human cannons. After judging the position of the enemy's artillery position from the ballistics, the 155 howitzer position will often cover it with 3 or 4 rounds of shelling. After the fight, although it is not easy to confirm the results, the greenskin cannons generally misfired, and it was probably blown clean. As for those new armed pickups, they can only be stopped by the barrels, mines placed near the front, obstacles, and the like. Delay its advance speed as much as possible, and then destroy it with firepower. If it is really asked to transport the greenskin infantry up, it will be a good fight, but the casualties will be heavy. It is very bad news that the enemy has heavy firepower and armor forces. Gu Hang himself already felt that something was wrong. And when he returned to the front line of Garbage Town, after completing his inspection of the military production line in Weisheng City, the 5 interstellar warriors who had arrived here in vehicles 2 days earlier found him immediately and issued a warning. Gu Hang had earlier sent an invitation to the Phoenix Squad, hoping that they would come to help solve the greenskin problem outside Garbage Town. Greenskin, that is the old opponent of the space fighters in Phoenix's history. During their past 100 years of redemption expeditions, they have encountered countless green-skinned opponents. The cancer of the universe is not just a casual talk. This kind of enemy really exists widely in all parts of the universe. The IT is possible for some particularly fierce green-skin clans to sweep and destroy several galaxies. The Phoenix responded to the governor's call and came here by car from their monastery. The 10 Iron Bull trucks allocated by Gu Hang to Phoenix have been painted in the style of Phoenix. The main body is red, with white edges and patterns, and the general gray and khaki paint of the Alliance Army very different. These 10 trucks brought not only 5 space warriors, but also 100 fully armed teenagers. Phoenix's monastery previously accepted 200 teenagers under the age of 19 for training as a reserve force. The 100 who were too young stayed in the monastery and were continued by Pastor Rizzo to train them, while the 100 who came to Trash Town with Commander Martins were generally older. The Phoenix intends to throw them into the field and fight. These young soldiers have only received a month of training in the Phoenix Monastery, and they don't have cheats like Gu Hang. No matter how good the Phoenix's ability to train recruits is, it's not enough to train them out in a month. Elite soldiers come. This was the case, but Phoenix's original intention was not to expect any achievements from these 100 youngsters. This is essentially a knockout. They have only one gene seed in their hands, so they must pick out the best and most likely to succeed to undergo surgery. Thrown into the real battlefield, only those who survived and performed best could enter the final candidate circle. Regarding this, Gu Hang actually had reservations, but it's not easy for him to meddle in the affairs of other people's battle groups, so let them go. Back to the moment. Martins and his 4 brothers all found Gu Hang as soon as he landed in the joint military camp outside Garbage Town. Seeing 5 giants half taller than him surround him, Gu Hang was somewhat nervous. Martins said with a serious face, "This war cannot continue like this." How to say? The attack must be launched as soon as possible. Schneider next to him said first, "The sooner the better. Attack across the board. Destroy all the greenskins as soon as possible, and completely purify this land with flames." Wait first. At least tell me the reason first. Gu Hang said, "I still plan to keep the troops on display for a while. Currently, there are still 2 garrison divisions whose equipment is not in place, and the base of shells saved is not enough. What's more, the overall battle loss ratio is still acceptable. The number of greenskins in the ruins of the tower is estimated to be about 3. According to this battle loss ratio, in the end we will pay a price of dash people. Can wipe out those greenskins." Of course, Schneider would not be polite to Gu Hang. "Oh, the premise is that those greenskins keep hitting the defense line until they hit themselves dead. Do you think it's possible?" Gu Hang rolled his eyes. "Of course I know it's impossible, but this battle loss ratio must be better than our active attack. According to normal thinking, we should continue to maintain the defensive position and let those greenskins ram up until they bear the burden. Isn't it better to launch a counterattack when we have more casualties and are exhausted, and our armaments are more abundant?" "There is no chance like that," Martin said. His tone was much more patient than Schneider's. "The greenskins are a group of enemies that are very difficult to deal with. They are very special. You know, they grow out of the ground, right?" "I know, but if it grows from the ground, it must have time to grow, right?" "You're right, but the greenskins are a kind of alien born for war. The more intense the war, the faster the growth of their clan will be." Gu Hang frowned deeply. "You mean wars and death will cause their numbers to increase in reverse?" This is a counterintuitive message. Beforehand, Gu Hang really didn't know that the green skin had such a characteristic. The greenskins are born for war. As long as the war continues, the greenskin spores of the same tribe will develop faster, and the more greenskins will be produced. It's not just a matter of quantity. Their technology will also be rapid growth in the process. Martins carefully supplemented Gu Hang's knowledge about the cancer of the universe. "It's a good thing you didn't lose. If they win a key battle, their growth rate will become faster. In fact, these guys in Trash Town have already given those greenskins a victory, is equivalent to stepping on the accelerator of development for their clan. Fortunately, the development time of this greenskin clan is not long enough, and the starting point of development is in the ruins of the city. It is said that waste energy storms often blow here. If it is in a warm forest area with fertile land in terms of places, perhaps what we have to face is the tide of millions of greenskins. In the face of this kind of enemy, it is not a wise choice to continue to fight a war of attrition. It takes 20 years for a human soldier to become a qualified fighter from birth. Those greenskins can fight when they grow out of the ground. If we don't solve the problem as soon as possible, what we will face next may not be greenskin orcs, but double the number of green-skinned creatures, and low-level green-skinned creatures, such as grits, with 10 times the number. Their technology will even have higher progress. The artillery may become more powerful and shoot farther, and the armed trucks will become bigger and more ferocious. Even if there are any ghosts and snakes, they will not let them surprisingly. Among the green-skinned race, sometimes there will be an existence that can tie a space warrior just by relying on physical strength. After listening to a lot of information about the greenskins told by Martins, Gu Hang's complexion has completely darkened. Some previous plans had to be overturned. Just like what Martin said about the green skin characteristics, the best way to deal with this kind of enemy is to flatten him in one wave, don't fight any war of attrition, and don't expect to reduce the number of enemies. Even if there is a wave of injustice, the number should be kept to a very low level. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles in the future. I understand what you mean. Thank you for the information. After thanking Martins, Gu Hang made a request, by the way. I will contact the quintet immediately. Brigadier General Yalisha will provide us with orbital strike support, that we will launch an attack immediately after the orbital strike firepower is covered, and the time will be set in 3 days. Martins nodded. 3 days, it's not a big problem. Then it's settled like this, and I still need your help at that time. 3 days is the time it takes for Gu Hang to distribute the equipment of those garrison divisions, consume the gift points, and train them to the T5 level. This is necessary for troop preparation. At the same time, he also took advantage of this time to have an in-depth communication with Yalisha in the sky. When Yalisha's holographic image appeared in front of him, he saw the blonde-haired female captain elegantly cutting a piece of steak with a glass of red wine in hand. Gu Hang's mouth twitched slightly. These things are the supplies he sent up to the quintet. The quintet has its own synthetic starch production capacity, and it also has military logistics supplies to be replenished before it sets out to carry out missions on Star Fury. Even if it does not replenish any logistics during the 2-year mission, it will not be hungry. How wonderful it is. They helped a lot, so on Gu Hang's side, there should always be a little expression. When he was very poor before, Gu Hang would always remember to replenish some consumable for the transport spacecraft on the way back when he got the wool from Yalisha's hand, and it will be even more so now. Of course, the quintet will not specifically send a spacecraft to transport logistical supplies. Otherwise, if you just transport some food, that little food can't cover the cost of transporting the spaceship for one takeoff and landing. When the transport spacecraft came last time, it was on business. A group of combat nuns from the Holy Lily came down from the spaceship, which was the support that Sister Garrett called for. From the sisters' headquarters on Kaloga 3, 20 battle sisters arrived on Fury Owl. Counting the 2 who died in battle, there were 29 of them in total. Groot is at odds with the original Angry Owl sect. Some time ago, they had completed the investigation of Fushing City, and they had also caught some cultists who had been hiding relatively deep. Some time ago, the 29 battle nuns had all left Fushing City, followed the clues they had obtained, and headed north. Gu Hang wished them good luck. It would be the best thing if they could solve the cult problem from Fu Xiaoxing by themselves. And if they need any help, Gu Hang will not be stingy. To put it bluntly, they are helping themselves with work. On the return journey, the spaceship that transported 20 battle nuns also brought with it something that Brigadier General Yalisha valued most, a letter of commendation. The letter of commendation was written by Gu Hang himself, to the effect that he, in the name of the governor of Fury Owlstar, thanked Brigadier General Yalisha for his outstanding contribution in fighting against and eradicating believers of evil gods and projections of evil gods who did not obey the Emperor. Of course, if this letter was only written by Gu Hang himself, it would not be of much use. The letter of commendation from the planetary governor can indeed be used as a reference for military generals to obtain meritorious service after their actions. In other words, if Yalisha took this commendation letter and reported it, the imperial military would approve it. But the degree of recognition is not necessarily the case. A powerful governor, or even some foundry generals in the foundry world, needless to say, a letter is enough for a promotion. Someone like Gu Hang is not very successful, and the gold content is not enough. But it would be different if the letter of commendation was accompanied by the signatures and seals of a Space Marine chapter master and a nun of the Order of Sisters. Guheng wasn't sure how valuable such a commendation letter was, but at least seeing Yalisha's smiling face at the time, he knew it shouldn't be bad. Of course, when the transport spacecraft returned that time, it was impossible to bring only one letter. Although the letter of commendation is the most important thing, the cabin can't always be empty, so it's better to transport some scarce logistic supplies up to please this rich woman in the sky a little bit. It included some red wine, which was copied from the houses of the rich and powerful in Fuxing City, and it was said to be a local craft brewed product in the Qinggu area. As for the steak, it comes from the bull beast. After the production of trucks in Weixing City rose to almost 200 per month, the demand for animal power dropped significantly. Not only the large number of commercial bulls in the caravans of Fuxing City lost their service value and returned to livestock farms to breed beef cattle and dairy cattle. And that's how the steak Yalisha was eating now came from. Miss Commodore, you seem to be in a good mood. It's really not bad. Yalisha swallowed the beef slowly, took another sip of red wine, and commented, "However, the quality of your beef is not good. The meat is too rough. The taste of red wine is also slightly inferior." You still picked it up. Just a moment of emotion. The waiter next to him took away the tableware, and Yalisha continued, "This is the most difficult time in my life. In fact, I still thank you for sending these supplies. Otherwise, I would bring those collections can't last more than 2 years." Guheng coughed lightly and didn't want to chat with Yalisha about these corrupt lives anymore, and turned to the business. "I hope to get support from an orbital strike." "What specification?" Yalisha was still slow. "Full strength." "What?" Yalisha was not so calm now. "What enemy are you going to encounter on the surface that requires me to carry out a full orbital strike?" "Green skin." Guheng spoke concisely, while Yalisha frowned deeply. "Were those green skins? Has there been any major changes?" Yalisha asked this question because she had paid attention to the green skin threat on Fury Owl before. Relevant information, as the war progresses, will be sorted out every once in a while and sent to the starship. She understands what's going on the ground. It was also because of this that she had doubts. According to the latest situation she had seen before, the fight was relatively stalemate, but it was far from the level of a major incident. Guheng coughed lightly and said, "We can't keep fighting the war of attrition with those green skins here. If we don't solve the problem thoroughly, after a while, these green skins will grow again, and we will have to face another war on a larger scale and with a more formidable enemy. We may not be able to win it by then." "I understand that, but do you know how much the quintet costs to fire a full-scale shot?" Guheng didn't expect Yalisha to ask this question. He waited silently for Yalisha to continue speaking. Obviously, this is not really asking him, but a self-answering sentence. Yalisha continued, "The last time you asked me to help with precision strikes was the least powerful and cheapest strike method on the quintet, the Scalpel shipborne missile. The price of such a missile is 300 tax coins. A round of full-scale bombardment is hundreds of scalpels. The next level up is the Hot Hammer macro cannon, which is a small macro cannon. The price of one shell is -tax coins, and there are 20 shells in one round. The highest level is the Wrath of Loyalty macro cannon. The price of one shell is -tax coins. There are only 2 on my ship. Do you know how expensive it is now?" The more he listened, the uglier Guheng's face became. He knew it was expensive, but he didn't know it was so expensive. The so-called tax currency is not a currency concept in the conventional sense. That is the tool used by the Imperial Tax Department to measure the value of the supplies provided by the planets. When they collect taxes on various planets, that a tax currency can be roughly equivalent to the minimum standard output value of a year's population in an ordinary world that the Empire considers. Turn in a healthy adult population worth 5 tax coins. A well-trained soldier with a full set of individual equipment, worth 10 tax coins. In the registration records of the Empire, Fu Xiaoxing pays taxes according to the lowest record, 1,000 million tax coins for 2 years. Moreover, due to the preferential treatment Guheng received, he only had to pay a quarter of it for the first time, which is 250 million tax coins. According to Yalisha, after such a round of shelling, the total consumption was 21 tax coins. 50 rounds, the ammunition money alone is enough for New Xiaoxing to pay the full imperial tax. 12 rounds, enough for Gu Hang's first tax payment. 4 rounds, it is enough for Gu Hang. All the soldiers of the 9 division brigade units created under Hang's command were killed. He understood the implication of Brigadier General Yalisha's words. Orbital strike can be launched, but after the strike is over, are your soldiers who died less worth my shell money? This is the spirit of the first-class people in the Navy. People calculate the price of shells based on human fate. A round of artillery fire is worth the lives of well-trained soldiers. If you take a hole that can be filled with lives, don't ask the noble Navy master to blow it up for you. But Gu Hang suddenly smiled, and he understood a truth deeply in his heart. The Navy's money is not my money, and the dead soldiers are really my soldiers. So he said, "It's still going to explode." Yalisha shook her head helplessly. "I knew you would say that. If you insist, then I will help you. Anyway, the Navy's money is not my mother's money. Of course, it can't be too much." So Yalisha added, "But you have to do 2 things. The first is to determine the target. I read your original plan. It is impossible for me to let the expensive artillery fire aimlessly towards the ruins of the entire city. The cost ratio is too high. You need to give me accurate strike targets and improve strike efficiency. This is for your own good. Facing a target of this level, a full-scale strike can only come once at most. You have to cherish this opportunity and strive for the best results. In addition, you need to give me a copy of the post-war effect statistics. Afterwards, the Military Affairs Department will review these things, and there needs to be a reasonable statement about the results and costs. If the results are too outrageous, the Military Affairs Department will trouble you. The consumption of shells may cost you. There's a precedent for this kind of thing, and I will also take responsibility. Don't make it difficult for me." "I understand. Thank you, Yalisha." This time to thank, Gu Hang removed the honorific title and appeared closer. He knew that Yalisha still helped. Otherwise, if Yalisha really cherishes her life, doesn't want to take too much responsibility, and insists on following the rules, she really won't be able to apply for this round of orbital strikes. Since she helped, Gu Hang would not intentionally trick her. Isn't it just to find the target accurately? Brothers of the Phoenix Warband help out. Compared with the Special Forces, the interstellar fighters of the Special Forces sneak into the enemy's rear, mark important strategic targets, and facilitate the implementation of orbital strikes. Isn't this a common usage? Martins accepted Governor Gu's request without any hesitation. That's really what they're good at least one of them. Space Marines are great, but lack of numbers is always a big disadvantage that on any battlefield of a certain scale and intensity, it would be extremely stupid to throw elite but rare space fighters into frontal battles to fight and consume people, and the space fighters themselves would not accept that kind of order. No matter how hard the power armor is, to be honest, it can't resist a 155mm howitzer. The Lion tank, and even the Lion King tank, are also tickling people. They are sharp knives and should not be used as hammers. Taking advantage of the fact that Gu Hang needs 3 days to prepare his troops and carry out a counterattack, the 5 Phoenix fighters will sneak into the enemy's rear, looking for and marking high-value strategic targets. Along with them, there are 28 soldiers from the Storm Squad. They're the elite Marines on the original quintet, and now they've been trained to the T3 level by Gu Hang. Their individual strength is guaranteed. Even if they fight hand-to-hand, it is not a big problem to kill an ordinary green-skinned boy. They will accept the temporary leadership of the Phoenix, obey orders, and act together. No more nonsense. A total of 33 people set off in the dark. They started from the southernmost side of the entire north-south front in order to cover their actions. The 7th Infantry Regiment of the 4th Garrison Division, stationed there, also launched an active attack. An artillery battalion was assigned to the joint artillery position in the rear. .30 artillery pieces advanced 5 kilometers forward, firing 20 rounds of fire coverage in the direction the infantry regiment was about to attack. The first 5 rounds were played with rapid fire, and the next 4 rounds were played every 3 to 4 minutes, maintaining the overall bombing rhythm. Those green skins were blown away. In the past, they were not immune to bombing, but generally speaking, the shelling is when they launch an attack, and those shrimps will ask for artillery support from the rear, and then there will be more ferocious firepower covering their attack or retreat route. The main goal is to block their attack and cause damage. Or after their iron barrel artillery fired, there were quite a few cases where those shrimps would fight back. Like today, it is not unheard of to fire at one's own position, but only occasionally. Like this moment, within an hour, rounds of heavy artillery were dropped in a small area, which was really an unprecedented situation. At least, I haven't seen the green skin station here. The orc leader here, named Guli, was not killed by the blast. The fortification he was in was built on the ruins of a reinforced concrete building, and all kinds of construction waste were moved further, and it was quite strong. Unless the heavy artillery just hit the fortification where he was, it would be nothing but fragments and shock waves. However, in the entire position, there are not many fortification structures that can achieve this level of protection. Coupled with the fact that the shelling came too suddenly, the casualties may not be small. Of course, the main casualties came from the early stage, and those who were still alive behind were all hiding in various anti-gun fortifications. That it is true that there will still be a lot of losses, but it is always within an acceptable range. However, even if he could understand this point, Guli still paced around the fortification anxiously, spitting out all kinds of green-skinned swear words from his mouth. He knew that the inexplicable violent firing of those shrimps was definitely not for fun. His green head could clearly think that this might be the prelude to those shrimps' initiative to attack. But he couldn't run out of the fortifications right now and kick those boys in the ass to get them up and ready for the fight. The artillery above the head will blow up every few minutes. If you leave the fortification, you'll be killed easily. If you get killed, you can't fight. He could only hold back his anger and continue to hide. But soon the opportunity to fight came. After the last round of shelling ended, no new shells were seen falling within 10 minutes, but the sound of bullets and shouts of fighting were heard. He regained his energy and rushed out of the fortification with a few boys. Come to the heavily bombarded ground, where the heat and smoke have not yet dissipated. He looked in the direction where the gunshots came from, and not far away, he vaguely saw the shrimps rushing over. Those shrimps walked forward quickly and continued to divide their hands to wipe out every fortification and building wreckage they passed. In many places, in Guli's impression, there are boys under his own guards. However, fighting took place in only a few of them. In those places where there was no fighting, the shrimps just went in and then came out again. Guli could imagine that the boys he sent out to garrison those places might have all been killed in the previous shelling. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to watch Xiaomi walk in and ignore him. How many boys died? He does not know. He shouted loudly, "Whack! Boys, get out of here! Xiaomi is rushing up. It's time to show how capable we are. Don't let Xiaomi underestimate us." Whack! There were many battle cries from the green boys around, and a group of boys crawled out of the bunkers they had hidden in before. Some even drove out the armed pickups that survived the previous shelling, and some pushed out the guns with metal buckets. A bundled cannon. However, the overall number appears to be much lower than estimated bone strength. Half of them didn't come out. The big bang bang of those dried shrimps is still very powerful. It's fine. Even if there are only half of the people left, those shrimps who dare to take the initiative to fight can still be killed. Guli led the boys under his command to charge forward. Observing the situation on the front line, Ryder Mashiko couldn't help shaking his head. He was a sergeant of the original Cordillion, and later he signed up as a trainee political commissar during the recruitment of Lieutenant Colonel Thaddeus, and was sent to the 7th Garrison Division during the reorganization of Trashtown. The 4th Regiment served as political commissar, and the rank jumped directly to captain. The military rank rose extremely quickly, but this was a very common situation among those old troops who had followed Gu Hang for a long time. The military grows fast, and veterans can advance quickly, as long as they are loyal and willing to advance. When the rear headquarters asked them to fully cooperate with the actions of the Phoenix chapter, and the Martins chapter commander asked them to launch a cover frontal attack, Mashiko was very resolute in carrying out the mission. He knew that their captains were not happy to do this. Even when the adventurers were reorganized into regular troops, they tried to disrupt the formation as much as possible and stripped the personal attributes of the adventurers who turned into officers to the troops. However, the nature of these former adventurers is still not so easily obliterated. They will instinctively fear such tasks that require a lot of sacrifice, especially when they are acting to cover others. However, this is the difference between a soldier and an adventurer. Under his strong pressure and under military orders, the 4th Infantry Regiment still launched an attack. Before the fight, no matter whether it was a soldier or an officer, they were all fearful. In the past, the shadow cast by the greenskins was too great. Even if hundreds of shells hit the ground first, clearing the way for them, they still instinctively fear when they come up again. This is where Rider Mashiko is dissatisfied. But fortunately, after the fight, the troops faced face-to-face resistance was not strong. The greenskin troops were obviously stunned by the bombing. A large number of greenskins died in the fortifications, and there were not many who could form resistance in the first place. Those greenskins still showed a strong will to fight. Under close-range shooting, it still often takes the lives of 2 or 3 people to shoot and kill a greenskin. The soldiers of the B Slaughter Regiment, even if they had bayonets, were often afraid to fight. This is not a question of tactics or military skills, but a question of morale and courage. But in the end, the 4th Regiment still overwhelmed those greenskins with more numbers. It turns out that greenskins can run away too. When 3 or 5 greenskins emerged from the fortifications and saw hundreds of human soldiers attacking them with guns, they would also run away with their heads in their arms. Some were beaten to death from behind, and such greenskins were the most despised. Soon, those greenskin boys who fled back alive came back again. Behind them, a large number of greenskins rushed out. The total number must be more than 200. The greenskins howled and laughed at the fleeing boys, and the greenskins who were ridiculed kicked back angrily. During the shooting, greenskins and soldiers continued to fall. This was a bloody duel. When one greenskin fell, 2 or 3 human soldiers would be smashed to death. According to such an exchange ratio, the human side will certainly win, especially when they also took out weapons such as rocket launchers and mortars. An armed pickup truck rushing over was smashed halfway. At most, only about 500 casualties are required. That's still a worst-case estimate. In fact, when those greenskins were killed to a certain amount, their threat level would drop sharply and their morale would collapse, turning around and running away, just like the ones they encountered just now. If you keep fighting, humans won't be able to kill so many people. But even so, it was the human soldiers who were the first to shrink back and dare not move forward. Those comrades who were smashed to death by the powerful greenskin guns made them terrified. After bearing the casualties of hundreds of people, they had a slight tendency to collapse. Rider Mashiko was furious. He yelled at the regiment commander beside him. "Look at these soldiers. What a disgrace." The head of the 4th Regiment couldn't tell. Didn't he not give an order requiring all troops to maintain the front line and push forward hard? But what should I do if they can't push? He didn't dare to talk back. The Red Hat was an officer directly under the governor's side, like a supervising army. Seeing his appearance, Mashiko was even more furious. "Go to the front. Let's go to the front together." Led by example, he took out his pistol and grabbed the captain. The two, as well as the guard company, began to press forward in person. Mashiko knew that as a commander, his greatest duty was to direct the battle, not to be on the front line. Going to the front, even if it is him, how different is his combat ability from an ordinary soldier? But now is the special moment, and there is nothing to direct. What soldiers lack is not strategy, not tactics, but courage. That requires senior military officers to lead by example and lead by example. In the process of pressing forward with the guard company and the head of the regiment, he encountered a team that was fighting and retreating. Mashiko was so angry that he found the company commander of the team, grabbed his collar, and roared loudly. "The military order given to you is to advance." "Advance? Advance again? Who told you to retreat?" "I—" The company commander's face was pale, and he was speechless. Mashiko kicked him in the stomach, kicked him down, and raised his pistol to his head. Retreating without authorization and not going forward is regarded as a deserter. As an officer, the crime is aggravated. No, no. The company commander was still trying to defend himself, and the commander standing beside Mashiko also wanted to persuade him. But Mashiko didn't bother to listen to anything and directly pulled the trigger. The bullet passed through the head of the officer who had just received the rank of second lieutenant, and his body fell weakly. Then, Mashiko shouted to the company instructor who was looking a little stupid beside him. "You take over the command now. Take your company and follow me." The instructor nodded suddenly, as if waking up from a dream, and hurriedly called the team. Mashiko waved again, signaling the guard company to keep up, and at the same time said to the regimental commander next to him, "For the governor, we will win. You can no longer be like before. We are soldiers. We are not looking for food in the garbage dump scavengers." I understand. Pick up the gun. Fight like a warrior." Seeing the head of the regiment bite the bullet, Mashiko picked up the walkie-talkie again and issued an order to the instructors of each company in the regiment, strictly ordering them to ensure that the troops are always in an offensive posture, and those who are afraid of fighting can be executed immediately. Afterwards, Mashiko raised his pistol and fired into the sky, roaring towards the surrounding area. "Comrades, charge with me." Under his strict orders, after he and the head of the regiment led the guard company to participate in the battle in person, the timidity of the entire army finally reversed. Under the leadership of officers at all levels, especially the political chief officer under the instructor system, the team began to resume its offensive posture. As the distance between the two sides narrowed further, the battle quickly became more bloody and cruel. The advantage of the greenskins in close combat was brought into play, and the casualties suffered by human soldiers became greater, but at the same time, the advantage of the human side with more numbers and stronger firepower was still maintained, and the accuracy of close-range shooting also taller. Human soldiers continued to fall, and some officers even died in battle, but the speed of the greenskins falling was also faster. When the loss of the 4th Regiment reached 15%, that is, when more than 200 people fell, there were only about 70 or 80 greenskins left. Ghoulie knew clearly that they were in a desperate situation. Due to the close distance, it was impossible to retreat, but the bloody battle had completely activated the bellicose factor in his heart. His skin became greener, and his size grew slightly before the battle. "Whack!" he howled, rushing out of cover and toward the nearest position occupied by human soldiers. Under his infection, all the greenskins that were still alive entered a state of berserk. The last wave of charge began. Ghoulie held a heavy gun and fired 6 times during the charge, killing 5 soldiers at the same time. He was hit by at least 100 bullets. Blood was bleeding all over him, almost covering his green skin. He was blinded in one eye, but the one remaining eye grew more violent. He rushed into the position where the infantry platoon was and instantly turned into a meat grinder on the battlefield. The thick-backed machete in his hand spun like a whirlwind of death, and in just a short while the soldiers here were killed. They were slaughtered. Although those human soldiers had followed the tactics and put on bayonets to fight after he approached, the two sides were not at the same level in terms of strength, anti-strikeability, and even flexibility. After being stabbed 7 or 8 times by the bayonet, there was no sign of exhaustion of bone strength, but the backhand killed all the soldiers who dared to fight close to him. When the courageous men die, the rest have no will to fight. After the Master Chief was killed in battle, a few people in the infantry platoon were still alive and fled in panic. The company instructor who came up to support was also shot off his upper body, and the entire company began to collapse. This formed a chain reaction. The greenskins charged with the bone strength, and, after paying more than 20 casualties, they defeated a company that was attacking from the front, and then the 2 companies next to them were caught off guard and rushed towards them. The ferocious greenskin that came here also showed signs of collapse. Rider Mashiko saw the signs. He will never allow the victory he has obtained, and he sees signs of losing it again. He immediately led the guard company to block the gap and ordered several surrounding companies to block it together. In his words, if you pile up human lives, you can also pile up the remaining 50 greenskins. Ghoulie also saw the screaming red hat. He howled and rushed towards it. The big gun that had been reloaded fired wildly in the direction of Mashiko. In a moment, 3 or 4 soldiers around Mashiko were killed, and the greenskin leader, who couldn't be defeated no matter how hard he fought, came straight towards him. Mashiko's mood is very calm at this moment. He knew he had made a mistake, that he had forced the morale of the regiment up, and that he had come so close to the front that the enemy could charge directly at him. If he died here, the morale of the whole regiment might collapse. At that time, it will really become a joke for thousands of people to be overwhelmed by dozens of greenskins. But this mistake was unavoidable. This army, which had just been reorganized from adventurers, hadn't had time to carry out its ideological work, and its morale was not high. If he hadn't done this before, he might not have reached the level he is now. He knew that there was more danger than danger, but he couldn't run away either. He could only draw out his pistol and stood still, his black coat fluttering in the wind. With his head held high, he kept firing bullets at the greenskin rushing towards him. Even if you die, you have to die standing up. He hoped that his appearance before death could infect the surrounding soldiers. The enemy is just at the end of their strength. As long as they hold their breath again, they can all be killed. The damage of the pistol ammunition to the greenskin is quite limited. It can only be said to be a symbolic resistance. But at this moment, a burst of explosive gunshots came from behind him. Immediately afterwards, the sound of heavy footsteps approached quickly and quickly passed by his side. It was a giant in red power armor. The Emperor's angel has arrived. The gunshots ahead were obviously bolters. The explosive bomb that flew out hit the 3 greenskins behind Ghoulie. All of them were killed by one shot. At the level of an interstellar warrior veteran, at a distance of tens of meters, he can shoot without fail. The power of the bolt gun is not comparable to the small water pipe of the G9 rifle, that a single shot to the greenskin body would be fatal. However, the 2 explosive bombs that hit Ghoulie didn't kill it. He turned around to dodge the previous shot at the nick of time. It wasn't that he could really dodge the bullet, but that he saw the space soldier rushing out from behind the red hat shooting. So he made a predictive action. As for the shot that hit him later, it hit his right chest firmly, opening a big hole. But the leader of the orc, who was caught in a frenzy, just paused, but he didn't seem to be weak at all, and continued to howl and charge. Ghoulie had never seen a shrimp that looked similar in size to him, let alone the guy was wrapped in red cans all over his body. But he already felt that it was a powerful enemy, and he was excited that he could face such a powerful enemy. He held up the thick-backed machete and slashed at the red-armored giant. The Phoenix warrior who was charging twisted his waist, dodged the slash, and took advantage of the opportunity to show a combat blade, stabbing into the greenskin's waist. Following the force of the charge, with another swipe and pull, a large amount of blood mixed with internal organs sprayed out. But the bone strength is not dead yet. Even have the strength to fight back. He grabbed the arm of the space soldier with one hand, pulled it suddenly, and then kicked his feet again and fell to the ground. Ghoulie rolled over and pressed down, grinning grinningly, as if he couldn't feel the pain in his waist and abdomen. With one hand, he pressed the lower edge of the Space Marine's helmet, and with the other, he raised the machete aloft, as if trying to slice off the Phoenix's head. However, this knife could not be cut down. During this process, the Phoenix that fell to the ground and was suppressed has already stabbed Ghoulie's heart and neck several times with a combat dagger, completely ending its life. Pushing the corpse away, the red-armored warrior stood up and looked around. The battle was almost over. After Schneider killed the biggest and greenest orc leader, the battle was almost over. His other 4 combat brothers, including 28 soldiers of the Storm Squad, who were considered to be quite powerful in the eyes of the space fighters, together with the fire cover of the infantry regiment, will accompany the greenskin leader to charge together. 40 or 50 orcs were all killed. Needless to say about the abilities of the space fighters, except that he encountered a somewhat capable green-skinned leader who had been strengthened and let him exercise a little. His combat brothers basically didn't get any decent opponents. Those ordinary green-skinned boys, when they encounter the electromagnetic rifles in the hands of the special soldiers of the Storm Squad, can't resist the G9 rifles as hard as they can, and they will die after a dozen bullets. After making sure that all the greenskins were killed and no survivors could leak information about his group, he was finally relieved. They hadn't planned to make a move. The initiative of the 4th Infantry Regiment was originally to cover their actions. It is of course the best to be able to successfully wipe out all the greenskins in this area. After all, as long as all the enemies are killed, that is the most perfect infiltration. Even if the attack fails, it doesn't matter. After attracting enough attention, the 33-member task force can completely bypass the side of the battlefield while the frontal fight is in full swing, also without anyone noticing. In fact, that's what they intended to do. However, their leader, after observing the situation on the frontal battlefield, changed his mind and decided to implement the first set of strategies: kill all the enemies. Schneider knew that it was their Martin's chapter commander who felt sorry for watching those mortal soldiers die, or to cover their mission. Of course, he didn't object. After all, as long as they are killed, it will be fine if there are no greenskins to report back. There are only dozens of them left, so killing them all is not too troublesome. The key is to have a hand addiction. After the battle, Schneider took off his helmet, revealing his shiny forehead. He felt a special gaze, so he turned his head and saw the red hat staring at him. In the past, Schneider has always dismissed and completely ignored these mortals. But this time, he couldn't help but think of the red hat named Thaddeus, who did what his dead brother couldn't do. And the one in front of him, although he didn't accomplish any feats, was not afraid in the face of danger and could still maintain the dignity of a soldier in the face of death. Is a respectable one. He nodded to the red hat in a strange way, then turned and left. Rider Mashiko also came to his senses. Survived. Looking at the fight between the Space Warrior and the Greenskin just now, there is no doubt that if I were replaced by myself, I would die 800 times. It seems that there is still a big gap between a mortal like him and those ghosts and monsters. But no matter what, the battle should be won. Slowly putting down the gun in his hand, he turned back and found their leader. They still need to clean up the position and take back the wounded and even the corpses of dead teammates. Even if the death is relatively tragic, they must at least take away the armbands and badges that symbolize the identity of the soldiers. After cleaning the battlefield, they will withdraw. The position here cannot be maintained for a long time. Those greenskin fortifications were already stretching their hips, let alone being bombed for a round. This place is far away from the front lines of other friendly troops, and it is not convenient to support them. The combination of these problems made them unable to fight back if they faced the counterattack of the greenskins. But abandoning this position does not mean that their attack is worthless. In addition to providing cover for the Special Operations Team, their killing of the enemy's active forces this time is also sufficient. During this battle, almost 500 of those greenskins died. Relatively speaking, the price paid by the human side was the casualties of more than 320 soldiers. This battle loss ratio exceeds that of their defensive battles. Of course, there are also special reasons. After all, the price on the human side is not only more than 300 lives, but also rounds of heavy artillery shells. If it hadn't been for a batch of newly produced shells from Weishing City recently, I would really be reluctant to shoot so many shells in an hour. Among the greenskins that were eliminated, at least half were killed in the previous bombardment. Out of the remaining 100 or so, there were more than who were killed by the Special Operations Team. The results that really belonged to the 4th Infantry Regiment were only more than greenskins. Of course, the exchange ratio of almost 3-to-1 is actually acceptable. But what cannot be ignored is the risk inherent in it. They have won the battle and wiped out their opponents. But what if you don't win? If Mashiko hadn't shot many officers with an iron fist when the whole army was shaken and strictly ordered instructors at all levels to maintain discipline in the troops and led the regiment leader to lead the way to boost morale, then they might have been killed at that time. Crashed. Once it collapses, The number of deaths may soar when escaping at that time. Not only will they not be able to kill those greenskins, their casualties may increase several times during the pursuit. And even if they are chased hard, they may not be able to stop the entire army even if they return to their original position. Collapse, and then there will be big trouble. In such things as wars, the side that wins can have more gains. In addition to killing a large number of greenskins, they also gained another point: the improvement of the army's spirit. It was a bit of a bitter fight, but one that was won in the end. Although there are twists and turns in the process, as long as you win, the morale, combat confidence, and combat experience of the entire army will all be improved. Soldiers who have dealt with greenskins head-on, since they survived, they will not be so afraid when they face greenskins next time. When they were adventurers before, those greenskins cast too much shadow on them. Greenskin phobia can be alleviated a little bit. When the 4th Infantry Regiment was cleaning the battlefield, the 33-member Special Operations Unit had already embarked on the journey again. After that, there will be no friendly troops to cover for them. But not too much. Passing through the densest enemy line and coming to the rear, in this city ruins area with a width of -kilometers and a depth of nearly -kilometers, it is obviously impossible for those greenskins to have people everywhere. On the contrary, they look like tens of thousands of people. This piece of belonging to them can be said to be full of leaks. Occasionally seeing some greenskins and grits, it is not so easy to find their traces. There is nothing to say about the stealth skills of the space fighters. I don't look at them wearing heavy power armor, but when they don't want to make a sound, there is really no sound when their feet fall. As for the 28 Special Forces members, they are also well versed in stealth warfare. It is only for them to discover the enemy in advance, and they are rarely discovered. In the case of deep enemy lines, they will try to avoid fighting, which helps to reduce the probability of exposure. And if they really have to fight, for example, if they are indeed discovered or someone is on their way and it will take a long time to go around, then they will choose to fight. Even if you do it, try not to move your gun. Approaching quietly, making a rapid assault, combat daggers and sabers have become the main weapons. Martin's chainsaw, sword, doesn't even make a roar, just relying on the sawtooth to tear people apart. And there really wasn't a single target worth twisting the chainsaw for. In this way, they acted among the ruins for about a day and a night. In between, there are only a few hours of rest. They go as deep as possible, and then expand the scope of investigation as much as possible. It's a pity that the greenskins are very difficult to communicate with, and they don't understand the language, so they can't grab their tongues to get the information they want through interrogation. But they still made a major discovery the next afternoon. They found a starting position for the greenskins. 60 kilometers away from the front line, an action team from the Storm Squad found a group of farts driving trucks and pushing carts, converging somewhere. After they passed the information back, the whole team began to explore in that direction, and then they found this starting position. The greenskins cleared out a large open space here, where tens of thousands of green-skinned creatures gathered noisily, that a third of them were greenskins, and nearly twice as many grots. Grit is also a kind of greenskin, which is also a monster that grows from greenskin spores. They're shorter and thinner than those orc boys, and they're timid and cowardly, but their cruelty is not weaker than ordinary orc boys. They bully the weak and fear the strong. When encountering a powerful enemy, if there is no orc to suppress them, their morale will easily collapse and they will disperse. Incarnation of the cruelest executioner, especially love to kill. In greenskin society, grits usually exist as slave labor, servants of orcs, and even rations. In this starting position, just the number of enemies is already a lot. Leaving those farts aside, there are more than orc boys alone. This was almost more green-skinned orcs than they had faced anywhere on the front line. Moreover, there is a steady stream of reinforcements coming here from all over the place. No one knows how many they can gather in the end. What's more, the greenskins gathered here are not only large in number, but also very well equipped. Armed pickup trucks, 10-barrel artillery. These guys who have already appeared will not be discussed. Martins and the others also saw two other big guys. One is an armed truck. It is said to be a truck, but in fact the rear compartment is sealed with an armor plate, and an outwardly extending shooting position is provided, so that the shape of the entire body of the vehicle is quite awkward. There's also a cannon on the top of the front of the car, and a bulldozing blade is also installed on the front face of the car. The whole appearance looks like a random, wild, and unreasonable one. However, this is the true nature of green leather technology, and no matter how unreasonable it looks, if the green skins think it is reasonable, then this thing can move, and it works quite well. And another thing, it upholds the same style, but makes everyone present feel a little heavy. That is, power armor, or mecha. Whatever it is, it's been present among many greenskin clans. Humans call it the killing pot. A grit or a disabled greenskin was stuffed into a tin can. Due to the shocking technology of the greenskin, this is obviously not a wearable and demountable thing, but an immortality integrated with this machine. From the upper and lower sides of the water tank, the mechanical structure protruding is the limbs. The arms of the upper limbs are equipped with melee or long-range weapons, and there are also large-caliber cannons on both sides of the tank. This thing has appeared on many battlefields where greenskins raged. They're not the main armor unit of the greenskins, and the greenskins have bigger guys. However, when such a 3-meter-high thing appears on the battlefield and can move flexibly on a battlefield where many armored vehicles cannot move, its armor level and firepower will make human infantry feel desperate. Even space warriors cannot ignore such opponents. The machine guns on both sides of the water tank fired a few more shots, which was enough to break through the power armor. The dual-fired rocket launcher held in one hand, and the rocket launcher that can also automatically charge the powder also has good lethality. It was hit by the big axe, and even more it will kill you. Of course, generally speaking, if they match up, the space fighters win more. Each of the 5 veterans present had blown up at least 5 killing jars in their hands. But that's a career achievement, not a one-time win. If you really want to be besieged at once, you don't need 5, and 2 or 3 are too much to bear. And right now, in this green-skinned army that is still assembled, they have seen a total of 10 such killing cans. As more greenskins gather later, I don't know if there will be more. Armed trucks that can match the Rambler armored vehicles, killing tanks that are equivalent to Beggar's version of power armor, and more than greenskins gathered. There are many powerful bosses in them, or they are much stronger than ordinary greenskin boys. Tough guy kid. Such a force, if it goes to the front line and launches a direct impact on any place, the result will be devastating. Human beings who are not prepared will almost undoubtedly be directly washed to death. Fortunately, they have found out. Now that the information is known, it's easy to talk about it. They did not startle the enemy, and left quietly after marking the coordinates, and reported the information to the governor. They didn't carry any communication equipment, and there was no need for that. The power armor worn by the Space Warriors integrated corresponding communication modules, and was also connected to the wireless communication channel of the frontline command post. The communication tower erected at the frontline command post is doing this job. When facing the greenskins, they shouldn't have to worry about the threat of the radio being monitored. They have no control over how the governor will treat this information later. The follow-up instructions they received were to continue to investigate, to find the base camp of those greenskins, to find their arsenal, to find their farm and hatchery according to the predetermined target. It may have been a little clueless before, but now it is easy to handle. 2 space warriors and a few members of the storm squad were left behind to stare at the large number of greenskins at the starting position, while the rest followed the route of the gathered greenskins and searched for the source in the opposite direction. After receiving the news, Gu Heng couldn't even eat well. There are 3,000 greenskins, including more than serious orcs, and the number is still increasing. There are already differences in individual combat capabilities, and the biggest gap is in the ability to resist strikes. Now, the opponent has all kinds of rough and ridiculous heavy firepower and heavy equipment that can't be ignored. This is already a very huge threat. Good guy, Gu Heng planned to wait until 2 days later to call for orbital bombing, and then launch a full-scale counterattack, but now it turns out that those greenskins are going to attack with all their strength first. Fortunately, this information has been detected in advance. If it is really unprepared to receive such an impact, there will be a big problem. Gu Heng is thinking about a solution. First of all, The mobilization of troops must be accelerated. The troops who are still resting in the joint military camp must be assembled urgently. The number of soldiers currently on the front line has actually been reduced to about 5. There are almost 5 people who are resting and reorganizing in the rear. Although the manpower on the front line is reduced by half, it must actually be much more stable than those adventurers in Garbage Town when they were stationed. Soldiers with more reliable equipment and greatly improved military skills after adaptation are comparable to adventurers can hit a lot. However, isn't this about preparing for shocks or even a full-scale counteroffensive? The follow-up troops, of course, have to go to the premise as a reserve team ready to go into firefighting at any time. Of course, if you can't use it, it must be the best. Wasn't the orbital strike firepower that Yalisha asked for before to solve similar problems? If those green skins were scattered one by one and hid in the ruins of the city, it would be really difficult to fight. The power of the orbital strike is fierce, but the city that is already in ruins can still be blown to pieces. Those greenskins hidden in the ruins bunkers have strong vitality. If they're in the core area of the orbital bombardment, they will definitely die, and they will be buried to death. But if it is in the fringe areas, I am afraid that many people can survive. But now, they gathered together and cleared out an open area as a starting position. So didn't they make it clear that they were calling for him? Gu Hang was determined and asked Yalisha to help launch a round of small-scale, but more targeted shelling first. Use a few hot ham macro cannons, plus 10 scalpel ship-based missiles, and blast around directly at the starting position. Killing all the greenskins gathered there may not work, but killing -% of them may not be possible. Questionable. But after thinking about it, Gu Hang still suppressed this tempting thought. I can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, so fry it now, and the profit will not be maximized. All Yalisha could win him was a chance to bomb, so he had to grasp it well. Be patient, be patient. What he has to do now is to prepare his troops to deal with all challenges and take the initiative to attack, and then wait patiently for the intelligence ahead before making decisions. Deep in the ruins of the tower, while walking, Martin suddenly asked Schneider next to him a question. There's something wrong with these greenskins. Do you feel it? Schneider thought for a while and responded, There is nothing wrong with them. They are no different from the greenskins we have eliminated in the past. This is the biggest problem. Martin said, They shouldn't be so powerful. There are not enough of them. Tens of thousands of greenskins, not enough to support a disaster. If the greenskin spores are caused by certain reasons fell on this planet, took root and sprouted, and then this clan developed from scratch. At this stage, and in this amount, they should only be able to maintain a very primitive state of technology. Even the original natives of Garbage Town, during the battle, I gave those greenskins some brains to speed up their development, but it shouldn't be so soon that this level of greenskin technology appears. You want to say that these greenskins are not simply developed from the local area? Schneider's attitude also became cautious. If that's the case, and the greenskins come from a powerful, star-spanning clan, then there's trouble. But soon, Schneider vetoed this idea again. It's unlikely. There has never been an attack by an alien force on the Owlstar. If the Greenskin clan that really has the ability to travel between stars targets this planet, with their special features, they will not only send a very small number of teams over. A few large warships, loaded with hundreds of thousands, or even millions of greenskins, multiply quickly after landing and flood the planet. That is their conventional method. Regarding what Schneider said, Martins also agreed. So, this is the most contradictory part of the whole thing. We must remind our brothers that this operation cannot simply regard these greenskins as the kind of savage orcs. Primitive orcs, you must be vigilant. I really don't want to see the loss of a battle brother in the battle at the power plant outside Fushing City. Hearing what the chapter leader said, the other 4 were also silent. They stopped talking. It is not difficult to find the enemy's base camp along the routes used by the greenskins to transport supplies and replenish troops. On the second night of departure, they had already found their target. Of course, those greenskins are also preparing for the war with all their strength. Their base camps are brightly lit, and their factories are bustling. Soldiers of space fighters and storm squads do not have the ability to sneak into the base camp. After all, without the conditions of makeup investigation, interracial investigation can only reach this level at most. But enough. They marked the base camp of the Greenskins, marked the military factory of the Greenskins, and then found 3 large-scale hatching farms in the surrounding area. Those huge things that looked like tropical plants grew out of the ruins of the city. As Martin said to Gu Hang before, this is definitely not an ideal place for green-skinned orcs to thrive. Even if these greenskins had tried their best to open up a relatively flat place, try to expose the soil as much as possible and connect to the water flow as much as possible, but the soil is not suitable, the light is not good, and the water resources are not sufficient. The green skin is tenacious enough, and it can grow crop after crop in this environment. Now is the season for greenskin harvest. They saw with their own eyes that under the light, they saw that there were huge fruit pods hanging down on the twisted plants, as if something was wriggling inside. And then suddenly, the fruit pods opened directly, and the greenskin creature fell out of it. Such a process is constantly happening in front of them. Most of the time, what falls out is a beast of different sizes, but similar in shape. This thing is called squig, and it is a kind of orc-herding livestock that has always existed in the greenskin tribe. These creatures lack intelligence and are ferocious, with fangs and mouths that can open dramatically. But in fact, they function as livestock in the greenskin ecosystem. Some are used as beauty salons, some are used for food, some are raised by orc boys as pets, and the biggest ones can even be ridden in a battle. These squigs feed on all kinds of junk. Squigs eat what orcs don't eat, and orcs eat squigs. Together with fungi, they became the main food source for orcs. And apart from the squigs, the second most are grits. This is the orc's minion, cannon fodder, and food if necessary. And even fewer are serious green-skinned orcs. Whether it's a squig beast, grit, or orc, they are adults just after landing. In this hatchery farm, it is really the harvest season. If the 3 hatching farms checked were all hatched according to this efficiency, I am afraid that within a month, the number of light green-skinned orcs will increase by another dash, and there will be at least a dash more grits. Martins is very fortunate now that he seriously warned Gu Hang of the risks involved. Fortunately, Gu Hang heeded his warning and did not ignore the threat. Otherwise, it will be a big trouble. And the next thing is relatively simple. It's nothing more than marking coordinates. It can't be very accurate because when they mark, there is still a certain distance from the target location. Even at this distance, they encountered green skins several times, but were silently slaughtered by them. With the discipline of the green skins, they should not be aware of the loss of a few people. They would die a lot in their own internal fights and fun every day. But even if the marking is not very accurate, it doesn't matter much. Probably this location will do. After the macro bombardment, the area covered is still very large. A scalpel missile can almost destroy a small wind farm, let alone a much more powerful macro artillery, and a large macro artillery like the Wrath of Loyal Heirs. Of course, in order to improve efficiency, they still set value levels for these places separately. The 2 points with the highest value, one is the base camp, and the other is the starting position where the Green Leather Army is gathering. Secondly, it marked the location of the arsenal, the hatching farm, and the killing jars among the Greenskin Army. Then I marked a bunch of places that could not be explored in depth but were suspected to be valuable. After completing these tasks, they left the Greenskin base camp and then informed Governor Gu of the news. Then, they soon received a reply from the governor. Leave the area as soon as possible. You have 14 hours to escape the envelope of the orbital strike. Please ensure your own safety and confirm the effect of the strike after the orbital strike is over. Receive. You guys have worked hard. After replying to the task force's message, Gu Hang let out a sigh of relief. All preparations are finally complete. He contacted Yalisha again, provided the relevant strike coordinates, and told the Brigadier General that all actions were carried out as planned. Tomorrow, at 11 o'clock Terra Standard Time, the orbital strike will come as promised. His troops will complete pre-war preparations before then, eat well in advance, and then attack the frontal enemy after the orbital bombing is over. The green-skinned orcs confronting them will not be bombarded too intensely, At most, there will only be a few scalpel missiles, which will accurately hit a few key positions, and the macro artillery will not hit here. The main reason is that the macro cannon is too powerful, has a large coverage area, and its accuracy is not as good as that of the scalpel missile. Slightly tilted up, it is easy to cover your own position. It's better to use a scalpel to blow up a few times and then leave the rest to your own army. On the front line, the head of the 3rd Independence Regiment, who is striving to regain his title of B Slaughter Regiment, Luji Kashi, just finished the combat meeting and sent away the military, political, and industrial chief Tadeu, who came to inspect S. Lieutenant Colonel Thaddeus conveyed the governor's order to them, and, at a meeting with all the military officers and instructors above the company level in the regiment, he announced that the 3rd Independent Regiment would launch a full-scale counterattack at noon tomorrow. As a fist as a vanguard. Their goal was to tear open the greenskin defense from the middle of the entire line of defense, completely capture their position, cut the front into two, and create interspersed space for the 3 mechanized synthetic battalions from middle. Afterwards, after the follow-up friendly troops come up to take over the position, they will allocate troops, accompanied by a synthetic battalion, to perform a circle to the north, cut off the retreat space of the green-skinned orcs on the north side, and complete the encirclement with the friendly troops in the front, completely wiped out the green-skinned orcs there. All the commanders and fighters listened to Thaddeus' battle goals and requirements in silence. The silence continued. But it's not fear. Li Kashi could see a fire in the eyes of his subordinates. And so was he himself. They waited too long. Okay, let's all go back. Li Kashi broke the silence. Go back to your respective companies and get ready. There are still 13 hours until noon tomorrow. The staff will break down tomorrow's offensive tasks. Tomorrow morning will be sent to your hands. This is a fight we have been waiting for a long time, and it is also an opportunity that we have never dreamed of in the past. I have only one request. It must be beautiful. We must be worthy of the people we have lost, worthy of the hatred we have to sacrifice to avenge, worthy of the opportunity the governor gave us. Roar! The officers stood up abruptly and then returned to their respective teams. Andrei Alexei, the political commissar who was transferred to the independent regiment, was a little confused. He just wanted to boost the morale of the officers as the chief political officer, but it turned out that it didn't seem necessary at all. The head of the group, Li Kashi, patted him on the shoulder and didn't explain much. The soldiers of the B Slaughter group did not know how many of them could really sleep well, but they will force themselves to rest well, all in order to play their style tomorrow. Tonight has been extraordinarily long. No matter how long the night is, there is always time to spend it. The sky was bright, and Li Kashi, who woke up, went to the front line of the army to check. He watched the soldiers eat, watched them inspect the firearms, watched the officers talking to the soldiers. All this calmed down his restless heart inexplicably. They had done everything they could and were just waiting for the order to strike. The allotted pocket watch ticked to 11 o'clock at noon. The order to attack had not yet been issued, but he first saw many red light spots appearing faintly in the sky. Meteor shower? No, he quickly dismissed that idea. This should be part of what Lieutenant Colonel Thaddeus said before a strong strike. At that time, he thought that it was the artillery position in the rear, which would fire unrestrictedly and ferociously, but it seemed that it was more than that. He watched the red meteor shower across the sky, and then getting closer and closer, and then fell into the ruins that could not be seen at a glance. Immediately afterwards, 2 huge balls of light that almost enveloped the city suddenly appeared. Along with these 2 huge light spheres, there are many smaller ones, but due to the occlusion of the building ruins, it is not so real. This scene makes people feel inexplicably strange. Only light, no sound, as if watching a silent movie. But what they were waiting for soon came. The earth is shaking. As if there was an earthquake, some soldiers who were not standing still even fell sideways. Even some ruined structures that were not strong enough due to artillery fire in the previous battles collapsed in this shock. Fortunately, the fortifications where they were hiding had been specially reinforced, so there were no casualties. Then came a shock wave accompanied by a loud noise. It was as if a strong wind was blowing, and there was a sense of dryness and heat. Many people took a few steps back because of this feeling tight in their chests. Although the body feels very uncomfortable from Likushi down, all the soldiers of the 3rd Independence Regiment are very happy in their hearts. The place where the explosion happened was in the depths of the ruins of the tower, where the most green skins are entrenched. Tens of kilometers away, the aftermath of the explosion can be felt so clearly, be it scorching heat or shock waves. What about those green skins at the core of the explosion? Even if the vitality of those monsters is much stronger than that of humans, they must not survive such a blow. As long as they eliminate the enemy in front of them, this greenskin disaster that has been spreading for several years and gradually becoming more and more serious will end in their hands. Likushi couldn't wait to command his troops to charge. But not yet. The order to strike still hadn't come. However, a whistling sound came from above the head. The artillery positions in the rear began to show their power. On the joint artillery position, 155 howitzers were lined up one by one, with the barrels pointing to the sky, firing uninterruptedly. The production of artillery shells is limited, and Weishing City has to produce a lot of things in order to support the logistical supplies of a total of hundreds of thousands of troops. Armored vehicles, bullets, guns, equipment, explosives, grenades, bazookas, artillery. They have worked hard to increase the production of shells, but they still cannot withstand too intense consumption. However, since it has been decided that today is the battle of the end, there is no need to save. Hundreds of cannons fired at full speed, at a rate of -rounds per minute. It rained cannons on the orc positions in front of them. This is a full-scale bombardment that has never been done before. The artillerymen no longer care about the life of the barrel or the consumption of shells. They plan to smash 15,000 rounds of heavy artillery on the green-skinned orc positions within half an hour, at present. There are only less than -rounds of the total ammunition reserves left. The remaining 4,000 or 5,000 rounds of shells are also not in the province, but must be left to cooperate with the infantry attack. While the artillery was firing, Luigi Likoshi finally got the order to attack. He couldn't wait to convey the offensive order to the whole regiment. The more than 3 soldiers of the 25 RD Independent Regiment needed to move to a position about 200 meters away from the enemy's position within 5 minutes and stand by. They had -minutes to rest, and at the moment the shelling ended, they launched a full-scale attack on the orcs' position.